Hey listeners, how are you all? Thank you so much for being our awesome members. There's a lot to come more. Sit tight, be comfy, put your headphones, now let's begin. Daniel walks calmly as Hecate hangs from his shoulders, shaking in frustration as she tries to convince him to turn back. Daniel, you can't. This is treachery, cheating, I won't let you. Graze is returning tomorrow, Hecate. I promised to revive the dragons for her, so long as they would agree to be contracted to our will. Gra. You like her, too, you meanie, you have me. If Graze was a man, would you be acting like this? Would you? She chews on his shirt's collar, tugging with her jaws to try to annoy him without hurting him. Daniel sighs, Hecate, it's business. You're letting your imagination run wild. Liar. You're making an entire harem, and you won't even let me be part of it. I am keeping the peace, Hecate, not a harem. They find Zyriko, Ryuogrier, and Rainleaf waiting on them outside of the next candidate's cell, the young female orange dragon. The goal is to free dragons in order of agreeableness, in addition to which ones were only wounded, rather than slain. At present, Zyriko only has 3 of the revival potations and has golems searching for the ingredients for more. The caretaker muses playfully, I see Lady Hecate slept well. The young Feldrock girl points at Zyriko, commanding her, Zyriko. I order you to stop Daniel, he's not allowed to talk to any more girls. Ever. Not even you. Zyriko stares at her, replying dryly, My Lady Hecate, my highest loyalty is to master. I cannot obey that order. Gra, then send all of the girl dragons out. Quickly. Daniel scratches her head, ruffling her hair and ears. Hecate, please, relax. You, yourself, chose Ryuogrier and Rainleaf because they were kind. The rest of the dragons will likely leave with the Demon Queen. All right. She points over his shoulder at the 2 mature dragons in human form, make them leave, too. They're evil temptresses, I thought you were past this. Hecate grunts indignantly, squirming on Daniel's back. She bites his shoulder, and he yelps, Ow, Hecate, come on. She pouts, putting her chin on his shoulder. I am supposed to be your wife, you have me for anything and everything you want, Hecate, I promise I am never going to abandon you, alright? Please just let me conduct business. Once the Devourer is dead, we can all settle down and go about our lives in peace. You and I will be stuck together for a long time after that, right? She hums, then, what are you worried about right now? Evil temptresses, he sighs. He murmurs, just behave yourself, please. We still have a lot of dragons prisoner, and I imagine not all of them will agree, which means we'll have to try to keep Graze happy by offering her at least a few. She nods, keeping her chin on his shoulder. I am not letting go. Fine. Just don't make any outbursts. That's all I ask. Don't flirt with her. He ignores Hecate, nodding at Zyriko, and she opens the door. The 5 of them enter the chamber of the young orange dragon, who, like the others, tries to indignantly ignore their presence until she notices Ryuogrier and Rainleaf, instantly recognizing them as their true selves in human form. Daniel says politely, Good morning, Lady Orange. I am Daniel, this is Hecate, that's Zyriko, and the 2 you know are now going by Ryuogrier and Rainleaf, in order to keep their true names secret from anyone else. You probably also know me as the Feldrock Sorcerer or the Harbinger of Calamity. The orange dragon twitches, but she tries not to acknowledge Daniel. It's most likely that she's trying to speak telepathically to Ryuogrier and Rainleaf. The 2 simply look at each other, and Ryuogrier states elegantly and proudly, I will not answer you, child. Daniel spoke to you. You are entirely at his mercy being the key word. Hear him out or rot in this cell. Rainleaf adds softly, it's worth it. We promise. Orange snarls, why should I trust you? You filthy humans are wretched beasts favoring yourselves kings. You are nothing more than insects. Daniel can feel Hecate's hands tighten on his shirt, and the other 3 shift to move or speak out. Daniel retorts quickly and bluntly, I am the specific insect that defeated you mere seconds after you attacked me. What does that make you? Orange recoils in shock and disgust. She looks away haughtily, while the others look at Daniel. He didn't take her insult that personally, instead, he redirected it. I am prepared to offer you about 95% freedom starting today. The 5% will be a contract that enslaves you to my will with certain requirements, an inability to harm myself or anyone else in this room, as well as a few others, and a few other things. However, I intend to let you leave if you wish. She growls in retort. I am to believe this farce? Ryuogrier snarls. Mind your tongue, child. Reina and I are here of our own free will. You won't be alone as long as others agree. You will only be unable to cause harm, as our former lord did. You traitors would side with this filthy human. Ryuogrier puts her hand on her rounded belly, emphasizing its new shape, and Orange studies it for a moment. Her eyes widen, and she shakes her head in disbelief. You how? I thought Rainleif answers. There is a curse on the dragons the Lord spread when he betrayed the Citadel all those centuries ago. We have been inoculated. She lifts her form-hiding outfit enough to reveal her own bare belly, which has started to show a curve. Daniel can feel Hecate squeeze him with her arms and legs, but she resists attacking him. She doesn't understand, but he doesn't need her to get any strange ideas, either. Orange paces in a short circle, mainly to turn around and look from a different angle, still trying to piece it all together. She shakes her head, pacing in another circle. Daniel states, "Well, cure the curse if you agree to terms, and it'll ensure all but the Dragon Lord will be revived, unless they refuse to agree to the terms and try to remain hostile. Once the contract is in place, you may return to your home at any time. You'll never have to see me again. We'll be going together?" She looks at Ryuogrier and Rainleif. Both of them shake their heads. Ryuogrier remarks, "I shall remain with Daniel. He has offered me an important role in the Citadel, and I have come to appreciate his behavior." Reina nods in agreement. "But he's a human, take this how you like. Child, Daniel spared us. Insulting him will get you nowhere. Leaving him is your prerogative, but following him we will defeat the Devourer. You can be a part of it, or you can revel in our victory." Orange scoffs, shaking her head. "You're delusional. The Devourer can't be defeated. Especially not by this human. Then, you can enjoy your remaining years free, rather than awaiting the Devourer in this castle's dungeon, Orange flinches under Ryuogrier's smug and condescending retort. Lady White, I go by Ryuogrier now. You will refer to me as Lady Ryuogrier or Mrs. Daniel. Hecate growls angrily from Daniel's shoulders, and Ryuogrier smirks smugly at her. Thankfully, Hecate redirects her frustration, hopping off of Daniel's shoulders and approaching the barrier separating them from Orange. She points, saying sternly, "I want you out of my castle. So just make the deal and go away. If you stay, Daniel might be seduced by you, and I won't have it. So, just accept." Orange hesitates, glancing between each of them for moments. She asks softly, "Do I have to take human form? Is that this who?" This Daniel's command. Daniel shakes his head. "No, you don't have to. It is easier to interact with Daniel. Should the time come, it will be necessary to make love to him." Hecate whirls, and Daniel groans. "Why must you antagonize each other?" Rainleif ignores them as they stare each other down in a fiery, surprisingly quiet confrontation. She states to Orange, "You will need to tell all of us here your true name for the contract. After, Daniel will ask you to accept a new name, one of your own choosing or one of his." Orange hesitates a little longer, but she finally sighs. She casts the spell that Daniel has seen Twee already, and Zyriko whispers to him, "Master, you're good at this." Quiet. Hecate might hear you. Hecate instantly snaps at him, "I knew it, you really are." They look at Orange when she emerges from her spell. She is the youngest of the dragons and thus, the most easily influenced, according to Ryuogrier and Rainleif, which was why they were optimistic that she would be worthy of the kinder version of Daniel's contract, which they were afforded. Daniel reluctantly agreed, since they were perfect examples of modest and kind individuals, and the contract still protects those he cares about. As such, she appears to be a teenager, older than Hecate as a human, but not by much. Her visage is every bit the feisty and fiery redhead one would picture, beautiful, spicy, and hot to the touch, so to speak. She is wearing a dress made of layers similar to Ryuogrier's elegant dress. Again, Daniel has to wonder how their appearance is determined when the dragons transform. It could be that they are familiar with human cultures more than they let on, or it could be that some strange automatic process as Daniel looks at Zyriko, and she looks at him. "Master, I'll ask you later." She remains quiet, and he studies the orange dragon's appearance once more. She states somewhat coldly, but avoiding eye contact. Stop staring at me with your gross eyes. Human Daniel knows there are landmines scattered all around this room now, metaphorically speaking. He avoids them skillfully by completely letting it all pass by. As I said, I am Daniel. If you accept my terms, you'll go free. She agrees with a somewhat indignant nod, retorting sassily, I'll let you have this one, human, but I won't forgive you. That's fine. He nods at Zyriko, and she steps forward, presenting her auto-injector. First, I'll remove the curse from you. Orange allows herself to be inoculated, briefly glaring at Daniel occasionally. Hecate, standing in front of Daniel now, asks grimly, she's very pretty, isn't she, Daniel? He looks down at her, not responding. I said she's very pretty, isn't she, Daniel? He smirks. Don't play this game, Hecate. I'll go scorched earth on you. She points up at him, accusing, I knew it, you think she's prettier than me. No one's prettier than you, Hecate, you better mean that. Sure. Now, may I? She crosses her arms, huffing. No, you're not allowed to keep her here, she definitely has to leave now. Right. Now then, Lady Orange, may I know your name? She hesitates, glancing at the others. Ryuogrier and Rainleaf both nod. Orange sighs. My true name in this language is Bystyricone. Zyriko instantly sets into setting up the contract, and she takes what she needs from each of Daniel and Bystyricone. Once set, the orange dragon looks away. Are you happy? I am your slave now, I have no orders to give you. Now, as with the others, would you like to choose a friendly name for us, or would you allow me to? She doesn't look at him, but she does glance at Ryuogrier and Rainleaf. She deliberates for a moment. She mumbles something, but Daniel didn't hear. However, Hecate grunts, implying that she wants Daniel to do it, like the other two. Daniel smiles. Very well, if that's what you want. He ponders it for a moment. As it stands, he loosely modified names of Valkyries for Ryuogrier and Rainleaf. How does Girahole sound? Shorten to Gera in casual conversation while you're here. She finally glances at him, and then at the other two. She asks softly, WH. What does it mean? All three of your names come from goddesses of battle from my he sighs. From my world. This causes the other three to smile, and the newly dubbed Girahole to be newly stunned. But it quickly resolves when she realizes that he's the very same person that is able to fight dragons. Girahole asks, Goddesses of battle? Yes, confirms Daniel. More technically, choosers of the slain who would escort the souls of fallen warriors to the divine realm of heroes. They are said to be beautiful, valiant, and divine. The orange dragon blushes and looks away. I'll allow it. Glad to hear it. Now, I have just one order for you. She glares at him, but he doesn't give her time to prepare. Your order, Girahole, is to without hesitation slap me as hard as you can. Hecate whines, and Girahole starts to ask, but as with the other two, her hand flies without warning, stopping on his cheek. Hecate grabs his arm, shaking him. Daniel, you just like doing that. Cheater. Womanizer. Daniel smiles at Girahole's shocked face more because he ordered her to slap him as hard as she could, but also a more innocent surprise that her hand also stopped on its own. Good. The contract is in effect. From here on out, you're free to do what you want with the obvious exceptions. Ryuo and Reina can show you around, and Zyriko can see you to the exit when you're ready to leave. Gera looks away from him, asking with slight attitude, See, can I have a real meal for a change? It's only fair. Ryuogrier warns. Gera Daniel replies chipperly without any apparent concern. Of course. We had lunch a little while ago. Zyriko, would you please have your golems prepare a meal for Gera? Zyriko bows. Of course, master. Ryuogrier steps closer to him, murmuring softly. Daniel, if you allow such insolent speaking. Daniel replies calmly, she's not a slave. She can say whatever she wants. He looks at Gera as she glances at him. He smirks, teasing, don't be surprised if I respond in kind, though. She huffs, retorting, as if you could say anything that would upset me. Daniel grins. Is that a challenge? One you'll fail. Tsunere. All of the others look at him, and he whispers, you're hiding your love with sass. Gera's face fills with color as she stares at him in horror. She scrambles behind Rainleaf, hiding behind her relatively large outfit that obscures her. Reina. Make him leave. He's lying, don't let him lie. Make him go away. The others are surprised, and Daniel states, as it turns out, Zyriko and I have to go interview the next candidate. Ryuo, Reina, please show Gara to the dining hall and feel free to enjoy a meal with her, if you want. Zyriko, thank you for taking care of it, my pleasure, master. Hecate jogs into step, saying with a laugh, Daniel really is the strongest sorcerer in the world. Silly dragon. She sticks her tongue out, staying with Daniel and Zyriko as they head to the next cell. Of the 13 greater dragons that Daniel killed or imprisoned and the 21 lesser dragons that were defeated in the Citadel, 3 of the greater dragons and 5 of the lesser dragons were still alive. Defined mostly by their magical affinities, lesser dragons are mainly dragons in appearance only. Because their numbers were so low, the dragons still treated the lesser dragons as true dragons, but they were definitely not the same in regards to the hierarchy. All of the lesser dragons that could accept Daniel's contract, and 2 more of the 3 female greater dragons that weren't Reina, Ryuo, or Gara accept the contract. Afterwards, Daniel and Zyriko lay out the manufacturing plan for the equipment he needs. He also feeds her some more complex material formulas from Earth in order to make plastic, specifically polystyrene if she can, because it's an important component of modern nuclear weapons. Obviously, it's nowhere near as important as the uranium components Hell need, and he's working on doing some tests to try to determine whether or not mithril will be useful as a sort of energy concentrator. Something that all nuclear weapons from the first atom bomb tested in Alamogordo to the modern hydrogen bombs have in common are the fact that they need something to try to keep the fissionable materials crammed together as long as possible during the initiation phase, which lasts fractions of a second. And, because Daniel is trying to ensure he is going to succeed in the first place, and the Citadel has abundant magic resources thanks to the many hundreds of years of slaying other living things the feral Feldrock did, he's sparing no expense. He'll have Zyriko and her chosen workers collect several hundred pounds of uranium-235, as well as plutonium-239, now that he has pretty well earned out how the summoning circle recognizes elements. He would kill to have his cell phone again, but there's no way he can involve Wenliana and her family or any part of the kingdom or empire for that matter in what he's going to do. Both they and the Demon Covenant are exactly who he needs to prevent from having his terrible, ideally one-time use technology. Additionally, he'll be having Zyriko produce deuterium and tritium in large quantities as well in associated compounds towards the end of construction. Regarding the shell, for which he chooses mithril, he ultimately decides against Charmelkel because Zyriko insists that the metal is truly indestructible once forged. Compared to a professionally made weapon, Daniel is simply exploiting what he knows about fission and fusion from his days in the nuclear power industry and what little he gleaned about weapons in casual reading and occasional research for storytelling. It will be sloppy in design, but because he has the advantage of magic of this world, he's not as worried about failure, and can still gain closer to maximum efficiency if he can keep the fissionables and fusionables interacting for even that fraction of a second longer. He doesn't really want to test if Charmelkel truly is indestructible, as he wouldn't know what to do with it if it was unable to release the energy of the blast, nor what happens afterwards. He doubts it could withstand the blast, but he's more comfortable with mithril's toughness, which can supposedly withstand dragon's fire only for a little while. What he wouldn't give for stress tests on the metals that exist in this world. It would let him better plan how to design his bomb. But, for now, he'll have to make do with his already greatly fortunate turn of events. Without the Citadel, he likely wouldn't be able to do anything about the Devourer. And, for now, all he can do is wait on Zyriko to make the components, assembling what he can when he can. Treya lingers in the amplified darkness of a shadow of several dark-colored shrubs near the path she and Gwenisphia have worked out for their target. The demon woman has lingered near the town for a fair amount of time, and though the villagers that witnessed Treya and Gwen threatening the merchant have warned her, she travels with her guard rather low. And now, as she's heading to the home she has been staying in, she carries a small bundle containing her shopping ingredients for the evening. She sticks to the lanterns lighting the way, though the demon wildlands don't seem to have any magic equipment using magic crystals the way the Imperial Allied territories do. These lanterns glow a soft purple-blue color using magical glyphs, and they only stay lit up for the 2 hours after sunset and 1 hour before sunrise. Treya, of course, can see well in either case. She waits until Aolon is close, and she swoops out of her cover, pinning a dagger to Aolon's neck, causing the demon woman to halt. I don't intend to hurt you, so don't panic. I just have a question for you. Aolon does indeed remain calm, remarking softly, I figured you two were still lingering around. Is your companion nearby? None of your business, Daniel. Where is he? Who? Treya tenses the dagger more against Aolon's neck, not yet drawing blood, but reinforcing her position. I am an ally of his from Fort Peony. He left me behind to protect me, and I am trying to catch up to him. Aolon is silent for a long time as she ponders what she wants to say. Treya relaxes a little, saying softly, I just want to know where he is. I owe him my life. Aolon calmly and carefully turns to face Treya, who keeps her dagger in front of her, but is less aggressive. With a moment longer of pondering, Aolon states softly, we have that in common, then. I last saw Daniel to the east of here. I followed him this far after speaking to the Datacorians who were with us the last any of us knew he was hunting the Dragon Lord. So it's true it's not Treya this time. Gwenisphia appears from the shadows, bow knocked, but relaxing her draw as she approaches. Daniel defeated a dragon. Aolon looks at her, nodding. I would expect that you didn't travel all this way if you believed otherwise. Treya states, you've met him. It would be difficult to believe. But why the Dragon Lord? Aolon looks around, making sure the three of them are alone. She murmurs, join me at my hostel room, we should be cautious. Treya glances at Gwenisphia, who ponders for a moment. She nods, and they agree. At the simple room, like an unfurnished inn, Aolon makes a small dinner, gratefully accepting extra ingredients from their travel rations to offset the extra mouths, and as they eat, she explains her adventures with Daniel and his goal. From his perspective, he believes the Dragon Lord was going to be the bigger threat, since he sent his own brother to attack the northeastern fort belonging to the allied humankin. The villagers saw the dragons descend on the Citadel, and shortly after, the Citadel has been rumored to be up and running again. Gwenisphia asks, so, that should mean, no matter where he is, Daniel should make his way to the Citadel, right? Aolon agrees. That has been my hope, so I've spread word through the villages in hopes that if he does visit, that they'll inform him that I am looking for him. I don't like not knowing. I've been worried sick about him. We both have. Treya flinches. She more diligently eats her food, avoiding speaking. Aolon smiles softly. I see the last time he and I spoke, he claimed that he favored men. But Treya nearly chokes on her food, and she begins coughing as Gwen stares at the demon woman. She's stunned for a moment, but the lieutenant sighs. I see. I don't think that's true. He is not above lying to try to protect people he cares about. He tricked me into leaving him by convincing me that we had been intimate, and that I would be with child. She looks away, and Treya catches her breath. Her voice is a little raspy, but she agrees. He tried something similar on me, and then tackled and hogtied me when I called his bluff. She wipes her mouth with her wrist. I owe him for that, too. Aolon smiles. I see. Then, we share a lot, it seems. Can you tell us about the dragons? Do they have weaknesses that we simply didn't know? Does Daniel have some sort of trick he used? Surprised, Aolon asks, you didn't know? They both shake their heads. She smiles. Daniel is a Feldrock sorcerer. He is the most powerful sorcerer in the whole world. Treya and Gwenisphia both cock their heads in disbelief. Treya remarks, that's impossible. It is possible. He defeated the dragon and his attack force in mere minutes. His staff inflicted instant death on the Dragon Lord's brother with a single attack, and the same with a ground drake. The two Geishanine women glance at each other. You're sure? Asks Gwenisphia. Aolon nods confidently. And, I heard from my companions in the Datacorians that he similarly struck down the Green Sage in a single blow. There is nothing in this world that Daniel can't defeat. He might even be able to. The demon woman trails off softly, and Gwenisphia asks gently, might be able to? Aolon looks at her, saying a little bitterly, your people don't care about what plagues us, but if anyone can defeat it, it has to be Daniel. He is the divine hero of this world. What do you mean by that? Aolon scowls at her, murmuring, he's an otherworldly summon. Surely your people didn't summon him to assassinate our queen, did you? Treya and Gwenisphia both fall silent. It wasn't their own kingdom that performed the ritual, But the moment it was announced that 2 divine summons were brought forth by the ancient ritual, all of the Eastern kingdoms celebrated. And yet, the war continued on. Gwenisphia admits softly, she is the highest enemy our people speak of. I the Devourer is why we are forced eastward, and your people refuse to help us. Treya and Gwenisphia remain silent, unsure what to say. It's not untrue, though what the Devourer is remains a mystery to them. What is the Devourer? Aulon sighs. Of course, Duchess Wenliana. Wenliana squeaks and flinches with a start when her name is called out by a youthful feminine voice. She faces the source, and she tenses a little and bows. She doesn't have any of her personal guards, since she's in the castle, but the relationship between the Grand Duchy and the kingdom are awkward since the brief dissolution of the treatises before the Bromland peacekeeping action. It's the second princess, Princess Eremiah, who just appeared seemingly out of nowhere to confront Wenliana after she left Ahawk's lab after catching up with her successor and sharing a secret stash of enhanced magic crystals. Wenliana bows. Princess Eremiah, it is my humble pleasure to see you. I'd like to drop the formalities, Wenliana, and speak as friends, if possible. I'll do my best. Pr Eremiah. Eremiah smiles. She trots closer and wraps her arm around Wenliana's, walking arm in arm with her as her 2 royal guards follow at a distance. Rikuto and my sister are wasting time trying to ignore what they did. Wenliana replies diplomatically, since she's no longer a court magic artisan and can't speak as candidly as she did with the royal family. The kingdom is fulfilling all of its obligations to the war effort, and His Majesty has spared no effort ensuring the safety and stability of our people. Yes. And, to my knowledge, the Grand Duchess has profited quite well out of all the turmoil caused by Daniel's disappearance. Wenliana slows to a halt, and the princess stops with her, still keeping her arm interlocked. I am not suggesting anything. I want to know where he is. I want to restore his rightful place with all of us and help our people with his wisdom and kindness. Wenliana looks away. You know as much as I know from the audience. I know. But, I am curious what you are doing about it. Wenliana flinches a little. She looks at the princess, who smiles sincerely. I am asking because I want to help. However I can. If I have to go to him to apologize, I will accompany you when you go. Wenliana hesitates, but she murmurs softly, I am working on a mechanical vessel. It's a project nicknamed Iron Wyvern. That should tell you what you need, I hope. Really? Wenliana confirms. Yes. Daniel gifted me a great many designs that I have adapted to our magic systems. It'll take time, but we'll be testing it in a couple of months. Eremiah smiles. I pray you have great success, Wenliana. Thank you. How have you been? The young princess grins. I am alive. Every day is a blessing. Wenliana smiles and nods in agreement. Suddenly having an idea, Wenliana withdraws something from her notebook shoulder bag. She whispers, if you'll allow me, Eremiah, I'd like to give you a gift. She presents the item to the princess, who carefully takes the small box. She glances at Wenliana for a moment. For me? Wenliana smiles and reassures her. Indeed. It's more useful than it looks. If you ever need it, please rely on it. Eremiah opens the box, and her eyes widen. A jewel larger than she has ever seen, and the prettiest shade of blue matching her own eyes, glistens in the light. Eremiah instinctively closes the box. She looks at Wenliana, who smiles. It's an enhanced water crystal. You may use it how you see fit. As former court magic artisan, Wenliana knows that Princess Eremiah has an affinity for water magic. Having an appropriate crystal matching one's affinity can allow a caster to conserve energy summoning that element to then be controlled in any way it could be needed dependent on the skill level of the caster. Anyone could draw water out of the crystal other than Daniel, but only a water mage could use that water as a shield, convert it to ice, spray it on a fire from a safe distance, and many other talents. Wenliana then bows, if you'll please excuse me, though, I must return to my work, Your Highness. She parts with the princess, who is left speechless. Chapter 39 The meeting to save the world. Daniel yawns and stretches in his meeting chair in the Citadel's control area where he met with Viregraze the first time. He was surprised the night prior when Ryuogrier called for him, and he helped her through laying her egg. More surprising was how quickly the egg developed, at least as far as he knew. He figured it would take months or even years, but instead, it only took a couple of weeks. Depending on how quickly it hatches, dragons could be a threat to the world's population. But, those are future Daniel problems, and Ryuogrier, Rainleaf, and Girahole have given him very little reason not to trust their self-control and care for the world. Even Gara has been docile and polite in the days she's been freed from her cell. Daniel is fully aware that they are likely all much older than he is, and likely they could outsmart him if they want, but for the three of them specifically, they really only need to outlive him, and they're right back to normal. However, Ryuogrier carrying around an obvious pregnancy prior to the recently passed night carried a lot of weight with every single one of the dragons, amplified when Rainleaf revealed her own as well, if anyone was still skeptical. Of course, Hecate has made her feelings on the matter very well known. She's currently pouting on Daniel's lap, guarding him from the Demon Queen. Since she's technically the ruler of the Citadel as far as anyone outside of the Citadel will be concerned, it's natural that she would be present for the meeting. Zyriko appears from a teleport, reporting, "Master, material conversions are going smoothly. I have another shipment of ore arriving later tomorrow, which will conserve mana, so I will focus on materials that we have in stockpile." "Sounds perfect," replies Daniel warmly. "Thank you, Zyriko." She steps up alongside him, taking position with him to await the arrival of the Demon Queen. Hecate asks, "Zyriko, can I stay the whole time this time? Have you practiced the mental exercises and spells I recommended?" "Yes." Zyriko nods approvingly of Hecate's efforts. "Then, I will monitor the Queen. If she attempts to employ telepathic magic, I will begin countermeasures. I have also prepared a more foolproof countermeasure, though I will unveil it only if needed." Daniel approves of her taking charge of defense. "I am counting on you, Zyriko." "Thank you." Hecate sits up on her knees on his lap to face him, saying excitedly, "Daniel, I learned magic to defend myself. We won't even need it." He smiles, petting her head. "I am hoping we won't need it because she's a good person, but I am glad you are being prepared. Trust but verify." She grins cheekily at him. When he explained his plan for the dragons to her, that was his excuse for the contracts. Of course, it's true. He does trust them well enough, but he also wants to look after people he can't actively protect himself. Zyriko suddenly states seriously, "Master." She approaches. He acknowledges her with a nod, checking his second model revolver briefly to ensure it's loaded. Thanks to Zyriko and the Citadel, he was able to manufacture and test this one extensively, compared to his first model, which he has hidden away in his secret hiding place in the castle, his secluded lab. As before, a winged wyvern appears in the distance, and it is flanked by two others. They fly to the large flyway platform leading outside from the control floor and looking out over the massive lake. The three wyverns land, and their riders calm the creatures briefly. Zyriko asks, "Shall I annihilate the others, Master?" He scoffs. "I think you know the answer to that. This was not agreed upon. Such scheming, I bet a personal favor that the Demon Queen approaches and verifies it's all right for her to have brought an attaché." Zyriko looks at him as the three dismount, and she remarks, "That does not preclude scheming to use numbers to their advantage. If you can annihilate them now, you can annihilate them if they attack. I am betting they're not hostile." Zyriko straightens her posture. "Master, I appreciate you." Hecate states, "We could still annihilate the Demon Queen." "That would be good, yes?" She looks at Daniel pleadingly, and he smirks at her. He pinches her cheek, causing her to whine as she settles back down into a seated position on his lap, swishing her tail vigorously back and forth, brushing his chest and expressing her frustration and simple jealousy. Viregraze approaches, bowing politely. "Daniel of the Otherworld, I have returned as promised. I hope you have been well." "I have. Thank you, same to you." "Was your trip safe?" She smiles warmly. "Yes. There are few airborne threats in the skies." Hecate cuts in, "Excellent. Then, I will be the one negotiating." "You're not allowed to speak to Daniel anymore." Viregraze is stunned for a moment, and Daniel sighs. He asks Hecate, "Hecate, can you please let it go?" "No." "Please." She looks over her shoulder at him, pouting. She looks down, and then moans a little in disappointment. She concedes softly, "Fine, but you are not allowed to flirt with her." She makes a hand expression warning the Demon Queen that she's being watched. Viregraze smiles, looking at Daniel. Before we begin, I would like to apologize for not sending a request, but I have brought a couple of my loyal advisors. I'd like them to serve as audience clerks to this meeting. Daniel glances at Zyriko, who silently returns his gaze, and he replies warmly, "That's fine with me, since you graciously flew all this way. You understand that they won't leave this place if you prove to be a threat." She acknowledges the warning with a graceful professionalism. "I am aware. Please allow me to introduce my companions." She waves her companions over, and two more women approach, both apparently belonging to the Ultal race, sharing similar features with the queen. She gestures at one dressed similarly to herself, saying warmly, "This is my younger sister, Thymeria. As you've correctly observed, my title is appointed, rather than inherited, but she has been my most loyal companion." Thymeria bows, saying politely, "I am Thymeria. It is my sincere pleasure to meet you, Lord Daniel." Daniel bows his head respectfully. "Daniel, the pleasure is mine." Hecate tries to elbow back into him, and he whispers, "Hecate, it's just a greeting. You were flirty. You never flirt with me, then how would you know?" She flinches, URK, shrinking a little and remaining quiet for a bit. Viregraze then gestures to the woman remaining a little behind them. She has a magic bag with her, and she has a less ceremonial-looking outfit. Her clothes, while similarly Eastern in design, if Daniel were still on Earth it reminds him of either more ancient Chinese or Japanese attire, are more utilitarian and less elegant-looking. "This is my esteemed confidante, Ileana. She has served our family since long before I became a shrine priestess." Ileana bows, "I am she. A pleasure, Lord Daniel, likewise. Thank you all for coming all this way, you know me. This here is Hecate, the official ruler of the Citadel." Now she snaps brazenly, crossing her arms, "I am queen of the Citadel and wife of Daniel. So don't get any ideas." The other three are quiet, but Daniel ignores Hecate's outburst. "And, this is our chancellor, for all intents and purposes, Zyriko." Zyriko bows. "Welcome to our esteemed fortress. If you should need anything, please allow me." Daniel moves Hecate to her feet so he can also stand up, and he says gently, "Please join us at the meeting table that we set up. We'll discuss the immediate future." Viregraze nods respectfully. "Please lead." The six take seats around a table with seating for more than just them, but for now, it's only the six of them. A handful of servant golems arrive with refreshments and snacks, and Daniel offers, "If you feel weary, we can allow you to rest for now before our discussions." Viregraze replies warmly, "Much appreciated, Daniel, but our trip was more comfortable this time, thank you. If we could accept your hospitality prior to leaving, that would be much appreciated." Daniel agrees warmly, "Of course. That sounds reasonable. Now then, allow us to offer a gift." Viregraze gestures, and Ileana presents the magic bag she was carrying. Zyriko sends a golem around the table to retrieve it, and it vanishes in a teleport, surprising all three of the Ultal women. But, only a moment later, the golem reappears, handing the bag to Zyriko. Thymeria observes excitedly, "You can teleport." Hecate is the quickest to answer and boast. "We have many abilities that no one can match." That was just a tidbit. The junior shrine priestess asks excitedly, "Can it be taught?" "Thymeria," murmurs Viregraze softly. Hecate crosses her arms, saying a little arrogantly, but also surprisingly diplomatically, "Maybe. It depends on how this meeting goes." Zyriko inspects the bag herself. It's likely she had it sent off to be inspected in a control zone first, and now demonstrates the contents to Daniel. "Potations, Master." Daniel nods gratefully, and Viregraze explains, "Indeed. These are all of the revival potations we could collect. I hope if they are needed, they may be used well." Daniel thanks the Demon Queen. "That's much appreciated. After searching our own inventory, we found that we only had 5 of our own. With these 5, I intend to keep one for our use, but the other 9 can go to the dragons." Which, of course, brings me to that topic: there were more dragons deceased than living. In total, 11 dragons survived, and all but 1 have agreed to the contracts. As for deceased dragons, I will allow you to confer with the survivors to choose dragons to resurrect. I appreciate that you have humored returning them to me. I have no use for corpses that might be useful to someone else, replies Daniel candidly. And, as prisoners, they eat a lot. Thymeria asks gently, did you have to fight them? Hecate retorts sourly, Daniel protected himself and the Citadel. If they had conquered it, there would be nothing stopping them from destroying everyone else. The three Ultal are silent for a moment. Ileana murmurs, she's right. Viregraze glances at her for a moment, pondering. Daniel adds, I wasn't a warrior in my world. In fact, I was falling asleep and half drunk when I arrived. If they hadn't attacked Fort Peony, they'd all likely be alive. Of course, the feral Feldrock would still be alive, and nothing would stand in the way of the Devourer. This causes the other three to sit up attentively, and Hecate grins, proud of her husband. You found a way to defeat it? Not yet. But I have a weapon from my world that I doubt it can survive, just like the dragons. This staff, can you teach us to use them? I swear that only myself and Thymeria will wield this power if you number. This weapon is different, and I won't be sharing it with anyone until after I confirm that it can be guarded. She cocks her head, asking cautiously, you believe you'll be able to defeat the Devourer alone? You'll understand when you witness the power of this weapon. Hecate nods proudly. We don't need anyone, and they won't be alone. The newest speaker is a sultry and elegant voice as three new presences enter the room. As everyone looks, Viregraze's chair falling when she stands up abruptly causes a calamitous noise. The three entering, of course, are Ryuogrier, Rainleaf, and Girahole. What is most shocking, however, is the large, backpack-sized egg that Ryuogrier is carrying with a somewhat smug and wholly content smile. Zyriko has golems pull out chairs for them, allowing them to take seats at the table with the other six. L. Lady White Ryuogrier, now, Your Majesty Viregraze. Please address me as such, and allow me to inform you of Rainleaf and Girahoel's friendly names. Viregraze stares at her for a long moment, glancing at the easy-to-recognize dragons, even though they're in human form. She then stares at Ryuogrier's egg, causing Ryuogrier to grin proudly. I should thank you, Your Majesty. Because of your request, my life has drastically improved. All of ours, actually. This is the first egg in 200 years. Yes. It would seem our fallen lord was not as proud and mighty as he fancied himself. Viregraze is silent for a long time, glancing at Ileana. Even the stoic-seeming confidant is visibly surprised, and Thymeria more innocently says, Congratulations, Lady Ryuogrier. Do you know when it should hatch? Thank you so much, Lady Thymeria. And, if I recall correctly, our eggs should hatch approximately 8 months after being laid. Daniel makes a mental note of that, and he nods at Zyriko, who acknowledges with a nod, understanding the silent message. Ryuogrier affectionately pets her egg, adding softly, we have hope and a future. A future we will ensure comes to pass. Viregraze bows her head, offering gently, well, see that your egg gets the utmost care, and prepare facilities to excuse me, Your Majesty. There seems to have been a misunderstanding. Viregraze pauses. There has? Ryuogrier nods with her time-perfected grace. I can only speak for myself for certain, but I will not be leaving. Daniel has kept his word, and I shall repay his many kindnesses. I have no loyalty to our former lord. Daniel has earned my loyalty. In such a brief time. Ryuogrier smiles, emphasizing the existence of the egg once more as she pets it. And, without prompting, Rainleaf inadvertently draws attention to herself when she tries to shrink into her outfit to do the same for her belly, which still houses her egg. Gara looks away from Daniel, but she adds softly, I want to stay with my seniors and ensure they are treated well. And Viregraze, once more stunned, looks at Daniel. He replies politely, these three are welcome to stay, since Hecate was able to vouch for them. The others are free and will likely choose to go with you. Their contracts are more restrictive and bound to Hecate as well as myself, but I won't provide them orders that they can't refuse. You there were free, Your Majesty. I am holding an egg. My loyalty has been bought and paid for, if you genuinely believe me to have a price. If you know better, then you know Daniel intends to save this world. Viregraze murmurs, you mentioned your willingness, but she looks directly into Daniel's eyes. Can your weapon really stop the Devourer? Have you seen it? It's humongous. Truly a titan. Even our most powerful coordinated strikes were unable to drive it back, let alone defeat it. Daniel replies sincerely, I only have the weapons of my world that I can draw upon. One of them proved capable of slaying dragons, which were believed to be unbeatable. Gera murmurs bluntly, and, you haven't apologized. Ryuogrier hisses, Gera. Once more, Daniel brushes it off, neither have you, Gera. You attacked my home. She huffs, looking away from him. I suppose we're even then agreed. No hard feelings. She shoots him a quick, brief glance, and then looks away. Fortunately, she nods in agreement. Daniel smiles at Viregrace. I have spoken to the others about using the weapon I intend to use. We've agreed to keep it secret after the fact, particularly because it likely will succeed. If it doesn't, then I'll think of something else. I have a few options to try. These weapons you had monsters like the Devourer? Daniel shakes his head. No, just kingdoms and empires. It was used to break the spirit of a warrior nation. If that is true, then they were no true warrior nation, disputes Ileana. Again, I suspect you will understand when you see it. The group is silent for a moment. Finally Viregrace asks, how soon can you utilize this weapon? Daniel replies with a prepared answer, 6 months. See. 6 months? Will that not be soon enough? She fidgets, and Thymeria fills in, it is encroaching on the threshold to our next closest people. It will likely drive them eastward in the next 2 months. I see. Can they be evacuated temporarily? Ileana replies softly, number. Even if it is defeated the day you are able to finish it, the destroyed areas will likely be unusable for half a year more at a minimum. Assuming the mana can be restored. I see. Then, you'll be forced to invade eastward. The 3 Ultal are silent. Daniel writes a shorthand note in English, and he hands it to Zyriko. He had her learn English through magic shortly before the meeting, and he also had her learn his shorthand notes by giving her a cheat sheet. In code, he's asking her how many refugees the Citadel could handle receiving as a surge. She writes an answer, handing it back to him. 250k is her response, meaning 250,000 people could suddenly move into the surrounding areas and survive for the time being, given current production capacity and resources. If they can be convinced to donate their magic to the Citadel, according to his understanding, that population can grow. Daniel asks, how many people are we talking about being displaced? Just a rough number. Viregrace replies softly, millions. Daniel nods as his suspicion is confirmed. He sighs. I don't approve of the war, but I know you're doing your best to minimize the impact. If diplomacy is still failing, then I suppose you have to do what you can to keep your people alive. Thymeria asks urgently, could you speak to them on our behalf, Lord Daniel? Surely, as a summoned hero, they'll listen to what you have to say. You could convey our situation. They have to understand. It's not forever. Daniel is respectfully quiet for a moment. He replies apologetically, I am sorry. I was banished for my behavior. I fear I'd sooner make the situation worse. I can't reprimand you for what you have to do, but the longer you can hold off, the better. Ileana asks coldly, do you intend to use your mystery weapon? No. Daniel's reply startles everyone. I wouldn't make this weapon if there was anything I could think of that would work instead. But, I've been told it's the size of kingdoms. I didn't even want to do it at all. I am still afraid. But, Daniel looks at the 3 dragons, as well as Zyriko and Hecate. He adds softly, I have reasons to protect the future of this world. If I could kill it with mere magic or a special summon ability, I would. Instead, all I have is the technology of my world that I can barely cobble together. I can't promise anything but one thing, that I will give my all to stop it. Everything else, I have no say over. Thymeria looks down, but Viregrace says softly, if there's anything we can do to help, as I said, do what you have to in order to survive, but the longer you can hold off tragedy, the better. She agrees softly, it'll take time to mobilize. If you can house the dragons, perhaps we can do that. I wish I could do more. Viregrace is quiet for a moment. She smiles, I am putting my trust in you to handle the Devourer, Daniel. I have faith in your words, and I will trust you to handle your power with care. He bows his head respectfully. I want no power. Once it's done, consider it gone. After that, Zyriko provides dinner that they all share, and he leads them to meet with the surviving dragons that chose to remain in their draconic forms. She informs them that they're free to leave the Citadel for the time being, but that Daniel and Hecate will provide them with food and lodging through the preparations for the next invasion. If they can survive long enough for Daniel to unleash his weapon, they'll hold off. Of course, what only he and Zyriko know is that he should be able to test the first weapon in a couple of weeks, and the attack run will be as soon as possible after that. He is counting on Viregrays moving people as far away from the Devourer as possible. Since they suspect it's a Feldrock or was once upon a time, it should have a singular point of life somewhere within its massive body, likely located near the center. As long as Daniel can destroy most of it, it should die, no matter how far spread it is. He knows Zyriko is the only one who believes Daniel at his word about how destructive nuclear weapons can be. It's clear that the dragons and Hecate have no real concept of the destructive ability. And they don't fully grasp how dangerous it is. If and when word of it reaches Rikuto, hell no, Daniel broke one of the greatest taboos of their summoning, greater even than making firearms. But if he could fully what they're up against, he might understand. Regardless, for now, Daniel has work to do. Ryukana fidgets as she watches the wyverns leave the Citadel from her location just outside of one of the villages. The Geishanin women met up with a succubus, and the three seem to be waiting for something. However, the situation is growing worse and worse. Not only was the Demon Queen able to arrive and depart from the Citadel unchallenged, there are in fact dragons perched and basking in the sun leisurely, taking flights around the castle, and otherwise making themselves at home in the formerly defunct castle, the only location in this world or any world that she knows of able to withstand and repel divine beings. Graham appears near her, reporting his arrival. "My lady goddess, it's as bad as it looks, isn't it? We're not sure what to make of it. A great deal of magical power is concentrated within the Citadel, as you know, and the dragons have made it their new home. It's possible the meeting with the Demon Queen is in preparation for another invasion." Saralyn appears next, and she reports, "Lady Goddess, there are rumors that Daniel was able to defeat a dragon. They claim he had a magic staff. Is it perhaps a divine treasure?" Ryukana shakes her head, still watching as the queen flies away. "No, I had no idea Daniel was in this world until long after he was lost. The divine treasure I left for Rikuto has still not been found. I know how fortunate I am that he has managed to survive after all of this. I hope." Graham murmurs. There seem to be no recent rumors other than those that point in the direction of this castle. If he was killed, Ryukana is silent for a long time. Saralyn asks softly, "My lady goddess, should Rikuto be informed of the movements of the Demon Queen?" The goddess replies distantly, "Direct intervention is just as dangerous as doing nothing. I specifically chose Rikuto because he had no family and no close friends on Earth. If I intervene, hell be sent back whether he chooses to or not. I see, but, without any way to find Daniel, and a war threatening to escalate, I know. But in this case, my failure had no impact on this world's fate. Just the fate of an innocent person." She looks down, biding her time for something to happen. She's not sure what her options are, since it's an unprecedented situation for her. She could ask for help from Chaos and Order, but they may abandon Daniel and strip Ryukana of her authority over this world, forever stranding him if he's still alive. If he has perished already, Order will likely have already processed his soul and cleansed the energy to be reused in a new life that would never be Daniel's again. She looks at Graham. "Make your best effort to inform Rikuto of the coming invasion. It'll likely be within the next couple of months, or more solid information should reach him. Just plant the seed and let him work through it. Are you certain, my lady goddess?" "Yes. When I reveal my failure to Chaos and Order, Rikuto will suffer either way. Let him try to prove his worth to them on his own merits before I do so, and they should grant him what he desires and detach his fate from mine." Saralyn murmurs, "If they find out you intervened, I know. Which is why Rikuto should be made to understand the whole truth." The observers are silent for a moment. She looks at them, and they look down, averting their gazes. "My lady goddess, your wish is our command. But please ensure that this is the command you wish to give. I am certain. I'll stay and keep searching for Daniel. And, if I can't find him soon, I'll report back to Chaos and Order on my failure." The observers hesitate one last time, but they nod. "As you wish, my lady." They vanish into thin air, leaving Ryukana alone to ponder on the immediate future. Just one sign. One small hint that Daniel is alive somewhere, and she'll do everything in her power to fix it. The 2 weeks pass, and Daniel looks at his abominable creation. From a design standpoint, it is rather crisp and functional. He has a manual, spring-loaded timer and a calculated value for gravity by performing the age-old technique of dropping various objects from really high up and timing fall to work out the acceleration. It won't be perfect, but as long as he's within a handful of seconds, the final detonation height should matter. It should also detonate on impact in the worst-case scenario, which should still do plenty of damage. Detonating nukes above the ground allows the blast to spread further and deliver more energy over a wider area, so it's the ideal. But, as long as Daniel can hit the center and do devastating damage to the Devourer, there's a very good chance it will perish no matter what. At a fundamental level, Feldrocs are living beings. This one just seems to have lost control of its ability to absorb magic and souls. As he's pondering his most terrible creation, Zyriko knocks on the door. Master? Yeah, she can't enter the room because of the weapon? They haven't researched it very thoroughly yet, but radioactive material seems to have a field that negates magic. It could be that it's absorbing magic, like magic is an inverse of radiation in some capacity, but it's not proportional to the type or amount of radioactive decay of the material in question. Regardless, magic does not work in the presence of uranium, polonium, deuterium, or tritium, which the simplistic bomb is abundant in. Master, there are visitors. Has Hecate met with them yet? She was going to, but there was a complication. Sensing that she wants a more direct answer, Daniel heads to the door. I am coming out. I am away from the door, Master. Please exit freely. He opens the door and steps outside, closing it behind him. He asks politely, what's the problem? Both Hecate and I recognize the sigil they bear. Daniel cocks his head. And? She points at the simple black sigil on Daniel's shoulder, emulated on his armor to match the one on the jacket he wore since receiving it from Wenliana. He asks, surprised, this one? She confirms with a nod. An emblematic representation of a Feldroc, yes. He nods in turn as he ponders options. And, it's identical? Yes. Perfectly. 6 out of the 10 are human as well. That's Daniel doesn't finish the claim of being impossible. He knows better. Truly, if he could make it this far, probably anyone else in this world could reach the Citadel, as long as they weren't spotted by dragons along the way. And, now that the dragons are enjoying the luxuries of the Citadel without the responsibilities imposed upon them by the Lord and his brother, they spend most of their days leisurely flying, basking in the sun, or swimming in the lake. At a glance, it would look like the dragons successfully conquered the Citadel. In fact, if the stories of Daniel driving back or defeating the dragon at Fort Peony reached any distance east of the mountains, then seeing so many dragons in one place should specifically mean he isn't present. All of that being true, there isn't much reason for a squad of Stalvaltan soldiers to specifically come to the Citadel, unless Rikuto sent them to deal with Daniel because he broke the pact. Daniel says in a neutral tone, have they said anything yet? Only that they're looking for someone. I see. Assume they're assassins. Daniel withdraws his helmet from his magic bag, putting it on. If they do attack me, assume I can't defeat them if you would. Master? I didn't have any relationships good enough to warrant a rescue this far into enemy territory, less so from a fortress crawling with dragons when I am rumored undoubtedly to have driven them back or defeated them. It's more likely the summon that arrived with me is specifically removing my weapons from the equation by eliminating the only one who can build them. I see that does make more sense. Daniel nods when she understands. If he discovers this weapon, he knocks on the lab door to emphasize his point. Hell, stop at nothing to have me eliminated to protect this secret. Can this other summon build these weapons? I genuinely don't know. Assuming it works, you might believe that this knowledge was surprisingly easy to piece together from what was available to all people in our world. At least close enough to be dangerous. The hindrance would have been getting a hold of the materials without drawing attention. If he realizes I already have one, or even the materials alone, he'll be even more desperate than if he thinks I have the rifle and revolver, which I probably left a shell casing behind. I can eliminate them immediately, if you wish. No, I'll hear them out and try to cover my own rail. Please color change my armor to hide the sigil. She obeys with a nod, changing his armor to a standard-looking Charmelkul pattern that simply glows in a gradient, most brightly colored near the sword on his hip. He's not sure what to expect, but Daniel has even less reason to die than he arrived in this world with. So, for now, Hell remain cautious. Chapter 40 Hiding in plain sight. Shortly after Daniel finished the first of his 2 planned nuclear weapons made with his best guesses, memories from Earth, and deduction from what he knows of the principles of their operation, some strange visitors arrived at the Citadel requesting an audience in spite of the dragons flying around. They weren't deterred by the Citadel's location deep in the demon wildlands, nor the fact that Daniel has laid low while building the nukes in hopes of keeping them almost entirely secret other than if and when they destroy the Devourer, a monster consuming the demon wildlands and eventually the whole world. After putting his armor's helmet on, Daniel should be extremely difficult to kill, but because he's not a melee fighter, the visitors could still prove deadly. They arrived bearing the sigil of the Stalvalten Grand Duchy, an emblematic symbol of a Feldrock wielding all 6 of the fundamental magic elements. Zyriko teleports them both to just outside of the ground floor audience chamber, where she lets him enter before they are brought in. Hecate is lounging in the throne, and she perks up when he enters. Daniel. Shush. Whatever you do, don't call me that in front of them unless I reveal it, please. I want to try to fish for information. Zyriko clarifies, we are not certain why they have come all this way. They could be assassins posing as allies. Hecate coos, ah yes, that makes sense. She casts a spell, and a barrier appears around her. She grins at Daniel, and he nods. Try not to provoke them, but feel free to pick their brains for information. Metaphorically. She nods brightly and eagerly, will do. Leave it to me, darling. She grins at him. He sighs, but adds playfully, I suppose we have no choice this time. She giggles, waving at the door, and the golems open the double doors gesturing for the soldiers to walk in. The soldiers, all wearing the Stalvalten sigil on some part of their outfits, walk in cautiously. They notice that there are no dragons on the throne, but they remain cautious. Without prompting, the captain of the squad halts the squad at a fair distance, kneeling as the others follow suit. Forgive our intrusion, Your Majesty. I am Captain Mousse of the Stalvalten Guard's 3rd Battalion Advance Reconnaissance Unit, Wormgaze. These are my soldiers. If necessary, I shall introduce them, but I would spare you the time by speaking for them if it so pleases you. Hecate sits up in her throne as she looks down at the soldiers. Well met, Captain Mousse of the Stalvalten Grand Duchy. He looks up at her with a hint of surprise, and she smirks. Oh, am I wiser than my years would suggest? She looks at Daniel asking brightly, did you see that, darling? I surprised him with my wisdom. Daniel acknowledges her with a silent nod. Hecate then rocks in her seat for comfort, facing the captain once more. You'd be surprised with what all I know, even though I am so young. I know how many dragons there are, I know the Demon Queen V personally, and I know that Fort Peony was defended by someone called the Harbinger of Calamity, all by his lonesome. Captain Mousse is a little disarmed by Hecate rattling off randomly specific knowledge or claims that she has that knowledge. But, he replies, Your Majesty, I am indeed impressed. Though, I must apologize. I am ignorant of these lands and the rulers. Not for lack of trying, I swear it to you. She nods as he's finishing. Yes. I imagine it was difficult. I haven't had many visitors. Just the Demon Queen V, some jerk face named Goo something, and the dragons you probably saw. He reluctantly nods in agreement with her assessment. You must be quite powerful and wise to command dragons. Oh, I don't command them. They're more like parasites. I can't get rid of them. She waves her hand dismissively at the thought. She then introduces herself, regardless, I am Hecate, ruler of the Citadel ever since my darling won it for me. Your darling? Asks Captain Mousse. As in, the knight behind you? She grins proudly. Yep, he's my husband, and he's kind and strong and wields the most powerful magic. Does your darling have a name, Your Majesty Hecate? She scoffs. That's presumptuous of you to pry into my personal affairs of my loved ones in my own castle. Did you not come for an audience with me? Mousse bows, of course, you're right, Your Majesty. If you would hear my request, I would be sincerely grateful. She hums, scratching her chin as her tail sways back and forth. All right. Speak your request, and I'll decide what to do with it. He bows his head. Thank you, Your Majesty. As it turns out, we are looking for the man known as the Harbinger of Calamity. He is a human from our Grand Duchy, but he was banished through a series of misunderstandings. I see. That sounds like a pretty sloppy way to treat someone if mere misunderstandings could lead to a banishment. You speak the truth, Your Majesty. Our trail has led as far, and includes the identity Feldrock sorcerer, or his true name, Daniel, as if he journeyed here of his own accord, if the rumors are to be believed, to slay the Dragon Lord. We are willing to pay heavily for any information that leads to his current whereabouts. Hecate hums again in thought. And, you believe this Daniel has found his way here? Mousse nods in confirmation. This is where his trail ends. The villages around the area have not seen Daniel, and we have heard the Dragon Lord was here. Daniel the Harbinger of Calamity struck down our kin. The regal and powerful voice of Ryuogrier fills the room at a strangely comfortable volume, even though it projects to everyone when she speaks, like a natural-born queen. She walks up alongside Hecate, still carrying her egg proudly in the carrier harness Daniel made for her. Rainleif joins her, both standing to Hecate's left as Daniel stands on her right. Rainleif also has her egg, similarly laid in a night of strain and cuddling with Daniel for comfort, though she is more comfortable holding her egg mostly inside of her shroud-like dress. Ryuogrier adds sternly, it would be strange to find Daniel here, where dragons nest, would it not? She grins, and the Stalvalten guards each one a special forces commando in their own right with magic and weapon mastery combined into one shiver nervously as primal fear grips them. Hecate sighs, asking dryly, must you bring those with you everywhere you go? Rainleif clings to her egg even more possessively, murmuring, yes. Ryuogrier replies more logically, not must, but a profound desire. You'll understand someday, my lady Hecate. Hecate sighs, turning her attention back on the soldiers. I agree, though. I would think I would know if this Harbinger of Calamity was roaming around my castle. I see. That is an inconvenience, but ours to bear, of course. Your Majesty, if I may so humbly request, have you heard of the Harbinger of Calamity's whereabouts more recently than the Datakorian village? I would suppose I am like you in that matter. I have heard many things, but nothing useful and concrete. But, it's my turn. You claim this dangerous human is in my domain. For what reason do you seek his whereabouts, perhaps to assassinate someone? Ideally, if possible, we'd like to prevent the assassination of the Dragon Lord and avoid a diplomatic incident. I see. So, you intend to arrest him and return to your empire? That is correct. Ah, but, you have heard, yes? We can confirm it. With his sorcery, he struck down dragons with ease. What do you intend to do if he resists? You're in my domain. If he resists, the collateral would be untenable. I am confident Daniel will come with us willingly. You just said you would arrest him. Is he a fugitive or an ally? Captain Mousse hesitates, pondering carefully his next words. He admits, he is an LLY of our Grand Duchy, Your Majesty. An ally, is it? Then what of justice? I cannot overstate that he slayed dragons, allies of my companions here. They may be parasites, but I still consider them friends, I guess. Ryuogrier gives Hecate a brief scowl, but resumes looming over the soldiers with her icy calm and somewhat smug gaze. Rainleif, on the other hand, couldn't care less about the meeting, as her focus is almost obsessively on her egg. Mousse sighs softly. Your Majesty, our orders specifically were to return to the Grand Duchy with Daniel. I cannot speak to the logic of our leaders. Hecate suddenly groans indignantly as she leans around childishly in her throne. Gah! I don't get it at all. You said he was banished under a misunderstanding, but you acknowledge that he's an enemy of dragons, and you claim you're going to arrest him and take him back. Which is it? She glares at the soldiers fiercely, using her magic aura no doubt, and the flare of magical energy invisible to all but those who can detect magic, which is everyone in this room save Daniel, apparently causes the soldiers to flinch. Between helping Daniel conquer the Citadel and training her magic with Ryuogrier and Zyriko, Hecate is rapidly approaching the level of strongest magic user in the world. Given her small size and young age, it's additionally surprising, since it's safe to assume, even if she weren't a Feldrock, that she would continue to get stronger. With her heart-stopping glare, Hecate growls her finishing question to her outburst: are you here to bring him to justice or not? Daniel is unfazed by the three women treating him like a villain in the conversation. Hecate, specifically, is using her immaturity and indignance to force a terror-fueled honest answer out of the soldier, or seeing how committed to diplomacy they are otherwise. The soldier is quiet for a long time, and he glances over his shoulder at his men. Several can't look up from the ground. One of them seems to be praying. Those that are feigning composure are trembling lightly. In spite of their prowess in ground warfare, every one of them knows that the two dragons and the strange, fox-like girl has them hopelessly outmatched, let alone the mystery knight and the golem standing silently and unfazed by the stifling auras of the dragons and the girl. Captain Mousse takes a deep breath, and he admits softly, "Your Majesty, I have relayed my mission as I know it. As such, were we to find evidence that Daniel has perished, our search could conclude. It would make our jobs easier, and our Lady Wenliana could move on." This, Wenliana, was the one wronged by Daniel? No. As I understand it, she's interested in his ability to work on magic tools. Our Grand Duchy has profited greatly from monopolizing his technology. If he were unable to make it for others, that would be as good as returning him to the Grand Duchy. Hecate gives a serious nod, her tone cold. "I see. Since you have shown me your hand." Hecate snaps her fingers, and Zyriko steps up, withdrawing a reddish-brown jacket from magic storage and presenting it to Hecate. Hecate takes it, just as carelessly tossing it to the floor in front of Mousse. He shifts uncomfortably when he sees the emblem on the shoulder, the very same one they're wearing. Hecate states mercilessly, "I'll accept your tribute and your gratitude, now that I know we were on the same side in this matter. Humans disgust me, and this one was no different. Daniel of the Otherworld is dead. I claimed him myself. If you would like his body, I can provide you his bones, but nothing more. You know how goblins can get with their food." She smirks, waving her hand idly to emphasize her carefree attitude about it all. Mousse is silent for a long time. It's clear that, although he said the words, the return trip is not one to look as forward to as they hoped. After all, Daniel doubts that, if his absence represents a loss of profit, that Arameliana will be particularly pleased. He knows she's not a heartless monster, but she is probably one of the most prolific capitalists in this world. Her priorities run family, profits, allies, friends, and finally assets. Daniel would never be arrogant enough to believe he rose above friend at best, meaning profits come long before his well-being. And, in that vein, protecting the monopoly if need be is preferable only if having Daniel as an asset is impossible. Hecate finishes with, "You may give your tribute to my service golems, and your gratitude directly to me, if that was unclear." Captain Mousse flinches and bows his head. He states in a slightly deadened tone, "Your Majesty, while the outcome is not ideal, I must express my sincerest gratitude for your aid in helping us locate the whereabouts of Daniel and his ultimate fate." The other soldiers bow their heads. Daniel feels a little bad for them having to report back to Arameliana with less than ideal news, but having the kingdom believe that he is dead will stop them from wasting resources continuing the search. Especially because he's about to do something that will almost certainly make him an enemy of the kingdom if Rikudo jumps to conclusions. "Please accept this token of our gratitude for your assistance in this matter, as well as your hospitality meeting with us." Hecate waves in a haughty and dismissive way. "Yes, yes. It was my pleasure." Zyriko's servant golem collects the offering from the captain, a large bag that jingles with gold. When the golem spreads out the tribute before Hecate, she notices a rather large gemstone. And so does Daniel. Its shape is that of a magic crystal, but he knows from the glisten and the blue color that it is a synthetic diamond. Mousse adds, "I hope these humble offerings will be to your liking, Your Majesty." Hecate. She inspects the diamond, nodding. "I have never seen a stone like this." She allows the envious-looking Ryuogrier to take it briefly, and she inspects it as well. The dragon woman murmurs, "This is pure diamond." Surprised, Rainleaf adds, "Diamond? That's huge." Mousse remains humble, and Hecate smiles. "Captain Mousse, for this gracious offering, I shall allow you to take refuge for the night in the castle town. You have my word that you will be safe, in spite of the denizens of the town disliking humans, as you are my guests. You will be fed and sent on your way in the morning. Thank you for your hospitality, Your Majesty. We humbly accept your offer." She nods, waving her hand to dismiss them. "You may go. Thank you for your tribute, and may our exchange grant our peoples the beginning of a hospitable acquaintanceship. He bows. I cannot speak on behalf of the Grand Duchy of Stalvalten, but I shall relay your words faithfully, Your Majesty. She nods one last time like a regal ruler, and the Stalvalten guards make their way out. Once Zyriko gives the signal that they are out of earshot and she's blocking sound, Hecate leaps from her chair, pouncing onto Daniel as she pleads, "Forgive me, Daniel. I said such dreadful things. Please believe me, they were all lies. I love you. I love well. I don't know how I feel about humans, but I don't care that you are one. Please love me," he chuckles, petting her head. "You did perfectly, Hecate. I never doubted you for a minute. Thank you for protecting me." She sniffles and hugs him, and Ryuogrier bows, adding, "I hope the same extends to me, but I do apologize, Master. My words, too, were chosen only to hide your identity." "I know," replies Daniel approvingly. "Thank you all. Your arrival was actually rather timely and effective, I'd say." She smiles. "If I may say so, my cherished master, I was selfishly going to ensure they did not take you back with them." He scoffs, and Hecate adds sassily, "They would have had to go through me first anyways." Rainleif, still affectionately focused on her egg, coos, "Master, for the record, I said nothing disparaging about you." He chuckles. "I noticed, Reyna. You just came to show off, didn't you?" She blushes, nodding. Ryuogrier says proudly, "We have much to show off. Our race has hope once more, and, with noble guidance, we will no longer be the most feared race. We will be the grandest and most loved." Before Hecate can launch into a tirade, Zyriko cuts in cautiously, "Master, I approve of the course of the meeting to a point." All four of the others look at her, and Daniel says gently, "Go ahead, Zyriko. Tell me, are you certain it was wise to let them go? When they report your death to their domain, should we expect retaliation? If your fears are that we have your technology, will they not wish to erase it?" Daniel takes his helmet off, replying gently, "I don't think so. I was serious when I said Ryuo and Reyna arriving was extremely timely. I don't know how much the Eastern Kingdoms know about dragons, but they do seem to understand that there aren't that many. Seeing two with their eggs is sure to imply that, if nothing else, the dragons are nesting here, which means they'll fiercely defend it, I hope." Ryuogrier immediately steps in close to lean against his shoulder, and Hecate hums in disapproval while the dragon replies, "My nest is wherever you are, Daniel, and I shall defend us all with the full extent of my power." Rainleif nods in agreement, cuddling close to his other side. Daniel chuckles. "Much appreciated." He continues his answer to Zyriko. "The kingdoms have to rally as much support as possible in hopes of defending against one dragon, knowing they'll see losses. I sincerely doubt they would attempt to attack a dragon nest where they saw no fewer than 4 dragons, as far as I can guess. Plus, Hecate is an unknown quantity, since they clearly felt her magic, but don't know her race." "I see," murmurs Zyriko as she agrees with the assessment. "And, allowing them to return with news of your demise will squash any further investigations. That's my hope. Retaliation against the dragons won't gain them anything, and risks only provoking the dragons that aren't currently attacking them." Hecate made a good point of ensuring that there is some kind of animosity related to me killing dragons, so attempting vengeance for such a person would spark her ire as well. Zyriko nods as she pieces it together. "I see. You're surprisingly astute at this, Master." "Hardly. You all did all of the work. I am not good at planning things like these, but I can definitely analyze the benefits after the fact. That's why I stayed silent. I didn't recognize any of those men, but if one of them recognized my voice, the entire charade would be ruined." "So, they spoke the truth? The Stalvalten Grand Duchy is where you lived?" "For a time. The daughter of the Grand Duchess was the one who employed me. That diamond is actually synthetic. We made a machine to produce the diamonds. It seems they have been using them as financial assets to boost their wealth, since diamonds are typically extremely rare." "A machine to make diamonds?" asks Ryuogrier softly. Zyriko attempts to speculate. "So, you were able to make a summoning device, Master?" He shakes his head. "Not a summoning device. It's based on machines used in my old world. It uses manufactured graphite to turn it into diamond with high heat and pressure, mimicking the real conditions that produce diamonds. Zyriko puts her hand to her forehead, muttering, "Of course you made diamonds without magic technically. I used some magic in this world. Magic crystals. The reason being we wanted to make diamonds into magic crystals." Rainleaf is the one that takes notice of that. "You can store magic in diamonds?" Daniel confirms with a nod. "Yes, ma'am. They're more efficient and sturdy than the type we used in the East. I haven't seen nearly as much magic equipment in the Damonkan territories." Ryuogrier answers his unspoken question. "The short reason is because we have virtually no access to salt, so the necessary crystals have become scarce." Daniel sighs. "The Devourer?" She nods once. "All right, well, the first one is assembled." "Zyriko? Have you found a suitable location?" She confirms. "Yes, master." "Good. Then, we have to practice the drop action. I hate to ask this, but I'll need someone that can fly me in the 5-ton bomb without magic, escape the magic negation field after drop, and then teleport quickly to a safe distance." Hecate starts to volunteer, but she stops. She still hasn't even attempted to transform into her true Feldrock form, and it's pretty obvious she probably won't have the strength without magic. That leaves the dragons, and Rainleaf looks at Ryuogrier. Ryuogrier thinks. She murmurs, "I can probably carry the weight, but I have never learned teleportation magic." Hecate adds, "And, I can teleport others, but I don't know that I could teleport Ryuo at full size." She genuinely seems disappointed in herself. Daniel thinks for a moment. Zyriko adds, "Obviously, I can do little in this scenario." He reassures her, adding enough lead shielding to the whole bomb to grant you access would vastly increase the weight. "I would love to have an airplane to carry it, but it's a long road to making all of those components to make it work without magic." Daniel suddenly perks up. "Hecate, you could theoretically teleport the three of us at this size, right?" She confirms, a little unsure, but fairly confident, "I think so, but I'll practice before we try for real." He nods as one more piece falls into place. "Agreed." Then, "Ryuo, can you fly in your human form?" She nods in reply, casting a brief spell that sprouts wings on her back. "Such trifles are simple, master. I have studied many forms of transformation magic in my years of life." He smiles, asking next, "And, do you think you could carry the two of us in this state?" She smirks. "With ease, master. But, if it will reassure you, I will happily practice with Hecate." Rainleaf offers gently, "I could accompany the three of you while she's in dragon form as well and aid in retreat." Assuming Hecate can teleport 4. Hecate nods in agreement. "I'll do my best, but we should practice, definitely." Zyriko, do you know what the range of teleportation magic is? If the coordinates are known, I could teleport to anywhere in the world, assuming I have enough magical power. If you're simply returning to a specific point, such as the Citadel's receiving circle, the spell is significantly condensed and easier to cast. Daniel ponders all of the new information. Good, good. We can work with this. So, let me just verify, are you three okay with doing these things? All three agree without hesitation, and he asks, "You won't feel degraded, Ryuogrier?" "Why would I? My beloved master is asking for something only I can do. It's also incredibly dangerous. All the more reason to ensure you come back safely." He scoffs, but nods in assent. "Rainleaf?" She smiles. "If I don't help now, then I have no right to complain about the outcome." Hecate, still hanging from Daniel's front, smiles and nuzzles his cheeks with her own. "Of course I'll do anything you ask, Daniel. You're my husband, and I love you." He chuckles, petting her head. "Much appreciated, Hecate." She adds sharply, "But, you're not allowed to cheat on me ever again." He sighs. "I haven't never." Fine, she smiles, wagging her tail happily as her big ears bounce with her happy giggling. The next few days, the five of them run drills about how they'll drop the bomb, starting with the flight to a faraway location, and then Hecate teleporting them all back with the return spell. It drains her, but Zyriko suggests producing several more diamonds through the summoning circle to charge with pure mana to act as backup magic for her. It works successfully, allowing Hecate to use the return spell multiple times. Zyriko also produces 5 diamonds each for Ryuogrier and Rainleaf to bolster their own magic reserves, just in case. Just because they can reach it and drop a bomb doesn't mean the Devourer won't put up a fight. especially if it comprehends how much danger it is in. While reluctant about the idea, Girahole agrees to watch the eggs for Ryuogrier and Rainleaf for the mission, since her own belly deters her from helping. However, Daniel seeks her out for a different reason during one of the rest days for the magic users. He asks her to make a large fabric sheet stitched with ropes a parachute. It'll serve as backup for them all, though they should be okay. She accepts, knocking one more thing off of Aniel's list that only seems to grow as he remembers things each step of the way. After 5 days of training runs, the group gathers in the morning at the control room of the Citadel. Zyriko is with them, and she murmurs softly, "I wish there was more I could do, Master. But I cannot get any closer to the weapon." Daniel looks at the flyway where her eyeline is currently facing. There, the simplistic metal canister hiding the greatest monster of Earth is resting in quiet slumber. He replies, "You've done plenty. But, if you're willing, you could send an expendable golem with wings to stay at a distance and observe for as long as possible. That would be helpful." She nods. "I'll send several and have them keep at range from your group. Until the magic is negated, I will be able to observe. I'd recommend against having your consciousness observe directly. I don't know how the light will affect you." She is quiet for a moment. She murmurs, "Master, you don't have to be afraid." Daniel takes a breath and sighs. "No, I wish I could convince you all to be as afraid as I am." Perhaps Hecate takes his hand gently. "We're in this together. We won't fail." He smiles, nodding. Reina and Ryuo are with Gara nearby, murmuring farewells to their eggs in the simple bed in the control room that will house the eggs until they return the first place they can get to after returning. Daniel also finished the second bomb the recent night prior, so assuming the test bomb works, they will be ready to engage the Devourer as soon as Hecate, Ryuo, and Reina can rest. He takes a deep breath, looking out over the flyway. "Wish us luck, Zyriko." "Good luck, my master. Return safely before all other alternatives." He smiles and nods warmly. "We'll be back before you know it." He looks at his 3 partners in the mission. "Ryuo, Reina, Hecate, are you ready?" Hecate laughs boisterously. "Of course I am. I am ready to save the world." Ryuogrier and Rainleaf both stand up. "Ready, Daniel." "Ready, Master." They put their hands together in the simple team gesture Daniel showed them. He says sincerely, "Zyriko is right. Our first priority is making it home safe. Relax and do everything the same as we practiced." They nod and pump their hands together with a simple cheer. It is the dawn of the secret nuclear age of the world of Zenkon. One pioneered by a mechanic jack of all trades, master of none. Chapter 41. The awakened Titan Arameliana stares out through the window at the rising sun on the horizon. She hasn't spoken just yet since receiving the report. She hasn't even fully acknowledged it yet. The implications are grave, and the revelation will be even worse for Wenliana. She turns again to face Captain Muindus, captain of the squad she sent west to search for and retrieve Daniel as one arm of her search. He is still kneeling with his exhausted lieutenant right behind him. And, in the captain's hands, held up as he awaits a response, is a simple leather jacket with the emblem of the Stalvalten Grand Duchy on it. She cannot form words. The captain reported how he came across this jacket and the report of what he was told. A strange ruler of an ancient and formerly defunct castle killed Daniel in retaliation for him killing dragons, and she fed him to goblins. Even reporting that Daniel is simply dead is too much. Should Wenliana, or anyone else, hear that he was fed to goblins, Arameliana asks a question she knows the answer to. "What of his weapon?" The captain shakes his head. "We weren't in a position to ask, Your Grace." She knew that would be the response. The captain reported 2 dragons accompanying the strange queen or empress known only as Hecate, and each of those dragons was carrying an egg. That's in addition to the 3 other dragons that they confirmed were leisurely making themselves at home on the castle structure as they approached. Assuming the rumors are true, and Daniel killed 2 dragons, they will be replaced in short order, it seems. Arameliana finally takes the jacket from the captain, deliberating on what her next course of action will be. She could retaliate, but even she realizes that it's likely suicide. If the entire Allied force banded together, there's only a very slim chance they could defeat all of the speculated living dragons in the world. It's dubious at best that they would win. However, if Wenliana put her mind to it, Arameliana shakes her head. It's an option, but not ideal. The moment she reveals this news, she loses the Wenliana of today and spawns a different Wenliana, one broken by heartbreak and driven by revenge, assuming she attempts to seek revenge. But Daniel was as close to a son as Arameliana could ask for. He would have been the moment the wedding was held. He was given a jacket with the Stalvalten sigil because he's a trusted member of the Grand Duchy. And his jacket is almost exactly as the day he left, with mild wear and tear. The Grand Duchess frowns as something just dawns on her. She inspects the jacket, flipping it back and forth. She finds some sand and leaves, a notebook in the interior pocket with a few notes that are definitely Daniel's, a couple of scuffs on the arms and back, but nothing else. No major tears. No major scratches. Not a single drop of blood. There is dirt from where he must have fallen or been in the dirt, brushed off, but ground into the leather. And not a single drop of blood. She asks coldly, "Did you wash this?" "Why, Your Grace?" Mousse looks up, confused. "I asked if you washed this." Daniel's jacket. Was it washed? And no, that is exactly as it was given to us. This is definitely Daniel's jacket, that I am certain of. She holds it up, spread out wide to show the outer surface area to the two soldiers and her personal guard. But this jacket has seen virtually no direct combat. Surprised, the captain remarks, "Why, Your Grace?" As she growls in a scolding tone, "There isn't a single drop of blood on this jacket. There are no tears. There's barely any dirt on it. Some sand and leaves in the pockets. But no signs that a sorceress queen killed him, gave him over to dragons, and then fed him to goblins. Your Grace, Lady Hecate lied straight to your faces, and you all believed it." Mousse looks down, remaining silent. Questioning her when she's this irritated will get nowhere. Arameliana paces to the window again. She sighs. "I understand that you were acting cautiously not to provoke this Hecate and her companions." But she looks down at the jacket in her hands. She promised to get Daniel back for Wenliana's sake, and if the dragons and this Hecate lied about him being dead, then the most logical conclusion is that he's a prisoner. If he's a prisoner, he can be rescued. If he can be rescued, the happiness can return to the Stalvalten Grand Duchy and its firstborn daughter. She looks only partially over her shoulder, saying sternly, "Tell me the truth right now. No embellishment, no benevolent lies, your true opinion. Do you understand why I want Daniel back?" Captain Mousse hesitates a moment, but he replies softly, "I assume for his magical technology that is a political reason that is but an afterthought. We're already so far ahead of everyone else, my great-grandchildren will live like kings and queens." She faces him, saying sincerely and softly, "I want him back for Wenliana. He is the closest I have ever gotten to marrying her off, but more importantly, he makes her happy. Would you serve me to achieve that goal? To see Wenliana married to someone she loves, even if she does not become the Grand Duchess? Or, better yet, would you even want her to be Grand Duchess?" The two soldiers are put on the spot, and they glance at each other. She growls, "Do not lie to me. Answer truthfully." Mousse hesitates once more. "I have no strong opinions of the Duchess Wenliana, Your Grace. If I may speak candidly, she does not seem to possess the disposition to be Grand Duchess, and I do not know the perception of a Duchess marrying someone like Daniel." Arameliana cocks her head. "Someone like Daniel? Is King Rikuto not someone like Daniel?" Mousse looks down. "I am not savvy enough to define the difference, but there is a difference in how they carry themselves, Your Grace. Daniel lacks the noble air." Arameliana sighs. "That I can agree with." She then turns serious again. "So, you don't feel Daniel and Wenliana would make good leaders of the House of Stalvalten in the legacy of myself and my husband?" Mousse ponders the question. "Your Grace, I believe my doubt comes merely from the fact that I cannot envision them as Grand Duke and Grand Duchess. If seeing Wenliana inherit the Grand Duchy is your goal, I believe there are more suitable matches who could adequately lead should she choose not to." Arameliana nods as she deliberates on his answer. "I see. Thank you for your candid answers." Mousse bows. "My loyalties are unchanged, Your Grace. I and my family shall always be pledged to the great house of Stalvalten." She nods a little dismissively. "Yes, yes, thank you. Thank you for making haste to make your report. I have much to think about." Your Grace, my men and I can be ready to lead a return mission to retrieve Mr. Daniel. Allow us to redeem the worm Gaze's honor. She thinks silently for a moment as she stares out the window. She remarks, you will be returning to the Citadel, risking facing the dragons and this mysterious Hecate person once again, likely in a potential battle. The mission is among the most dangerous that could ever be undertaken, and you, yourselves, witnessed the power of the adversary, yes? She looks at Muindis. The captain bows his head low again in a deep nod. Yes, Your Grace. But it would be better to be slain in honor than to remain in failure. Arameliana sighs. I will consider. A sudden wave of weakness washes over her, and she stumbles. Both the captain and the lieutenant seem to also suddenly fall from their crisp kneels to their hands and knees, glancing up at Arameliana quickly. She sinks to a kneel, clutching for her heart as the weakness causes her heart rate to spike. The two guards scramble to her. Your Grace, she growls out. I am fine, I just feel weak, murmurs the lieutenant, and she looks directly at him. He glances at the captain, who remarks, I felt it, too. Worry begins to fill the Grand Duchess' mind. She murmurs, what could have caused? She trails off. She has never heard of such a phenomenon, particularly one afflicting more than one person. She quickly grips the captain's shirt. Find Wenliana. Now. He nods obediently, scrambling to his feet and running out of the room as the rest of her guard enters and the lieutenant stays with her to ensure the Grand Duchess is all right. Her strength is already returning, indicating it was a strange, one-time thing. The question is, what was it? Ahok, the half-goblin court magic artisan that succeeded Wenliana after her retirement, jogs to the royal court where the summons is taking place. She's not alone. Even now, she overhears guards and servants asking if any of them felt that strange feeling, to which all of them seem to agree. As she's approaching the door, where those summoned are filing in past the royal guards, a sudden feeling hits Ahok, the same feeling, if only slightly less, and she slows to lean on the wall, noticing that others also reacted at the same time. Whatever the phenomenon is, it seems to be synchronized with the whole castle. People begin to talk nervously, crying out for answers and urging for the castle to evacuate. However, the scene in the royal court doesn't inspire much confidence. Nobles from all over the castle city seem to have gathered, including ones who don't live in the castle. Just from the tidbits Ahok gathers from listening, she seems to be hearing a consensus it wasn't just the castle that was affected. Rikuto tries to gather order in the audience chamber, and it takes some time. Just guessing, it took about 10 minutes for Ahok to feel it the second time. She does her best to keep that in mind as she waits for either to be called on or for someone else to speak. Rikuto asks the obvious question, especially considering that he's not from this world originally. Can anyone tell me if this has happened before? The court mages discuss briefly. Ahok hasn't researched history as extensively as others have, so she has little to add to the conversation. At least, until she estimates that another 10 minutes have passed. And then 11. She feels something that almost could be described as that same feeling, but it doesn't double her over, and everyone else seems to not have noticed it. But, she did notice something. The magic lights dimmed a little. As she ponders it, the magic lanterns in her lab flickered and darkened when she first felt the strange drop in her energy. She calls out as a heated discussion is rising, excuse me. I have a hypothesis. Her small stature doesn't prove to be an issue, as the crowd clears around her enough to give her line of sight of the young king and queen. Heracles quickly says, what is it? Do you know what this is? I don't know yet, but can anyone else confirm whether or not magic devices malfunctioned when it happened? The people around glance at each other and then begin pondering. Quickly, answers of yes. My lights went out briefly. I noticed the water pump was stopped. Ahok's answer comes in the form of confirmation. Whatever the strange phenomenon is, it seems to be affecting magic. She quickly casts a simple spell to generate a small flame, confirming that her own magic is still working. She states, while it seems the effects were only temporary, the phenomenon seems to have negated magic for a brief period of time. The question is, where would the source be? Heracles asks a reasonable if hasty question. Could this be an infiltration attack by the demons? Rikuto, thinking, remarks, it seems like it affected a rather large area. If this is unprecedented, it's likely not a spell. The doors burst open, and the young Doncier stumbles in, panting. Her nose has been bleeding recently, and her eyes are red. She also has fingernail marks on the sides of her temples, like she was trying to stop searing pain in her head. She pants as she stumbles into the room, dead set on reaching the king. Lady Dancier? It happened? The black spell? The harbingers of death. Everyone falls silent at the grim words. The Dancier falls to her knees in the middle of the room when she can go no further. She whimpers, I saw it a terrible light, and then everything went dark. The pain. She looks at Rikuto, stating desperately, it can't be stopped. It can't. What is it, Lady Dancier? What can we do? Nothing, don't you hear me? There's nothing we can do. It has already been cast, we're cursed, we're all going to die. Rikuto looks around at the room, where a growing din of nervousness threatens to explode into full panic at any moment. He tries to run through possibilities, he's not ready to give up. Not when the effects are only temporary, however the end of the world is upon us. We're all doomed. Guards, take her to a secure room to rest. The Lady Dancier needs to collect her senses. The guards hesitantly approach the mad woman, who screams, no. It can't be stopped, there's nothing that can be done. Rikuto calls out, I won't accept that until it is proven true. Until then, we need to brainstorm ideas, be gentle with her. The guards nod, carrying the struggling woman as she tries to proclaim her prophecy of doom. Unfortunately, if she has no solutions, it's not useful to be told the world is ending. Hercules asks softly, Rikuto? Rikuto sits forward, thinking. We need to start with determining how widespread the effects are. And, if possible, we need to find the source. It hit us twice, but caused no immediate harm. If we take into account the Dancier's vision, it must be a large area of effect spell cast on us. The question is who? If it does indeed negate magic, could it be? She's asking a leading question. Rikuto shakes his head. No matter what became of Daniel, he wouldn't go the route of removing a fundamental function of a world. The potential repercussions are far beyond illogical, and Daniel isn't that irrational. Can you be so certain? Rikuto sighs, 100%? No, but very near, and I don't know what he would gain. His skills allowed him to benefit from magic, even if he himself had none. No, it's safer to assume this is a weapon of either the demon tyrant or traitors in our midst. He looks at Ahak, stating, Lady Artisan, if possible, I'd like you to determine if there are any long-term effects on equipment, as well as if there are any answers in the artifact. She bows her head. I shall monitor it while I research answers, Your Majesty. She bows, awaiting permission to leave. He adds to the other mages, the rest of the court mages, I'd like you to research if there is any precedent at all for anything similar. Anyone with ties to the various guilds of the kingdom, please reach out to your contacts and find out if there are any rumors. Generals, please have your spy networks begin searching for mention of a weapon or spell that negates magic. A thread will do, and, most importantly, please, everyone stay calm. We'll get through this. I won't go down without a fight. Those gathered mostly agree. Ahak wants to believe that they can still stop whatever it was, assuming it was an omen of doom. Because the Dancier's ability is so deeply ingrained in magic, it may be the right assumption to view her panic as a direct result of the impact of the spell while she was apparently using her ability. She's probably right that the phenomenon is related to what she saw originally, but she's panicking because her visions are almost literally ending, if only briefly, thanks to the phenomenon. Ahak jogs out of the audience chamber to begin researching. Everyone has a role in this time of chaos, and it's important not to give up. Commander Lywells drinks a cup of water fresh from the well pump as she observes the various day-to-day operations of Fort Peony. Repairs have been almost entirely completed, with a few non-urgent repairs pending on the outer area leading up to the west wall. It's a quiet morning, which are the kind she likes. Though she once believed in earning glory through battle, and thus sought battle, she now appreciates the quiet which keeps her fellow soldiers alive. She wonders where Lieutenant Gwenisphia and Sergeant Treya ended up in the world. It has been a while since they departed, and anything could happen in the demon wildlands. But they couldn't be stopped, and they left to find another missing member under Lywells' command. The first bell rings, indicating the official workday has begun, and squads begin emerging from the barracks to do their morning routines, exercises, drills, and watch turnovers where applicable. Lywells watches with a quaint smile, admiring her flower garden for a moment. Then, suddenly, a flash from the west catches her eye. It was much brighter than any lightning bolt she has ever seen, and it seemed to fill the whole sky. It's also something that she was but one of many who saw it. The underside of the clouds was illuminated as far as the eye can see for the briefest of moments, and it almost seems like the sky is a little brighter for a moment even after the flash. Then, all at once, the most sickening feeling washes over Lywells, and she stumbles, leaning against the well structure as her body feels suddenly weak. She manages to see her comrades, who are doing various things, also stumble or double over. Some sink to a kneel, others drop what they were carrying. Virtually none of them seem to have been unaffected. Seconds after the strange loss of strength, a terrifying and startling clap of thunder rattles Lywells to her bones, in spite of how far away it sounds. She notices leaves swaying on the mountain walls around them, seemingly being pushed away from the west, and the clap of thunder rumbles and roars for a long time after the initial clap, much more comfortable volume, but filling the air with a spooky and eerie rumble for an unsettlingly long time. Several voices call out, "What was that?" Lywells calls out in reply, "I don't know." Beat to quarters for the time being, beat to quarters. Beat to quarters. The bells start gonging continuously around the base, indicating for the whole base to go into battle readiness. They'll deal with it after the fact if they establish that they aren't in danger, but until then, it's better to be safe. As everyone is scrambling to their respective stations or ranks, a second wave of the strange energy hits the entire base once more, crippling them briefly with a sudden loss of energy. There was no flash this time. There was only the strange weakness that seemed to wash over them all at once. It makes Lywells nervous that there could be a power capable of affecting so many people at once, but she needs to focus. Their jobs, no matter what, are to fight the enemy if the enemy attacks. Lywells orders, send 2 riders to Castle Northwall. Inform them of the strange phenomenon. Yes ma'am. 2 riders to the garrison. Let's go. The commander then remembers the recon unit, looking towards the west. None of them have fired off flares. She prays that the recon teams are all right. Fire flare for recon recall. Yes, ma'am, flare away. The mage tasked with casting the flare spell launches a small, magic star into the sky. It rises up high quickly, hanging in the air where it should be easy to see for the recon teams. A few moments later, 3 flares rise from the west, indicating that the recon teams confirm and will return. As she's letting out a sigh, though, the flares suddenly snuff out. Lywells can feel her hairs rise on her neck. Something feels off again, but she didn't lose strength. She looks at the mage, who is equally concerned. The recon teams confirmed, so that should NT be an issue. Of course, the mere fact that the spells were snuffed out means that the strange attack has a weaker version one of targeting spells, it would seem. Though, it could be related to how weak the flare spell is, since it uses very little magical energy. Lywells orders, barricade the west gate. Barricade the west gate. The soldiers of Fort Peony all scramble into action, bringing everything they can to reinforce the gate. If it's a dragon, there's virtually nothing that can withstand its fire. If it's the demon tyrant, they would likely not be able to hold her for any meaningful time. If it's a new attacker, then prayer is looking extraordinarily important right now. Ryukana is seated under a large tree, watching over the citadel. She's not sure what she's watching for. But, as the one person who is rumored to have killed dragons in this world, Daniel should cause a stir if he appears and begins battling with the dragons. They seem to be preparing for something, as most of them seem to be taking seats on the castle's outer balconies and turrets. Then, a group of 4 leaves from the uppermost level of the castle carrying a metal canister, a white dragon. A blue dragon in humanoid form, though with her wings at the ready. A humanoid in magical armor with a powerful magic sword. And a young girl belonging to a nearly extinct magic race, the Feldrox. It's an impressive gathering of people, but not the specific person she's looking for. What does surprise her, though, is that they don't head east to start a war, as she feared when she sent an observer to speak to Rikuto. Instead, the group of 4 flies further west. Ryukana sighs. She's losing hope, and the three women she was monitoring have done nothing of note since they met with each other. She moves instantly to the hostel, approaching and knocking on the door. The succubus woman answers the door, briefly surprised by Ryukana's hooded appearance. But Ryukana remains gentle and soft-spoken. "Pardon me for intruding. I am looking for a man named Daniel." Dishes clatter, and the succubus glances over her shoulder. She asks with surprise in her voice, "Why you too?" Ryukana nods with a smile. "Yes, but for a different reason, I suspect." A Geishanin woman with a sharp gaze and harsh tongue appears at the door, asking, "How do you know Daniel?" Ryukana smiles a little more softly, observing the second Geishanin woman approach from a little further back. "I am the goddess who sent him to this world." The three are stunned by the revelation. They can't even form words, and Ryukana sighs softly. It didn't go as planned. Just as she's about to explain better, a sudden flash draws their attention to the horizon, and a glow fills the sky for a long time. They all move away from the hostel to see better, and a horror fills the goddess to her very core. This world has magic that is not present on Earth. That's why it's important for the summoning to provide the divine summon with the magic that they need. Likewise, if a person from a world of magic were to be summoned to a world without magic, they would be provided with more knowledge or practical strengths to balance their disadvantage in the new world, since Lil would be able to interact with the magic that that person would possess. Because of that, the two types of worlds often develop in very different ways. There are parallels as the common needs of people are often shared across various worlds, but warfare is often where the differences in worlds are most apparent. Earth is a world far enough ahead that they have narrowed down their understanding of the universe to some of the smallest components of the fabric of the universe itself. Given the proper resources, scientists of Earth could likely discover the very cause of magic itself, given enough time. However, in this case, it is the sleeping titan found within the fabric of the universe in both worlds that she is gazing upon, a sleeping titan that has just awakened. Rising into the sky hundreds of miles away is a cloud born of fire, smoke, and ash, channeling its form high into the sky and above the clouds. She can see it racing across the ground as it reaches them, a surge of energy that negates magic for a brief moment, and then a shockwave of thunderous sound that rattles them to their bones and topples especially weak buildings and shakes branches and leaves out of trees even from this far away. It is the most powerful weapon of Earth's modern times, maximized to the peak of effectiveness and utilizing a pinnacle of atomic science to convert matter into destructive energy. The horror isn't of witnessing one of the most devastating weapons in the living universe over which the divine realm observes. The horror is that she looked directly at him and assumed he wasn't who he is. The strange armored person riding the white dragon had to have been none other than the very human she has been searching for, one of only two who could have brought such technology to this world well before they have the means to make use of the knowledge without understanding the science. And she watched him fly away without even considering it a possibility that the magic she was detecting was coming from his sword or armor. Chapter 42. The Feldrock Sorcerer summons a sun. The morning sky is calm and quiet. The clouds that are present are light and would be welcome shade in the afternoon sun, but for now, simply shine white in the morning sunrise. The birds and insects that reside in the demon wildlands fill the air with nature's music, and refugees march from their homes far in the west, heading east towards the safe zones being established near the villages and cities that can sustain the influx of refugees. The sun's gaze upon the world restores color to the mountains in every direction, and as the ground passes by far below, Daniel can't help but appreciate the beauty of this world. In many ways, it shares similarities with Earth, and in others, it exceeds Earth in color and vibrance, reminding him that he is in another world. Hecate murmurs softly, "I've never been this high up." She's sitting in front of the human mechanic, and tears sprinkle his helmet's transparent visor. He pats her forearms from behind, reassuring her. She wipes her face briefly, regaining her confidence. Rainleif is quiet behind him, simply hugging his back and listening to his heartbeat. Ryuogrier is in a comfortable glide, conserving energy as much as possible as she carries the payload that doesn't belong in this world. Daniel pets her neck from his position seated on her back. "Ryuo, are you doing all right?" She tilts her head slightly, but he doesn't hear a response. Hecate calls over her shoulder. She says she's doing well. "Thank you for checking." The mechanic thanks the young Feldrock. "Thank you, Hecate. Ryuo, if you start to feel tired, let us know." She nods her head, focusing on her path ahead to the testing zone Zyriko identified. It is the most barren area they could find, and should possess the least amount of life of any kind. Daniel recalls from his research for a book once that Tsar Bomba, the largest nuclear weapon ever detonated for testing, had an instantly lethal blast radius of 30 miles, with collateral damage as far as 400 miles away. His bomb is significantly smaller than Tsar Bomba, but because of the various shell components he's using to reflect the blast inwards using mithril, his bomb could hopefully mimic its much larger inspiration with a smaller package. The dawn of the secret nuclear age of this world is upon them. Only a handful of people are aware that they are intending to take any action, and as far as Viergrace is concerned, Daniel is far ahead of schedule mainly because he didn't want her to witness his weapon up close in any capacity. Ryuogrier cocks her head briefly, and Hecate calls out, "We're approaching the target zone, Daniel." "Thank you, Ryuo, Hecate. Get ready, just like we practiced." "Ready," calls out Hecate. "I am ready," adds Rainleif from behind him, hugging him more firmly. Ryuogrier nods in confirmation as well. She begins ascending higher into the sky. Daniel shifts, and Hecate and Rainleif help him climb down to the bomb. It's a precarious position, but Ryuogrier is flying carefully so that he can reach it safely. He's also hooked to her via a rope, which Rainleif is also holding. Daniel takes position on the bomb between Ryuogrier's hands where her massive claws are cradling it. He reiterates once again, 20 seconds from go, commencing countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. He pulls the arming pin, which starts the timer, and the moment he says go, gravity seems to disappear as the bomb drops away from him. Ryuogrier catches him with rehearsed precision, and she casts her transformation spell to quickly turn into her human form with wings. Rainleif has Hecate, who is already casting her return spell, and Ryuogrier catches Rainleif's hand while holding Daniel. The daring mechanic counts the seconds in his head. 9, 1000, 10, 1000, 11, 1000, 12, 1000. The magic glow swirls around them, and all at once, when it fades, they're in a completely different location. They land quickly on the ground near Zyriko, who is waiting for them, and they all turn towards the west as Zyriko raises a color distorting barrier to reduce the glare, per Daniel's instructions. 19-1000-20. The unassuming horizon suddenly has the blink that reaches across seemingly the whole world, illuminating every cloud in the sky, no matter how far away, and casting brief, long shadows from every mountain and hill between point zero and anyone able to witness it. Following the instant of blinding light, a second sun is born on the opposite horizon, filling the sky with even more light than a midday sun. For several long seconds, the immense glow illuminates the world, and just as quickly, exchanges its dominion over the sky for a column of fire, smoke, and ash that climb into the sky with relentless force, pushing upwards on the billowing and broadening cloud. A skirt forms around the stem of the cloud, being driven upwards by the terrifyingly gigantic titan that was just awakened. Seconds after the initial blast, the shockwave can be seen racing across the plains, blowing snow off of the mountains to the northwest, and toppling trees with weak root systems. The shockwave slams the barrier, clapping like thunder as it rolls across with a terrifying impact. Given the distance, it sounds worse than it is. The blast zone is over 200 miles away from them, and the Citadel's large size, and the barrier's even larger surface, act as a perfect drum for a terrifying shockwave that will potentially circle the Earth in some capacity. However, following the impact, Zyriko urgently calls out, "Master." The barrier flickers out briefly, but returns just as quickly. He asks instantly, "Zyriko?" She replies nervously, "I am still here, Master." But the barrier faltered as she looks directly at Daniel, and then back at the cloud that has pushed its mushroom-shaped cap high above the cloud line and into the portion of the sky not even the dragons can fly to. It dwarfs everything in the world. Hecate nervously hugs her favorite companion's side, looking up at him. He pets her head, his helmet hiding his smile. She murmurs, "I am sorry I didn't understand." Daniel he kneels and hugs her, saying gently, "I am sorry I brought it to this world." Ryuogrier steps up cautiously, putting her hand on his shoulder as she watches the cloud. "Master Daniel, what are you?" He chuckles. "Believe it or not, I am a fairly average person from my world. I just know things that this world made possible." He looks up at her, asking gently, "Can you accept one more time?" She looks down at him, kneeling next to him and Hecate so that she can hug his neck. "Daniel, my Mukori, I already believed you could defeat the Devourer. I am now certain that we will." Rainleif quickly crowds in as well, hugging all of them. "He's my Mukori, too." Hecate whines, "What's that mean? It doesn't translate." They chuckle at her, and Daniel looks up at Zyriko. He asks, "The golems?" She shakes her head. "I was able to preserve right up until that strange moving barrier reached us." That was the shockwave. It's the blast pressure that occurs from the explosive expansion. All explosions have a shockwave. This one is just much more. As he's talking, the barrier crackles and rumbles again, and everyone halts. It wavers, but doesn't fall this time. Zyriko murmurs, "It was the same, but weaker." Daniel sighs. "I see the shockwave seems to carry some component of the nuclear blast that negates magic." She looks at him, and he says softly, "I didn't know." "I am sorry." She shakes her head. "No, Master, I am glad to know. I am prepared for it now, and the Devourer will be further away." She asks to clarify her own concerns, but is it possible the other summon made one as well? "Why do you ask?" "That second wave, it came from almost the opposite direction." Daniel chuckles. "That was the shockwave circling the entire world and the other side of the shockwave finally reaching us." She cocks her head. "From that." She points at Daniel's mushroom cloud, which is only now starting to distort with the world restoring itself through wind and its own revolution. He nods sincerely. She faces it directly, adding softly, "I, too, underestimated your weapon, Master. The deadly force should be contained to the estimated zone, though we'll have to send more golems when you can to survey the true yield. The second bomb will be identical, so as long as it seems like we can attack the Devourer's core, it should have enough power to resist the blast." She nods distantly as she remains partially entranced. "I don't think the gods could withstand such power." The mechanic scoffs, petting the three, hugging him to let him stand up. "I imagine the gods would be fine. That said, we'll benefit greatly from launching the second mission as quickly as possible, before anyone can figure out that I lied to Queen Viregrace." He looks at Ryuogrier. She bows. "I am ready. I will drink stamina potations before we go to be safe." He approves with a nod. "Reyna?" She nods in affirmation. "Ready." "Hecate?" She smiles, hugging him. "I've got plenty left to go. Let's save the world." "All right. Thank you all so much." He then looks at Zyriko, asking her, "Zyriko? Are you ready?" She hesitates, still staring at the mushroom cloud in the distance. She turns, staring at him for a moment. "Are you sure you'll be okay, Master?" "Trust me," reassures Daniel. "I can't do it without you." She finally faces him fully. "Very well, let us begin." Daniel and the others head back down to the control area to prepare. Zyriko has already had her orc henchmen move the second bomb to the flyway. During the second mission preparation, where the four refresh themselves, the human leader approaches Zyriko. "Are you sure you're ready?" She confirms, "Yes, Master. I am ready for the shockwave now. I have doubts about your part." He looks around, making sure the others haven't returned yet. He whispers softly, "It's the most important part. I have to make sure it's dead. It may be the only chance a vulnerability is exposed if it doesn't die outright." She nods reluctantly, knowing he's right. "I could send the others with you." He shakes his head. "Their magic. It will come for them." He puts his hand on Nemesel, the magic sword that reacts negatively to magic beings in contact with it. "Our pal can have this if he wants it." She is silent as she looks at the sword. "This wasn't what I had in mind. I know, but what kind of Isekai hero would I be if I didn't strike down the big bad with a cool fantasy sword?" She looks at him, and he can tell if she could show expressions that she would be glaring at him. He smiles. "Sorry. Bad joke." She sighs. "The real problem is, I suspect it's not that much of a joke." He chuckles. "Guilty. But I think I am the only one who can be close to it and not make things worse, since everything I've gathered from Viregrace, specifically, suggests that it grows stronger when it devours magic. With that much magic concentrated in its body, though, it should have a hell of a time with Nemesel if they come in contact with each other. It's an insurance policy." She looks when Hecate jogs back into the room, stretching. She visits briefly with the two dragons, who are spending the free moment with their eggs and snacking. Zyriko reports after a moment, my second wave of golems have reached the blast zone. Master, she looks at him. It is as you described, he nods, having expected it. Rock turned instantly to ash, glass formed by cooling sand, and devastation for miles around the center. Any idea on a radius? She ponders. 26 miles, Master. This surprises Daniel. He had hoped his design would boost his yield into the megaton range, but with a devastatingly destructive blast radius of that scale, it's approaching near what the Tsar itself was capable of. And that doesn't count the toppling of structures and trees further out. Fantasy materials are no joke. I am kinda glad I didn't use Charmelkel now. Good. It won't destroy every bit of the Devourer, but that should do us well enough. Have them orbit the Devourer, if possible, and await our arrival. She confirms with a nod. Much of the Devourer is made of tendrils. The body may be easier to destroy than you think, he grins. I am hoping for easier. I am just planning for everything I can. I am not a genius by any stretch. In the words of an ancient wiseman from my world, if I have seen further, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants. Sir Isaac Newton. He looks out over the world. This castle is pretty giant. There's a peaceful moment between them as he observes the landscape in his moment of triumphant hope following a successful test. Promise you'll come back, Master, on one condition. You have to promise to call me Daniel when it's all said and done. She glares at him again, murmuring coldly, that sounds like something you would say if you aren't coming back. I'd have to. I'd be promising, right? She stares at him silently. She growls, promise to come back, and from that moment on, I promise I'll call you Daniel, Master. The young man bows his head. I promise I'll come back, Zyriko. Even if I have to crawl. She nods quietly. Good luck. Thanks. Be ready. The four meet back up at the flyway, and Daniel hands them paint brushes. All right. We have to christen our gift to our OL buddy, Mr. Devourer. They stare at him, confused. He chuckles, just write whatever farewell you want. Or taunt. Or just your name. Like this. Daniel writes in English, go forth to your next life and rest in peace, Devourer. Daniel Hecate cocks her head. That's your old language? Daniel confirms warmly, it is. Just a simple farewell. I don't think it's evil, so I just wrote goodbye as an otherworlder. She nods in understanding, and the three of them spread out to write their own essages on the bomb. The mechanic adds, you can make it as long or short as you want. Love, hate, whatever you feel like. It's just a cheeky little thing that will cease to exist once it goes off. Hecate speaks her writing. Sorry we killed you, but you hurt a lot of people. Daniel and I will remember you and tell our children about you. Love, Hecate. She gives a proud nod for her message. Ryuogrier says gently, I wrote in Draconic, seek a forgiving son and rest now. Ryuogrier, mother of a child to be named. Hecate growls, you only wrote that because of what I wrote. Not true. Our priorities are similar. The future. The young Feldrock girl is skeptical, but she doesn't retort. Rainleif murmurs, is this okay? Daniel steps to her side, and he can surprisingly read the text in Imperial Common. You lost your way, and your loved ones are waiting. Please forgive us when we meet again. The human pats her shoulder gently. Couldn't have said it better myself. She smiles and nods. Thanks. Daniel then asks, Zyriko? Any message you want to include for the Devourer? She waves at him, and he excuses himself from the other three for a moment, jogging to the golem caretaker. She says softly, Master, if possible, once it's dead. Daniel can see her struggling, and he runs through ideas of what it could be. He asks softly, do you want to try to resurrect it? The Feldrock within, specifically. I can't imagine it chose to become what it is. If it can be restored to its true glory, his or her true glory, the Earthling nods without hesitation. You know that requires the second part, then. Yes, I'll do it. If you don't believe it can be saved, it's okay, but I'll do everything in my power. She gives a grateful nod, and Daniel asks, any message you want on the bomb? She shakes her head. Just put my name, if you believe it's good luck. I do, assures the former sailor, and, will do. He jogs back to the bomb and the other three, painting Zyriko's name on the bomb. All right. Ready for takeoff? They all nod together, and the mission to destroy the Devourer begins. Ryuogrier turns back into her dragon form, stretching her broad wings. Hecate checks her diamonds, ensuring she has plenty of reserve power, and Rainleif checks her own as well. They mount Ryuogrier, and she picks up the second bomb, ascending into the air to begin flying westward. It is still before midday, and Ryuogrier flies tirelessly. It'll take them about half an hour to reach the Devourer's threshold, and another 10 minutes or so to reach the center. The remnants of the mushroom cloud loom over them as they fly underneath, and Rainleif cranes her neck as she looks up at the underside of the massive, unnaturally formed cloud. Master, your world really only fought other humans? He chuckles. Yeah. Pretty sad, isn't it? She hugs him, nodding. You're using it to save our world, though our children and grandchildren will thank you. He nods, petting her arms gently. All of us. I literally couldn't get this far without you three. Rainleif sits up to whisper directly under the part of his helmet under his ear. I think we'll have to celebrate after we win, Master. Drinks and cakes are on me, jokes Daniel. Reyna pouts, that's not what I meant. What? I can't hear you over Hecate's tail beating me to death in irritation? They share a brief laugh. It isn't much longer before the darkness on the horizon becomes visible. Looking like a mold, or some kind of destruction left in the wake of a massive fire, the unnaturally black stain on the world spans far into the distance ahead of them. Rainleif murmurs, that's it. Daniel studies the mass of darkness. Because of its size, it's hard to call it a living thing. But, he can see where the distinct line between life and death is. Though there are gaps between the wedge-like tendrils spreading towards sources of life and magic, anything already consumed is pitch black. Unlike a mold or an ashen scar, however, the Devourer rises rather high into the sky, like a dark black blister on the world itself. Daniel calls out, Ryuo, can you fly higher than the test drop? We'll need the extra height to be sure, she confirms with a nod. She eases her angle in a gentle incline, since they're still a fair ways away from the drop location. Hecate, leaning over to look down on the Devourer, calls out, you think this thing was a Feldrock like me, Daniel? Yeah, replies her beloved companion. It's the most logical assumption, since Zyriko was certain a third Feldrock was still alive when we killed the feral Feldrock. What would have made it do this? Hard to say. It's possible the absorption ability overloaded, or, if I were a Feldrock and I found out the rest of my race was exterminated and I was full of magical power, I'd likely lose control, too. He can feel Rainleif's hug tighten around his waist again, and Ryuogrier looks back at them sorrowfully. Daniel adds, I am not passing blame. I am just stating the facts as I see them. I would guess it was something along those lines. They continue forward. The center of the Devourer, as Daniel hoped, is a little more distinct than the legs. Viewing it like a starfish, it has a fairly distinct center, which, while massive, is much smaller than the total surface area and reach of the monster. Hecate suddenly points, look. The mechanic looks where she's pointing, and he spots it after a moment. A large creature is being dragged towards the center. It looks like it's a mammal, but it's humongous, since it's visible from so high. Rainleif states, Berwak. They're non-sentient monsters. It likely refused to leave its territory or tried to fight. Daniel nods as he watches it. We can't do anything for it now, though it should suffer once we drop. Hecate calls back, Ryuo says we're over the drop zone. All right. We practiced perfect. Let's do it again, ladies, and sleep well tonight and every night after. They cheer, and just as before, Ryuogrier climbs gently as Hecate and Rainleif help Daniel climb down to the bomb in preparation to arm for the drop. Once in place, he calls out, just like before, 20 seconds from go. Commencing countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Once again, the wayward Earthling pulls the pin on the Titan's alarm clock, and gravity shifts as he begins falling slightly slower than the bomb. Ryuogrier collects him, transforming quickly once the bomb is far enough away not to interfere. Daniel is counting in his head as before, and Ryuogrier takes Rainleif's hand as she holds Hecate, who is already casting her return spell. They can't fail, or all four of them die a quick death. The glow of the spell appears just as the mechanic is reaching 11,000. He keeps counting, of course, and they touch down in the return circle, where Zyriko is waiting for them. The three jog to the edge of the battlements at the peak of the castle, where they should be able to see the blast. Which, of course, affords Daniel the opportunity he needs to don the parachute Zyriko has for him, and which Girahole made by hand. 19, 1000, 20, 1 thou. The light blinks brightly, and then the crown of a sun on the distant horizon to the west, further than the test drop, glows hellishly against the sky's blue. Even this far away, it's blindingly bright, if they didn't have the barrier dimming the light. Zyriko reports suddenly, "Master, a visitor, it'll have to wait until after." 38, 1000, 39, 1000, 40, 1000. Daniel nods at Zyriko, and she acknowledges with her own nod. She quietly casts the teleportation spell on him, and seconds later, the manaless human finds himself in the sky again, falling. He can feel the heat, reduced dramatically by his Charmelkal armor. The wind is also swirling around chaotically as the mushroom cloud rises what feels like feet away from him, but is actually over a mile away from him. From his height, he can see exactly what he wanted to see. Burned away from the epicenter is a crater made of the mountainous body of the Colossus known only as the Devourer. The ground is boiling, and parts of its body are burning as tendrils squirm violently enough to be visible from tens of miles away. Even more curious and likely also exactly what Daniel wants to see but didn't know prior, there is a point of light on or near the ground close to the epicenter, which is still partially stifled by the mushroom cloud. "Gotcha, thanks for lighting the way. It'll all be over soon, big guy." Daniel does his best to steer his freefall, but he only ever did an indoor skydiving trip a couple of times, so he's far from an expert on controlling his fall, especially considering the turbulence from the air still stabilizing from being displaced by the blast, and then violently rushing back in. Daniel pulls the release, and he can feel the pilot chute of the parachute fluttering out of the pack, pulling the rest with it. He is jerked to a much slower descent by the massive chute. He uses his body weight and legs as much as possible to steer what little he can, but he's relatively close to the ground now, and he's close enough to see the glowing spot that is his target. As the ground approaches, the mechanic angles his legs and momentum to land as gently as he can. He loses his footing instantly and flops onto his back, and the parachute lays down over him, tangling him a little. Daniel was prepared, though, and he draws Nemesel, as well as a knife, and he works his way through entangling himself. He climbs out through the canvas of his chute, which he can't worry about for the time being. The ground is hot and smoking, and the ash and glassy sand remaining are eerily soft and threaten his footing. It's also rather dark in the shade of the massive mushroom cloud, which looms high overhead, all but eclipsing the sun. In a sense, Daniel feels like he's on another planet. Everything around him is destroyed, smoking and swirling with dust devils and an eerie quiet. He marches through the loose and unstable ground towards the light, monitoring his surroundings. As he's walking, Nemesel crackles, and he notices a chaotic swirling of the strange reactive gradient of the Charmelkal of his armor. Without the barrier, he wouldn't have ever noticed, but he suspects he's experiencing the second pass of the shockwave's energy. The pressure wave is almost completely gone, but this is likely the component that interferes with magic, whatever that phenomenon is. For now, he still has to finish off the Devourer, or ensure it's dead. He can see the glowing core ahead of him, and from it seems to be pouring the black material. Daniel sighs. Yep. Figured as much. He grips Nemesel, which is glowing with a visible, flame-like aura. Given how much energy had to have been present in the Devourer, there is likely a lot of stray magic around Daniel, and Nemesel is reacting with it. That also means the Devourer is absorbing that magic, with which it undoubtedly is healing itself. Daniel sighs. All right, big guy. I hate to do this, but let's just end this. Suddenly, some of the black substance takes a new shape, rising upright. The mechanic grips the sword on guard. I don't blame you. But listen, I care about this world. There are lots of people I care about in it. I know how you feel, but your time has come and gone. He sidesteps as one of the figures akin to a shadow person pounces at him. He slashes it with Nemesel, and he can hear cries as it explodes in a puff of crumbling mass, similar to stone crumbling. He spins, cutting down a second one. Again, voices cry out. Feldrox can absorb and manipulate the souls of those that die in their proximity, and this one has plagued the world for a long time. These are likely the last shreds of lost souls being released from the Feldrock that became the Devourer. Just as he's getting close, though, the black mass suddenly draws into a circle around the glowing core of amorphous magic, energy, and light. It throws a stone Daniel is unprepared for, and he barely swings the sword up to try to deflect, but he is slammed by the force of the boulder, tumbling across the ground. The stone's two halves, cleaved in two by Nemessel's power, tumble apart. Daniel coughs, climbing to his feet quickly and then diving into a forward roll to avoid the next ranged attack. The unskilled human then uses feints to avoid boulders, doing his best to rush closer and closer to the Feldrock's core. Fire explodes out around it, but it crackles and deflects away from Nemessel, which Daniel is guarding with. He doesn't know all of the abilities of Nemessel, but it is the blade meant for someone like him, providing magic defense against magic for someone without. The harder the Feldrock attacks him, the stronger the blade can defend him. Just as he's about to lunge, however, everything seems to stop, including Daniel. Nemessel reacts violently, in spite of the strange phenomenon, and he is freed shortly after. But, the Feldrock's last-ditch defense, using what little of its body it has regenerated, is still frozen in place. Daniel the human called by the voice glances first, keeping his guard up against the strangely frozen devourer. Someone has appeared behind him, but it's not anyone he knows. Daniel paces cautiously, angling himself so he can face both the devourer and the newcomer with Nemessel between them. Given how his armor and Nemessel are reacting, the woman wearing a crisp white hooded robe is as powerful as the devourer. Catching Daniel by surprise, she suddenly drops to her knees. "I finally found you. I don't think I've had the pleasure, miss." Daniel operates his magic bag, withdrawing his rifle. The woman looks up from her kneel, golden tears trickling down her cheeks. He has his rifle about halfway drawn, and the sight disarms him. She chokes out, "I am so sorry for what? I gotta say, I don't like that you're here right now, since that's suspicious as hell, but you haven't done anything yet." I am the reason you're here." Daniel cocks his head. "You don't look like a Feldrock. And I met the royal family who know, not anyone from this world." She stands up, sniffling as she wipes her cheeks. She removes her hood, revealing a beautiful visage that could only be described as divine. At first, it stops his heart seeing such a beautiful person, not just a woman, standing before him. Fortunately for him, Daniel activates his super-secret psychic defense, accepting that such a person has no interest in him as a person. "I don't understand. Should I know you?" "No, we regrettably never formally met. I am the goddess Ryukana, member of the divine realm who watches over worlds like Earth and Zenkan, ensuring threats that might arise due to residual divine energy from creation are balanced out in ways that promote stability. Such as summoning people from one world to another." She nods when he guesses correctly. "Precisely. When the ritual was performed on this world. Sorry to interrupt, but this isn't the best time for exposition." She cocks her head. "I have stopped time, though I am surprised you were able to move." Daniel reaffirms his grip on his sword, but doesn't draw attention to it. He's still not certain that she's actually his ally. Then, "Thank you. I'll finish my mission, and we can talk." The far-off mechanic from Earth walks towards the Devourer's frozen core, brandishing Nemessel in preparation for a strike. "Wait, Daniel." He pauses and looks at Ryukana. She asks, "What are you doing?" "What does it look like?" "I intend to defeat the threat plaguing this world. It's far from a demon king or demon tyrant, but it's the monster destroying this world. I know that now. But, I meant if you strike it down, where do you think all of that energy will go? This creature, it absorbed so much divine energy it has to die. My plan is to try to resurrect the individual, if possible, but the monster he or she became needs to be stopped." "Daniel, you aren't supposed to be here. You don't have to do this." "You're telling me that now when I am right here?" asks Daniel, shocked and rather appalled. "Yes. Because if you do that, not even I will be able to hold back the energy. You will die." Nemessel crackles again, and she grimaces, though she tries to hide it. The mechanic doesn't need to be a genius to figure out what's going on. She's trying to evacuate him, and she's not succeeding, thanks entirely to a sword that operates an antithesis to divine energy, more often known in this world as magic. Daniel pieces together what he's witnessing. He's standing at the near literal precipice of saving this world that is not his own, The supposed goddess that transferred him here is trying to stop him from being reckless, and he's surrounded by devastation as Nemesel defends him from magic far beyond his actual comprehension. He asks softly, "Why would you stop me now? I am just one person." Because you were never supposed to be dragged into this. You should have to give your life for this world. Not when it was my mistake. Daniel looks at her. She pleads with him to back down and survive. To leave it to someone else. He says softly, "My lady goddess Ryukana, I don't see it as a mistake." She cocks her head, and he moves before she could do anything else to react. He slashes the fallen Feldrock known as the Devourer, and Ryukana cries out, "No." Chapter 43. The mechanics sacrifice. Ryukana is trying not to make a bad situation worse. She's currently waiting patiently on the ground floor of the Titanic castle known in this world as the Citadel. The three women, Treya, Gwenisphia, and Aulone, are also with her, but she made her presence known to the magic user that spoke to her without appearing. The gods and goddesses of the divine realm uphold a system that has proven reliable for a long time. Nothing is perfect, as perfection is the domain of order, and order has always indulged chaos when it comes to all of existence. For chaos, imperfection is perfection, and it is their timeless balance that has allowed the existence of the divine realm, the worldly universe, and everything else. The system the divine realm operates as a stability agent, injecting order in worlds leaning too far into chaos, and injecting chaos into worlds suffocating under stagnating order. Life is not complete without a balance between order and chaos, just as the divine order and the divine chaos. That said, the gods and goddesses must attempt to correct the course of a world at the lowest level possible. This is achieved by several methods, but one of the most effective and reliable is to send help through means of divine summons. If the ritual is forgotten, the divine realm will sneak the knowledge back into the world. If the ritual is abused, the gods will evaluate the ritual's necessity and ignore it if need be. Direct intervention is avoided for several reasons. One reason is that countries and kingdoms where gods or goddesses make themselves known tend to become destabilizing agents and endanger the world all over again. Additionally, if the existence of gods and goddesses becomes fact, instead of belief, then a threshold to be overcome if they utilize their divine powers too much, it can leave behind residual magic in a world, which can become problematic. And, while not the last scenario, it's definitely a prominent one. If a god or goddess lets their power be known, it creates a potential threshold that magic users of the world might be able to overcome, threatening the divide between the created worlds and the divine realm. That said, she suspects the Citadel already has reached that threshold, whether they realize it or not, and she doesn't want to provoke any sort of action when she only wants to speak to Daniel. Whatever the case is, he seems to be a welcome member of the Citadel. Sensing something wrong, Ryukana detects a magic return spell being used, bringing individuals back to the Citadel. Did they? Yes, they undoubtedly did too in one day. Before she can gather her thoughts, a second teleportation spell, this time sending an individual out, appears in the same relative location. Ryukana weighs her options. Whatever is happening, if Daniel is in the middle of it, it's her fault. She can't allow him to perish now that she's so close to finding him. Ryukana states to the other three, "Stay here for now. You'll be safe in the castle." Treya starts to object, but Ryukana transports herself to the roof of the castle, where she finds the source of the spell, a soul-infused golem resembling an anthropomorphized Feldrock design. It's not identical to the Feldrock girl nearby who is in a humanized form, but the intent is there. And, speaking of, the two dragons and the Feldrock that she saw with Daniel the first time they left the castle are present now, cheering as they watch the blast of another nuclear weapon from afar. The mushroom cloud of the superweapon from Earth rising above the mountains in the distance. The golem, less focused on the blast, stares at Ryukana. It states with a female voice, "Be cautious with your next move." Ryukana replies, "I am here to protect Daniel. Where did you send him?" The golem is surprised. "What makes you think I sent him anywhere?" "I sensed the spell. I need to find him and protect him." "You're not the first one to say that." "No, but I am the first goddess who accidentally sent him to this world." The golem is silent for a long time. She glances at the other three, who have taken notice. The Feldrock girl turns angry, more directed at the golem, Zyriko. "Where is Daniel?" The shockwave slams the barrier around the Citadel, threatening to negate it, and everyone flinches, save Zyriko and Ryukana. Zyriko was monitoring it the whole time, and Ryukana is a goddess. Ryukana adds, he is hidden in this world because of his lack of magic. It is like looking for a bead of glass in the ocean. Zyriko asks coldly, how does something like that happen? If you truly are a goddess as you claim, are you not all-powerful? Ryukana knows how dangerous it is to ask that question. There are two all-powerful beings. Ryukana is very much not one of them. If anything, she's more like middle management. If the divine realm is ever at threat of being destroyed or conquered, chaos and order can simply reset existence in any way they like and start again. We don't have time to discuss this at length. I am a lesser goddess, if that will explain it. I am not all-powerful, and I am not infallible. Daniel being in this world is proof of that. Ryuogrier asks as she approaches, what do you intend to do when you find him? He is out of place in this world, and it is very dangerous for him. I'll return him to his home. You can't, he promised he'd stay. Hecate faces the goddess aggressively, showing no deference for the supposed divine being's ethereal nature. And, Ryukana feels a sense of foreboding before the deceptively small being. Her true form is much larger, but it is actually the magic power that the tiny being possesses. Like the Citadel, she is approaching a level of power that would already stand on par with Ryukana, simply from absorbing the energy around her from the enemies defeated in her presence. Regardless of what you believe, I must find him and speak to him. I must atone. Zyriko shakes her head. I was given explicit orders by my master. I will not send anyone. After only a moment, Rainleif is the one that states, the devourer you sent him to the devourer what? Snaps Hecate. She glares at Zyriko, who gives nothing. The second shockwave slams the barrier, causing a deep hum and crackle on its surface, but the barrier holds. Ryukana looks at the mushroom cloud. So that's it, that's why the demon queen met with you. She looks at Zyriko. She wasn't the real threat. Zyriko retorts coldly, you seem to not be very omniscient. The goddess looks at the golem. Do you truly believe Daniel can survive what you let him go up against? Zyriko nods confidently, without a doubt in my mind. Ryukana is silent. She can easily sense the being that is clinging to life in the distance, precisely where a devastating alien weapon was just unleashed, scattering the immense amount of divine energy around itself from the initial blast. She states coldly, the difference between us is this. She looks directly at each of them. Daniel and I don't belong in this world. With that, Ryukana vanishes from the Citadel. She arrives in an area stifled with magical energy as dust and smoke swirl in the elegant dance of destruction that follows the crescendo of doomsday. Daniel brought forth one of the worst weapons to ever exist, and one of the most powerful. Only a handful of worlds have ever been destroyed by a weapon, and most of those pulled a planet or gigantic asteroid into the target. Daniel's weapon is made of a world's trinkets and dust, in the grand scheme of things, and summons the gaze of chaos herself. The air around her is surprisingly quiet and calm, following the blast that cratered this world. There, she finds him. Daniel, armored in metal belonging only to this world, facing off in battle against a presence even the gods have taken notice of. Though misinterpreted as the woman who has become Demon Queen, this creature known as the Devourer has become a destabilizing agent for this world, and it had to be stopped by the divine realm. Although it wasn't the specific reason the kingdom of Morniste performed the divine summoning ritual, it is the reason the divine realm chose to accommodate the summoning, in preparation for the inevitable confrontation with the Devourer. Everything else was supposed to play out on its own. Daniel was the only anomaly. To her horror, though, even when she stops time, even when she explains to him, he resists. Something on his person, the armor that reacts with magical energy, or the sword that flares and crackles in response to her attempts to evacuate him from the area, something is resisting her. Daniel asks softly after refusing to hear her explanation, why would you stop me now? I am just one person. Because you were never supposed to be dragged into this. You should have to give your life for this world. Not when it was my mistake. His gaze, hidden by his magic helmet bestowed upon him from this present world, locks with hers. She can feel his very soul's determination. She silently begs him to yield and retreat before something irrevocable takes place. Still, he doesn't yield. His voice comes from his helmet, soft and gentle. My lady goddess Ryukana, I don't see it as a mistake. She is able to cock her head, and that's all the time it takes for him to make his move. He lunges for the devourer, swinging his sword with all of his strength. Ryukana cries out in a futile effort. No, the sword, flaring with magical power as if it were on fire with a rainbow of black, blue, purple, red, and green flames, cleaves through the core of the devourer, frozen by Ryukana's power. The attack breaks the energy within the soul of the mutated and corrupted Feldrock, held together as a magical core of energy, and even in its reduced state, exceeds Ryukana's power as its own containment breaks. She will survive. Her presence in this world is but a copy of her true consciousness, which resides in the divine realm. Even as the destruction takes place, she will simply continue to be present until she chooses not to be. Daniel is merely a human from a world with no magic, armored with a metal from the world he's in, but in no real way protected from what is to come. He might as well have attempted to survive his own nuclear weapon. Even if the armor and sword resist the heat and energy, the impact would pulverize Daniel in an instant. The core of the creature known as the Devourer is its soul given physical form. As such, in form, it is amorphous, like flowing liquid energy, glowing brightly and swirling in a fluid-like motion as it floats. Following Daniel's slash, the core solidifies, cracking like a sphere of glass split in two with a clean break. As the core dies, it begins to crack and crumble before their eyes. Ryukana's power is failing to contain it. Daniel, seeming to desire reassurance, swings his sword again in a fluid motion. The core crumbles even further, spider cracks appearing all across the liquid-like core as crackling and crunching fills the air around them. Daniel. It's okay. I accept my fate. If I can die saving a world, what greater purpose could I attain? The cracks widen and the energy flares. Both Ryukana and Daniel flinch. She's trying to contain it, and it's taking all of her power just to keep it from annihilating Daniel in one swift motion. There is nowhere to escape to. Daniel, throw down your sword. I can still save you. As the energy breaks, and time begins to move again, the black substance forming the Devourer's corrupted form tries one last time to fight back. It spears towards the goddess, a source of pure and powerful divine energy in a condensed and easy-to-capture point. Just as quickly, Daniel intercepts the black spear. He is no elegant swordsman, nor an awakened mage suddenly finding talent. He throws his weight behind a sword that can stand against gods and titans, swinging it with all of the strength his otherwise average body can manage. It explodes with magic, shattering the black spear before it can reach Ryukana, and her recoil from the attack drops her focus. The energy from the core begins to flare outwards, engulfing them both in bright light. Ryukana calls out, Daniel, I swear, I'll protect your soul. Please don't give in. She can't see him, and she can't feel his presence. She'll need to return to the divine realm and try to intercept his soul before it is reprocessed. If she can convince Chaos that Daniel served far above his calling and purpose, perhaps he can be reincarnated or even restored. But then, Chaos isn't known for benevolence or generosity. She is known for whims and change. Similarly, Order knows not pity nor mercy. Death is a return to fundamental order, and Order herself oversees the cleansing of souls once they move on from life. Ryukana can do nothing but hope she can make it up to Daniel when it's all said and done. Daniel. A second voice calls out his name from somewhere in the light, and all at once, the light fades. There is energy rushing by, and Daniel is in a kneel, barely surviving in the wake of the energy being carved by the strange and mysteriously powerful sword he managed to get his hands on. And then, the current of the energy begins to flow in the opposite direction, swirling the ash and dust of the ground. Daniel coughs as he relaxes his low guard, observing his surroundings. He looks over his shoulder and sees Ryukana, and he nods at her. However, her own gaze is focused on the source of the new phenomenon. A small girl with big black fox-like ears and a bushy black tail is standing with her hands held out, pulling the energy into a concentrated mass into her own body. She's actively absorbing everything about the Devourer, as is her born gift. Daniel, calls out the small girl. Her voice wavers this time, and she seems to be struggling as the energy crowds into her small body. Daniel climbs quickly to his feet, stumbling through the torrent of energy and debris blowing all around. Hecate. What are you, Daniel? Why you promised? Tears are flowing from her eyes and she whimpers, straining against the intake of magical power. But, that's not why her heart ails her. She chokes out, Daniel, I need you, I love you. Please say it once. Say you love me, don't go, please don't go. Hecate's body begins to twist and darken as magical energy begins to illuminate from beneath her skin, and her eyes glow, amplifying the glisten of her tears. She is absorbing the magical energy that accumulated and corrupted the devourer, and it is threatening to do the same to her. After only a second's hesitation, Daniel drops to a kneel, hugging the girl, even in spite of the power swirling around her and actively corrupting her. He murmurs, Hecate, I do love you. Really? Of course, I just was trying to protect your home. She wraps her arms around him, crying into his shoulder, you stupid dummy. I have no home if you aren't with me. She begins sobbing, and Daniel holds her for a long time. Slowly, the glow fades, and Hecate clings to Daniel. Just that revelation alone seems to have stemmed the fury of the terrifying power, easing down as the energy fades. What the three are left in is a wasteland, cratered deeply by Daniel's crudely made nuclear bomb, with Daniel now cradling Hecate, who saved him at the last second from the magic energy of the devourer from annihilating everything all over again, namely, Daniel himself. She's whimpering and crying, gripping his armor for all she's worth. After a moment, Daniel picks his sword, still managing to cradle Hecate, and he stands up, facing Ryukana. She watches him for a moment. In simple terms, she is surprised. She can't believe it. Hecate absorbed most, if not all of the energy of the devourer, and she managed to keep her form stable. Now, Lady Goddess, I wouldn't guess myself so heretical or impudent as to insult a goddess intentionally, but I think we should return to the Citadel before we continue talking. That sword will stop interfering when I put it away. But, I am not sure I trust you. Ryukana knows that he's being suspicious for any of several reasons. He doesn't believe she's a goddess. She could be an evil goddess from his perspective, or he could be beholden to this world after all the time he has spent trapped in it. Very well. Then, I will go first. With that, Ryukana transports herself, though she keeps her gaze on him, so as to not lose him again. He doesn't move immediately, likely speaking privately to Hecate, but after a moment, they, too, return to the Citadel, where they are greeted by Zyriko, Ryuogrier, and Rainleaf. Daniel's boots barely touch the return circle when he's pounced on and knocked to the ground with Hecate by Ryuogrier and Rainleaf crowding him. He chuckles, saying warmly, I haven't even made my report yet. Ryuogrier is the most dignified of the three, saying with a smile, magic leaves a strong fingerprint on the world, Master. It is easy to detect when one powerful life disappears. She pets his cheek affectionately. A pity yours is the only power that cannot be detected, Master. A regal voice asks a little coolly, Master, is it, Daniel? Daniel looks at Ryukana, retorting, I've tried. They don't listen. The three chuckle together, but Hecate suddenly states, Zyriko, get rid of her. She's trying to steal Daniel away. Zyriko replies in an icy tone, though mostly for humor. You say that about every woman, Hecate. No, I say they're trying to seduce him. She's trying to steal him. Ryukana sighs. She looks at Daniel for help. He acknowledges her silent plea with a nod, gently coaxing the three to let him rise back up to his feet. Hecate lets him up, but she clings to his armor's belt, ensuring that he can't be spirited away if she has anything to say about it. I won't let you take him. I don't care who you claim to be. I have told more people than I should who and what I am, replies the goddess calmly. I fear my mistake is already the death of my authority. Daniel, as I said before, I am very sorry. Daniel shifts a little, looking at those gathered around him. They stare back at him with nervous expressions. He smiles softly, replying, My lady goddess, as I said, I don't view it as a mistake. If you or the gods or goddesses you work for believe I have been wronged, I assure you, I couldn't ask for a more satisfying life. Hecate grins, her eyes watering. She takes his hand, and he grips hers gently. Ryukana ponders for a moment. The situation is unprecedented, but she isn't sure what she can do. Daniel, you weren't chosen by the process. Divine summons are chosen carefully, and they must consent. Daniel cocks his head. Oh well, I consent now, if that means anything. Was Rikuto? She nods to confirm his suspicion. He was chosen, and I briefed him. Though I admittedly misinterpreted the threat, the demon queen that you spoke to not long ago. I don't believe she's a threat to this world. She's the one that told me about the devourer. Daniel withdraws an item from a belt pouch, handing it to Zyriko. I captured what I could, as you instructed. I imagine we'll need more than a few revival potations for there to be hope. Zyriko nods, saying softly, "Thank you, Mousse Daniel." He smirks and declares gently, "I am back, Zyriko." As promised. I noticed. Her voice is tender and soft and grateful. The goddess may be deceptive, Daniel. She brought 3 outsiders with her, speaking Imperial Common. Easterners? All the way here? More Stalvaltan soldiers? No, they bear no sigils. Ryukana states, "I met them in my search for you, Daniel. They, too, were looking for you." He nods as he listens, though it is peculiar. I haven't made efforts to be found. Wasn't anyone in this world I wanted finding me, other than the people here. Hecate waves her hand at Ryukana as if to shoo her away. Ryukana smiles. Daniel, my mistake cannot be overlooked, and there is a contract a way it is supposed to work. Upon meeting the completion conditions for which you were summoned, a wish is to be granted. I don't know if I can give you your rightful reward. Daniel shrugs. Okay. There's an awkward pause, and Ryukana cocks her head. Oh, okay. Yep, confirms Daniel with a chipper tone. Can't hold it against you if you never made me any promises, right? Job's done. World's safe. If I can stay here, I don't have anything specific to wish for that wouldn't feel wrong. What of your family on Earth? Your friends? Daniel looks away for a moment. He shrugs again, saying softly, didn't have anyone to lose. Terrible at keeping friends, and my family was gone. Figured that was why I was summoned. He chuckles, looking at Hecate when she brushes her head against his arm, trying to comfort him. Kinda funny to think I was summoned by accident. He looks at Ryukana, saying warmly, if you haven't already, then I am sure you can happily report this world safe and your summons alive and well, yes? I recall a conversation with you before. Rikuto is working to stabilize the kingdoms, and I went hunting for the threat directly. Ryukana cocks her head. You would have me, a goddess, lie? Daniel rocks his head back and forth, teetering on the line between ethical and unethical. Lie is a strong way to put it. The truthful sequence of events was in an abnormal order. That's all. No one has to lose. The goddess is left speechless for a moment. She sighs. I must and will confess my mistake. Something abnormal occurred that I did not sense or witness. If it wasn't entirely my own negligence, then we will need to ensure it doesn't happen again. Daniel nods understandingly. I understand. If there's anything I need to do, it'll be here, most likely. Or, someone will be here who knows where I am. She smiles and speaks softly. I see if you wish to return home. Daniel can feel all 3 of the others crowd him, and Zyriko looks at him subtly. He smiles. I am home, my lady goddess. I have nowhere in any world I'd rather be right now. This causes Ryuogrier, Rainleaf, and Hecate to smile. Ryukana smiles as well. I see. Well then, I shall say farewell, for now, Daniel, ladies. I suspect you will hear from me again once I've spoken to, my colleagues. Daniel bows respectfully. Farewell, Ryukana, and thank you. Her smile turns more tender, and she fades away as she leaves the world of Zenkon. Daniel sighs, relaxing a bit. That is, until Zyriko reminds him. Daniel, there is still the matter of your visitors. Ah. Right. That. Hecate. She grins, pumping her fist. Leave it to me, Daniel, I'll shoo anyone away, especially other women. Ryuogrier teases, you give your best effort, at least. Shush you. If I really wanted you gone, you'd be gone. Vile Daniel Stealer. Daniel pushes Hecate gently by the back to urge her to head for the audience chamber, rather than getting distracted with Ryuogrier. Ryuogrier informs him, we shall join you too shortly, master. Rainleaf nods in agreement, adding softly, and then we can all celebrate our victory. Sounds good to me. Daniel puts his helmet back on, following Hecate as she heads to the audience chamber, and Zyriko follows alongside Daniel. The caretaker of the Citadel remarks, they have been waiting patiently, master, though two of them are armed. Anything dangerous? No, not unless they get close, master. Good, good. I'll try to stay alive. They make it to the audience chamber, and just as before, Hecate takes her seat on the throne, while Zyriko and Daniel stand on either side slightly behind her. Zyriko then has servant golems allow the visitors in. Daniel has been in this world for a fair bit over a year, one of this world's especially long years, and he has learned and seen and done a lot of things. He scraped by through his modern knowledge, as well as by keeping his head DWN and staying as invisible as possible to as many people as possible, not always successfully. He bore no grudges against anyone, but he also expected no loyalty or kindness from them. So, when Zyriko first mentioned visitors, he never expected a goddess, nor the three individuals who stand before Hecate now. As before, he's wearing his armor, so they can't tell who he is. For his part, though, he easily recognizes Lieutenant Gwenisphia, Sergeant Treya, and the succubus Aulone. The three approach and kneel, with Aulone greeting Hecate on their behalf. Greetings, gracious Lady Hecate, ruler of the Citadel and fair maiden of the South. Hecate hums in approval at being addressed so respectfully, and she rocks in her throne eagerly. Greetings be to you as well, my fellow ladies. Please, feel free to praise me more. Aulone rolls with it gracefully, replying warmly, to think your beauty has yet to become a legend all across the world is a crime of the highest order, your grace. And, your strength and wisdom must be limitless in order to have claimed dominion over the Citadel. Hecate replies, believe it or not, it was a gift. My darling defeated the feral Feldrock, and he gifted the Citadel to me. She gestures over her shoulder at Daniel, who remains motionless, observing, but ensuring to show minimal interest, as a guard might. Aulone replies with a quaint smile, your darling must truly be strong, my lady Hecate. Hecate nods proudly. No one in this world is stronger. You may be envious, but you can't have him. Aulone smiles gently. I appreciate it, my lady. However, my heart belongs to another already. Hecate smiles. Good, then, we can be friends for now. So, my new friends, what brings you to my citadel? Aulone replies gently, my lady, the companions I have made recently assure me that the trail for my beloved leads to this castle. Hecate cocks her head, her gaze narrowing a little. You don't say. And, who, might I ask, do you seek? What is the name of your beloved? Daniel, my lady. Daniel? You mean the harbinger of calamity. Aulone twitches a little, asking, you know of him, my lady? It is this moment when Ryuogrier chooses to enter once more. Indeed. We are intimately familiar with Daniel, the harbinger of calamity, the Feldrock sorcerer. She turns her tone and gaze darker, the otherworlder summon. This causes all three of the visitors to shift uncomfortably. It's clear that Aulone recognizes Ryuogrier, either from her magical power, her horns and tail, or her color scheme coupled with the shimmering and beautiful egg that she's holding in her arms, while Rainleif walks up behind her and to her side as well, also carrying her egg. Ryuogrier adds, he is a dragon slayer, and he invaded my lady's castle in order to slay our kin. We barely escaped with our lives. Daniel twitches at the third dragon's voice Girahol, as she enters and stops alongside him, as opposed to on the far side of Hecate from him. Girahol stands proudly, looking down on the visitors. We expended many potations to save our race. Perhaps you would like to accept the expense of replacing what he cost us. Aulone stammers, and Gwenisphia finally speaks, Your Grace, my lady's Daniel acted only to defend people he cared about. I do not believe him to be a murderer or assassin. Hecate asks a little coldly, you seek this Daniel as well? Gwen confirms with a nod. Yes, Your Grace. He was a soldier on our fortress, a comrade. He did not provoke your people, he was attacked and defended himself. But regrettably, he was mistreated by ours as well, so he took it upon himself to stop the war, it seems. If you could direct us to him, do you intend to arrest him and take him back? Asks Hecate pointedly. Gwenisphia hesitates a moment, glancing at Treya beside her. She replies, we intend to take him back, Your Grace. We are willing to negotiate for his life. Girahol retorts, the debt he owns includes many lives, and you seek to merely take him back to your base? Are we to believe that justice will be done? Gwenisphia is silent as well. She offers gently, he is important to me, personally I want to bring him back for me. I understand your anger, but he was attacked first. Please understand, he's not a cruel person. It is why I care so deeply for him. He is kind, more intelligent and brave than he lets on, and he always does his best to help people, even when they don't deserve it. Hecate growls, so, you're in love with him, are you? Gwen looks down, and after a moment, she silently nods. Without a doubt, your grace. She glares at Aulon, and you? Aulon nods softly. Yes, my lady, I, too, have fallen for Daniel. The young Feldrock girl sucks her teeth, turning her scowl on Treya, who is the only one who hasn't said anything yet, and her own expression is serious and seemingly unshakable. What about you? Are you in love with Daniel? Treya is silent for a moment, staring back at Hecate. The intense gaze causes Hecate's glare to narrow. Suddenly, still without a word, Treya stands up. She walks without hesitation towards the steps. Everyone watches her with disbelief, and the entire moment is awkward. Treya ascends the stairs, walking directly towards the knight referred to as Hecate's darling. Girahol is the first to growl, "You impudent little," without warning. As she stops in front of Daniel, Treya's expression wavers finally, and she sucker punches Daniel in the abdomen. He coughs and grunts, and Gwenisphia and Aulon gasp, as Hecate and Ryuogryr cock their heads in absolute disbelief. Daniel himself is stunned, since he can't figure out what she's doing. She stares into the face of his helmet, and her eyes begin watering. Chapter 44 The Reunion of Soldiers. Treya stands before the armored knight wearing metal plate that seems to change colors depending on the magical energy around him. In spite of the powerful beings standing all around, she was able to walk directly up to him and punch him in the abdomen, expressing herself in the only way she knows how, lashing out when she's upset. She can feel his gaze fall on her after he coughs, and she stares into where his eyes would be. Her own eyes water, and she growls, "You stupid idiot," she sniffles, wiping her eyes. "Do I know you, miss?" She bares her teeth a little, but she knows what he's doing. She knows he hasn't forgotten her. She whimpers, "I told you I owe you. I have to repay you, so why didn't you come back?" "You could have come back, I would have. I missed. I want." She leans her forehead against his chest, trying to resist her tears. She whispers, "We finally found you. I don't know why you're here, but I won't let you go again." Hecate is now standing on her throne, facing Treya angrily. "You vile lecher. You would dare try to seduce my darling in my own audience chamber?" Ryuogryr retorts dryly and coldly, as if anywhere else is preferable. "Shush. You." Hecate hops down, startling Gwenisphia and Aulon, who haven't figured it out yet. The young Feldrock girl storms over to Daniel and Treya, shoving her way in between them. "He's my darling, and you can't have him. Go find your Daniel somewhere else." Treya replies fearlessly, "He's right here. Your darling is Daniel, human sorcerer with no magic from another world. And, what makes you think my darling would be the slayer of dragons? Doesn't that sound two reasons? I am still alive," and she glares into Daniel's eyes. "I can smell him." Her tail is swishing back and forth in slight irritation, but also, in such a manner that draws attention to it. "Smell? Perhaps. My darling killed your Daniel. Did you think of that?" Treya ignores Hecate, speaking directly to Daniel. "Daniel, I just want to understand. What did you do? How did you conquer this place? Why are you allied with dragons, now?" Girahol snarls, "I would never be allied to a random, vile human who murders dragons." Treya looks at her, and Hecate whines, "Hey, did you ignore me?" Treya adds, "You choose your words rather peculiarly. Especially given that you bother to speak my language. Daniel's smell is on all of you. Did you all kill him?" She looks at Daniel again. "That spell you unleashed earlier, what were you fighting? Was it the Demon Queen?" Daniel looks at Ryuogryr for a moment, and then Gwen and Aulon, and finally Treya. He finally replies for himself, "No, it's a somewhat long story, but the quick version is, it was a monster that was devouring this world an acre at a time, and the Demon Queen was forced away, losing all of the Demonkin against invading eastward. I don't think she's the enemy of the East." Treya sighs. "I believe you, Daniel. Now, take off that stupid helmet. Armor doesn't suit you." He scoffs. "It wasn't about appearances. Well, I am not here to kill you." Hecate growls, "You're not here for anything. I won't let him leave." Daniel puts his hand on her head, and she twitches, waving her big, bushy foxtail back and forth contentedly. He says gently, "It's all right, Treya figured it out, it was my fault." He looks at Ryuogrier and Rainleif, saying gently, "They're friends of mine. Please treat them well." Ryuogrier smiles and nods, and Rainleif nods as well. "Sergeant, this is Hecate, Ryuo oof." She punches him again, growling, You just said we were friends." Daniel he looks at her, confused. He sighs when he figures it out. "Treya, this is Hecate, Ryuogrier, Rainleif, Girahol, and Zyriko." Girahol huffs, "If she is your friend, you should have known better, Daniel." Daniel agrees warmly. "You're right, Gara. Thank you for trying to cover for me." Aishi huffs and circles around to stand with the other two dragons. "I was doing what Ryuo said. That's all." Treya says politely, "It's my pleasure to meet you all. I am Treya, and they are Gwenisphia and Aulone. Gwen and I served with Daniel at Fort Peony, and he saved our lives from the Red Dragon. Aulone met him after." Aulone and Gwen both stand up, approaching the stairs to the throne platform the rest of them are on. Gwen asks, "Are you really Daniel?" Treya sighs, retorting, "It's obvious, Gwen." "You can't tell?" Gwen seems to sniff the air a little, and she shakes her head. Treya states, Well, it was obvious to me. Maybe you just forgot." She looks at Daniel, and his helmet is hiding his expression, but she can feel his gaze silently keeping his thoughts to himself. She whines, What? Why are you staring at me? No reason." Daniel takes his helmet off, and Aulone and Gwenisphia gasp. Hecate points at them, saying haughtily, "You stay away from him. He's my husband, and I want share." "Not with anyone." Treya asks him, "Is that true?" Daniel chuckles, petting Hecate's head. "I wouldn't be here without Hecate." "But we're not married." The betrayed young Feldrock gasps, "Daniel. How could you? Tell the truth. They don't need to know that." "Didn't you just say the truthful events are out of order?" He chuckles. "I did. And none have taken place yet, have they?" She huffs, staring at him with her mouth agape, and Ryuogrier and Rainleif chuckle, causing Hecate to glare at them for a moment. Treya asks as Gwenisphia and Aulone cautiously climb the stairs, "Daniel, what is your relationship to these women?" Girahol retorts sharply, "And what business is it of yours?" "It's my business because I am indebted to him, and I intend to protect him in whatever way I can." Gwenisphia asks, "Treya, are you quiet? Daniel, answer me." Gwenisphia is shocked by Treya's sharp response to her, and Daniel looks at each of them for a moment. He replies, "I met Hecate when I found the Citadel. We worked together to conquer it." Hecate adds proudly, "We slept together, and we fought together. Closer than anyone in the world, and his staff can kill anything. And if it can't, then his god Smiter will." Daniel remains fairly humble about it, in spite of things. "I was fortunate enough to be able to defeat the feral Feldrock that was residing here with my dragon-slaying staff. Afterwards, the dragons attempted to invade, and I defeated them, reviving as many as I could." Girahol looks away for a moment, crossing her arms. "You haven't earned my forgiveness yet." Daniel Ryuogrier teases her as she pets her egg. "Don't worry, Daniel. The opposite of love is not anger nor hate, she's just being shy." "I am not." Daniel adds, "With Zyriko's help, we were able to recover the dragons and cure them of a curse that had drastically reduced their offspring, keeping their population small." Treya studies Ryuogrier's egg for a moment, and Hecate growls, "Don't get any ideas, kitty lady." Treya blushes, looking at her, stammering as she tries to defend herself. "Ideas? What ideas? I am Daniel's," just where she growls in frustration, finally saying sternly and confidently, "That is Daniel's choice, not yours. And I have much to repay him for." Before a fight can begin, Zyriko steps up. "If I may, we recently repelled some soldiers from the Stalvalten Grand Duchy who came looking for Daniel as well. Peacefully, of course, with the same cover we attempted on you. Why come to retrieve Daniel now? Could it be an interest in the Citadel?" She is a little cold towards the end, clearly implying that she doesn't trust anyone new. Aulone replies, "I never wanted to part from Daniel. Of course, he clearly lied to me when he claimed he was attracted to men." She grins at him, and he shrugs. "I kept my promise, though." The Dragon Lord is dead. He's the only dragon I won't be reviving, even once we have enough potations. Aulon nods softly. Gwenisphia adds, I didn't want to leave him either. He tricked me so he could stay behind to defend Fort Peony by himself. Treya adds, that reminds me. She spears herself into Daniel, pinning him to the ground, shocking the others, including Gwen and Aulon. She pins his arms to the ground, growling before they can stop her, you pinned me down and forced me to leave you by force. Don't think I've forgiven that. You're still alive, aren't you? She frees his hands to hit his chest. That's not the point. And, why didn't you wait for us to return? Or, why didn't you come to Northwall? Aulon replies softly, I am glad he didn't. Treya sighs. She lays down on his chest, murmuring gently, Daniel, I am staying with you from now on. Don't object. And, don't do that to me again, Hecate hums in irritation. Daniel replies gently, Treya, I am staying here with Hecate and the others. I promised them I would. Treya nods in understanding. Without hesitation, she looks up from her position, pinning Daniel to the ground at the young Feldrock girl. Lady Hecate, please allow me to live here with you and Daniel. I'll work, I'll stand watch, and I'll cook and clean, whatever you would have me do. Hecate is surprised, looking at Daniel for a moment. It's clear that she didn't expect a request. And, given that she was once a slave herself, she has no idea how to actually deal with a polite request from someone other than Daniel. She crosses her arms, retorting, you must think me a fool. You just want to be able to try to sneak off with him. Treya shakes her head. No, I want to be with him. I won't do anything dishonorable. She sits back on his waist a little, slumping her posture as she looks at him. I already did enough of that. Daniel smiles at her, and he sympathizes with a nod. I tried telling you the books are square. She sighs in disgust, turning her gaze back to Hecate. Please, Lady Hecate. I won't steal Daniel, but I want to be near him. Hecate fidgets, squirming as she ponders. She's not a cruel person by nature. Haughty, a bit selfish, and prideful, but far from cruel. She mumbles, fine, you can stay. But, he's my husband, and my darling. And you? She points at Daniel. You better be extra grateful to me, Daniel. I don't have to be nice to all of your mistresses, Daniel chuckles. No one here is my mistress, Hecate. Zyriko asks as Daniel sits up, Daniel, should we prepare for more of your former allies to come here? I don't know. I am surprised anyone still thought I was alive. Gwenisphia approaches, murmuring, we knew you had to have defeated the dragon. It's just we weren't sure where you would go afterwards. We got this far because we followed the rumors. Aulon asks softly, did you really befriend the dragons, Daniel? Ryuogrier grins, and Rainleif blushes. Girahol huffs and is about to answer, but Ryuogrier says warmly, he enslaved us. We're his war brides, spoils of war. Daniel sighs in disgust as she snickers, and Aulon frowns. She retorts, Daniel doesn't take war brides, he doesn't need one. Insists Hecate with a fiery tone. He has me. Why he keeps collecting mistresses, I'll never know. You just accepted Treya's request. Of course. Mistresses are no threat to me, so long as Daniel spoils me rotten. And now, I could defeat anyone who tries to steal him. Treya stands up to confront Aulon, but Gwenisphia asks, Lady Hecate, may I also remain here with Daniel? I don't have much to lose back home, and if the war is over, Daniel. A strong, feminine voice calls out as the audience doors fling open. Everyone turns, and Aulon gasps. She's the only one of the three visiting to recognize who is jogging in, panting. Zyriko states, Daniel, you have a visitor, he chuckles. I see that. He climbs to his feet, asking as Viregraze comes to a stop, studying the large group in the audience chamber. What can I do for you, Your Majesty? Treya and Gwenisphia gasp this time, and they do a double take, no doubt piecing together who they're looking at. You lied to me. She storms up the stairs, and everyone watches as she confronts Daniel. I had a somewhat good reason. I don't care why, I probably understand. She drops to her knees as her legs seem to suddenly give out. Daniel reacts too slowly to catch her, and he crouches in front of her, making sure she's okay. It's gone. You actually did it. Did what? Asks Gwenisphia softly. Viregraze glances at her, simply observing the new acquaintance that she doesn't recognize. Overall, her mind is baffled and exhausted from stress, but finally feeling relief after a long time. He destroyed the Devourer, a monster consuming the world. Daniel asks diplomatically, "You're sure it's gone?" "I was pretty sure myself, but I can't detect magic." She nods with a bewildered expression. The only traces reside in her. She points at Hecate, which fits the sequence of events. He smiles, patting her shoulder. "Great. Then, I guess you can begin migrating back west as soon as possible, right?" Her head nods as her eyes stare with a distant gaze. I never thought it would be defeated. Ryuogrier, holding her egg, steps closer. She sinks carefully to a kneel. "When Daniel first spoke to me, I noticed several things that gave me faith. He spoke respectfully, even from a position of power. He rejected power for power's sake, and he made a promise that he quickly kept." Viregraze listens respectfully and nods along. She says softly, "I didn't mean to doubt you." He scoffs. "I have doubted me, too. And, I have one request." She instantly looks into his eyes. "Anything. Name it, and it shall be yours. Wealth, land, my life and soul, nothing so dramatic. I want you to spread the story that someone fictional defeated the Devourer." "Fictional?" she asks. It also surprises the others. He confirms with a nod. "Yes. As it stands, the only ones who know are the people in this room and the other dragons, most of whom don't really know who I am. I know you'll need to talk about what happened. Exaggerate it and change the name to something that doesn't tie to any of us. The kind of attention that spell can attract is the wrong kind of attention." She nods once more, still bewildered. It's highly likely that she witnessed some sign of the blast, either the flash, the glow, the mushroom cloud, or the shockwave itself. It could even be the magic interference wave, if the pressure wave was too weak by that time. She offers, "Daniel, if chosen protectors could be taught number." "Never. But absolutely not. Don't ever ask about it again. Forget that it exists. Let it fade into memory. There should never be another threat of that magnitude again. My purpose was fulfilled, even if it was unintended." She looks at him, thinking. It's true. What they saw was a devastating power that was terrifying. That anyone can wield it to begin with is difficult to believe and easier to write off as illusion or hallucination. Even dragons, as powerful as they are, likely couldn't cause so much instantaneous destruction. In fact, all of the dragons combined, along with the combined might of the Demonkin, were unable to even slow the Devourer meaningfully. Hecate adds seriously, Daniel didn't even want to do it in the first place. He was afraid of how it could hurt the future. The secret will die with him. Ryuogrier, Rainleaf, and Girahole nod in agreement. Zyriko adds, "It is quite possible that the Devourer was a Feldrock who lost control of its power due to the extermination of the Feldrocks." Ryuogrier nods to that as well. "Yes, I fear that may be the case. As such, it falls on us not to learn Daniel's secret, but the obvious lesson the past should teach us. Such petty conquests nearly destroyed the world, all for power that would have died when the Devourer came for the Citadel under the Dragon Lord. We only have a future not filled with evacuation thanks to Daniel. We all should have stopped our former lord." Viregraze adds softly, "Yes." Perhaps she sighs and nods, unable to refute the idea in any way. "Daniel, I will keep your involvement secret if that is truly what you wish. However, for the act of saving the world, it is insufficient to serve as payment. Surely, there must be something you desire." He chuckles. "I got a bunch of friends and family, a cool castle, and the honor of saving the world. To ask for more would be atrociously greedy." She sighs. "Very well. I will come up with something myself. Of course, the offer to claim me is." Hecate hisses fiercely, clamoring and shouting to overtalk her. "Gra! No, nope. No. Find your own. Daniel's mine." She hugs Daniel, adding, "We don't need anything else." Daniel suddenly says, Actually, there is one thing. I don't know how to go about it, but de-escalate the war. That's what I want. If it becomes impossible, well, get involved and try to talk them out of continuing the war, now that you no longer need the East, correct?" She confirms earnestly. "Yes, of course. I wouldn't dream of that being payment for your deeds, as it was my goal all along. But we have tried diplomacy before." "Why, you have?" asks Treya, surprised. Viregraze nods grimly. Yes. Desperately so. But we were being forced east, and the Easterners were refusing to help us. I had no choice but to begin invading. The Eastern kingdoms once included much of the land on this side of the mountains, but it was enough to hold us for the last couple of years. Only until recently was the Devourer encroaching on refugee villages in the west, meaning we were going to have to move again. But, because Daniel and his party destroyed the Devourer before it could destroy those lands, we won't have to push any further. She looks at Daniel. Daniel, I fear my words alone won't be enough at this point. I don't think they'll push west anytime soon. But, if words won't suffice, even with me, then we'll go the intimidation route. I know people. Ryuogrier asks innocently, who do you know more frightening than any of us, master? He looks directly at her with a slightly stunned expression. Should I correct myself? I know some dragons? She blushes, and Rainleif giggles, hiding her own cheeks in the collar of her mantle. Girahol becomes indignant, retorting, do you think we're performing fools for your amusement, Daniel? I'd be asking nicely in this hypothetical, Gara. You'd get to flex your power for a good cause, ending a war as peacefully as possible. Ah, but first, Your Majesty, Viregraze will need at least one more revival potation, just in case. I won't take any chances with anyone under my care. The Demon Queen nods in agreement. I have my best brewers working on more. She blushes as she looks away. This will sound extremely rude, but you no longer need dragons as desperately as before. Ryuogrier fills in for the awkward pause. Viregraze nods hesitantly, ashamed of the truth. Daniel offers diplomatically, there are males and females among the lesser dragons, and I think the three greater dragons, the Lord, his brother, and the Green Sage, are too aggressive to allow to live. That's my opinion. With the males of the lesser dragons, the race can continue. If a greater dragon son is born of these three, then strong bloodlines can rise again. Ryuogrier and Rainleif both smile affectionately as they hug their eggs CLSE. Girahol blushes, looking away as she somewhat sheepishly tries to hide her belly. Hecate boisterously says, and, when Daniel and I have children, Feldrox will rise even stronger. Ha 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 ha. Viregraze seems to realize something. Daniel, that reminds me. If you haven't revived any of the three dragons you mentioned, those eggs, they were laid by the dragons holding them. Your Majesty, I intend to build up the population of people living around the Citadel. Will you object? She cocks her head, but sighs, seeing a deflection when one occurs in front of her. No, as I told you, my title as queen is informal. Even if I were a true sovereign, you've more than earned your own lordship. Hecate cuts in, and my ladyship. I am the lady of the Citadel. Daniel's wife. Are you? You've never mentioned your relationship to Daniel. Ryuogrier's jab at Hecate causes everyone to chuckle, except for Hecate, who scowls lightly at the dragon woman. Viregraze clarifies her thought, I will not object if the Citadel is to become home to honest people, Daniel, Lady Hecate. I'd be even happy to learn they're those admitted by the two of you. Hecate offers, somewhat obliviously, maybe you'd like to live here, Queen Viregraze. Or rather, Shrine Priestess Viregraze, once the war is over. She smiles. I'll keep it in mind, Lady Hecate. Thank you for your generous offer. Hecate nods with a prideful smile. Ryuogrier, seeming to never miss an opportunity to tease the young Feldrock girl, for someone who so loathes the idea of Daniel collecting mistresses, you sure are quick to allow them into his proximity, Lady Hecate. Hecate once again glares at Ryuogrier. Ryuo, didn't the dragons have their own keep? Perhaps you should go check on it. Me? Gracious, no. I intend to stay here with my beloved Mukori, Daniel, and produce lots more eggs, dear Lady Hecate. Life is interesting and noble at his side, Daniel sighs. In any case, thank you, Queen Viregraze. Now then, I am hungry. Anyone else want dinner? Zyriko, do you mind? I'll have it ready at once, Daniel. Zyriko bows, vanishing in a teleport. Daniel looks at the others, who only share a glance. They agree quickly, and they all head for the dining hall together. There's still much to talk about, but nothing that is as pressing as defeating the Devourer was. Arameliana stands with all 5 of her daughters on a stage set up to overlook the battalions of Stalvoltan guards, Those contingents that aren't serving the Imperial battlefront at the central line near Fort Twilight, with Bromland so freshly coming out of a revolt. The Empire has stationed soldiers to ensure it is not swiftly conquered by demons that might push through Fort Twilight, assuming they know of the turmoil. The Grand Duchess rallies her soldiers, brave soldiers of the Stalwalten Guard. You are the pride and joy of the Grand Duchy, warriors of unparalleled mettle. The soldiers cheer a jovial exclamation of pride and courage. I have for many years dreamt of the day my eldest daughter would marry. Wenliana, as the eldest, is rightful heiress to the Stalwalten Grand Duchy. I am confident that any one of my daughters would make a suitable and excellent Grand Duchess. However, there has only been one man who Wenliana has expressed any interest in making her Grand Duke. I ask you this now: who would see Duchess Wenliana ascend to Grand Duchess? The guards cheer valiantly, and she asks next, and, who would support her marrying the Otherworlder, Daniel? Again, the soldiers cheer, though it does seem a little quieter. Arameliana frowns. Wenliana tries to whisper, Mother, the Grand Duchess straightens her posture. She states, I see. Well then, let's cut to the chase. Daniel is being held prisoner deep in the demon wildlands, at an ancient fortress known as the Citadel. This fortress was derelict until a few months ago, captured by dragons and their fox beastman leader who calls herself Hecate. They tried to deceive us and claim Daniel is dead. Until we bury his remains, he is a living member of the Stalwalten Grand Duchy, and I don't like living members of the Stalwalten Grand Duchy being held prisoner. She looks across the crowd of soldiers, who listen loyally to her every word. We are already at war with the demons, but the path to the Citadel can be navigated swiftly under the right conditions. You are all battle mages of the Stalwalten Grand Duchy. I would trust you to storm the Citadel, retrieve Daniel, and retreat with fewer casualties than a mere walk in the park. There are a few chuckles, but it's clear that the enthusiasm to invade the demon wildlands for one man, an otherworldly commoner no less, is not very high. Arameliana nods sympathetically. Yes, I understand. Daniel is no one to you, no one to your families, no one to this world. To those who think they know, he defiled a princess and fled for the far reaches of the world. His imprisonment with the demons is but a pittance for his supposed crimes. So, I will not order his rescue. I will not coerce any man or woman here to go far beyond the front lines and risk life and limb for a man they barely know. I will be taking volunteers. The guards glance at each other. A few step forward without hesitation, and Arameliana nods with a proud smile. But, she pats Wenliana on the back, startling the young magic artisan to step forward. Yes. Right. As you all know, I am Wenliana, Duchess and first daughter of the Grand Duchess. Any man who takes part in Daniel's retrieval will be contracted an increase in salary, as well as an even split of 10% of the profits earned by any devices Daniel helps develop upon his return. This causes more of a murmur with the soldiers. Arameliana proclaims, you heard correctly. The Grand Duchy will invest directly in Daniel's return, as well as promise of continued returns on that investment. If he cannot be recovered alive, then the salary will stay. If he is brought home to us, all participants shall benefit for the rest of their lives. More of the Stalwalten Guard steps forward, granting them enough to form a moderately large company of around 200 troops. It's certainly not enough to defeat even a single dragon, nor would it be enough to lay siege to a castle. However, it would likely be enough to cause a distraction while the infiltration unit sneaks in and finds Daniel. Once the distraction unit retreats and Daniel is secure, the infiltration unit will be extracted by Wenliana's airship, captained by the captain of the Wormeyes. There will be lots of smoke and alchemical flash bombs to sow discord around the Citadel, and before anyone knows it, Daniel will be found and evacuated. Or, so the plan will be. Arameliana has never been a soldier herself, not like her late husband. He created the training regimen for the Stalwalten Guard's battle mages. That being said, as Grand Duchess, Arameliana knows that no plan is foolproof, and no plan survives contact with the enemy. They'll be up against dragons. She couldn't hope to concoct a fitting strategy against an enemy she has never laid eyes upon. All they can do is hope 200 battle mages of the most prestigious military force in the East can fool and evade the most dangerous enemies in the West. And, the mystery of the global weakness that struck everyone several times a few days ago has still been left unanswered. Wenliana and Ahak, as well as the other court mages, were able to compare notes and hypothesize that the strange phenomenon was canceling all magic briefly. It was a potent enough effect to be felt, and because it was a sudden drop in mana, most people experienced a sudden exhaustion or feeling of vertigo. It also interfered with magic equipment of all shapes and sizes. They'll have to be careful with the Iron Wyvern, which relies on magic crystals to achieve and maintain flight. Wings will allow it to glide if it loses power, but the controls will be significantly less reactive. The bulk of the company will march on the Citadel, meaning there's time to plan and establish a forward operating base once they find a secure landing zone for the flying machine Wenliana successfully tested recently. Wenliana prays softly that Daniel is unharmed as the day draws closer. Chapter 45. The goddess returns. Treya enters the dining hall as Daniel is lounging in a chair, drinking something alone. He sits up when he notices her. Sarah, Treya, doing all right? She smiles, sighing. Yes. Just restless. Daniel notices her tail swishing back and forth, and he realizes instantly to remain on guard. Restless, huh? She nods as she walks, looking at the high ceilings and decorative lights on the walls and arcades. Yep. Is it all right if I join you? Sure. Pull up a seat. She takes a seat next to him, which he's conscious of, but doesn't remark on. Treya is a little bit more fiery about her thoughts and feelings, and she'll be embarrassed if she doesn't already realize her state. What are you drinking? This. Well, I was having my own little celebration drink. He pours a small amount into a glass for Treya, handing it to her. She seems surprised by the small amount, but she lifts the glass, taking a small sniff. She recoils in surprise, asking, Is this a potation? Daniel cocks his head, a little surprised that's what she associated it with, but it makes sense. Not quite. It's like a potation, but without the magic. Different ingredients, though. She cautiously tries it, sipping just a tiny amount. Again, she recoils, and he chuckles. You don't have to drink it. I'll get you something else if you want. She sets the glass down, blushing a little. I'm sorry. But, you celebrate with this? He nods with an amused smile. Yep. Sometimes. Better than drinking to bury pain. She cocks her head, and he puts a glove on to operate a magic panel. Anything you're in the mood for, Treya? What are the options? Pretty much anything. A lot of you ladies at Peony drink rose milk, right? She confirms with a small nod. Why yes. I like the sweetness. He nods in turn. He taps on the panel, and a few moments later, a golem walks in carrying a pitcher with a clean glass for Treya. She smiles, accepting the drink. She nearly coughs, though, murmuring as she covers her mouth to prevent dribbling all over her clothes. This isn't watered down at all. Daniel chuckles. The Citadel isn't involved in the war on either side, and Zyriko has a large stockpile available for all kinds of things. Hopefully, the war will end soon, and production can return to normal. He takes a sip of his drink, and she ponders his words for a moment, sipping her own. It's milk of one of the livestock animals of this world, flavored with berry juices that give it a taste that reminds Daniel of the smell of roses. He's not actually sure if the word he defines as rose is the same, since rose milk was his first experience with anything he could associate with roses. What's your drink called, Daniel? This? He inspects his dark brown liquor that Zyriko helped him make with the assistance of some willing potation brewers. It's a first run of our attempt at a black spiced rum. Rum? Repeats the Gaishanin sergeant. Yep. A drink from my world made by fermenting and distilling sugarcane juice or molasses. One of the components of potations is alcohol. I don't know the mechanism, but the process to make them is similar to making drinks like this one. She nods as she listens, sipping her milk. I see, and you like it. This one's not my favorite, but it's a step towards the drink I used to have in my world. In fact, I had enjoyed a solid glass of it before I was summoned in Mornastay. Probably made it a little easier to brush off that I was suddenly exposed to magic and pulled into a completely different world. He smirks at her, and she chuckles. She swirls her glass a little, murmuring, What you did the devourer, was it? You really saved the world, didn't you? Doesn't feel like it, does it? She hesitates, but she replies softly after a moment, I guess it's hard to believe I never knew it existed, and now Zyriko and the others say it's gone and the Demon Queen you're friends with her, and she wants to end the war now because of what you did. If it's all true you ended the war and you saved the world to do it. Daniel smirks, staring distantly at his own drink. In my world, we had fictional stories, where a person would be transported into another world from our own, typically. Often, a god or one of the kingdoms in that world were sending this protagonist to the world to defeat a demon king or a demon lord, or some other evil being or devastating monster. All kinds of reasons for it. A lot of times, they had systems for how the world worked based on, other forms of entertainment that were more interactive. I'll explain that some other time. Actually, it's not unlike Hecate getting stronger when defeating enemies and gaining more power and abilities thanks to this system. Daniel takes a sip. The protagonist would be charged with leveling up, defeating increasingly more dangerous enemies, avoiding conspiracies, finding clues and other important items, and then, finally facing off against the final enemy. He looks at Treya. In my case, I had to find a reason to want to save the world, not build up my strength to be able to do it. Well, I kinda did, but not in the hero's journey sense. Made some friends, found some resources to make my abilities possible, and some people I trust to help convince me that it had to be done. He finishes off his current glass, refilling it with rum. I bet the Demonkan are celebrating. From their perspective, this thing plagued them for years. Once the war ends, the Empire and Mornastay and Bromland, and all of the Eastern Allied kingdoms will celebrate as well. To me, it was just a thing. A day that came and went, but meant everyone I came to know and care about can smile for a long time to come without worrying about a boogeyman somewhere far away stalking closer to them. He offers his glass for a toast, and Treya taps her glass to his. He adds with a smile, it doesn't feel like it because those who feel the least weren't directly impacted by the problem that was solved. Until it sinks in, we'll just have to quietly celebrate that tomorrow will come. He takes a drink, and Treya mimics him. She sits contentedly in the peaceful moment with Daniel. What do you plan to do tomorrow? Asks the Geishanine woman gently. Daniel nods as he ponders it visibly. A fair question. Hadn't thought that far ahead. Didn't want to waste any brainpower on tomorrow when my biggest enemy was still a threat. He smiles. Besides, you know me. I wing it every day anyways. Treya sighs. Daniel, or do you have any intention to have a family? What do you mean? I have lots of people I consider. Hecate doesn't realize it, but you treat her like a daughter, don't you? Daniel chuckles, swirling his glass for amusement. Maybe a little. She's still too young for my tastes. I see. And the dragons? Dunno. Haven't thought about it much. Is there a reason you're asking, Treya? Well, I was curious. Curious, huh? Yes, curious. What do you think it is? Nothing. Daniel stares ahead, sipping from his drink. Treya huffs, and she whines, you're thinking something. It's nothing. I swear. I didn't say anything. You're doing that thing you do. Stop it. What are you talking about? She grips his shirt chest, pulling him to face her. I was just curious. That's all. So don't ask me anything. Daniel exhales deeply in exasperation. Fine. I'll tell you, then. Unless I already knew ahead of time that you wanted it, I am going to treat you like you're drunk. You know, that tipsy feeling you get from too many potations. If you've ever had any, you're not in your right state of mind. Treya gasps, her cheeks filling with colors as her tail puffs up and her ears perk up as straight as possible. She whispers sharply, how did you know that? With a chuckle, Daniel teases, I can smell it on you. She gasps and begins smacking him with her fists, whining in embarrassment. He quickly corrects, kidding, I am kidding, geez, relax. It was a joke. She grips his shirt suddenly as she calms down a little, sniffling. Do you think? Before she can finish her thought, her ears fold back, and her expression becomes harsh as her gaze locks onto something beyond Daniel. He looks, finding Ryukana, the goddess Tat transferred him to this world, entering the room cautiously. Am I interrupting anything? Daniel replies, nah, just having a drink. Everything all right? Daniel, I've come to ask you an extremely important question. Sure. What is it? This world or Earth? Which do you want to live in? Daniel cocks his head. He was pretty sure he expressed himself, but this seems to be the final question. I am happy here. If I don't have to, I don't want to leave. Treya whispers, Daniel. Who is that? He replies, Lady Ryukana. I'll explain later. Ryukana nods, asking, Are you certain, Daniel? I may not be able to transfer you after today. Is there a reason? She looks away from him, saying softly, just in case. I see. Thank you for everything you've done for me, Lady Ryukana. I am sorry for the trouble I caused. She laughs for a moment before sighing. Daniel, I am sorry for the trouble I caused you. And, you've done a great deed for this world that you had no reason to protect. I hope that we can meet again. Daniel cocks his head, but before he can say anything else, she says tenderly, Goodbye, Daniel. Thank you. She fades just as quickly as she appeared, leaving them in a silent dining hall once more. Daniel glances at Treya. That felt final, didn't it? She gives an equally surprised nod, a little confused about the whole exchange. She's a goddess. Daniel ponders the words, finishing his drink. Yes, but not the goddess. This confuses Treya a little more, and she asks softly, What does that mean? Daniel corks the bottle of rum, standing up and stretching. Dunno. If you need anything, one of the golems nearby can hear you. Just ask, and they'll bring it. He leaves the room, a little lightheaded, but he needs to focus on the immediate future. Something isn't right. Ryukana stands before the divine tribunal, a collection of those gods and goddesses not currently bestowing divine intervention, as well as chaos and order themselves. She is to be judged for her mistake, and a fitting punishment carried out. The gods and goddesses of the divine realm are charged with the unparalleled duty of maintaining a balance between the chaos of nature and the order of the world. When one threatens to overtake another, systems are in place for the gods to restore the balance. Some of these include methods of direct intervention that provide minimal risk to the divine realm. Others include prophecies and God-sent angels, and, in some cases, divine summons, either chosen by the gods or requested by the world in trouble, are carried out. All of these methods are sacred and highly controlled mechanisms set to prevent threats to the divine realm as much as to protect the worlds threatened by imbalance. In this case, Ryukana was negligent. Somehow, her targeting of Earth captured two individuals from near opposite points on the world. It's unclear how this should have happened, because the targeting should be singular and focused on a small area. Failing that, she could and should have noticed a second soul in the transfer void, waiting to be modified for transfer to the next world. Failing that, she could have observed the arrival, where she would have seen both Rikuto and Daniel arrive. Ryukana doesn't need any reminder that she failed. She is merely waiting on punishment at this point. She won't be erased from existence, nor will she be banished to immortal life though. That's not off the table for punishments. She'll likely be relegated to the universal records of the divine realm, responsible for monitoring and categorizing all historical events in the universe. It's clerical work, and a far step down from being one of the celebrity goddesses choosing heroes to save worlds from destruction, or even worse, from giving rise to threats to the divine realm. Ryukana, 33rd goddess of the divine realm, you stand before us today having failed the sacred duty of all gods and goddesses to maintain proper positive control over the world balancing doctrines. Have you any excuse or evidence to explain this failure? Order speaks directly, bluntly, and in a way that could seem almost cruel for its coldness. However, she means nothing by it, save stating the facts. And, the facts are, Ryukana is a failure in this matter. No, Lady Order, I have no excuses or alternative explanations. Chaos, unlike her sister, does not look at the universe as a set fixture upon which her decorations sit. She looks at the universe as an entity in motion, always changing and always out of control. As she lays across her regal sister's lap, she starts, Ryukana. Everyone waits for her to continue, though it takes much longer than most would assume. Why yes, Lady Chaos? Asks Ryukana nervously. I was thinking. Tell her I was thinking, sister. Order simply pets Chaos's head, saying nothing. Chaos finishes her original thought. Ryukana, you lost a divine summon. Worse, you took over a year to find him. Is there a reason you never checked in on the world you were operating on? Not a good reason, Lady Chaos. Humor me, then. In spite of her immature appearance, Lady Chaos is an existence that transcends time and reality itself. Even the gods and goddesses that serve the divine realm cannot comprehend the full truth of chaos and order, in spite of their seemingly simple and binary existence. Ryukana replies softly, I believed Sir Rikuto was well prepared enough and competent enough to get off to a good start on his own, Lady Chaos. I did not check in otherwise because I was completely unaware of Daniel's presence. Order, still petting Chaos's head gently, says with a commanding and sultry voice, the crime you were guilty of is not one of merely endangering a single life. I hope you understand that. It is the very system that you damaged the reliability and faith we all and the worlds over which we observe maintain in the system that preserves those worlds and protects the divine realm. One mortal life is not why we are here. The system is why we are here. Of course, Lady Order. But, even so, Daniel managed to a trifle of unexpected good fortune, retorts Chaos quickly. Or, bad fortune. Depending on your perspective. She tugs on Order's collar for a moment, but gains no reaction out of the more disciplined-seeming goddess, save a simple, content smirk. She finally sits up, facing Ryukana, who stands in a circle formed by the tribunal, which is further surrounded by the audience of gods and goddesses who chose to witness the trial. To credit yourself with the actions of your mistaken summon is to credit me with the success of protecting that world. And, I didn't do anything. She points at the desk, speaking officially and surprisingly maturely, since time immemorial. I have gifted life with the treasure of free will, that they might sow disorder and disrupt my sister's treasures. Order smiles, saying tenderly, but still with a sultry and matronly tone, and, I have restored everything to its proper place since time immemorial in order to provide a foundation for my sister's treasures to take form. Chaos smiles proudly, suddenly shifting tones, so, why would you try to take credit for Daniel's success? You did not intend it, you should be thanking me, yes? I Lady Chaos did? Spit it out. Thank you, Lady Chaos? I am forever envious of your great wisdom. Chaos warns Order softly, but Chaos simply grins cheekily. Thank you, Lady Chaos, for selecting a worthy hero to the world I failed to properly observe. Bah, I didn't do anything, I told you that. I told her that, didn't I, sister? I told her. Order pets Chaos's head again, saying gently, yes, dear sister. Order speaks to Ryukana again, you allowed the mistake to occur. Your experience should have prevented it. But, in peace, comfort, stability you became complacent. That is why there is more than just order to the universe. Complacency must be offset by change, or there is no purpose to existence. There would be no challenges to overcome, no triumphs or accomplishments, and no love or hate. Things would just be, and there would be no reason for anything to exist. Chaos says rather maturely, seemingly emulating order. Order is the mother of existence, and chaos is the mother of purpose. Complacency is the bastard child of order, as megalomania is the bastard child of chaos. No living thing is immune to succumbing to complacency or megalomania. Not even you gods and goddesses of the divine realm. Ryukana looks down, bowing her head reverently. Yes. I understand. Very good, Ryukana. Then, if you have nothing else to say, a sudden crackle in the air causes Order to stop what she's saying, and everyone gathered looks. Ryukana has to turn around to find the source of the noise, a small electrical storm hovering in the air near the entrance to the tribunal hall. And then, a portal opens. This portal is not an elegant and graceful doorway to a world. It is a hole being punched through layers upon layers of defensive energy separating the divine realm from any of the worlds over which the gods and goddesses observe. The strange phenomenon causes a nervous murmur to fill the audience, though Order and Chaos are surprisingly calm about it, given the surprising interruption. What emerges from the distorted and crackling portal are two figures, one very much human and wearing specialized armor that shifts color gradients and a sword in its sheath that can resist the power of the divine. The other figure is a much shorter female with black hair, triangular, black ears that rise high from her head, and a large, bushy black tail. Like the human, her body and head are protected by armor that changes colors with the divine energy around them, swirling in tune with waves of higher concentration. Just given the surge of energy, it's clear that the girl is the source of the portal, and the human, which Ryukana easily recognizes, is present as a source of wisdom and truth. He is the one most directly affected, but he also witnessed all of the important events himself. Daniel kneels politely,
saying almost sarcastically, "Forgive the intrusion, lady goddesses. But, we're here to testify." Chaos stands up, retorting indignantly, "Testify?
This isn't a human trial, Daniel of Earth. There is no need for witnesses or for objection."
She snickers, though Order sits with an unamused, but also unperturbed expression.
Suddenly, Chaos turns serious, saying, or, should I say, Daniel Alexander Lawson, 33-year-old maintenance mechanic from Earth. Daniel chuckles as he rises to his feet. "You're a goddess. I would be more surprised if you didn't know my full name."
Chaos gasps, glancing back and forth between Order and Daniel, though he suspects it's more for show.
Order finally cocks her head. "Daniel, your friend, Hecate, seems to present a threat to the divine realm. I don't know how much was explained to you, but by bringing her here, you have demonstrated that the threat you supposedly defeated is not removed from the equation." Hecate states coldly, "Then you should erase all of yourselves from existence as well. Each one of you is powerful enough to threaten this place, yes? Daniel saved my life and gave me purpose. I stole the Devourer's power so I could save Daniel, who always knew his purpose."
Order states, "If you were here moments before, you would know, Daniel is not the subject of this tribunal."
But isn't he? Aren't we all? Everything in existence starts with existence. If Daniel was never born, I would have died. If I was never born, the Citadel would never be reclaimed and the world would have ended. If Ryukana wasn't the goddess who did what she did, Daniel and I would have never met, and all of you would have failed a world with your illusion of doing things right."
She crosses her arms haughtily, saying a little arrogantly, "I could destroy this place. I could put up a fight against all of you. After all, you intervened on my world because you were afraid of the Devourer, but it wasn't present of mind enough to threaten you in actuality. Now, I have the Devourer's strength, but I am in control.
I have Daniel. I have Ryuogrier and Rainleif and Girahole. I have Zyriko. And, I want one more person. You've got nerve-making demands here, little Feldrock girl."
Chaos appears in front of Hecate, and they stand almost the same petite height, facing off against each other like haughty little girls in a rivalry.
Hecate retorts, "I am the only one who can, little goddess girl. You can't even comprehend my being, and you can't stop mine." Hecate, "That's enough. Daniel says to the two main goddesses, lady goddesses, Hecate speaks the truth. There is only one more piece we would like to request in order to maintain balance." Order cocks her head, smiling softly with amusement. "Balance, you say?" Daniel nods respectfully. "Yes. I don't know how the universe works, but it has to have something to do with balance, or Lady Ryukana would have simply dealt with it directly. The universe moved forward, and by your grace or the grace of life you created, I ended up in that world, better equipped to deal with the threat that was beyond your control. Thus, Hecate and I would like to request Ryukana be forgiven for the mistake that led to everything falling into place, as it would have been a much more grave failure if I hadn't been there, and I would be living alone, drinking myself into an early grave if I had my way." This time, Chaos walks over to stand in front of Daniel, looking up at him, and he matches her gaze. "You think a goddess needs your mercy or forgiveness, Daniel Lawson of Earth, mortal human being and but one of trillions on all the worlds that extend beyond your imagining? Mercy and forgiveness, no, rather, I would like her to watch over myself and Hecate. I'd like her to continue to be our matron goddess and ensure that Hecate, in particular, is safe from the power that she obtained. And, why would we allow her to live? She is no different than the Devourer you destroyed, so far as balance is concerned." Chaos looks at the Feldrock girl, who cocks her head, which is emphasized by her big, fox-like ears. "And, I killed it." Both of them snap their gazes back to Daniel. "I used the fabric of the universe to preserve life in a world that was not my own. Hecate will as well. With Ryukana's help, we will form a trifecta to balance each other, should I or Hecate show bias towards each other." Chaos scoffs, and Hecate glares at her, though her helmet does hide her actual expression. Ryukana finally speaks, "Daniel, Hecate, I don't understand." Daniel looks at her, replying sincerely, "That farewell was a little bit too final, for my tastes, Lady Goddess. It didn't bode well. I am not going to die. This was just a brief analysis of what went wrong. Nothing went wrong. The world's safe now. Hecate will safeguard the power, and well find a way to safely disperse it back into the world so that another devourer doesn't happen again. If possible, your assistance will help us maintain the world. She glances at Chaos, and then at Order, who is still seated gracefully at her table. Daniel adds to Chaos, Lady Chaos, accidents and mistakes are born of chaos, are they not? Maybe it happened because of Ryukana, but I am glad it happened. I don't know if I would have agreed the day I was summoned, but I am glad I experienced this life, and I wish to keep living it. Allow me to serve alongside Ryukana on behalf of that world. Chaos stares at him, thinking, and Order finally says, "You're right, Daniel. Though the system utilizes our strengths, it is also susceptible to our weaknesses. Perfection is found in imperfection, after all." She stands up, walking more calmly and gracefully around the elegant table, approaching the group. She looks at Daniel, and then at Hecate. After sizing them up a bit, she states, "The threat is gone. For now. Just as with all worlds. Threats come, threats go. We created the divine realm to watch over the worlds and ensure these threats are stopped before they can disrupt balance." She sighs, looking at Daniel. "Your world possesses a dangerous weapon that should be feared. Once upon a time, we thought of purging your world once it was discovered." Daniel cocks his head, surprised, and she nods grimly. "Yes. To have such power and wield it against one's own world is lamentable. However, mutually assured destruction. I suspect you are familiar with this term." Daniel nods in confirmation, and she smirks. "Sleeping titans. That can be a greater deterrent to tragedy than not having the titans at all." She looks at Hecate. "Do you understand the gravity of your role, Hecate, daughter of Jolel and Kuranfar, last living Feldrock?" Hecate is a little more rattled by hearing the names of her parents than Daniel was by the trick, but she nods confidently. "Yes. With Daniel by my side, I have no reason to use my full power. With Ryukana, she can monitor me, and we can spare Daniel from having to do anything terrible to me if I might become the problem. I want nothing more than Daniel. No power, no enemies, and no riches. Just Daniel. Oh, and Ryukana." There's an awkward quiet. It's broken by Chaos, who claps her hands together once. "I am sold. Ryukana, as punishment for your mistake, you'll serve as advisor and protector of the world Zenkon, watching over and serving alongside Daniel of Earth and Hecate of Zenkon." "Right, sister?" Order nods with a smile. "Yes. I feel this will serve as a fitting penitence. Ryukana, I trust you will uphold this duty with greater care and focus than that which allowed us to come to this point." She looks at Ryukana, who bows. "My Lady Order, my Lady Chaos, you are truly the most gracious and wise. I shall restore my own honor and ensure the world of Zenkon, Hecate, and Daniel all remain safe." "Very good. Go with our blessings and divine purpose, Ryukana." Chaos grins, and she trots over to Daniel, waving him to lean down. He's a little surprised, but he does as she bids, and she whispers, though the volume is audible to everyone. "Daniel, when we created all of the gods and goddesses of the divine realm, we ensured that they could also feel pleasure." She whispers even more deviously, and have children. Daniel sighs. "I have you two to thank, do I?" She snickers, backing away as Hecate instantly states, "You can't have him. He's mine. Well, be friends, Ryukana, but no cheating with Daniel." "I won't allow it." Ryukana bows. "I wouldn't dream of it, dear Hecate." Chaos, throwing kindling on the fire, says jovially, "Let's not make hasty and final declarations. Life will always progress forward." Hecate glares at the small, primordial goddess, who grins deviously at her. Order, seemingly ignoring the conversation, states warmly, "Go forth, Ryukana, Daniel, and Hecate. Protect your world and let us see if Feldrox can rise again." Daniel bows politely, as well as Ryukana. Hecate returns to Daniel's side, mimicking his bow. After, the three return through the portal, leaving Order and Chaos with contented and prideful smiles. Chapter 46: The Brewing Battle. Check all wheels on all carts. It's rough terrain between here and the Citadel. Stock up on feed for the buckrocks and make sure you guard the water tankards. Will be appetizing targets for beasts and demonkin alike. They're not so different from us. Bandits and raiders on the roads. Captain Mousse watches as his lieutenants organize and prepare the company for the march on the Citadel. They are currently overnighting at Fort Twilight. Unlike Peony, which is physically closer, Twilight is much easier to navigate, and it can support a larger force than Peony. And, with the discovery of the Grand Duchy's plan to send a splinter force, many of the generals and colonels looking to find a weakening in the demon army's defenses have been looking for their own chances to seek glory. When questioned, the splinter force, known as Wormglare, were told to give the answer that the Citadel is believed to house a weapon capable of defeating dragons, which is why the dragons have taken to guarding it. However, this weapon is meant for humans or human-sized wielders, meaning they just need to sneak in and take it. This made the other leaders even more excited to become part of the attack, as a weapon that could defeat dragons would be even more desirable, as it could likely also be used to defeat any enemy. And, as King Rikuto and the others of Morniste have come to suspect, the strange phenomenon that washed over everyone seemingly at once all across the known world seems to have originated in the far west, following a flash of light that was visible from the mountains. The true source has still not been identified, but if it is a weapon, it's all the more reason to push westward and identify the weapon or spell and eradicate it. It poses too much risk to the world as a whole. Of course, that is a problem for Rikuto and the other kingdoms and the empire. Captain Mousse is tasked with leading this force to retrieve Daniel at all costs. The other companies and battalions marching with them will be serving their own desires when attacking the Citadel, and Mouindi's orders from the Grand Duchess herself protect him from the authority of those who might otherwise outrank him. When it's time for Wormglare to fall back, it's up to the other commandants to choose to retreat or continue the siege. Mousse states to Lieutenant Elkash, who is nearby, "Lieutenant, make sure everyone gets good rest. We'll be leaving before first light and first bell." "As you wish, Captain." It's a 2-week march to the Citadel at a fast pace. Of course. Mousse heads up to the outer defensive wall of Fort Twilight. It's much larger and more sturdy than that of the Flower Garden. But, Mousse knows it'll do little to stop dragonfire. He has never seen dragons in battle, as few who do survive. It's rumored that the only reason dragons don't wage war more often is due to their small numbers. Every one of their fallen, even as difficult as that, is extraordinarily costly to the dragons. Or, so the rumors go. The dragons themselves, what few have been encountered and survived, are said to be extremely proud and arrogant, and they would never divulge such information on their own. It does make sense, since dragons hold enough power to raise castles to the ground, that they would be too few in number to risk grand assaults on every battlefront with the risk that any one castle could prove lethal.
Something that rarely occurs to most people east of the mountains is how beautiful the West is. In many ways, it's not very different. The climates are roughly the same, much of the terrain is similar.
But, because the demons are less industrious than humans, dwarves, and Geishanines, specifically, there are very few fortresses or large cities marking the landscape.
Much of the land has a natural beauty to it. Of course, this also means that there are very few roads, and the course to the Citadel is one such path.
Much of the trek will be off-road after leaving the former eastern lands on the west side of the mountains.
And, even what roads used to exist have been overgrown and poorly maintained since the demons drove the allied nations back.
"Think we can win?" The voice that asks is Colonel Bryston, of the Kingdom of Brelum. Mousse replies with a salute, "I don't know for certain, Colonel. Dragons are not an enemy just anyone can face." "True.
But, the Grand Duchess must have great faith in your abilities. We're not meant to defeat the dragons at the battle.
We're meant to find the weapon." "I see. Yes, there was mention of that."
"And, I suppose it is good fortune that we will be providing bait,
Mousse turns to face the Colonel. "We answered questions, Colonel.
You made the choice to join our mission, against our advice.
I cannot accept responsibility for your forces. But, you must have some faith in your own ability to succeed." "Of course. And, the longer we have to search the Citadel, the better. That's not something made easier by a large siege, but it won't be harmed by the notion either."
The Citadel is the largest castle on the continent, built for the dragons. I don't know that a siege could even outlast it if the dragons choose not to fight. And, it's doubtful that they won't. Yes, I see. But, your plan was to draw them out with a siege, yes.
Even with your paltry force. At least long enough to get in the door.
As you know, The best we can do is plan. The colonel says nothing for a while. He looks over his shoulders and around them, seemingly verifying that they are essentially alone at least as far as immediate earshot. I hear another rumor. I hear rumors as well, Colonel.
I have no way of knowing which one you mean. This one's about a specific person. The fiancé to your Duchess of Stalvalden. Mousse is quiet for a moment.
He replies quietly, I know of no such person. I hear he's a commoner. From my men. I told you. Just a rumor. Wormglare is here to retrieve a weapon.
You're welcome to invade the Citadel if you think you can find whatever you want. If you jeopardize the Grand Duchy's mission, you should expect to receive sanctions, Colonel. Please understand. Bryston stares at him for a fair amount of time, but he smiles. I see. I suppose that is the nature of rumors always threatening to stir a pot that doesn't need stirred. He looks out over the wilderness beyond the fortress for another moment. Well, stay out of your way. But, if we fell a dragon without your help, I trust you will report that accurately, He nods his head politely and makes his way back down from the wall.
Mousse watches him go for a moment. There's a very slim chance that the Wormglare mission will succeed with 200 men or 20,000.
Numbers aren't the issue. A great deal of luck will determine whether this particular mission succeeds or fails.
With a sigh, Mousse returns to his own bed for the night.
It's a long march to the Citadel, and they'll be even slower with this many troops. Clang. Clang. Ping. Clang. Metal clashes on metal as Daniel parries swords with several combat golems being overseen by Zyriko. He is surrounded, swinging a training sword with the skill level one might expect of a maintenance mechanic who has managed to survive in a fantasy world. He can make some fluid swings, but he overextends his posture and his momentum. Daniel makes a few solid parries, before the metal of training sword batters against his back, and he stumbles. He makes a few more parries, before another smack rings his bell, bouncing off of his helmet. A female voice scoffs, and he looks. This time, it's Gwenisphia. She teases softly, apologies, Daniel. I've never seen you fight, so I was wondering how a man who slays dragons fights. Daniel catches his breath for a moment, laughing softly. And, go on. You're impressed, right? She snorts playfully. If I am being honest, Daniel, I don't think you did something right if that many people are around you. You're probably right. Though, I trust Zyriko enough to know this armor isn't just for show. And, I probably would fight a little differently. Oh? Would you demonstrate for me? Gwenisphia smiles cutely, folding her ears down to make her eyes look bigger. Daniel hesitates at first. He has what he needs on his belt, and Zyriko is using disposable golems, just in case. He looks at the golem caretaker, and he asks, Zyriko, do you mind? Not at all, Daniel. These golems and their weapons are made of simple iron. Iron can be reforged. Not to mention, you are lord of the Citadel. You may do as you please. He sighs, though amusement is in his voice. As the golems start to move again, both of his hands move. He throws the training sword, which the targeted golem bats aside. However, he draws both his revolver and Nemesel, the magic sword. Instantly, it begins to glow, and it cuts with ease through the iron blade of the closest sword to him as his other hand aims the revolver, blasting a golem in the chest and incapacitating it instantly. He moves in careful motions, while Zyriko protects Gwenisphia and herself with a barrier. Each shot is carefully placed to ensure it at least hits the mass of the golem he fires at. With Daniel's specialized weapons, he doesn't even need perfect form. As long as he can deflect the blades of his enemies or shear them off, he keeps himself alive by not being struck until he defeats all of the golems. He straightens his posture, looking at Gwenisphia. She is surprised, but smiles and claps. Daniel takes his helmet off, approaching. Service golems arrive to clean up the training golems. He states, if it's up to me, I'll have technological superiority in my fights. But, I figured it would help to know how to fight a little if I am going to stay here. She smiles. That makes sense. Though, couldn't the goddess you just recently picked up give you more power? Daniel cocks his head. Maybe, but, that's not why Hecate and I went to retrieve her. In fact, it's almost precisely why she was in trouble. They're big on balance. She sighs. The gods' divine realm, it's strange, maybe think of them more like archangels. According to Ryukana, worship isn't necessary, and can actually become dangerous in some worlds. Gwenisphia nods as she listens. I've never been particularly religious. Just strange to know that someone was always watching over us. She smiles. Daniel smiles and nods as well. Trust me. It's almost as strange as suddenly appearing in another world. She scoffs and laughs. I suppose that's true. Daniel reloads his revolver as Gwenisphia watches for a moment. She asks, Daniel, can I ask you a question? Always. She fidgets, taking a breath. So you have a lot of friends. Now Daniel looks at her when she trails off. He remarks cautiously, true, and you and Hecate aren't married. Also true, don't say that to her. He chuckles, and Gwenisphia blushes, fidgeting. With a sigh, Daniel takes a seat on a bench nearby, asking, is this a question I am going to get asked a lot? Why you and I got along pretty well at Fort Peony, didn't we? Better than most. Though, you were in a certain state for some of it. Right, same reason I've been avoiding Treya today. We don't have the medicine that the fort does. Right, Gwenisphia clears her throat, standing in front of him and asking confidently, would you consider a marriage with me? I don't have a lot of family wealth or anything, and I could probably be considered a deserter, but I deeply care about you. And, I am grateful to you for many things. Daniel doesn't sigh, though it is the question he feared it would be. He doesn't express exasperation or disgust. Truth be told, Gwenisphia is very attractive. And, the war should be over very soon. He smiles, replying softly, you really do want Hecate to kill us both. Well, I don't want to regret not asking. And if you're worried about my virtue, I am not. She squirms with a blush. Well, even so, it's still intact. Daniel takes a deep breath and exhales calmly. Gwen, if you haven't noticed, I don't know my right from my left in certain situations. Hecate became my partner in all of this because she's a child, and because she had no one else at all. I don't know what I want in a romantic partner. I see feline ears, perhaps. A modest chest. Daniel scoffs. Don't make me play the Hecate game on you. The Hecate game. Daniel nods with a smirk, a game where you lose. Trust me, you don't want to play the Hecate game, she already knows better. Gwenisphia laughs for a moment. She remarks with a warmness in her tone, I am curious, though. I assume the Hecate game is an answer to my questions? Daniel sighs. Your hair is a faint blue color. Pretty, but I like auburn hair best, personally. And, I like the feel of dragon scales. Okay, I lose. Say no more. She pouts, but then cocks her head. Wait, doesn't Lady Girahole have auburn hair? Dragons can change their appearance. I am sure Reina and Ryuo could as well. See, could I dye my hair? Daniel laughs lightly. Am I really that desirable? I think so. Or, I'd like to know for certain, and, you're not married yet, but I am behind. Keeping score, are we? No, but, I see how you talk to the lady dragons. I killed most of them. I owe them a little softness. I see. Speaking of, Zyriko's voice cuts in, and she approaches from behind Daniel. He shifts to look at her. Speaking of, he asks curiously, already having some idea. Lady Girahole is requesting you, Daniel. Me? Zyriko confirms with a nod. Yes. She expressed that you should hurry. Or what? She would be unhappy, I suspect. Daniel sighs. Well, Gwen, looks like I have to go check on the lady that hates me most. Is that so? He nods. Yep. At best, she wants to gloat about her egg, which should be laid soon. Zyriko says nothing, and Daniel adds, if you need anything, Zyriko can certainly help you. As for your question, Daniel thinks for a moment. Says softly, cupping Gwenisfia's cheek, on earth, no one gave me a second glance. Now, Hecate will murder anyone who marries me before her, most likely. So I don't know what to do about anyone else, if I have Hecate's permission. I have to hear it from her, and I am not arrogant enough to believe myself worthy of a harem. Don't start a fight. Gwenisphia smiles and nods. I'll ask her, then. It seems, even if you aren't married, you are beholden to her. Daniel nods sincerely. Yes. She protected my life when I was too busy stopping the devourer. Please excuse me, Gwen. I have to go tend to one of my supposed mistresses. She scoffs and snickers, and Daniel makes his way to Girahoel's quarters, per Zyriko's instructions. Daniel knocks, and he can hear a pained enter, in reply. Inside, he finds what he feared. Girahoel is wearing nothing more than her pajamas, a loose-fitting robe, as she is curled up on her bed, groaning. Daniel asks, "Need something, Gara?" "I am, my egg is coming." "And, you could be in your true form, and it should." "Ga." Ryuo and Reina both said. She goes silent, clutching her bulging belly. "Gara, help me." She looks at Daniel with watering eyes. Please?" They said it's important, and Daniel sighs. "All right." He closes the door, and readies himself for a long, sleepless night. "You have failed us. You do not even know the maker of this new power in the world, and yet you seek to lead us. You have disgraced your bloodlines." Viergraze is barraged by complaints about her inability to defeat the Devourer herself, and her impotence in dealing with the East. She also has lost the loyalty of the dragons, all of whom seem to be loyal to the new lady of the Citadel, known to everyone else as Hecate. While Viergraze knows the truth, Daniel expressly desired to remain anonymous to the greater world. However, that isn't the focus of the current meeting. Now isn't about success or failure. Our only goal should be to de-escalate the war. If we can convince the Eastern armies that we are no longer a threat, they are inferior races, shallow in their magic and afraid of their own shadows. This world should be ours. It should be wasted on cowards. You've already tried diplomacy, and the Easterners refused. Let them accept their own refusal in full, she sighs. It's clear that she's no longer the demon queen, and now she's more of just a shrine priestess. The other clan leaders are bickering over how to handle the East, what to do about the Citadel, and trying to come to a consensus about what the mysterious flash and colossal sky mushrooms were. Viergraze is the only one among them that knows the truth. Of course, she tried explaining the one known only as the Calamity, who wrought destruction upon the world to stop the Devourer. But, no one knows who the Calamity is. The Harbinger of Calamity is known to be the Feldrock Sorcerer, which fewer people know to be Daniel, but the Calamity is being sold by Viergraze as someone else. And, because the Harbinger of Calamity has never demonstrated such power, it's believable enough. The problem is because no one knows either of them personally except Viergraze, who is keeping it secret. The Calamity cannot be controlled.
Viergraze tries once more. The Devourer is gone. We should try for diplomacy as many times as it takes.
Diplomacy. Ha! You are a weak person. How far the Ultal have fallen. Viergraze, you should return to your shrine and pray, and stay out of matters of our peoples. She always knew this day would come. While she is a powerful demon, she is a shrine priestess first and foremost. And, she ruled a body of people that wanted her to. Or, as Daniel mentioned, to take the blame when things went wrong. Now that there's no threat from the Devourer, there should be no reason to fight the Easterners. No reason, other than the fact that some individuals have been made extremely powerful thanks to the war.
Is this the decision of my council? That I relinquish my role as queen?
The other demon clan leaders look at each other for a moment. Some of them had decided before she even asked the question.
Of course, no one wants to appear too hasty to cast aside the demon queen, who kept them all alive and in power through the worst of the Devourer and the war with the East. She found a balance between the two, preserving life, but not giving an inch. The demon queen is no longer a role needed in the absence of the Devourer. Let us resume our clan autonomy from the days before the beast.
Agreed. I second the notion. She watches as one by one, the demon leaders of every clan slowly agree that she is no longer necessary. She doesn't mind, terribly, especially not after Hecate's proposal for her to live at the Citadel. Viergraze gave a lot of her strength and dignity trying to maintain that balance. If they no longer desire her, then her role is complete, and she can resume her duties as a shrine priestess, maintaining the stability of the world as a whole. Viergraze bows politely after the conclusion. Very well.
I will no longer serve as demon queen. I am now simply the shrine priestess Viergraze.
May good fortune find you all. She bows and exits the council meeting. In spite of her friendly visit, her trials are not over. She is being followed. Viergraze has to make the definitive choice on the way to her home. She will likely not get another chance. She sighs, pivoting quickly and casting a powerful energy spell that explodes around her. It knocks the follower off her trail for a moment, and she quickly begins running. At her home, she disturbs Thymeria's meditations, quickly gathering her, their most precious belongings, and Ileana, and making a break for the wyverns. Just as they're reaching them, they're surrounded. Viregraze.
Vergraze takes a defensive position. Both Ileana and Thymeria are powerful in magic, but the force that approaches is one that only Vergraze can likely withstand.
We're leaving. Let us go, and there will be no bloodshed.
I am afraid that's not possible. Gilonsa is leading the squad of fighters who have cornered Vergraze and her sister.
I am warning you, Gilomsa, the time for warnings is over, Viregraze.
Your service has been commendable. Don't let any of them escape.
As the demons meant to capture Viregraze start to move in, and she begins chanting spells, the air distorts with waves similar to heat waves and glowing lights.
Suddenly, dozens of soldiers appear, soldiers made of iron and wielding strange staves that they hold against their shoulders, strangely angled horizontally, rather than vertically, like normal magic staves.
Unfortunately, these magical staves did not originate in this world. With a single, coordinated mercado, the air fills with thunderous blasts, and the demons that came to capture Viregraze fall as one, spraying blood.
The sound forces Vergraze, Thymeria, and Ileana to flinch and cover their ears.
The golems pivot and unleash their devastating spells a second time, and any demon soldiers that remained fall quickly. As one, the golems seem to dissolve, leaving the three Ultal in an eerie quiet filled with smoke and blood. Viregraze. It's all right, sister. I think I know who is responsible. Viregraze, Thymeria, and Ileana make for the wyvern stables, boarding wyverns and fleeing from the central city of the demon realm. It's one of few such places near the temple where Viregraze and Thymeria have lived for a long time. She says quickly, "We ride for the Citadel, don't let up until we reach them. It's the only place we'll be safe." Why were they after you? I don't know for sure. But, you'll worry about that once you are safe, dear little sister. The three Ultal women ride their wyverns as quickly as they can, bound for the one place in the demon territories not controlled by a demon. Daniel slouches in a more comfortable reclining chair as he sips a drink. Hecate skips in happily, finding him and grinning as she jogs over and hops onto his lap. Daniel. Fancy meeting you here all alone, heh heh heh. Daniel pets her head, which earns another gleeful giggle. Hecate. It's almost like you were looking for me. Me? Yep. You got me. I was lonely. She hugs Daniel from his lap. She growls, "You smell like Dragon Gara laid her egg this morning." Are you Gara? Daniel chuckles, taking a sip of his drink. No, I am not Gara. RRR, when can I have children? Huh? Come on, Hecate, not today. Well, when? It's not fair. She shifts herself around to be facing him, and she grips his chest gently. Gara, Reyna, and Ryuo all have eggs now. I don't even know if Feldrox lay eggs. She grips him more firmly, leaning closer, and, I know those other three want children, too. I've been avoiding Treya because she's experiencing a forced biological desire, not a personal desire. Do you want me to avoid you, too? NNN, no good. Then, let's play the Hecate game, Ga. No. Why did you have to name that stupid game after me? Hecate crosses her arms, looking away as she pouts. Is it a crime to love you, Daniel? Daniel pulls her head close and kisses her forehead, causing her to twitch and her tail to sway from side to side. Depends on who you ask. Hecate hums happily, but she suddenly grimaces. Why does your face smell like Gara? Hecate, I helped her lay her egg. Just like the others. Nothing else happened. MRRRR, she kissed you and, now I kissed you. Can Gara say that? Heh, no, don't rush to grow up, Hecate. You missed out on your childhood, and we've got all the time in the world now. All right. She lays her head against his chest, hugging him. The others don't have to wait, they already waited. They're all grown up. You're not. If you were, I'd have to treat you like a grown-up. No more piggyback rides, no more princess carrying, and no more sitting on my lap when others are around. She looks up at him, surprised. Why? You'll still do them for me, won't you? Daniel smiles. I don't know. How quickly do you want to grow up? She stammers, deliberating on the idea. Daniel pinches her cheek gently, and she puffs her cheeks in irritation. By the way, I'll run it by you since you're here, and you'll make accusations. Who makes accusations? I would never. Is it Ryuo? You're going to sleep with Ryuo? Daniel frowns at her with amusement. May I? She blushes, laying her head on his chest. I meant I am listening. I did? I mean, I was. No, I am listening. She hugs him tighter. I'll listen. Please tell me. I am going to escort Treya and Gwen back to Fort Peony, where we met, so they can gather their personal belongings and let our commander know that they're all right. You're welcome to come with us. I plan to also travel with Ryuo and Reina. Why, you might as well take the whole harem. Yes. And, who will keep them from doing unspeakable things to me while I sleep? As she continues to hug him, she grips his shirt at the back, murmuring, me. I won't let anyone steal you away. I am counting on it. She grins, clinging to him. He holds her so he can stand up, and she refuses to let go, so he walks with her. Her grip only shifts to loop her arms over his shoulders while he walks. She murmurs with her chin on his shoulder, this is what you're talking about, huh? About growing up? Yeah, it's a factor. Hecate ponders it for a moment, but she doesn't let go. She murmurs, I'll hold off for now, but I am still your betrothed. No one else is allowed to marry you before me, all right, Hecate. Whatever you say. The two of them gather Treya, Gwenisphia, Ryuogrier, and Rainleif. Zyriko will be sending golems as guards as well, stealthily of course. When it's discovered by Aulon and Girahol, the succubus simply insists that she's joining them to travel together. Girahol pulls Daniel aside as the others are getting travel kits ready using magic bags. Daniel. I can't believe you. What is it, Gara? I got interrogated by Hecate thanks to you. Daniel is joking, since no harm was done. How is that my fault? The youngest of the three dragons that decided to remain with Daniel indefinitely huffs, hugging her egg close. Daniel asks a little dryly, what did you want, Gara? She pouts, looking at him. I heard from Ryuo and Reina that you're going somewhere. That's right. Fort Peony, where I met Gwenisphia and Treya. Girahol fidgets, asking sheepishly, and Ryuo and Reina are going with you? With a nod, Daniel replies simply, yep. There's an awkward pause as Girahol pets her egg and asks softly, were you going to invite me? I figured you wouldn't want to go. Well, don't I at least deserve the chance to refuse? You just laid your egg. I figured you'd bring her with me. Gara hugs her egg to her cheek. Wait, you will? So you're going? Girahol pouts. Am I not allowed to go? Why would you even want to? It could be dangerous. She narrows her eyes at him, and it really amplifies the vibrant green color of her eyes. I didn't know you hate me. What? No, if anything, I am worried for your safety and for your egg. She blushes. Well, I am a dragon. I don't need your protection. Daniel sighs. Ill compromise. If you want to go with us, the egg stays with Zyriko so she can keep it safe with Ryuo's and Reina's. We'll be flying, so we won't even be gone a day. Girahol pouts, looking at her egg. She asks softly, is that an order? No, but I don't want any of the eggs in any danger. You might be nearly invincible, but I don't want to find out how fragile eggs are. All right. If you want to stay with your egg, I totally understand, and the others will, too. She hugs her egg to her chest, looking away from him. I'll leave my egg with Zyriko. But we have to come back tonight. That's the plan. And it's not because I want to go with you. Just so we're clear. She whirls, pointing at him sassily, and Daniel smirks. Right. Of course. I mean it. I wonder if I could order you to express your true feelings. She gasps, turning bright shades of pink as she hugs her egg. You wouldn't dare. Oh, I'd dare. She quickly jogs away, yelling, you humans are all the same. Savage and wicked. She trots a few more steps away, calling back as she turns to face Daniel again, don't leave without me. I'll never forgive you. Daniel salutes sarcastically, and he continues towards the control area, where they'll be leaving from. Chapter 47. Return to the Flower Garden. Daniel checks his own magic bag to make sure he has everything he wants for the journey to Fort Peony. It's supposed to be a short trip, but just in case, they're making sure they have rations, as well as weapons. It should turn into a scuffle, but Daniel won't hesitate to protect his family. After all, just because Commander Lywell's should prove to be hostile, that doesn't mean the others will be so accommodating. Just as they're preparing to leave, Ryukana approaches Daniel. Daniel, I will be observing you from here. If there is any trouble, I will remove all of you from the area. Rest assured. Daniel nods politely. Thank you, Ryukana. But, focus on the dragons and Hecate. I don't think it'll come to a firefight, but they should attack Gwenisphia or Treya, and Aulon and I will be in disguise. Treya speaks up, Daniel, that reminds me. You remember about Lywell's, right? Daniel nods. She can detect lies. That doesn't mean she can't lie herself, right? What? I am reasonably confident she'll protect my new identity. After all, I am the Lord of the Citadel and have brought the dragons to my side. Even if I won't serve the Eastern Alliance, having the dragons eliminated as a threat will be a big relief to the Flower Garden. Ideally, she'll understand the problem with revealing that to the East. Hecate remarks, I thought you were going to have the dragons intimidate the Easterners if they try to invade. Still true. And, well, let Commander Lywell's know that. The goal is to de-escalate the war. If they invade during the drawdown, then the war isn't actually over, and will provide support for the side actively pursuing de-escalation. Many things can cripple an army. Destroying supply lines, trapping and altering the terrain, and causing chaotic noise while they're trying to sleep. The East doesn't have any mass means of air travel or combat. A dragon flying overhead every couple hours roaring and breathing fire would likely be enough to keep any Eastern army from sleeping, even if they believe the dragons won't hurt them. Ryuogrier, Rainleif, and Giroil laugh softly together. Hecate instantly puffs up as big as she can get, mostly thanks to her tail. What about me? I can scare people, too. She begins chanting and creating a fireball, but she halts when Daniel's hand lands on her head gently. I have a better idea for you, Hecate. Something only you can do. Really? He nods with a smile. You can haunt them. Day. Night. Your ability to turn a corner and vanish and reappear anywhere you want will cause them to be on guard even more. Daniel reiterates to everyone, remember, though, this is all hypothetical. If the Easterners don't invade, there's no point, right? They all nod together, humming in approval. None of them want to go to war, but they also want to ensure their life can continue. All right. Then let's head out. Daniel and his companions, excluding Zyriko herself and Ryukana, who is laying low, depart on a winged drake's back. Since the dragons had long ago tamed the various species of drakes, it was a trivial matter to send some of them to retrieve the drakes and migrate them to the Citadel. Drakes are useless as beasts of burden for anyone but a dragon, but Ryuogrier, Rainleif, and even Girahol are happy to help. The winged drake they're riding on is about half as big as Ryuogrier in her dragon form, but it's still plenty large enough to carry Daniel, Hecate, Treya, Gwenisphia, Aulon, Ryuogrier, Rainleif, and Girahol in human forms. The plan is to fly into the controlled zone, remaining out of sight with magic, and then send the winged drake to wait somewhere else to be summoned by Ryuogrier when they've finished their business. Daniel watches the sky for flares. He knows the scouts of Fort Peony are alert, and they'll be quick to report danger, especially if a possible dragon is flying straight over the recon perimeter and entering Fort Peony's controlled zone. Thankfully, Rainleaf's spell seems to work, as there are no flares, and they are able to find a clearing to land in and disembark near enough to the base to walk. Hecate playfully sneaks along, reminding Daniel of a kid playing secret agent, in a sense. Everyone else walks in a cautious group, mindful of avoiding being spotted by free scouting members of the fort. Gwenisphia remarks gently, it all still looks the same, so that's good. The former lord's brother wanted an easy target, replies Ryuogrier with disappointment in her voice. He made himself one, instead. Girahol, surprisingly, is the one to chime in a little bitterly, live a life of war, die in battle. They got what they deserved. Reyna and Ryuo glance at her, but it's clear that they don't disagree. Daniel redirects after a moment. It's also good that the rest of the demon armies haven't invaded either. My own personal philosophy has always been that boring is good. It just means no one I care about is dying, The group nod together, including Hecate. However, Zyriko's voice reaches Daniel through his helmet, and he slows to a stop. Daniel, you have a new mistress. He sighs. Do you have to put it that way, Zyriko? Hecate's right here. What did she say? Snaps Hecate. Daniel idly fends her off as she tries to pounce on him and get his helmet. Who is it? Zyriko projects her voice to them, the Lady Viregraze. Apparently, former demon queen. Everyone turns serious, including Hecate. Daniel ponders on her words, while Ryuogrier asks, does that mean? Did the other Covenant members remove her? Zyriko reports, Lady Viregraze, Lady Thymeria, and Ileana have arrived with virtually nothing of value, Daniel. Without titles or authority to leverage, I can find them rooms, Zyriko. If they prefer a house in the castle town, prepare one for them, please. We'll hear it from Lady Viregraze when we return, as you wish. Another matter to report, Daniel. What is it? A handful of goblins arrived with Chirinus villagers, and they are also reporting troubling information. Apparently, a large contingent of Eastern forces have gathered at the central fortress along the mountains and begun marching west. Fort Twilight, I believe. Among them appears to be a strike force of Stalvaltan soldiers. Daniel continues to think, and Ryuogrier asks gently, retaliation for your death, master? I don't know. They can't possibly think they can win. Even with my phone, Wenliana won't be able to make firearms, I think. Phone? Asks Girahol. Daniel is silent when he looks at her, still deep in thoughts of his own. He states to Zyriko, we'll need to organize our own stealth mission. If you can, fend off all attackers with non-lethal force. Prisoners are acceptable. Just find a place to house them. Of course, Daniel. All right. We'll be back tonight. Keep the status quo if you can. I will. After Zyriko confirms, the others are quiet for a moment. Hecate asks, what does all of this mean? Why would V not be queen anymore? Gwenisphia asks, and why would Imperial forces invade now? Maybe they want Daniel's weapons, remarks Treya pointedly. If it can be used by anyone, then they only need to escape with the weapon. That doesn't explain Viregraze, though, counters Ryuogrier. Daniel is the one to finally respond, isolated, I don't think either event would mean much. Treya's probably right. They may be hoping the dragons and Hecate don't know what they have and will either part with it or have it lying around somewhere easy to steal. They have no concept of how deadly the Citadel would be if they're uninvited. He then adds, Viregraze being banished suddenly, I hope it's not what I fear. And, what's that? Daniel asks a little distantly, do any of you know what a perpetual war is? The others glance at each other, and Treya is the first one to venture, is it what it sounds like? All of them readily accept that Daniel's world is very different, and in many ways, further ahead in time compared to how Zenkon operates. Daniel nods in a partial way, you would think so, but unlike wars in the typical sense, a perpetual war has no real end. The enemy is chosen in such a way that an ending is virtually impossible for the foreseeable future. He looks at Ryuogrier, specifically, because she's the oldest person present and may more readily see his point. When both sides can profit in some way, why end the war? But, the Covenant banded together because of the Devourer. Retorts Girahol. Reyna nods in agreement. Daniel adds gently, a perfect enemy. One that can force an army to invade another, but can't be defeated. And then, when it is, the scapegoats are cleansed while new plans are formulated. Again, the others are quiet. Daniel knows that it's a little paranoid to feel that way, but too many things are foreboding. A strike force is invading shortly after the Devourer was defeated, and Viregraze is simultaneously removed from being queen, all while the East refused to hear out diplomatic negotiations with the Demon Queen, assuming Viregraze is telling the truth. Since Daniel can't recall any calls for diplomacy from the Easterners while he was with them, especially since they knew that if the dragons went on offensive, they didn't stand a chance, Daniel is suspicious, to say the least. Knowing this is neither the time or place, though, Daniel says gently, let's get this visit over with and deal with all of that later. We're here to visit friends, right? Rainleif is the one to joke, though keeping quiet. Two of us are, Gwenisphia says softly, thank you all for accompanying us. HMPH, grunts Hecate as she crosses her arms. You're a comrade to us, and you were kind to Daniel when no one else was. I need to make sure you're safe for his sake. Gwenisphia smiles, and Treya nods politely. They emerge from the forest and approach the gate. Most of the landscape has been restored since Daniel defeated the attack force, though some of the pits from his makeshift landmines remain. Girahol remarks a little cynically, if I didn't know Daniel, I would be ashamed to consider the Red Knight a dragon. Or a knight, adds Rainleaf. Treya asks, why's that? This fortress is tiny. It should have lasted 5 minutes. Aulon adds awkwardly, if it makes you feel any better. I think it was over in around 5 minutes. The others look at her, and then at Daniel. He admits I wasn't keeping track of time. I was being attacked by a dragon. They share a laugh, and the watchstanders on the wall challenge them as they approach. Halt! Who goes there? Gwenisphia steps forward. Lieutenant Gwenisphia Ko's Honey Dip, returning from long-range reconnaissance with a diplomatic envoy. Her words are correct. There is a procedure. But, since it's so rare that anyone arrives speaking in this manner out on the frontier, she has to chuckle a little when it catches the watchstanders off guard. They glance at each other, discussing it for a long moment. Finally, the watchstander that spoke, Sergeant Meluan, calls out, name the envoy. Gwenisphia looks at Hecate, and the young girl steps forward. They discussed it after the Stalvaltan soldiers visited, and Hecate chose the title she wanted. Gwenisphia replies, allow me to present, Her Wise and Idealist Imperial Greatness, Empress Hecate, ruler of the Citadel and the newly founded Fevigal. Hecate stands proudly, and the others study her for a moment. While obviously a child in virtually every way, her entourage is dressed the part, and it's all true. The Fevigal doesn't have much authority yet, but it is a distinctly different entity from the rest of the Demon Covenant, which is all the more important now that the Demon Queen has been usurped, by all appearances. Several long minutes pass by. It's highly probable that the watchstanders are informing Lywells, and she is coming up with a quick plan on how to handle strange distinguished visitors from the west. Meluan appears again, announcing, the commander will meet with you. Stand by, your greatness. Hecate nods politely, and shouts of rallying organization on the spot can be heard, but are mostly unintelligible. Eventually, after another few minutes, a voice calls out, open the gate. Which is repeated a couple of times. The gates are opened, and they are met with guards lining up both sides. Daniel finds it a little odd that Lywells is inviting them in, but it's possible Gwenisphia introducing Hecate without being in apparent distress might have factored into it. Though, Lywells will undoubtedly have contingencies. They walk in, following Hecate as she walks proudly and elegantly, clearly imitating how Ryuogrier is walking to carry herself like a regal being. As Hecate walks in, she admires the fortress as Daniel recommended, remarking aloud, Sue, this is the rumored flower garden, is it? I see why. She turns to Gwenisphia as they walk, leading into a question. But, I can't imagine all of these women here are fully satisfied as soldiers, are they? Both Gwen and Treya are quiet for a moment. Lywells is one of the few people likely capable of commanding Fort Peony, as it is specifically because she has no tolerance for drama and will root it out mercilessly. She'll do it in a roundabout way, but everyone that sided with Bellstrom during the last time Daniel was seen on base was later put on restriction and formally reprimanded. Bellstrom was also transferred off of Peony, revealing that, whatever her plan was, Lywells really was using Daniel, but had no intent to let him die. Meluan meets the group on the ground, escorting them to a conference room in the administrative building where Lywells' office is. Lywells is already present, standing with a handful of other younger officers who are mentoring under her, as well as a couple of guards. Meluan announces the arrival, Commander, presenting Empress Hecate of the Citadel and the Fevigal and her entourage. Lywells bows at the waist, saying politely, Your Majesty, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Commander Lywells, commanding officer of Fort Peony. I apologize for our simplistic accommodations. Please, make yourself comfortable. Hecate takes one of the more comfortable chairs prepared in haste for her, and the dragons take seats at other chairs in the conference room while Daniel and Aulon stand at the back. Gwenisphia and Treya also stand nearby, but make their presences more obvious to Lywells, who takes a seat. Lywells doesn't ignore them, but for now, she needs to address in order of importance, and she wastes no time at digging into who Hecate is as politely as she can. Forgive me for saying so, Your Majesty Hecate, but I am only familiar with the Citadel, and rumors at that. To my knowledge, and our current intel so far as I know it, the demon territories have no countries, castles, or families by the name of Fevigal. Hecate replies warmly, that is because it is my territory. I am the ruler of the Fevigal, a newly founded empire, if that makes it easier to understand. I do not serve the Demonkan Covenant nor your Eastern Empire or its kingdoms. I want no part in this endless war. I just want to keep to myself and rule people who wish to be ruled by me. Lywells hears her out, and she doesn't smile or frown. She keeps a stoic expression, pondering the implications of who all she's looking at. With his helmet on, Daniel is the only one she can't explicitly identify by his race, assuming she knows the dragons can change into a human form, though they preserve their horns and tails. I see, is Lywell's simple and polite reply. Congratulations on founding your own territory, Your Majesty. I would expect that you've considered all of the benefits and detriments, and it would be foolish of me to apply what little I know to your situation. Hecate smiles brightly, unleashing her pride and bragging. Why, I wouldn't call it foolish to give me advice, but I think conquering the Citadel speaks for itself, if you know why it was unaffiliated for so long. I know only that the rumors that have reached me speak of a monster that resided there. I, of course, mean no offense. None taken. A monster did reside there, and my darling killed it before gifting the Citadel to me. This causes Lywells to be a little surprised. According to her, she can magically discern lies and truth, making it virtually impossible to lie to her. Understandably, if someone else was able to conquer a supposedly unconquerable castle, it would be surprising to most that said individual would not then become its ruler. Your darling, you say? My husband. That causes Lywell's gaze to narrow. Daniel smirks in his helmet. While Hecate may want it to be true, she knows it's not, and now Lywells knows it as well. Fortunately for Hecate, the commander doesn't press the issue yet. You are very fortunate, Your Majesty. If I may, what brings you to my humble corner of the world? If you seek to conquer us, I must inform you that we are required to resist. Hecate nods. Yes, I would assume so. But, as I said, I have no desire to rule anyone who does not wish to be ruled by me. Actually, I only made this visit as a courtesy, so that you know the time of your soldiers was not wasted, and to also ensure that you know they are unharmed. She gestures at Treya and Gwenisphia, who both bow politely and greet Lywells softly. Commander. Commander. Lywells nods her head, but she asks, are these two your prisoners? Hecate scoffs. Peeved. What? No, they're parasites. They showed up at My Castle looking for someone, and now I can't get rid of them. Though, I don't hate them, so I guess it's okay. Lywells looks at Treya and Gwenisphia, who try to give nothing away, but they are far from stoic as Lywells. Daniel notices the commander's gaze move to him, and it lingers for a long moment, before trailing across the dragons and then back to Hecate, all within a short period, but enough that she just sized up everyone a second time, and likely has come to a conclusion. She suddenly states coldly, leave us. There's an awkward silence for a moment, as it's unclear who she's speaking to. However, she looks over her shoulder at the guards and mentees, reiterating sternly, leave us. Now. See, Commander? Asks one of the mentees. I will not repeat myself. Leave this room, or leave the garden. Final warning. The mentees hesitate, but they quickly scoop up their notebooks and make for the door, passing between the conference table and Daniel. Lywells then adds, you as well, Commander, what if? Everyone in this room from airside can level this entire fort faster than my preparations could accomplish anything. If you genuinely think you can protect me better in here than you could out there, then you can protect me from Fort Twilight. Get out. The guards hesitantly make for the door as well, leaving Lywells alone in the room with Daniel's group. She pulls a device out of her messenger bag and places it on the table, turning it on. She remarks, a friend of mine was able to get his hands on one of these and sent it to me. Ironic, in a way. It came from Wenliana of the Stalvalton Grand Duchy. Hecate asks dryly, should I be familiar with that territory, Commander? I see. Another lie. You are familiar with them, which just about confirms everything I wanted to know. She looks pointedly at Daniel, saying without a doubt present in her voice, it's good to see you again, Daniel. Before anything else, are you a prisoner? Daniel hesitates for a moment, and the others look at him for silent guidance. But he did come to speak to Lywells, even if indirectly through the others. I am not a prisoner. Hecate chimes in instantly, that's right. He's my husband. Lywells points at her, stating, lie. Pardon the disrespect, your majesty, but I know most of what you said is true. That is not. Hecate gasps, stammering as she glances at Daniel and then back to Lywells. Treya comes to her rescue, stating, Daniel and Lady Hecate conquered the Citadel together. Lady Hecate is only trying to pressure him into marriage. That's not. Well, he's mine. I am going to marry him. That's final. She crosses her arms and huffs indignantly, and Daniel walks up to her, petting her head. Lywells cocks her head, starting, maybe I have it backwards. Daniel, are these women your prisoners? Daniel tries to reply, no, as Girahol, Rainleif, and Ryuogrier all say playfully, yes, and Aulon innocently replies, number. Daniel answers, there are strange circumstances, but they are my friends. And, what Hecate said is true. We wanted to escort Treya and Gwenisphia back here so they could check in. Lywells sighs, leaning back in her chair. It's definitely the most relaxed she has been on official business, so far as Daniel has seen. I am glad you are all right. You included, Daniel. You're welcome back here at your station, though I've also heard rumors that the Stalvalten Grand Duchy is mobilizing west in search for your weapons. Daniel twitches. He suspected it, but he was hoping that wouldn't be the case. He asks cautiously, what weapon would that be? She smirks at him. The one that slays dragons. I see. That complicates things more than I hoped. She nods, though she stops when Daniel says pointedly, in any case, I am not returning. My home is the Citadel, now. I accomplished what I was brought to this world to do, and I am not going to be involved with the war, except to end it. Lywells cocks her head. What you were brought to this world to do? I have it on rather good authority that your summoning was unintentional. Daniel cocks his head in surprise, and he asks quietly, you met a mutual, amber-eyed acquaintance? She nods. She was looking for you. I assume she found you, then? Daniel smiles, replying, she did. It's all settled. Even without direct guidance, I found what I was summoned to destroy, and I destroyed it. The war should come to an end soon, though circumstances around that are hazy. Lywells sighs, Daniel, you're a wise man. I've never really doubted that, but I don't think you know how and why wars are fought. I know you think this war is being fought by bloodthirsty demons and the empire and kingdoms are the righteous defenders. She narrows her eyes in anger, but he adds, I know what a war fought between mutual allies for profit looks like. Her anger turns more to confusion, and she continues to look at him skeptically. My world called it perpetual war, or endless war, creatively enough. War is an effective population control in every possible way you might desire. Too many people? Send them to war. People with too much money and free time on their hands? Send them to war. Pesky endangered animals or trees? Send people to war. Political opponents threatening to usurp you? Send them to war. It's all about control, and it requires cooperation between the most powerful on both sides. Lywells doesn't like what she's hearing, and she looks at the others with a sour expression for a moment. Daniel adds, I know how it sounds, especially from the perspective of a noble, honorable, and loyal soldier. Even if the cause of the war is ambiguous, needfully so, people are dying on both sides. Expendable people. 4th, 5th, and 6th sons and daughters. Peasants. Inconvenient fools. Otherworlders who stumble across a political situation they don't belong in. The very fact that everyone else in the world will deny what I just suggested is because only a tiny handful of people neither of us will likely ever meet are the ones who are manufacturing the war. Everyone else believes the lie, and it's extremely difficult to prove until long after the fact. I first noticed it when almost no one from the demons' side knew why they were invading. And, the fact that neither side pursues diplomacy very aggressively. Or why you will allow 3 dragons to sit in your conference room, knowing what you said is true, but still think the East can win the war. Or, even survive it if it were to truly escalate. This has everyone quiet and ponderous. None of them like the idea, least of all Daniel. He knows the outcome is drama, freedoms being taken away, and oppression when it all falls into place. Those in the highest positions, using the war for controlling the world's population, don't care about the damage it causes. They manufacture tragedies and new things to fear when real threats don't exist, and cling desperately to any real threats and ways that it can be used to further the goal of the never-ending war. Daniel doubts Viregraze was privy to it, since she got booted out by all appearances. She was the scapegoat if things went wrong, and the next tragedy if she were to be slain, the beloved queen, killed, and Daniel decides not to say any further. His mind is going down a dark path, and until he knows for sure, further speculation is going to make it worse. Lywells finally says quietly, "I know you are telling the truth as you know it, Daniel, but I can't believe it. Especially because no one around you does either. Regardless, you have the option to play a part, Commander. When my companions and I return to the Citadel, you can inform the East that the dragons are no longer a direct threat, or you can go on like none of this ever happened. We're just old friends catching up. After all, what's the first thing that's going to happen when the Imperial commanders learn that the dragons are no longer going to side with either side?" She sucks her teeth, realizing exactly what he wanted. She'll find out the hard way if he's telling the truth if she takes an active role in it. "Why should I believe the dragons won't attack?" Ryuogrier replies for herself, "Mind you, Lady Commander, that we won't let you destroy while we love. We won't be invading. There's a difference. We also won't defend the West if they won't back down either. All of us here want the war to end. Those who proliferate it are our enemies. What of the land conquered by the demons? That was land belonging to Eastern kingdoms. Some of them no longer exist because of this war and the invasion." Daniel replies curtly, "Negotiate for them back. The demons won't negotiate now that they've gotten rid of the queen." "I know." "What? Demon Queen Viregraze, the demon tyrant as she's referred to in the East, is no longer in charge. She wanted diplomacy, and the East refused. Every serious push eastward by the demons succeeded, and as you likely have heard, they were mobilizing once more, but have stopped. I know you're just one commander on a base at the far end of the world. Do what you want with the information we've given you, but I do recommend finding a way to avoid becoming just another small piece of a heartless machine. Hecate states, if you do give up, you can live with us. The Citadel is impenetrable and we have Daniel, dragons, and me. You will be required to praise me occasionally and willingly provide the Citadel with mana. That's about it." She climbs off of her chair, pointing at the commander sternly, "But, you're not allowed to seduce Daniel. He's mine." Lywells stares at her for a moment, and then looks at Daniel. She makes eye contact with the others as well, thinking. She finally lets out a sigh, saying softly, "If I decide that's what's best for me, then I'll send word." "Thank you." She looks at Gwenisphia and Treya, stating, "Now that you know Daniel is alive and well, I expect that you'll return to your stations peacefully." Gwenisphia and Treya both shake their heads, "No, Commander." Gwenisphia adds gently, "I am sorry, Commander, but we've already decided that we'll be returning with Daniel and Lady Hecate." Lywells narrows her gaze skeptically. "I am but a humble military commander, but at least one of you would be throwing away the chance for a proper marriage to be one of many, it looks like." Gwenisphia blushes sheepishly, glancing nervously at Hecate, who is lightly glaring at her. "Come what may, Commander, I personally choose to be by Daniel's side and face whatever obstacles that presents." "How very accommodating of you." She turns her gaze to Treya, asking, "And you?" Treya bows her head, "I owe Daniel a personal debt, and..." She glances at Daniel, doing her best to ignore Hecate, "I am fine with being a mistress. After all, my family has no nobility to be gained or improved by me marrying someone who isn't worthwhile." Hecate makes her presence known by growling impotently, but she remains close to Daniel. Lywells sighs, finally saying, "I can't say I approve, but I am not your mother. Far be it for me to stand in the way of love or stupidity." She puts her chin on her hand with her elbow on the table. She looks at Daniel, adding, "Daniel, I trust you'll take care of my soldiers, since they have so much trust in you." Daniel nods, "I don't know of anywhere they could be safer in this world. And, I agree with Hecate, if the day ever comes that you wish to move your family to the Citadel, let us know. You'll be welcome." She nods appreciatively. "I'll keep your survival to myself for now. Until I know whether or not what you said is true, I don't want to make any rash decisions." I understand completely. With your permission, though, I believe Gwen and Treya are hoping to gather their personal belongings. Granted. Your personal belongings are in crates in the quartermaster's storehouse. Let me know if anything is missing or damaged. They both salute the commander, saying together, "Thank you, Commander." She smiles, saying softly, "Be careful all of you." The three dragons rise to their feet, bowing respectfully. "Thank you for your hospitality, Lady Commander." Lywells rises and bows as well. "Thank you for your friendly visit. May your journey be safe and comfortable." The group then make their way out, escorted by Lywells and a few others, who help Treya and Gwenisphia retrieve their belongings, which they store in a magic bag after confirming everything of value is in good condition. Lywells sees them off as they depart the fort the same way they arrived, and they return to the clearing they were in to summon the winged drake. With a small personal excursion taken care of, it's time to address the brewing problems of the ongoing war. Chapter 48 The Siege of the Citadel Part 1 Daniel approaches the group in the large dining hall of the Citadel, being fed by Zyriko's golems. It's the newest guests to the Citadel, as well as the rest of the dragons. To his surprise, though he suspects he should NTB, he rather easily recognizes Karatai and Shek, the Chirinus and Goblin respectively, whom he met when he was recovering the survivors incapacitated by his defense of Fort Peony. Shek notices him first, pointing and saying, "Master. Master alive." Karatai jumps up, smiling broadly, before Hecate swoops in. "No. No more mistresses. Daniel's mine." Shek approaches her, retorting fearlessly, "Shek belonged to Master before you. Shek come to be with Master." Hecate, who finally has someone shorter than her, stands tall, unintimidated by the goblin woman. "I am not budging. You may live here, but Daniel is mine." The two stare each other down, and Daniel says politely as he pets Shek's head gently, "Good to see you're safe, Shek. And, you too, Karatai. We'll have to catch up later, though. There are some things I need to ask Lady Viregraze." Viregraze rises to her feet, excusing herself from the others. Daniel encourages them to finish their meal, and he'll meet with them later to see what all they've been up to. Hecate, Daniel, and Viregraze head to a private room to meet with Ryuogrier, Rainleif, Girahol, Ryukana, and Zyriko, now that the dragons have their eggs again. Aulon, Treya, and Gwenisphia are also present, but they stay out of the way for now. Daniel greets Viregraze properly. "Lady Viregraze, I am glad you're all right. You're welcome here indefinitely, of course." "Thank you, Daniel. I appreciate you allowing Lady Zyriko to accept us even without proof." Daniel shakes his head. "Zyriko gave me a top-down view. Sorry that I didn't tell you that we had you followed by golems." She smiles, saying gratefully, "You saved our lives. I assume I witnessed your dragon-slaying staves in action?" Daniel nods once. Zyriko controls her golems, and the weapons won't fall into unwanted hands. "According to my analysis, my staves are not nearly as powerful as Daniel's, but I am confident anything less than dragons and drakes would be little match for mine. And, it leaves no traces of operation, unlike Master's." Daniel nods in agreement. After she made self-sabotaging weapons in the event a golem is defeated, he also asked her to make the bullets for the security golems out of Charmelkel using the magic infusion that can return the bullets to a designated location in the Citadel for reloading, even after they've been fired. The casings are ejected into a catcher to prevent anything that could be reverse-engineered from being collected after the fact. Viregraze explains her last meeting with the Covenant leaders, and how they said she's no longer useful. Daniel sighs. It's as he feared. They made logical-sounding excuses, but it seems peace is the goal of a lot fewer of the rulers of the demons than he hoped. When I realized that I was being effectively forced out, I collected Thymeria and Ileana to leave, which is when a group led by Gilimsa attacked us. Thanks to your golems, we escaped unharmed, but I didn't think they'd try to kill us." Daniel nods as he listens. "If you survived and pieced it together, you could potentially know what I suspect this war will continue because certain people in power want it to continue." "What? Why?" asks Viregraze, horrified that he would even suggest it. Ryuogrier replies to her with disappointment in her voice, "I felt the same. But the more I see that Daniel compares to his world, I know our former lord didn't help matters by just being a warmonger anyways, but it sounds like Daniel might be closer to the truth than we would want to admit." Graze looks between Ryuogrier and Daniel in horror. After all, it means that everything she did to try to preserve as many lives as possible from the Devourer amounted to nothing in the end. And, in fact, they can easily pin it all on her. Daniel states, "We won't be interfering directly. I've never wanted to be an assassin, so I have no interest in killing political leaders until the war ends. It's not my place." The goddess Ryukana murmurs softly, "It's likely Daniel could be telling the truth. If diplomacy is not being pursued by either side, in spite of the odds favoring one side much more heavily, then the war isn't as cut and dry as we all would hope. I still don't get what the point of endless war would be if you are not trying to conquer everything," remarks Girahol with frustration. Daniel replies, "Sharing control over the world is more functional than trying to conquer it. You cling to one side or the other for safety, never realizing they're the same side, and they get to tell you how to earn their protection." Girahol frowns, but she huffs, "That sounds stupid. I'd rather relax." She pets her egg for emphasis, glancing a little sheepishly at Daniel briefly. He nods in agreement. "I am with you. I am just comparing what my world was doing with what this war is looking like, given the evidence." Graze asks sincerely, "So, what do we do, if what you say is true?" "A lot of innocent people are going to die." With a small sigh, Daniel explains gently. "I can't save the world from corruption, namely because a lot of people will willingly accept that safety, even if they suspect it's an illusion. Our path right now is only safe and secure because we have superior firepower in ways they can't even fathom yet. Those of your covenant that see what happened to the Devourer, though, will realize that there is a power that they should fear. All the better if you didn't indicate who it was." Graze nods in agreement. "I never mentioned your name or even your nicknames. They may piece it together, though." Hecate retorts smugly, "Not if Googlygaggle, whatever his name was, is dead. He's the only one who met with us. If he was part of the conspiracy I am talking about, then he likely already informed his allies. And, of course, it's also possible that I am wrong. I just know what my world was doing most of the time." The group is quiet for a moment as they share glances. Daniel adds more specifically to Graze, "To answer your question, well, support trying to end the war. But even the innocents will be difficult to convince to end the war when those they believe are protecting them are telling them that war is the only way. After all, victories are only available through conflict." Again, there's an awkward silence. Zyriko finally chimes in, "Daniel, military forces have begun staging for siege." "Siege?" asks Daniel, surprised. She nods to confirm. "I recognize various siege weapons and count around 23,000 soldiers bearing various different sigils, including that belonging to the Stalvalten Grand Duchy. Guess I underestimated how hard they'd push for Earth weapons. All the more reason to never let anyone know about the weapon we used against the Devourer." They nod together in agreement. Daniel then asks, "Zyriko, what do you need to defend the Citadel?" "Virtually nothing, Daniel. If they somehow breach the barrier and can defeat my golems with ease, then defenders, but until then, I suggest everyone shelter in place and worry not. I shall alert you." "Good. Have the other dragons make a show of not taking interest in the enemies. I'd like to see what all the enemy is planning. After that, we'll find and destroy their supply lines. Hungry soldiers are less loyal soldiers." Girahol asks, "Can't we just surround them with dragons? Surely they'd surrender instantly. Even you have said how much the East fears dragons." Ryuogrier nods in agreement, while Rainleif watches Daniel for his answer. "No," replies Daniel while shaking his head. "You should never trap your enemy where they know their only options are to fight or die. They will fight even more ferociously. True, we would almost certainly win, but we might lose one or more of the dragons. No offense meant to Zyriko, of course, but her soldier golems are virtually completely disposable. Letting the enemy pile up endless bodies will wear them out and allow us to close in on what will actually take their hope away, their supplies. They can run, but they might not make it back to the mountains. In that case, the vast majority of them are more likely to surrender, worn out, tired, and hungry." Ryuogrier remarks, "You sound like you're the one besieging them." Daniel nods. "Battles are won or lost in the planning stages. I don't know what they have planned, but if they can't defeat Zyriko's legions of golems, then there's no point to their plan, which lacked important information. Zyriko, if you need any support, let us know. I'm going to gather equipment for our retrieval mission. Retrieval mission? Asks Viregraze curiously. Yes. I left something behind that I wasn't concerned about before. Now, it's proving to be dangerous. I won't be taking a whole team, though. Hecate retorts sternly, I'm going. I as well, adds Ryuogrier. Rainleif nods, and just as Girahol, Treya, and Aulon are about to speak, Daniel cuts them off. I'm not going with the whole team. I'll allow two. Have Zyriko draw straws or come to a diplomatic solution, but no more than two. And no tricks or deception. Now, I have to go get ready. Zyriko, make sure it's fair. He leaves them all speechless for a moment, though he hears Zyriko cackle as he's leaving. You heard him. The bidding starts as Daniel closes the door, sighing. He shakes his head as he heads for the armory. He puts his helmet on, asking aloud, Zyriko, can you multitask? Can I? Replies her voice proudly. Need you even ask, Daniel? You know me. I like to check. Have you finished the non-lethal weapons I asked about? Indeed. I actually took the liberty of preparing a magic bag with many of them ready for your use. Zyriko, are you single? They both laugh at his joke, and he adds sincerely, thank you. With this, we should be able to complete my side mission before the siege even really begins. Indeed. Would you like to teleport? Let them have enough time to decide on the two accompanying me. If I skip out, everyone will likely be angry, she chuckles, but agrees. As you wish, Daniel. After preparing, Daniel returns to the control room, finding the group gathered together. Hecate is ecstatic, and the only other one not dejected, other than Zyriko and Ryukana, appears to be Rainleif. She's keeping a low profile, and Ryuogrier and Girahol are pouting. Hecate bounds over to Daniel with happy skips, saluting him happily. General Hecate, reporting for duty. She giggles giddily, and Rainleif approaches, followed more distantly by the others. Daniel pets Hecate's head, replying with a teasing tone, usually, generals are the ones being reported to, Hecate. But, I like the energy. She grins, and he asks, so, am I safe in guessing Hecate and Reyna are my team? Hecate nods vigorously, as does Rainleif. Girahol huffs, and Treya snaps, they cheated. They excluded us because we can't use stealth magic. Gwenisphia and Aulon nod in agreement with her. Shek pouts, Shek can't use any magic. Daniel simply murmurs, oh. He looks at Ryuogrier, who can definitely use more magic than Hecate and Rainleif, given what he knows. She murmurs with disappointment, Reyna is the most reserved of us. Depending on what is said, I don't know that I could keep my temper. And she glares a little at Hecate, who returns the glare. Hecate seems to mind Reyna less. That's because she doesn't try to seduce Daniel right in front of me. Retorts Hecate with a distinct point at the senior-most of the dragons present. Ryuogrier crosses her arms with a cold smirk, more perturbed than amused. She reports almost viciously, I don't need to seduce him. Hecate growls, but before it can escalate further, Daniel replies, that's enough. I understand. And, I assume Hecate will be using return magic to bring us home? She nods proudly. She's still the only one who has practiced return and teleportation magic enough to be able to use it for a mission. Teleporting the three of them will be even easier for her than teleporting the four who participated in the destruction of the Devourer. Reyna, are you willing to fly us to our destination? Asks Daniel, now that the team is set. She nods with a smile peeking out of her high-collared dress. Yes. Leave it to me. Thank you. Zyriko, any questions about the siege? Zyriko replies, none, Daniel. I will simply send droves of earth golems to begin to waste as little material as possible. Her tone shifts a little to gleefully dark, golems do not need to sleep. Remember to minimize casualties as much as possible. Injuries and incapacitated are acceptable. She nods in agreement. Of course. A humiliating and overwhelming defeat shall benefit us greater than retaliation. Exactly. And, keep Viregraze in the loop. By the sounds of it, she's a fair tactician, and our priorities are the same. As you wish. Be safe on your mission, Daniel, Hecate, Rainleif. As Hecta proudly reassures Zyriko, Daniel faces Ryuogrier and the others. As I mentioned, I don't want you to intervene unless they break through Zyriko's line. Prioritize escape. If you can't escape, defend yourselves at all costs. Ryuogrier nods seriously. He's not specifically trying to give her orders making use of their contract. Instead, he's worried for their safety. I will see our future come to light, my beloved master. The others nod, and Girahole huffs. You have to come back quickly if you're so worried. Daniel smirks and replies softly, I will move as quickly as possible. Be safe, all of you. With that, Daniel, Hecate, and Rainleif move to the flyway, with Rainleif transforming into her true form. Daniel and Hecate thank her and climb on top, and Rainleif ascends into the sky. As they fly, Daniel observes the siege forces assembled a short ways beyond the outer wall of the town surrounding the Citadel. That's a lot of people, remarks Hecate. Daniel shakes his head. It's not enough to attack a castle like the Citadel. It's a distraction, if anything. Distraction for what? Asks Hecate, her big triangular ears shifting curiously when she tilts her head to look over her shoulder. If they're here to assassinate me, then that would be it. If they know how to take control of the Citadel, but don't know they have to kill me, then they may be trying to infiltrate for that. And, lastly, if they know of my dragon-slaying weapons, it's possible they just want to snag one and reverse engineer it. Woo, how do you know that? That's what I'd do if I was in their relative position. Those are their three main objectives if they know what they're dealing with. Unfortunately, if they actually knew what they were up against, they'd have to know they don't stand a chance of success. Hecate nods. Especially if you're not there for them to assassinate, right? True, but I'd rather be present than not. That said, this item that we're retrieving has too many secrets. I should have left it behind, but I was afraid of it getting lost or broken, and I thought I could trust the Stallvolten family. Hecate's ears flatten in sympathy, causing Daniel to pet her head. I am an old man, Hecate. I am not worried about it beyond getting it back. Once that's done, I can put the East behind me for good. She nods, leaning back against him. You're not that old, Daniel. We're basically the same age, he chuckles. You'll live much longer than I will, so I understand why you're saying that. But, I am very quickly approaching halfway through my life, or, I was. I guess I am a little younger, physically, thanks to the summoning magic. Rainleif cocks her head, but surprisingly, her voice reaches Daniel's ears. You are not old, Daniel, and you deserve to live longer than all of us. He chuckles. Reyna, since when can you use telepathy on me? Her cheeks shift color tones, and she looks ahead. She admits softly, I asked Zyriko. I noticed you speaking during the two audiences with Gilimsa and the soldiers. You noticed that? She nods her big head ahead of them, flying through the air at a quick cruising speed. You were moving in the same ways you do when you talk. I often watch others. Sorry, I am not offended or anything. I am just impressed. That was when your egg was still new, and you couldn't take your hands or eyes off of it, I thought. She blushes even more, remaining silent. Hecate asks, wait, so we can use telepathy on your helmet to talk? Daniel nods at her when she looks up from leaning back into him. Apparently so. I knew Zyriko could talk to me directly through my helmet, but I didn't know others could until Reyna mentioned it now. I had assumed the armor was simply a part of Zyriko. Hecate sits up, patting Rainleif on the back urgently. Reyna, you have to teach me. I can't use telepathy at all. I thought there was no point if I couldn't use it with Daniel. Part of me wants to prevent you from ever learning, teases Daniel. He tugs playfully on her ear, causing her to squirm as he adds, you'd talk my ears off, even when we're far apart. She whines, trying to deny it, though they both know better. Rainleif murmurs, it only works when you're wearing your helmet, Mukori. He twitches, and Hecate grins up at him deviously. She adds with a snake-like tone, last I checked, you don't sleep with your helmet on, Daniel. He sighs, smiling at her as he pets her head. She happily lays back against him once more. Of course, she doesn't forget her new objective. You have to promise to teach me, Reyna. I won't forgive you if you don't. Rainleif nods. It is not the same as telepathy on a person, but very similar. Daniel whispers softly, thank you, Reyna. She smiles, cruising along contentedly. Daniel adds, ironically, it's not so different from the object we're getting, in a way. Both Hecate and Rainleaf look back at him, and Hecate asks, "Really? How so?" "Well, mainly because it's a device for long-range communication, similar to telepathy, or speaking through my helmet. It uses electricity, not magic." Hecate narrows her eyes skeptically. "You're lying, aren't you?" He shakes his head. "It won't work that way in this world, since it needs a support infrastructure to be able to talk, and it talks to other devices like itself. So, we'd need a minimum of 2, as well as the communication towers that my world uses." "Communication towers?" asks Rainleaf. "You got it. Let me think, does this world use signal towers?" "Tall structures on mountains with either mirrors, torches, flags, or something like that." "Yes, I believe I've seen some of the eastern fortresses use such methods." "Or, perhaps they're magic flares." "Yes, but more specifically similar to the towers, since it has to serve as a relay. My phone sends my voice to the relay tower like telepathy, the relay tower then passes that to the phone I am calling." "If that's what it does, why do you want it?" asks Hecate. "Because, my world developed these devices to not only do that, but to act like a complete archive of information, not unlike how Zyriko's memories are stored. I have a lot of designs and engineering books stored on it. With them, this world could eventually accelerate beyond its capacity to be safe with the technology." "Such as your God Killer?" Daniel nods. "I don't have specific plans on my phone, but similar leaps in technology. I had intended to share them with Wenliana, so I am sure she's made use of some of the information, but that's fine. The Citadel will be able to outpace anyone in this world, especially because Zyriko can comprehend almost anything quickly, it seems." The other two nod, and Daniel peeks over Rainleaf's shoulder. They're approaching the mountains, thanks to Rainleaf's rather quick cruising speed. The wind magic barrier she has been using to streamline herself and shield Hecate and Daniel ensures there's very little wind for them. Before they reach the mountains, Rainleaf speaks to them both again. "Mukori, Hecate, there is something off about the cloud ahead of us." "Off? How so?" "I detect a large amount of magic." Daniel studies the cloud. "It looks like a fairly standard cumulus cloud, but it's also moving at a fairly quick rate." As he runs through options, a sudden glow catches his eye. He shouts, "Reina! Evade!" She banks hard, narrowly avoiding a long stream of fire that rockets out of the cloud, and she begins climbing quickly. Dragons can fly high above everything else, including wyverns, and their air superiority also comes from their ability to rain magic down upon their enemies. And in a perfect world, that also assumes that no one else can fly after them. The attacks continue with spears of fire, ice, water, and stone race out of the cloud as if a battleship were launching a surprise attack from midair. Rainleaf roars, reminding their attackers that she is a dragon in hopes of intimidating them. In spite of that fact, Daniel knows that, whoever their attackers are, they know that they are attacking a dragon. So much so, that the cloud has accelerated, pursuing after them and leaving behind streamers of fog in a long string. It's not heavy enough to be a glycol fog, so it must be water. But it's thick enough chaff. And, if it is an airship, Reina, can you blast wind ACOSS it? Disperse the cloud? She nods, rolling in a steep barrel roll as Daniel and Hecate cling to her. She rolls over, flapping her wings with powerful magic gusts concentrated at her wingtips, sending them towards the attacking entity. Her whirlwinds overwhelm the surprisingly robust cloud machine, revealing the hull of a rigid-winged craft, similar to a boat with an exposed weather deck and around 30 soldiers anchored down with ropes as they brace against the wind attack. "An airship," calls out Daniel. "How is this possible?" asks Rainleaf urgently. "Look," points Hecate. She is pointing at a sigil painted on the wings of the craft, an emblematic Feldrock wielding all of the world's magical elements. Daniel explains, "Wenliana, I had described such a machine. I'll explain later. Reina, keep avoiding there." A sudden crack of thunder explodes, and Rainleaf is slammed off her own flight, falling. Daniel is briefly dazed, but he gathers his senses quickly enough to grip Rainleaf's wing and catch Hecate, who is still stunned by the blast. He pulls Hecate to Rainleaf, and she quickly grabs on. "Hecate, teleport, now, you can do it, I believe in you." Her eyes water, and she begins casting the spell. Daniel draws Nemesel with his free hand once Hecate is focused on holding onto the plummeting dragon and closes her eyes. Just as she's finishing her spell, he kicks off of Rainleaf, watching as the two of them vanish and teleport just as a barrage of offensive spells converge. Daniel's heart is racing, but more importantly, his blood is boiling. He draws and aims a grapnel cannon Zyriko made for him, firing it above the airship as he falls. Thankfully, it snags the airship, which is slowing to a stop, and he manages to avoid breaking his arm when his momentum halts, swinging him in a huge arc. The only reason he is able to hang on and ignore the ground far below him is the rage he's feeling. Daniel's swing brings him up across the back of the airship, which has a rounded boat-like shape with broad wings. Each wing contains a sort of jet engine, clearly modeled after those of modern airliners from Daniel's phone, but made with wind magic crystals, specifically diamonds. Daniel tumbles to a sliding kneel on the weatherdeck of the airship, startling the Stalvaltan soldiers around him. His joints and muscles ache, but anger-sparked adrenaline is now coursing through his veins. He quickly pulls out a grenade, pulling the pin and releasing the spoon as he holds it, counting off the fuse. He throws it up and shields his neck. It's a flashbang grenade, blindingly bright and stunningly loud, though the deck of the ship is likely too big for the sound to have its stun effect. Regardless, the Stalvaltan soldiers aren't ready for the light in any way, and most if not all of them are briefly blinded. Daniel keeps Nemesel drawn, since it will shield him from magic, and he draws his pistol, firing volleys of 3 to 5 shots at each soldier until they're hit, reloading quickly as he turns in a circle, firing as he also checks around himself. Daniel murmurs, "Nemesel, if you are by some chance a spirit-infused sword, I could use your help. I need to cut into the hull." Daniel blocks a magic spell with the blade just as he sees the caster, and he fires, knocking the soldier off of his feet. The soldier slides down the hull, bringing his rope taut. Daniel's attention is soon drawn to Nemesel, as the magic sword begins to glow. He smirks. "Thank you." He slashes the hull of the ship with a quick swing, blocking and firing in alternation when other soldiers take notice of him. Once a rupture is made in the hull, he is able to clear away enough room for him to drop down inside. He's near the tail of the craft, but it's rather open inside, similar to the inside of a regular nautical ship of the age of sail. There are multiple decks, but the cargo hold takes up the most space, and there are fewer soldiers inside. Daniel isn't a fraction of the soldier that these men and women are. They could easily defeat him in a one-on-one battle of magic or strength. But Daniel comes from a world without magic. He casts 2 more flashbang grenades forward, bracing as they explode. Fortunately for him, his armor is prepared for it, and it protects his ears. The enclosed hull of the ship makes it far worse for the others, and many of them, especially those with sensitive hearing, such as the Geishanines, cry out in agony and pain. Daniel works his way forward, shoving one of the soldiers over the railing into the cargo hold. He navigates forward, blocking a haphazardly fired spell from one of the soldiers able to summon a shred of focus enough to cast the spell. In spite of his best efforts, Daniel takes a hit in the chest that tumbles him back, and it takes everything to hold onto his weapons. Nemesel will return to its sheath if he ever drops it, but the pistol won't. Zyriko is still studying the return function and figuring out how to apply it to the weapons. Daniel spots the large cannon barrel running along the lower middle of the airship. He can't tell for certain, but it felt and sounded like a clap of thunder more than anything else. If he had to guess, it's some sort of pressure cannon, using air pressure to create a small, high-intensity shockwave pulse that specifically has the dragons in mind. He hopes Rainleaf is alright, but he needs to focus on halting this airship. And destroying that cannon. Daniel scrambles and fires his pistol at the mage that just hit him with magic, and the mage cries out, toppling to the floor. Daniel throws tear gas and smoke bombs out. His helmet isn't completely sealed, but it does have filters on it, so it should protect him well enough. As the smoke begins causing coughing, the soldiers urgently cry out, believing there to be fires or damaged equipment. A few spells fly through the smoke, and a wind mage tries to blow all of the smoke out, but the grenades keep billowing out thick clouds, and the coughing is able to throw off concentration for powerful spells. Or much of anything. Daniel experienced an extremely watered-down tear gas in military boot camp. It was a training exercise known as the confidence chamber to demonstrate how gas masks work. Even at 5% potency, the gas makes it difficult for most to see, speak, and even breathe. Daniel cranked his tear gas up to as potent as possible. Only the lucky few might prove resistant. The rest defense comes to a grinding halt. Daniel finds a position over the shockwave cannon, and he withdraws dynamite from his magic bag. He was hoping he wouldn't have to use actual explosives, but he ensured he had something just in case. Now, he's glad he did. He lights the fuse quickly and tosses the dynamite into the hold, landing it near the shockwave generator, by the looks and position of the equipment. Just as he's about to run to the cockpit, he is pounced by a heavy weight, being tackled to the ground. He drops Nemesel into the hold, while his pistol tumbles forward on the mid-deck. Daniel does his best to try to fight back to his feet, but the soldier grapples him, putting him into a chokehold. The armor protects him, but Daniel can't lose his pistol, and he made the fuse about 10 seconds. Tough cough, tough bastard, errant yaw, demon, growls the soldier, trying to choke out Daniel. Daniel tries to elbow back, but the guard is wearing armor, and it has little effect. Another pair of soldiers are jogging towards them from ahead. The fog is getting clear enough for them to resume defending, and his gun is laying just out of reach. Suddenly, a young female voice yells, "Hiya!" The soldier pinning Daniel grunts as extra weight lands on them, and the soldiers ahead come to a stop. Daniel can hear and feel flames being produced, as well as the bright glow, and the soldier screams, flailing off of Daniel. A small form swoops down in front of Daniel, a young girl in armor similar to his, with big triangular ears and a large, puffy black tail. Her hand finds Daniel's pistol, and she whirls, firing at the two soldiers before they can cast attack spells. Daniel rolls over, pulling a dagger off of his belt. The guard Hecate just burned is launched over him, and Hecate with immense force, slamming into the wall of the airship and falling into the hold of the vessel. Then, with a deep breath, a young woman in a highly conservative, shroud-like dress flares her dress mantle out like wings. She exhales just as deeply, but a spark ignites at her mouth, and a devastatingly purplish-blue flame roars ahead of them, casting a demonic glow throughout the hull of the ship as it lances through the side opposite them, and the soldiers scream and flee out of her literal line of fire. She sweeps down and across, lancing the hull of the airship and causing it to lurch violently as one of the engines gives out. Wenliana is smart, but she might have overlooked the need for redundancies. Modern aircraft of Earth can generally return to an airfield with half of their engines, and can generally stay airborne with only one, able to fly without any of them so long as the plane is gliding forward in the worst cases of scenarios, so long as there is power to the steering surfaces. Wenliana made the first airship in this world, and they haven't learned the many lessons engineers of Earth learned through the oldest currency in the world, blood itself. Daniel scrambles to his feet, snagging Rainleif by the hand and pulling her to Hecate, who is already following him. He tackles them both to the ground, shouting, "Get down!" Kaboom! Daniel's dynamite just exploded. Chapter 49, The Siege of the Citadel Part 2. Captain Mousse observes from a hilltop obscured by brush and trees as the first catapult projectiles are launched. The Citadel's ruler, a young fox-like girl, has allowed the siege line to set up without confrontation. It becomes quickly clear why. The jars of flammable oil smash on a barrier that was invisible until the moment the clay containers reached and smashed against its surface. The oil even runs down the curved dome of energy like it's a solid pane of glass, yet the gossamer energy looks ghastly and ethereal, like solidified magic itself. Darner murmurs quietly as he studies the same sight from beside Mousse, a barrier. It wasn't present when we last arrived, we weren't attacking. This must be why Hecate hasn't bothered to send any troops. Look there. Mousse points towards a high point on the Titanic castle. Dwarfed by the castle's mountainous size rest several full-size dragons, leisurely watching the ineffective siege. Over 20,000 men and women of the allied nations marched on the citadel, and yet, the dragons are barely interested. It's like an adult watching a child fail at an innocuous task requiring no intervention. The dragons, they don't see us as a threat at all, do they? No, but if Lady Wenliana's airship is everything the rumors say, we may yet see fear in their eyes. Darner takes a breath and exhales. No one asks the question they're all thinking. They haven't even seen how the Citadel's defensive forces fight yet, which includes multiple dragons, and they haven't even sparked the interest of the titanic creatures of legend. Many of them are lounging or basking in the sun, not threatened in the least. They are like a final tournament champion waiting for a challenger to earn the right to face them. Few in the Grand Duchy believe they'll survive the mission. There are doubts they'll even be able to find Daniel in a castle so large, let alone extract him. There's no telling what forces are present in the castle, how numerous they are, and how strong they are. Supposedly, the silent knight that stood behind Hecate is the one who defeated the rumored Feldrock lording over the Citadel for many centuries, and both he and Hecate had brought all of the dragons into their service, by all appearances. One of the dragons flew off before the siege began, but they flew east. Hopefully, the airship can prove its mettle against its first challenger. Mousse looks at his infiltration team. There are around 50 of them from various specialist squads of Stalvalten guards. While not all of them are as close-knit as their own squads, they are all proud Stalvalten battle mages. There are no individual soldiers in the allied kingdoms that can face off against them, and this will be the first real trial of the elite soldiers against the nigh-invincible dragons. The Grand Duke himself had hoped that 10 Stalvalten guards could take down a dragon with his specialized training regimen, and Mousse has 50 at his disposal for this mission. He gathers his resolve once more. They've come this far. Let's move. We need to search for side or back entrances while the siege keeps the attention forward. If they aren't being attacked, all the better. The soldiers nod in agreement, and they continue as planned. The terrain around the citadel, much like the citadel itself, is mountainous, with one of the faces of the castle butting up against a cliff that overlooks the massive lake to the northwest of the castle. There is likely an entrance or exit near the water, since it would be an acceptable escape route for virtually all races, since dragons can swim, and a boat would be relatively quiet when fleeing under cover of night. Some of the castle town and wall extends down to the lake as well, meaning they'll still need to bypass the perimeter of the wall, but it should be less guarded than the siege front for the time being. The soldiers navigate over the rocky fjord, carefully filing in line and using minimal ground magic to ensure they never lose their footing. Physical enhancement magic strengthens their own muscles, allowing them to climb with much less effort and much greater dexterity. The combination allows them to remain silent and move cautiously, not drawing the attention of any lookouts they may not have seen yet. As they reach the lake, they regroup, ensuring everyone has made it. With silent, affirmative nods, they quietly enter the water, using wind magic crystals to feed them air as they swim, a device created by Wenliana during large-scale production of the airship parts. Mousse never got to see the airship himself, but the rumors speak of a majestic craft that does in fact sail through the sky, squashing the air superiority of the dragons. They swim under the surface of the water, staying a little below to avoid noisy swirls. Those with water magic are bringing up the rear, able to accelerate the whole troop through the water with a magic current to help ease the swim. Soon enough, they reach the shallows once more, and they meticulously regroup. Once together, they each hold their breath, carefully peeking above the top of the water. As might be expected, Hecate ordered the villagers away from the siege force's demons and demon kin living in the citadel's surrounding town. They are all but living naturally and casually, though. Mousse makes a few hand gestures, and the squad divides up into much smaller teams, going ashore where they can stay out of line of sight and approach the town. Mousse leads a group of 5, with Darner right behind him. As they stalk cautiously through the town, avoiding being spotted by the demon kin, Mousse spots what he's looking for. A goblin. It's a female goblin, wearing a simple dress with surprisingly frilly adornments as she walks with a basket. It's a strange sight, since the goblins Mousse has seen and heard about are savages, often clothed in little more than rags and bloodthirsty flesh-eaters. He grips his dagger, checking his squad. The last information they had was that Daniel was fed to goblins. Assuming that isn't true, it could still be possible that Hecate has the goblins keeping him prisoner as a threat of torture. Even if not, they can simply kill her and move on. Mousse signals the other groups, who are watching him from other positions scattered in the shadows of buildings. They're using a specialized magic that dampens their presence, especially in shadows, while not burning through their mana as quickly as invisibility magic does. The Grand Duke believed it was better to conserve mana for offense and active defense in battle than to burn it on infiltration where skill and lesser magic can suffice. Mousse stalks the goblin Woma until she's in a secluded enough position, and he swoops out, scooping her up and covering her mouth as he drags her back, led by Darner guiding him with his hand on the captain's shoulder. Once in the alley, they pin the goblin to the wall, pressing daggers to her neck. Mousse whispers sharply, "If you don't want to die, you'll stay quiet and answer our questions." "Not that I am promising anything," the goblin nods in understanding, her eyes watering. Goblins are considered barely sentient in most cases. Their animalistic behavior often leads many to believe they are simply bipedal animals, but scholars still classify them as sentient for two reasons: they can communicate with words, and they can deceive with sympathy. They may not be particularly smart in most cases, but they can be crafty, and won't hesitate to feign weakness until they have the upper hand. Thankfully, they're incredibly weak on their own, relying mostly on numbers and ambush tactics. Mousse whispers, "We're looking for a human named Daniel. He should be the only human in this castle." Her eyes widen, and to Mouindi's pleasant surprise, she knows exactly who he's talking about. "So, you've heard of him?" She nods. "Shek meet, Shek see alive." "You speak the Eastern language?" asks Darner. "Yes, Shek learn." "Master order." Shek talk to master. She looks at the group of 5 soldiers keeping her hostage for the moment. "Take us to Daniel. Now." "Why you want?" asks Shek nervously. Darner hisses, "That's not for you to know, scum." Her eyes water, and she trembles in Mouindi's grip. Shek no dangerous. Shek love master. Shek no want die." "Then take us to where Daniel is." She hesitates, but nods. Mousse tosses her to the ground, and she hits the ground on her side, sniffling. She cautiously climbs to her feet, looking up at the soldiers. Mousse growls, "If you try anything, our archer will split your skull no matter where you run." He gestures his head at Halbrand, the ranger specialist in their group. The goblin trembles, confirming with a nervous dip of her head. She wipes her face and climbs to her feet. She whimpers, this way." Follow Shek." The small goblin woman walks wearily, nervously hugging her arms as she leads. Mousse follows in the open, wary of those around them, but they don't give him a second glance. It seems Hecate hasn't designated the Grand Duchy as enemies yet, or word hasn't reached the town. While Halbrand is the primary deterrent for Shek to try anything, Mousse keeps his own fire spell ready to cast. However, goblins are simple creatures. Shek probably doesn't care about anything but surviving and being with whomever her master is, which is likely Hecate. Shek leads him into the citadel itself, and the true scope of the castle once more hits him. He is truly tiny within the massive halls of a castle that could only have been built for the dragons. Even knowing where they're going, it could take hours to navigate, depending on where they're walking. And to avoid drawing attention, they have to move slowly. Strangely, though, the hallways are empty. There are no golems or soldiers. The knight doesn't appear, nor does Hecate herself. And the dragons seem to be all on the roof or the turrets of the castle, watching the siege with little to no interest. For now, the soldiers keep cautious, most of them stalking after Mousse and Shek in the obscuring shadows of the hallway. Kaboom! Skreeg long grrr boom mmmmmm. Daniel feels the airship rattle and shake violently as the dynamite explodes, shredding the hull of the airship and forcing its hull to twist and mangle as the shockwave cannon suffers catastrophic damage. Immediately afterwards, more equipment shears and buckles, and metal structure and wooden planks snap and rumble against each other. Gravity seems to decay into nothing as the airship begins falling, and all of its passengers, crew, and boarders along with it. Daniel ponders his options as he makes sure Hecate and Rainleaf are all right. In addition to the mangling metal, shrapnel was flung all over. Thankfully, both of them are okay, though they were startled by the attack. Hecate cries out, "What was that?" as she floats with Daniel's right hand holding her close. "My explosion magic," jokes Daniel, checking over Rainleaf as she drifts with them, watching his face worriedly. "You're explaining later, Daniel," shouts Hecate. He assents with a bob of his head. "Raina, can you fly?" She nods, her wings sprouting from her back. In her human form, she can still fly with all 3 of them together, but it's much more awkward and prevents Daniel and Hecate from effectively being able to maneuver, as well as occupying Rainleaf's hands or legs while she's trying to balance and fly. While they are currently enemies, Daniel doesn't want to kill the Stalvaltan soldiers if he can help it. Even in his worst-case scenarios, he doesn't believe Arameliana wants him dead. She would have him killed if she believed she couldn't recapture him, but she doesn't specifically want to lose his technology. In such a case, she's not explicitly an enemy, though she's not truly his ally if that's the case. That said, the soldiers are following orders, and they can't win no matter how hard they try. The opponents they're up against are far out of their league, though Wenliana definitely made them a contender with a shockwave cannon that knocked Rainleif out of the sky. Reyna, if you can, I'd like you to stop the airship from slamming into the ground. Both she and Hecate look at him in shock. They attacked us. Snaps Hecate. They hurt Reyna. Reyna remains silent, but Daniel replies, I know. Reyna, I won't hate you if you refuse or lie to me that you can't. But, I am asking because I want to minimize casualties. I don't want us to be killers. I wasn't cautious enough. She looks away briefly, perhaps at someone specific, one of the hapless Stalvaltan soldiers clinging for dear life to the railings or other structure of the airship. Rainleif finally looks Daniel in the eyes and nods. She flies with Daniel and Hecate out of the hole he entered by, navigating through the smoke coming from the destroyed airship as it plummets. The ground is getting close quickly, and Rainleif calls out, hang on to me. Daniel and Hecate hug her waist, freeing up Rainleif's hands as she follows the airship down. She casts a massive wind spell that creates a cyclone with a strong updraft. Daniel has to fight to hang on to Rainleif, but he feels strong hands tighten around his arms. Hecate is using her Feldrock strength to keep him in place. Daniel nods gratefully, and he watches as the airship's descent finally slows shortly before reaching the ground, and Rainleif specifically softens it to a much lower drop. It still creates a resounding thud, but most if not all of the soldiers should survive, considering Daniel was using low-velocity rounds to try to minimize damage to painful and penetrating, but not shred their bodies to unsurvivable pieces. Their fates are once again their own, and their airship, specifically its cannon, should be incapacitated for the rest of the siege. Rainleif ascends, maneuvering in a fancy whirl to position Daniel and Hecate so that they are on her back when she transforms back into her true form. Now, she looms over the wreckage of the downed airship once more. Daniel points. See those cylinders under the wings? Yes. Those are the engines. Destroy them, and the airship will remain grounded here. She gives a nod of her head, swooping down and strafing with her dragon breath at full power once more, lancing through the casings and the magic crystal-powered jet engines on one side before circling around and doing the same for the others. The disoriented soldiers are only able to muster a couple of attacks, sheltering themselves from the flames as Rainleif swoops by much faster than her casual cruising speed was. As she arcs up through the air, Daniel studies the wreckage. The soldiers are working to rescue the injured and combat the flames with water magic. They don't have the luxury of retaliating now, lest they be overwhelmed by the flames claiming the wooden hull of the airship. Rainleif cruises at a fair distance, studying the damage, but remaining at a range that will allow her to evade effectively. Do you want me to save them, Master? No, you've done more than enough. Their fate is their own, now. Thank you. She dips her head to confirm, banking to return to their course eastward. Hecate pivots on Rainleif's back, unafraid of falling, and she smacks Daniel's chest repeatedly with tiny fists. You jerk. How could you leave us? You were successfully teleporting away. I wanted to destroy that cannon. Which reminds me, Reyna, are you all right? She nods, glancing back at him for a moment with a small smile. Yes, Mukori. I was caught off guard, and it did hurt, but I will be fine. Will be? Asks Daniel skeptically. She sheepishly admits softly, I am still a little sore. We can return to the Citadel. This mission can wait. Or, I can no, Rainleif replied first, but Hecate instantly added her objection. You can't go alone. You agreed to let us help. Daniel pets her head. And you have. You guys really did save me there. I am capable of finishing the mission, my beloved master. Thank you for your concern, though. Daniel sighs, of course. I don't want any of you to push yourself past your limits. Hecate huffs, crossing her arms. Speak for yourself, Daniel. Rainleif gives a nod in agreement, scowling lightly over her shoulder for emphasis as she cruises through the sky. Daniel chuckles. You got me. He leaves out the part about feeling more expendable than everyone else. In the grand scheme of things, he's much more easily replaceable than anyone else he has come into contact with. Relaxing offense for a moment, Hecate asks curiously, so, what was that explosion spell you used? Daniel grins, though his helmet hides his face. In simple terms, a simple stick of a type of alchemy powder. Hecate cocks her head, and as usual, her big ears emphasize the effect. A bomb. We called it dynamite on my world. Not as powerful as some other mixtures, but easy enough for me to remember what goes into it. Didn't think I'd have to use it, though. It brought down that airship master. You are ever more impressive. With another chuckle, Daniel asks, you think so? I figured I can't top the one we used against the Devourer. That you always seem to have a solution for every problem is what remains impressive. Hecate nods in agreement with the dragon. Daniel replies softly, not every problem. It's easy to look impressive when you choose the battles you can win. Without the Citadel, I could do very little against the enemies we're facing. I likely couldn't have defeated all of you dragons. I had every intention to take down Big Red, but I figured I'd die trying. Hecate and Rainleaf are both quiet for a moment. I am glad you were the victor, Mukori. Even if there are problems you cannot solve alone, I will always dedicate myself to aid you in any way I can. Happily so. She blushes a little, smiling over her shoulder. Daniel smiles and dips his head reverently. Thank you, Reina, don't forget me, Daniel. Interjects Hecate. You'll always have my support before anyone else's. Daniel chuckles, petting Hecate's head, which prompts her to hug him. Yes, Hecate. Thank you very much. I am glad I can rely on you. She continues hugging him for a little longer, and Daniel studies the ground ahead and far below them. It's strange compared to flying overhead in an airplane. There are no obvious roads in the way Earth has. There are no points of light drawing the eye, and even large structures are difficult to notice on their own. A few fortresses and their accompanying towns are easy to spot, and Daniel searches carefully. There. That looks like the river that passes through Mornastay. So, the capital should be there, Daniel points, saying, Reina, do you see that river with a castle town a little to the left of our heading? It's pretty far out. Rainleaf scans ahead of them. She twitches, ah. Yes. Is that our destination? It's close. We need to head southwest of there. Daniel follows his own estimated positioning, but he recalls the heavy foliage and landscaping around Arameliana's estate, which now that he thinks about it, will make it difficult to spot from the air. Should I fly over the capital and head that direction, then? Yes. I can't see the mansion from here. Rainleaf agrees, and she closes in her wings, diving to pick up speed and close the distance faster. Should we worry about more of those things, Daniel? Asks Hecate. The airship? She nods to confirm his question, and he replies, we should definitely be cautious, but I don't know that they would have built more without having tested even one against their obvious target. That it can knock a dragon out of the sky is a threat, and I don't want to see anyone get hurt if we can help it. Hopefully, they'll get the message. Won't they just make it stronger, then? Daniel is quiet for a moment, and both Hecate and Rainleaf look at him. Of course they will, he murmurs. But, we can delay that process by getting my phone back. Hecate scoots up against him. I wasn't accusing you, Daniel. They made that thing, not you. Agreed, Mukori. Everything you've done has been with the best intentions. Your former comrades betrayed those intentions. Daniel sighs. That's easy enough to say, but the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Rainleaf spreads her wings again, resuming a more steady glide as she banks around to head southwest of the castle. Hecate remarks as she looks down, wow, you weren't exaggerating about the east standing no chance, were you? Daniel remains quiet. He sees exactly what the Feldrock girl is getting at. There really never was anything but Viregrays standing between the seats of power of the Eastern Alliance and the dragons that could raze them to the ground in an afternoon. Winged drakes and wyverns are difficult to tame, and they are loyal to their bonded master. Humankind have neither the patience nor talent in general to tame them, and thus, have no reliable method of reaching the skies, before that vessel Rainleaf's telepathic explanation trails off at the end as disappointment seeps in. It was undoubtedly a point of pride for them. Daniel gently pats her neck. You're still the masters of the sky, Reina. and, even if that becomes doubtful, well, make something to restore your status. She smiles and nods. Hecate points. There, look. She points down at the ground, and Rainleif and Daniel both scan below them. What is it? Asks Daniel. There's a lot of mana there. Like she thinks for a second, gripping her magic crystals to show Daniel. Like these. Bright points of it. Rainleif studies again, and her head twitches. Yes, I see it now, looking for mana specifically. There is a massive concentration of mana coming from a large human constructure. Daniel thinks for a moment, looking back at the kingdom's capital behind them. He estimates the distance as best as he can, wondering if it's the right distance. He only made the trip a couple of times, so it's difficult to be sure, and there is still a lot of foliage where Hecate pointed, so he can't see any of the distinguishing features of the mansion. Not to mention, if an asset of the Stalvalten Grand Duchy had an anti-dragon cannon on its airship, even if it wasn't nearly as lethal as Daniel's, he doesn't want to risk Rainleif taking another hit. You two remember what I said about shock drop? They both nod, and Daniel says, well, jump then. If they spot you coming down, they might have more of those shockwave cannons, or worse, a projectile weapon that can harm you. Are you both ready? Yes. I will catch you, Daniel. Catch me, too, please. I still can't fly, admits Hecate bashfully, of course. Thank you, replies Daniel. On my mark. 3, 2, 1, mark. Let's go. Daniel takes Hecate's hand, and they jump from Rainleif's back over the castle, holding hands as they freefall during the long drop towards the ground. Daniel. Yeah. Shouts Daniel over the wind. I am afraid of heights. And you jumped? Wait, you came on this mission at all? When you're with me, I am not afraid. Don't let go. I want. They keep their hands interlocked, and Daniel studies the ground. Shell really catches. Right? Should I tart the teleportation spell in case? Reyna won't let us down. Hold on to me. Hecate closes her eyes and grips Daniel's hands tightly. Daniel uses the moment to try to glance up, and he notices a quick flash of wings directly over him. Rainleif swoops in along his left side, looking into Daniel's eyes. Though she can't see it, he smiles. Come here often, Reyna? She smiles, though she doesn't know how to answer. She knows it's a joke, so she won't answer innocently, but otherwise has no idea what to say. Instead, she simply takes control of Hecate's right hand and Daniel's left, using her wings to slow their descent as they approach the ground. She then lowers them at a much safer speed, but still quickly enough to avoid drawing attention. Hecate refuses to open her eyes, even after her feet are on the ground, and Daniel teases, Hecate, we're safe now. Shish. I am focused on holding your hand. Daniel looks at Rainleif, who has yet to let go of his other hand. She blushes, looking away for a moment as she shrinks into the high collar of her dress and mantle. He sighs, simply relaxing with them for a moment. It doesn't sound like they've been spotted, and so, there's plenty of time for Hecate to calm down. After she is able to restore her composure, Hecate opens her eyes. We're on the ground. I said that 10 minutes ago. Shut up. Don't bully me. I confessed my fear to you because I trust you. Daniel smiles, petting her head gently once he can extract his hand. I was scared, too. Why you were, But, if I panicked, it'd have been even worse for you, right? She blushes, looking down sheepishly. Why yeah now then, Reyna, how are you feeling? Rainleif, now in her humanoid form, cocks her head. I am unharmed, master. I am not afraid of heights. Are you still sore from the shockwave? Oh I am all right. If I can't go further, I'll let you know. Daniel hesitates, but he decides to leave it be for now. Rainleif is still a powerful dragon, so she could easily annihilate the entire estate if she wanted to. The problem is whether or not she'll return unharmed. Unlike the Dragon Lord and his brother, she's not a bloodthirsty battle junkie. If anything, she seems like the kind of person that would close herself off in her home and get by on snacks and books. Don't push yourself, Reyna. Now that we're here, Hecate can get me back to safety. Hecate nods proudly with her hands on her hips. Rainleif gives a prideful nod as well. Yes, my beloved Mukori. I won't allow myself to be harmed. He nods, satisfied, and the three begin to sneak towards the mansion. Once they can see the mansion, Hecate and Rainleaf cast stealth spells on themselves and Daniel. They aren't invisible, but the spell does a good job of deflecting attention away from them, similar to strangers on the street. An extremely attentive guard might notice something out of place, but it should prevent them from being spotted as long as they're subtle about their movements. Daniel can't draw Nemesel for now, lest he disrupt the spell. It would be handy to have it as a sort of interception shield for any surprise magic attacks, but he might as well start shouting that he's present if he does draw it. They sneak through the wall using magic, restoring it before anyone can find the hole. From there, it's relatively simple to get into the mansion, so long as they avoid the guards. Daniel leads the way as they stalk through the mansion. Footsteps approach, and he silently signals for them to duck into a nearby room. They stand by silently as they wait for the individuals to make their way past. Hecate hums softly. "Don't flirt with them, Daniel. What are you even talking about?" She points at him sternly with a glare, laying her ears back for emphasis. She shakes her finger to reiterate, cocking her head and widening her eyes suspiciously. Daniel sighs. "Must be Binyani and May," she gasps. "So you do know them?" She bats on his chest with her fists, and Daniel sighs. "I have no idea who it was. Can we go?" She frowns up at him, crossing her arms. "I won't flirt with anyone. Not even you." She smiles, but then her face resumes her glare just as quickly as Daniel steps past her to investigate the hall once more. Hecate whispers, Hey." Rainleaf remarks softly, "This mansion is rather elaborate." The Stalvalton Grand Duchy is one of the wealthiest families in the Kingdom of Morniste. If they've been successfully selling diamonds, they're likely the wealthiest family in the East, if not the world. The other two nod, though Daniel isn't looking at them. He's cautiously listening and searching around for anyone else. It has been a while, but Daniel recalls the path well enough. They reach the wing of the mansion where Wenliana's lab is, and he peeks through the door quietly. There isn't anyone hustling about, so perhaps Wenliana isn't present. He checks behind him, and Rainleaf and Hecate both nod. They can each hear far better than he can, so they're confirming that they're in the clear. Daniel quietly opens the door and sneaks inside. What he finds surprises him. Chapter 50. The mechanic and the artisan. Wenliana paces her lab back and forth. Daniel spoke of ways to track things over long distances, especially aircraft, in case they got lost or were shot down. She didn't really realize it, but she wonders if this is what ship owners and large merchants feel about their ships when they send them out to sea. She glances at a floating magic crystal, a diamond that she was able to create by combining several different spells to create a crystal that defies gravity. She hasn't figured out the best use for it yet, but it proved that she can layer rather complex spells onto a diamond and still retain powerful effects. The magic artisan also has a small generator running off of water pressure from a water crystal. She's still experimenting with converting the electric energy from the generator to pure mana. If she can, Wenliana can change the water pressure turbine to a water wheel and continuously charge crystals. But first, she has to figure out how to convert that energy. The young woman collapses in the otherworldly chair, turning in a slow circle with a sigh. She reads through her notes once more. Wenliana is juggling too many simultaneous projects in addition to the airship that successfully left a couple weeks ago to join the mission to find Daniel. Arameliana hasn't told Wenliana everything about it, but she knows enough to know that Arameliana asked for a specialized weapon for a reason. Wenliana has no idea how the airship's cannon will work. Can it stop a dragon? Is it lethal or non-lethal? She mainly wanted to only knock dragons out of the sky, but falling from that height could be deadly to even the mightiest beings of the world. Dragons have perished before, after all, however. Why? Why did things have to change? Why did we have to do any of this? She puts her head down on her desk, fidgeting with a pen. Before she knows it, she's asleep. When she wakes up, Wenliana stretches with a yawn. Her face is a little sore from sleeping on her arm at her workbench. Fortunately, the chair is immensely soft, so it caused her no discomfort. That said, as the magic artisan is clearing her brain out of drowsiness, she finds that she's covered in a blanket. It's possible Arameliana came by, or one of the maids. Wenliana folds the blanket as she begins anew after her nap. She yawns and stretches a little, and then puts her glasses on. I wonder if the airship has reached the Citadel yet. I hope they don't do anything rash and try to fight the dragons. Wenliana checks her generator, which is still running. I should see if I can find a way to quantify mana stored in a crystal. Salt crystals never really mattered, since most applications can last for 5 years, which is long enough to get their worth, I think. But, if the airship were to be airborne and suddenly lose power? She ponders it for a moment. That's it, Daniel's artifact. It has a meter for how much electricity it has. Surely there are documents about how such a feat is accomplished. She walks briskly to the secure room of her lab, where she keeps the otherworldly device hidden and powered by Daniel's charger hooked into a generator he built. Strangely, when she arrives, she notices something off about the room. She tries to look around, searching for what's out of place. The lights are normal. The window is covered with a metal plate. There is nothing but silence in the room and the special equipment that she silences when Liana snaps her gaze to the bench where it should be. Where a generator should be running, powering a strange, small brick with 2 metal prongs and a strange string that connects to an otherworldly archive of wisdom. All of it is gone. When Liana staggers forward, her blood pressure dropping as the shock takes hold. She rubs her eyes, still staggering towards the desk that served as a sort of altar to knowledge with how important the device is. Once she arrives at the desk, she can clearly see that the generator, the charger, and the phone have all vanished. All that remains is a single sheet of paper. She looks around, finally deciding to look at the paper. Horror has seized her mind, and she can barely process. On the paper are written the words, "I am sorry, but I had to do this. Farewell, Wenliana." She stares at the paper for a long time. The hand that wrote those letters is careful and well practiced at writing the imperial common language. Despite all that, they still show the meticulous and ultimately unnatural line formation of an amateur, someone still polishing their writing ability. Someone from another world. She murmurs softly, D-. Daniel? But why? Nearby, she finds a single strand of black hair, faintly glowing. Shortly before, Daniel opens the door to Wenliana's lab. Wenliana isn't bustling around or studiously poring over a manuscript. Instead, she's asleep at one of her many workbenches. Daniel gestures for Hecate and Rainleaf to remain quiet, and they nod in confirmation. In addition to her being present, which is only a slight setback, Daniel marvels at the many new devices Wenliana has managed to build in the brief time that she's had unlimited access to his phone. He sees an electric generator powering the mana charging device, though it doesn't seem to be working quite like when Wenliana did it herself. She must still be working on it. There's a strange crystal floating all on its own inside of a special containment system. He sees a few incomplete systems, though they look like they could be some sort of engine in order to drive either pumps or even perhaps carriages. There are also many notes scattered around on the chalkboards, paper notes, and even on the desk itself, much of which Daniel recognizes as phonetically translated English words, like when specific English words are translated to Japanese, sounding almost identical to the English word itself, but using the Japanese syllables. She has been translating what she can from the phone, doing her best to make sense of it, and then developing technologies using the magic equipment she knows to make equivalents for this world. Daniel smiles reverently, and Hecate glares at him. He gestures with his hands for her to relax, and she resists the urge to growl. She tenses, storming across the room for a moment and pouting in a corner. Daniel rolls his eyes and continues searching. He can hear another generator in the next room, which if he remembers right, is Wenliana's locked room. He looks to Rainleaf, pointing at the door. He shakes his hands in a motion mimicking trying to open the door but not being successful. "You wish for me to unlock the door with magic, Mukori?" asks Rainleaf's voice via telepathy. Daniel nods affirmatively, and she nods in turn. "Leave it to me." Rainleaf approaches the door, beginning to cast a spell that creates a magic circle. Daniel watches for a moment, glancing at Wenliana. She's still asleep for now, but they'll need to move quickly if she wakes up. As far as he knows, she doesn't practice offensive magic, but that doesn't mean she can't or won't put up a fight. However, as he's waiting for Rainleaf to open the door, Hecate does something surprising. She silently withdraws a blanket from her magic bag, approaching Wenliana quietly. Daniel reaches towards her, but he doesn't want to say anything for fear of waking her up. Hecate's not especially violent, but he isn't sure what she's doing. Her intentions prove to be completely wholesome, though. She simply covers Wenliana with the blanket gently, being extra careful not to disturb the magic artisan. She spots Daniel watching her, and she flinches, walking away with her hands behind her back like she did nothing. I've got it. Daniel exhales, being sure not to make noise, and he walks to the door. Rainleif opens it for him, and he nods at her. He moves inside and inspects the room. Sure enough, there's the generator, charger, and phone all together. He approaches as he withdraws one of his medium magic bags from storage in a small bag, and he collects all of the items to go with his phone. I hate doing this, but I guess I could call this my pension, right? He shakes his head at his own dumb rationalization, but he decides to leave a note. He writes a brief note before joining the other two at the door. They close the door and lock it from the inside, and Hecate casts the return spell, instantly returning them to the Citadel. As soon as they're safely in the return circle, Hecate pounces on Daniel. You thought she was pretty, didn't you, huh? Daniel pries the Feldrock girl off of himself, retorting, Hecate, jealousy isn't a good look on you. Especially when you've still yet to win the Hecate game even once. She twitches in his arms, crossing her own arms as she looks away with a sassy huff. That means she is pretty. Daniel sighs. Yes, but I am here, aren't I? I could have sabotaged the mission if I wanted to stay. She pouts, saying nothing. Those devices, starts Rainleif. Are they what you wished to retrieve? Daniel nods as he sets Hecate down. Indeed. Specifically, my phone. Daniel withdraws the phone, inspecting it. Sure enough, it's in perfect condition, and he's able to show the screen to the other two, who marvel at it for a moment. It looks like the panels in the Citadel, remarks Hecate. Agreed. Interestingly enough, it works the same basic way. Rainleif asks softly, do you think the Citadel was built by someone of your world, Mukuri? Both she and Hecate wait for his answer. It's certainly possible, but highly unlikely. I suspect it's an avenue of technology that simplifies usage and efficiency, similar to how my world also had bows and arrows, swords and spears just as this world does. Once firearms became widespread, those other weapons became all but obsolete, serving more as collectibles or much more specific tools, such as for hunting. You would be unlikely to hear about any of those weapons used in warfare, save unique cases where firearms are unavailable to the ones using them. Daniel shows one of the documents on his phone to the two, and Zyriko arrives in a teleport. I take it the mission was a success? Daniel nods, but Hecate growls, no. Daniel left a love letter for that woman, he's recruiting another mistress. Can you believe it? Yes, retorts Zyriko with all of the gentleness of a brick. Hecate can only gasp and stammer as she glares at the golem, and Daniel sighs. Says the little Feldrock girl who covered her with a blanket all on her own. Hecate gasps, now turning her betrayed gaze on Daniel. I thought she crosses her arms and looks away. I am not a heartless monster. She looked cold. Daniel kneels to Hecate's level, and he holds her head for a moment, kissing her cheek. She instantly turns bright pink, stammering as she sheepishly stares at him. He smiles gently, petting her head, and, that's why I am proud of you, Hecate. Thank you. Hecate can only stammer and squeak unintelligibly, and she finally whirls away from Daniel, hiding her face with as much of her body as she can, including her big fluffy tail. Daniel chuckles warmly. He then stands up, asking as he does, how is the siege going? Interesting, Daniel. I decided to try something in the last hour or so. I've been having the mud golems go into battle unarmed, and they are simply capturing Wayans. It is causing quite the confusion of those wise enough to retreat in order to try to claim a new weapon, while those who stand and fight the mud golems become living shields as they are absorbed into the mud. Zyriko quickly adds, I am ensuring they can breathe and doing my best to keep them from being hit by stray bolts. Most of the soldiers are reluctant to attack the golems carrying their own, but they are surprisingly brave about trying to rescue said captives. Sounds good. Keep up the good work, Zyriko. Thank you. She bows her head. Of course, my darling Daniel. Just before Daniel does anything else, though, she adds, oh Daniel, I should report. There was an anomaly along the northwest perimeter of the castle town. An anomaly? She nods. Intruders were detected, but my golems have found no evidence. It could have been wildlife from the lake, but I can't say it's not actual intruders. I simply can't find them if they are. Continue to operate with the assumption that there are intruders on the grounds. Try not to cause a panic, but see if you can run a quick census on the villagers and search the town. Is there any way they could get into the castle? By force, no. Not without breaking my barrier. However, if they captured a hostage, I understand. All the more important to account for everyone. Move everyone in the Citadel to the control room and inform them of what's going on. It shall be done. And I shall isolate the intruders once they are found. I apologize that I am unable to detect them. No, I am glad you mentioned it. I'd rather play it safe. Once we confirm everyone is safe, we'll sweep the floors one at a time. She nods and vanishes in a teleport. Didn't it take us a couple weeks to navigate this place, Daniel? Asks Hecate. I can't imagine intruders could avoid Zyriko's detection and find whatever they're looking for. And, if it's you, you could be anywhere. I can only guess as to their plans. Regardless, they're likely using stealth magic, same as we were. Zyriko's good, but her attention is mostly on the siege. The golems need direct control. Hecate nods as she cups her chin. Rainleif asks softly, are you certain you don't wish for us to intervene? Not directly. While Zyriko is gathering everyone, let's take another quick flight to see what the supply situation is. They've likely got staging areas set up. Rainleif smiles and nods. Can I blow them up? Asks Hecate. The supplies. I want to blow up the supplies. She adds with a darker tone, I want them to rue the day they attacked my home and my friends. Daniel smirks and nods in agreement. Hecate grins, adding softly, they have to be alive to rue the day, right? Yes. Very merciful of you, O great Empress Hecate. Rainleif laughs in her soft voice, and the young Feldrock girl hums proudly as she stands as tall as her small form allows. I am merciful, aren't I? You'd be a saint if you met the height requirements. Wait a minute. Daniel is already walking away when Hecate whirls to glare at him, and she pounces onto his back, biting his armored shoulder. Gyu cake gat gak, growls the little girl as she gnaws on his armor, though Daniel ignores her. Rainleif continues to chuckle, following the two of them to the flyway to surveil the siege from the air. For now, Zyriko will gather everyone, which grants them time to undertake the surveillance. Little do they know what lurks in the depths of the Citadel. Mousse and his group follow on either side of the humongous corridors as the comparatively tiny and insignificant little goblin woman nervously walks. She seems to know where she's going, and the other squads are following at a distance. Stealth magic is keeping them undetected, though they have to be careful to keep track of their path through the Citadel. It's a humongous castle, and like navigating a city, it could be easy to get lost. Especially because many of the long corridors are almost labyrinthian in design, as if to lure in victims and trap them forever. Mousse knows that it's mostly due to their relative size. The castle seems to be meant for dragons, and so, humankin and their goblin hostage are little more than ants. The captain stays in striking range of the goblin, just in case she tries to pull any tricks. As he walks, he notices that the goblin woman doesn't seem to have a shifty air about her. She's simply nervous and afraid, and she only glances back at him to make sure she isn't doing anything wrong in his eyes. Finally, after what feels like hours of walking, ascending long stairwells, and crossing catwalk bridges between interior castle sections, the goblin woman approaches a door. She knocks, calling out, Master. It's Shek. Shek needs speak to Master. What's the meaning of this? Hisses Darner. We told you to take us to Daniel. Shek whirls and trembles. She stammers, Shek Master. Shek take Darner storms close, kicking the goblin woman, and she slams into the wall, crying out. You filthy little monster. Mousse stops Darner from going further. For now, she hasn't betrayed them, and they need her to find wherever Daniel is being held. Mousse understands Darner's anger, though. Goblins are typically aggressive and savage creatures. A horde of them can lay waste to a village, in spite of how relatively weak they are. They fight with abandon, every swing meant to be lethal with nothing held back. Seeing this Shek is quite the contradiction. Mousse would kill her in a heartbeat if needed, but for now, she's useful. Shek whimpers, crying from the pain as she clutches her abdomen. Master P. Please help Shek. Muindis crouches, still towering over the small woman. We're not looking to meet with Hecate, we're looking for Daniel. We know he was handed over to you goblins by Hecate and the dragons. But we also know he's alive. Oh, of course alive, whimpers Shek. She coughs. Shush. Shek no Ichi trails off, unable to continue as her stomach pains her. Speak, damn you. Darner kicks her, and Muindis shoves him back. What the hell are you doing? I am tired of treating this disgusting wretch like it's a person. Do you know what their kind do? My brother and his family live near the mountains. These things are a pestilence. Be that as it may, we still don't know where Daniel is. Shush. Shek ss sorry Shek try help. She sniffles and whimpers. Suddenly, a thunderous boom startles all of them, and Halbrand cries out as he flops against the wall, his armor caved in over his chest. Several of the Stalvaltan soldiers were forced to their knees by the painful volume of the attack. It possessed all of the power of thunder, but as if it came from directly next to them. Out of the shadows steps an unmistakable visage. It is the knight and apparent darling to Hecate. He draws a sword while still holding a strange, short wand made from a square pipe with an angled grip. Smoke is trailing from the end of the wand, and everyone helplessly stares at him, stunned. Thinking quickly, Darner tries to pounce Shek to take her hostage, but a second boom startles everyone, and he cries out as blood sprays. He is thrown to the ground on his back, a flash being the only tell of the terrifying spell. Or, the otherworldly weapon. Muindis, startled by the flash and the cough of fire and smoke, spots a glint in the dim light of the hallways. It's a small, tiny, metal canister that pops out of the side of the weapon after the attack. While smaller, it looks just like the canister when Liana was brought in to inspect, and which she confirmed is a component of Daniel's otherworldly dragon-slaying weapons. Both Halbrand and Darner seem to be alive, though they are grievously wounded. Perhaps the smaller canisters mean less lethality. Shek. Come to me. Calls out the mysterious knight. The goblin woman strains, but she manages to get to her feet, ambling as quickly as her injuries will allow, which is quick enough for her to escape Muindis. She cries as she hugs the knight's waist, her head barely reaching his hips. Master. Shek sorry. Shush. Shek he replies surprisingly gently, it's all right, Shek. I am glad you're all right. She nods, still sobbing into his hip. The knight aims Daniel's weapon at Muindis, growling, that's more than I can say for the lot of you. Shortly before, Daniel and Hecate ride on Rainleaf's back once more, sailing over the siege lines. As expected, mud golems are haplessly marching endlessly into the eastern forces. The golems are akin to robots, but powered by magic, so they have no fear, and they have no qualms about marching fearlessly into death. Because they simply melt into piles of mud upon destruction, they can be shoveled back into the golem-making magic device and turned into new ones, but no one on the enemy's side will try to steal the material for their own purposes. Iron is valuable, and would be relatively desirable to hoard it upon defeating iron golems, even if they are more durable and difficult to defeat. Same goes with even higher-tier golems. Mud golems are completely expendable in the grand scheme of things, and so long as Zyriko can produce them faster than they're destroyed, the enemy will never gain ground on the Citadel. Suddenly, a voice rings out in Daniel's helmet. Daniel. I can't believe you returned and didn't tell me, he asks audibly, though he suspects they hear him some other way. Ryuo? We were back for like 5 minutes. I know, why didn't you invite us this time? Daniel rolls his eyes. Before he can answer, Zyriko cuts in. Daniel, we have a problem. I found the intruders. They have Shek. Daniel sits up. Shek, is she all right? Both Hecate and Rainleaf look back at him. They have Shek, asks Hecate. Where? Outside of Daniel's room. Hecate. I am on it. Raina, join us as soon as you can. Hecate stands up, casting teleportation on herself and Daniel. In an instant, they appear in Daniel's room. Good work. Now, stay here for the beginning. I need to draw out their forces. Once Raina arrives, you two deal with anyone trying to flank me. She nods. Be careful. You too. Raina, did you get that? Yes, Mukori. I am returning as quickly as possible. Me too, Daniel. I will aid you in this time of treachery. Thanks, Ryuo. You and Gara be careful. Ask the others to hold the control room, please. Your wish is my command, Master. Daniel draws his pistol, and he hears Shek cry out. His blood begins to boil. He quickly jogs to the door, listening to the other side. Shek ss sorry Shek try help Daniel slides the door open, spotting an archer across the hall. He still has non-lethal rounds loaded, but he doesn't care what happens to these guys now. He aims and fires before the archer notices him, and the soldiers all flinch following the thunderous report of the pistol. As Daniel moves out into the hall to close his door, he studies those around him briefly, drawing Nemesel to act as a sort of magic shield as much as possible. Suddenly, movement catches his eye. One of the Stalvalten soldiers is trying to grab Shek, and Daniel aims on instinct, firing instantly. Blood sprays as the soldier is toppled. Though non-lethal to a degree, they're still bullets, and he hit pure flesh instead of armor, probably in between one of the armor's joints. Whatever the case, the survival of enemy soldiers is not his priority. It's a goal, but far from a priority. Instead, Daniel cares about one thing right now. Shek. Come to me. Shek limps, clutching her abdomen as she tries to run, but can move barely quicker than a walk. Still, she is able to escape the immediate proximity of any of the soldiers, and she clings to Daniel's side as she sobs. She tries apologizing, but Daniel reassures her gently. It's all right, Shek. I am glad you're all right. He can feel Shek nod, though her sobs don't grow any softer. Daniel growls with anger filling his voice, but his composure still intact. That's more than I can say for the lot of you. Daniel pivots, dissipating a fireball with Nemesel as the sword crackles. Thankfully, the glow shifts in the presence of magic. He has virtually none, and Shek has very little magic ability. Whichever way the sword is glowing is a pretty good wind gauge to where magic is coming from with battle mages of the Stalvalten Guard. Additionally, as long as he can get the sword close, the spell can be disrupted before it reaches him or Shek. Daniel fires his pistol as the fireball is flaring in reaction to Nemesel, and another soldier cries out. There are several in the direction of the hall where they had Shek, and Daniel pivots again, throwing Nemesel in a horizontal spin. His newly free left hand finds his second pistol, while one of the swordsmen drops his spell to parry Nemesel. Oh, how unprepared he is! Nemesel passes through the soldier's sword with ease, even as he swings it down to bat the sword away. He narrowly dodges, taking a brutal slash on his shoulder that nearly claimed his whole arm as the sword passes the group and startles all of them, clanging across the ground as a solid iron blade clangs in alternation, severed cleanly. Daniel now has both of his pistols ready, and he opens fire, changing directions to keep all of the Stalvalten soldiers suppressed. Hecate. Can you hear me? She says yes, Daniel. Her helmet is protecting her ears. Good. Hecate, open the door and get Shek to the control room. There's about 50 of them in total, scattered in the hall and closing in on me. Daniel notices the door slide open, and he keeps firing, shoving Shek towards Hecate. Hecate scoops the goblin woman into the room, closing the door just as quickly as Shek cries out in fear and surprise. Fortunately, she's as safe as can be, now. While Daniel is able to incapacitate some of the Stalvalten soldiers, he is forced to take cover from ranged spells as the novelty shock factor wears off for the soldiers. They still flinch during some of the shots, but are able to focus enough to fight back. As the soldiers close in, 3 figures appear near the ceiling, flying at great speed. Daniel easily recognizes them, since they're in their human forms, but with their wings extended. Daniel holds fire as Rainleif swoops in, sliding on her feet as her mantle flutters around her. She puffs her chest as she takes in a massive breath, and Daniel can see the sparks of magic flickering from behind her high collar that usually hides most of the lower half of her face. She reveals a hand to pull her collar down, and Daniel ducks. Flames roar overhead, filling much of the hall with bright light and burning heat. Many of the soldiers scream and scramble out of the way, while Ryuogrier comes to a hover just ahead of Daniel. You fools! You enter these sacred grounds and attack our cherished companions? She waves her hands elegantly, easily intercepting magic spells with barriers as the soldiers try to fight back. She's simultaneously casting several spells, including the barriers. Daniel is then pulled away from Ryuogrier, and a magic barrier appears. Rainleif takes another breath, and she begins breathing a fire lance that explodes, pops, and crackles against the barriers along the walls. Zyriko is watching over them. That said, it does keep the soldiers pinned to the floor in fear, while their weapons, pulled from their hands and levitated in the air by the eldest of those present, continues chanting spells. Daniel looks to find Girahole shielding him with her barrier as she keeps herself low. Shrapnel is spraying across her barrier, and any one of the molten pieces of former weapon could be deadly to Daniel, specifically. A dark aura flickers out from Ryuogrier, and almost at once, even Girahoel's barrier vanishes, while Rainleaf's laser beam-like fire lance wavers and becomes little more than a large flamethrower-like swirl of fire. Rainleaf and Girahole both relax, and Ryuogrier lowers into an exquisitely regal posture. One of the soldiers wearily tries to cast a spell, chanting loudly. Daniel places himself between Girahole and the soldier with Nemesel drawn. However, nothing happens. Ryuogrier says calmly, "There is no need for that, my beloved Mukori. I have cast a spell that has temporarily created a void of mana here. Since we know that life is not contingent on mana thanks to you, we'll all be fine without it. After all, if I recall correctly, no one else here can breathe fire." The soldiers go on guard, and booms a seemingly all-present young female voice. The air seems to distort in on itself in the middle of the hallway, and a portal opens to somewhere else. From it steps a small figure with big, triangular ears and a broad, fluffy black tail. Though she looks like a human with features of a fox, she's actually one of the most dangerously powerful beings in the world. Hecate announces as she stands as tall and proud as her small frame allows. Ryuogrier's spell only works on people present at the time. Hecate emphasizes her point by summoning a fireball, twirling it just above her index finger like a basketball with an arrogant smirk. "Now then," adds Hecate, "if you wanted an audience with me, you needed only to ask my chancellor, Zyriko." Wait, she approaches one of the soldiers that was with Shek. "I remember you. Mundi. Right?" Now that she mentions it, Daniel does feel like he recognizes the soldier. Lady Hecate, starts the soldier. "Empress Hecate, if you please. I've founded my own empire since you were last here, the Fevigal." "Oh, of course, Empress Hecate. I can explain. I would hope so. You broke into my castle and took one of my people hostage. Then, you tried to kill my darling. I imagine there's a fascinating reason for doing all of that." The soldier hesitates for a moment. He glances at Hecate, and then at Daniel, who is still hidden in his armor. "I am waiting," warns Hecate with a predatory smile. Chapter 51, The Siege of the Citadel, Part 3. Though she's the shortest one present, the self-proclaimed Empress Hecate, ruler of the Citadel, seems to tower over all with her imposing magic aura, amplified all the more by the fact that one of the winged maidens that arrived just prior to Hecate cast a spell that was able to nullify everyone's mana. Muindis glances around with his eyes, trying to think. "Empress Hecate, I am afraid I was given orders to retrieve Daniel, regardless of what you said last time." Hecate's smirk hardens into a glare. "So, you don't believe me? Should I feed you to goblins, next?" Muindis can feel his heart racing as he tries to think. "I heard from Lady Shek, was it? She said goblins don't eat people?" "No, Shek doesn't eat people. Goblins tried to eat me when I was working to conquer this place. I've eaten goblins." She shivers. "Absolutely disgusting. Then, I met Darling." She gives Muindis a strong point with her finger. "I think you're after Daniel's weapons, but, you know what they say, to the victor go the spoils. I defeated him, I claimed him and his weapons. If you want them, you'll have to defeat me." She snaps her fingers, and seemingly from the walls, dozens of golems appear, each armed with a long staff sharing many similarities to the strange weapon the knight is wielding. Muindis can feel his body draining of strength. "Oh, and my entire army," adds Hecate mockingly. "I told you I just want to be left alone, didn't I? Me and Darling and his mistresses, I guess. Daniel is nothing but bones." She crosses her arms, looking down on Muindis. "Now then, I think it's about time you lot surrender, and I'll consider sending you home one last time." Muindis swallows hard. To fail twice in so short a time would bring great disgrace upon him and his soldiers. However, they don't stand a chance against so many golems armed with Daniel's weapons. If anything, it's better to return and report back to Arameliana about the extreme danger presented by Hecate and her forces. Mousse sighs, bowing on the ground. Please, your majesty. Forgive us. Hecate thinks for a moment. Suddenly she perks up. Darling, do you think Zyriko can do that thing to all of these guys? The same as with you know who? She looks at Ryuogrier to make her point, and the dragon cocks her head. Beg pardon, your majesty? Hecate points at her own chest a couple of times, and Ryuogrier makes the connection, straightening into her regal posture once more. Hecate notices Girahol standing almost against Daniel's shoulder as he observes silently. Her eye twitches, but she can't have an outburst in front of enemies. She'll give Girahol an earful later. Darling? If that is your solution, your greatness, I have to agree. She nods contentedly. Very well. She faces Mousse, the invader that came before and asked to have Daniel handed over to him. You will be given two options. The first and easiest option for me is to stuff you all into cells and forget about you until you die or get eaten by goblins. Whichever one comes first. The second option is for you to agree to contract magic. A contract magic that if you even cross into my territory again, you'll die. Instantly. And painfully. She raspberries her tongue in a taunting sound implying an unceremonious demise. She does remember to add the benefits as well, though. Obviously, all you'll have to do is stay out of my territory and forget all about Daniel and this place, and you can see your families again, hold your children, make love to your wives or husbands, and live long and prosperous lives. She puts her hands on her hips, becoming haughty again. I am quite merciful and gracious, aren't I? Here I am, denied children by the man I love, and I am willing to let you all return to yours, or so that you can have them. She leans over Mousse, who flinches back a little. I could add that into the contract, too. That, if you have children, you'll die. Wouldn't that be amusing? She laughs mockingly, like a spoiled villainess. Mousse hesitates, but he bows his head. Please, why your majesty show us mercy this final time? We will ensure the Grand Duchy never interferes with you again. I will stake my life on stopping it if it comes to that. Hecate cocks her head with an amused smirk. Oh? You would fight to stop your own people from invading us again? Why yes, good. Then, I suppose I want magically castrate you. She snaps her fingers. Zyriko, prepare magical contracts for these pathetic fools and the 20,000 soldiers outside. She grins wickedly, adding with an icy tone, let's see how many of them can survive being captured. Zyriko appears, giving hand gestures that order the golems, and they march to each of the soldiers, capturing and restraining them to escort them off to cells. Hecate adds, worry not, brave fools of the Stalvalten Grand Duchy. We will only be holding you until the contracts are ready. Should you try to escape or harm any more of my allies, I will do unspeakable things to each and every one of you. Afterwards, while you cling to life, I'll destroy everything you love. Do not test me. The soldiers go quietly, and Hecate asks, did we get all of them? I will not assume so, my lady, replies Zyriko. I could not detect them. The spell they were using I am unfamiliar with it. It was sufficient enough to mask their presence even from me. Daniel states, Zyriko, silence me. She nods at him, done. I am going to try something. Play along and don't tell the others. Keep a stealth golem on each of the captured soldiers if you can. It shall be done, Daniel. Daniel takes his helmet off without warning the others, and Hecate snaps, what are you doing, Dan darling? It's okay, Hecate. He pets her head, adding, you did a good job. It really does seem like they came to assassinate me for my weapons. The Feldrock girl gasps, and Ryuogrier quickly scans around as she searches. Master, are you sure this is wise? I would happily wish to be all-powerful, but I am sure we got them all. Relax. It's not like they'll try to assassinate me now, what with the whole of the Grand Duchy on the line. Daniel intentionally speaks loud enough that anyone with particularly good hearing and who might have been outside of Ryuogrier's range could overhear. Just in case. Additionally, if they can see his face, they'll know that he's the tallest human in the world of Zenkan Daniel. Or, at least, it becomes a very safe bet. Daniel flinches lightly when something bumps his back. He tries to look over his shoulder, but she stays in his blind spot. He does catch a glimpse of her fiery red hair. Daniel smiles. Thank you, Gara. Thank you all. You all really. He halts mid-thought when arms wrap around him from behind. He hears sniffling behind him, and he does his best to look. Is it true? Whimpers Girahol. Is what true? Asks Daniel softly. Others remain quiet, surprised by how tender Girahol is being with Daniel specifically. Why? The airship. Yes. There was an airship armed with a weapon meant for dragons. It was able to knock Rainleaf off balance. She shakes her head against his back. Why you? She hugs him tighter. Daniel gently puts his right hand on hers. Gara, I don't understand. You almost died. She presses forward on him, and when Daniel tries to shift his feet for balance, her tail trips him, taking them both down with her pinning him from behind. She still hasn't let him go, and Daniel grunts, Gee Gara. Ryuogrier teases softly, seems I wasn't the only one worried when Reina and Hecate returned without you. I obeyed your wish not to come BB, but do you know how? She clutches him tightly, sobbing softly. Daniel wants to reassure her, but he suspects simply claiming he wasn't in that much danger will only serve to invalidate her concerns and ultimately anger her. I am sorry I worried you, Gara. Ryuo. Zyriko. I believed I had it under control, for what that's worth. Dummy. Daniel chuckles softly, petting her bicep gently to reassure her, since she's still pinning him to the ground. Hecate is glaring at them both. She huffs, adding in her own thoughts. I was worried, too, when you told me to teleport, and you jumped clear. You're lucky we returned when we did. I know, thank you. Truly. But, we still have business. Hecate, is Shek alright? Hecate nods. Yes. She'll be bruised, but she's okay. Goblins tend to bounce back quickly, Daniel, adds Zyriko. But, well, monitor her closely. Lady Sklo is with her now. Good. Now then, Gara, can you please let me up? We need to deal with the siege finally? She shakes her head, refusing to let him go. Hecate offers, Daniel, if you'll allow me, I'll handle it. I intend to warn them, and then round them all up with golems and dragons. Didn't we agree not to give them no escape route? Asks Rainleaf softly. Daniel, still pinned down, remarks gently, we need to be cautious about it. If they have a bomb that can wipe out an army, being trapped with no threat of escape means they'll trigger it to take us with them. If they have a secret weapon that they're waiting to try to bring down dragons, they'll take out a valuable person on our side. And, even if they take down a major golem, it's costly. Until we can start replenishing the Citadel's mana through offerings, I don't want to wager too much. And, we only have one revival potation remaining, which is for emergencies only. Hecate nods, I won't leave the barriers, then. But, what if I threaten them, give them an hour to retreat, and if they try to call our bluff, I'll have the dragons demonstrate how much damage they can do on either side of them. If still they want retreat, then we'll move in. 20,000 people who can't ever return to our territory is a good way to weaken the threat, right? Daniel nods in agreement as he considers her suggestion. You're not wrong. Zyriko, can you handle 20,000 people with contract magic? Of course, confirms the caretaker golem of the Citadel. I am confident we can perform batches of contract bestowal of about 1,000 at a time. There is no real difference as long as the contract circle is large enough. In the case of the dragons, I simply used a temporary circle suited to each of them. I see. Makes sense. Do you have a big enough circle for 1,000 at a time? I have a space. I'll begin preparing the circle at once. It should be prepared by tomorrow. She waves her hand, and a new golem appears, one that looks almost identical to Zyriko, but with a more combat-oriented outfit on. She explains, this is my subordinate, Yukahote. A male voice comes out of the new golem as it bows. My sincere pleasure to be able to finally meet you, Master Daniel, Empress Hecate, Ladies Ryuogrier, Rainleaf, and Girahol. I have the pleasure of continuing to be Yukahote. The group return polite greetings before Zyriko explains. Preparing the magic circle for the contract will take a fair amount of my focus to ensure no detail is flawed, so Yukahote will take over siege command in my place. Hecate, he shall provide assistance as you lead the battlefront. Yukahote nods his head in agreement. Anything you need, your greatness. Hecate smiles. I like you already. Why? Because he is or was a man. Teases Ryuogrier. Hecate crosses her arms, saying smugly, it's a factor. Come, Yukahote, Ryuogrier, Rainleaf. We shall recruit the others and unleash vengeance upon these feeble Easterners. The others move closer to Hecate, with exception of Rainleaf, who says softly, I'd like to help Gara guard Daniel. If you need me, please summon me. Hecate sighs. You have served me and Daniel faithfully today, Reyna. I shall allow it. Daniel chuckles as he looks up from under Girahole, who is finally calming down and sniffling. You're sounding like an empress, Hecate. Keep up the good work. With a grin, she retorts proudly, I am an empress, my emperor. She laughs giddily as she teleports herself, Ryuogrier, and Yukahote to the control room, and Zyriko bows before teleporting away as well to begin her tasks. Daniel. Sniffles Girahole. Gara? IPP please don't be so reckless. I panicked Gara. I needed to trick Hecate into getting Reyna out, but I was terrified of the thought of that thing reaching the Citadel. If any of you got hurt, he gently touches her arm. We feel the same stupid Daniel I know, and I am thankful. Reyna and Hecate saved my life in the nick of time. If all of you had returned with them, he scoffs, chuckling softly. I wouldn't have wanted you to, but I very well couldn't have been angry, could I? She doesn't say anything, but she does continue to hold him. Daniel adds, thank you again, Reyna, for coming back for me. She blushes, hiding her cheeks behind her mantle's high collar as much as possible. Girahole finally allows Daniel to stand up and he helps her to her feet. She wipes her face, mumbling thanks. I am surprised Hecate gave in so easily. I figured she'd get super suspicious. We have her permission. Permission? Girahole and Rainleaf both nod gently. We merely asked. I told her about us, adds Girahole at a near whisper. Daniel is surprised by this, and Girahole looks away. Hecate, all of us want you to have reasons to stay, Daniel adds Rainleaf. Hecate will do anything to make that happen. And so I asked nicely. Daniel relaxes. I see. Thank you for telling me. He smiles softly, scratching his cheek. It's a little embarrassing, especially talking to more than one of you ladies at the same time. They both look at him cautiously, and he sighs. I am grateful to all of you. I could never imagine even wishing for a life like this, let alone being granted it. But I know in my heart I could never leave now. Both of them hug him for a moment, and Daniel kisses each of their foreheads, causing them to fidget, but keep their heads down against his collar. Rainleaf and Girahole are shy in their own ways, and ever since Daniel and Girahole spent a night together following her egg being laid, she's been especially soft and tender with him, though she can still get fiery if people point it out in a group when she isn't in the right mood for it. After a moment together, Daniel finally pats their backs. Now, I want to test what we talked about earlier, he whispers. Make it look like you're leaving, and then follow me in stealth, if you would. Both of them nod in agreement, and Girahole turns beet red for a moment, causing both Daniel and Rainleaf to look at her. Reyna. Let's go get dressed in something more fitting for attending to Mukori. She glances at Daniel, though her eyes suddenly seem a little dazed from embarrassment. Daniel doesn't poke fun. She did that as part of her own adaptation to his plan. He'll definitely have to thank her when he gets a chance. Rainleaf smiles, looking at Daniel with a sheepish blush of her own. We'll be waiting, Mukori. Daniel bows his head approvingly, and the two walk away from him. Daniel casually carries his helmet as he walks the opposite direction towards the prison cells. It'll take a little while, but he might be able to deter me on his own if anyone remained in stealth when the skirmish was over. He keeps his helmet off for now so that anyone observing can see that he's a tall human, and hopefully, they might just reveal themselves if they believe there's an appropriate opportunity. Foolish weaklings. Hecate practices her role from her position on one of the defensive turret towers of the perimeter wall around the Citadel's town. It's just inside the barrier, and a great position for her to see the layout of the siege forces. They are still fighting valiantly, but an endless column of mud golems marches into their forces, and some of the soldiers have already been captured. Zyriko was using the captured soldiers as meat shields, hoping their allies would avoid attacking those golems holding Eastern soldiers hostage for fear of hitting their comrades. Yukahote, under Hecate's decision, is now ferrying any captured soldiers behind Citadel lines to imprison them. If they've been captured by mere mud golems, it's highly likely they're out of mana or otherwise completely incapacitated. Unfortunately, because mud golems are made of mud, they can't move very fast or they fall apart or melt trying to move faster than the mud can keep up. As such, they lumber headlong into enemy forces, and they're easy to avoid and cut down with magic and melee attacks. The advantage is their low-cost granting numbers, and their fearlessness as they carelessly march into the enemy lines, wearing them down through continuous attack. Yukahote explains, the enemy forces have been fighting in shifts of approximately 5,000 at a time where they can. They have impressive magical prowess, but are constantly swapping out when their mana depletes, it would seem. Those in back replenish with restorative consumables to restore mana and recover injuries where applicable. It's kinda sad that we can pretty much ignore them, and they're still trying so hard. One-on-one, I believe these soldiers would win with ease. However, if the Citadel was even half-manned, it would be infeasible to believe they have a chance of victory. We were discussing that very thing. The siege is just a distraction. It's the only explanation. Ryuogrier, observing from next to Hecate, remarks, I've always been surprised by how spirited Eastern races can be. Even in the face of impossible odds, they will endeavor. I can understand both sides now, since it wasn't long ago I was nearly powerless. There's an awkward silence, but Hecate isn't being passive-aggressive. She adds sincerely, when you have nothing else, you just have to give all you have. If you're really lucky, someone will help you, and they have thousands of others helping them, points out Yukahote. All three nod. Hecate then clears her throat, preparing the spell she needs to project a hologram of herself over the Citadel's barrier. She murmurs again, foolish weaklings, fools. She looks at Ryuogrier. Ready, Ryuo? The dragon in human form smiles elegantly. Of course, your greatness. Hecate smirks. Ryuogrier is being a little sassy, but as long as she plays her part, there is no issue. Two of the other dragons are watching her for the signal. Unlike Ryuogrier, Rainleif, and Girahol, the rest of the dragons aren't allowed to cause harm to any person. However, they aren't forbidden from demonstrating their power. Hecate's form rises high above them all as the hologram appears on the surface of the barrier. No one would believe it's an actual giant, as hologram magic is rather common, according to Zyriko. In this case, it's who and how they speak that affects the effectiveness of a hologram. Foolish weaklings. Hecate's voice booms across the battlefield, briefly bringing the siege to a lull as the startled and surprised soldiers look up at the towering image of the fox-eared girl. I am Empress Hecate Fel Lawson, ruler of the Citadel and the Fevigal upon which you tread. I have graciously spared your kingdoms from my forces, but this pathetic invasion and attack on my home is an absolute show of disrespect. Surrender to me now, and I shall merely discipline you like the petulant children you so obviously are. There's an eerie and awkward silence. Yukahote halted the golems when Hecate began speaking, and now the soldiers are seeing just a taste. If you will not kneel before me, then I will show you what fools you are. Hecate gestures with her right hand, and Ryuogrier casts the transformation spell, growing in a swirl of smoke and magic light as she returns to her true form. The pearlescent dragon emerges from the smoke, roaring as several of the other dragons roar in tandem with her. My dear sweet friends, show these pathetic mortals what true power means. Ryuogrier and the other dragons helping out for the display inhale almost in sync with each other. As they open their mouths, sparks of light appear, magic being concentrated to empower their spells even further. And then, hell itself opens its eye for a mere moment. Beams of light streak across the ground, passing by the siege forces of the eastern armies, and almost immediately, explosions rip apart the landscape as the soldiers flinch, cry out, scream, and scramble in terror, many of whom fall in their panicked state. Fire, debris, smoke, and shockwaves rain down on them as the rapidly expanding materials instantly vaporized by the deadly fireland's breaths of the dragons cause chaos. That you are alive at all is by my mercy, booms Hecate, putting her hands on her hips, which is imitated by her colossal hologram. I ignored you these last couple days in hopes that you would see that your attempts are futile and retreat. But, you are like immature children, and though I want children of my own, I must be ready to discipline them. She waves her hand out, and the hologram's arm reaches far. You may attempt to flee, but you will only make it worse for yourselves. Kneel nay bow before me, and I shall show you a mother's mercy. She begins cackling, and this time, new golems begin marching out of the Citadel, golems armed with golem-specific fully automatic rifles, among the most advanced style of Daniel's weapon that he brought to this world. Each golem is armed with special bullets meant to knock the soldiers down, and it can fire many of them in rapid succession. They pass through the ranks of mud golems, which fall into formation alongside in one row behind the rifle golems. My beloved minions, should these mortals bow to me, do not harm them. Escort them to their private quarters and see them fed properly. Everyone else, take them down and drag them in. The small Feldrock girl with big fox-like ears and a black, bushy tail begins cackling deviously. Viregraze approaches and speaks softly, staying out of the hologram. My lady, if you continue down this path, they will begin calling you the demon tyrant. Hecate remarks calmly, let them. If they will attack me and make up lies about me, it will not save them from my discipline. The rifle golems, formed of iron themselves, begin firing as the lumbering mud golems keep pace. Many of the soldiers instantly drop to the ground, bowing in a small and humble position as their weapons fall. True to her word, the golems only fire on the soldiers that try to resist or flee, and they topple haplessly. Even the mud golems march by them, though some of the rifle golems break off to begin arresting the soldiers that surrender. Mud golems step up to intercept melee attacks, and the iron golems carrying rifles nimbly dive out of the way. Comparatively, the iron golems are a little taller than Daniel, but with a similar humanoid build. The mud golems look more like lumbering masses of sludge with only the basic humanoid shapes, but with very little detail. Ranged magic is the primary threat to iron golems, which is why they were built to move faster and be more agile, and their rifles make them unparalleled on the battlefield. Treya, Gwenisphia, Aulon, Shek, Viregraze, Thymeria, and Ileana all flinch when a magically cast spear of ice explodes only a couple yards ahead of them against the magic barrier of the Citadel. Its aim was true, and it would have speared directly into Hecate, even from as far away as it was cast. Of course, Hecate has been through much worse when she was a powerless slave. Now, she is the Empress of the Citadel and a Feldrock that absorbed the power of not only the feral Feldrock, but the Devourer as well. Even if one of these Eastern soldiers could penetrate the Citadel's barrier, there's almost no possibility of them getting through her own personal barrier as well. The young Feldrock girl crosses her arms. I see many of you still feel the spirit of rebellion. Lady Ryuo. The pearlescent white dragon nods, and she rises into flight, soaring high above the battlefield. As she cruises, she also casts the magic disabling spell, careful not to overlap the barrier of the Citadel. She's using a modified spell that recreates the shockwaves effect from the God Killer, which briefly depletes mana. Just as she's about to finish, Hecate suddenly realizes that the golems are pure magic. Wait. I was wrong. Ryuogrier interrupts herself, banking hard to ensure that she isn't a sitting target for attacks. As she cruises in a wide arc, she looks at Hecate. What is it? Asks her voice through telepathy. Hecate still can't use telepathy, so she admits it through the illusion. The Eastern army has no options left but to try to run. The golems. I almost forgot about the golems. She can tell Ryuogrier realizes it, too. They almost eliminated all of the golems for the small benefit of eliminating the remaining magic attacks of the soldiers. What's wrong? Asks Viregraze. Hecate explains what the spell would have done, and Viregraze nods in understanding. I see. Yes, eliminating your soldiers for that would set us back. Yep. Oh well. Seemed like a good idea at the time. Ryuogrier transforms in midair as she returns, landing next to Hecate in her human form. A good number of them are retreating. Hecate puts her hand on her chin, thinking. I'd like to capture all of them so we can make them never return. We could root them with magic, suggests Ryuogrier. Of course we could. But, I promised Daniel we'd be safe. You're going really far to spare them, murmurs Gwenisphia. Hecate looks at her with a smirk. Would you prefer we annihilate them? They're your people, aren't they? Gwenisphia looks away, but she shakes her head. And no, I don't want anyone to die, neither do I. The best case scenario sees them contracted to my will, mainly so that I can make them never return. I don't know how big the Eastern Alliance's full army is, but I want to believe 20,000 people is a sizable part of it. Yukahote? Do you think you can handle rounding up the escapees? Of course, Your Greatness. May I have your permission to unleash our full golem battalion? Hecate nods once, and Yukahote nods as well. The number of magically mechanized soldiers marching out of the Citadel suddenly begins increasing drastically. Some are smaller than the iron golems, and armored similar to the soldiers. They sprint ahead of the formations, while canine-shaped units and winged fighters also race out of the castle. Treya steps closer to the edge of the turret to look. Why not do this from the beginning? To wear them out first, replies Hecate. Also, for our stealth forces to reach their rear encampment. Yukahote nods, and she grins, and now, we have their commanders. If we lose the rest, then so be it. Hecate turns away from the crumbling siege. It was a rather weak attempt at a distraction, but shall reveal that the internal strike force has already been caught when the external soldiers are apprehended. Or, at least, most of the strike team have been captured. Chapter 52. A mechanic or an Emperor Daniel walks calmly down the hallway after parting with Gearhole and Rainleaf. He passes through the prison block, observing the golems dragging or marching new soldiers in. Hecate is rounding up everyone outside, it would seem, which is fine. He ultimately knows his concern was more or less unwarranted. Even if they fought ferociously, there was very little chance of the attackers defeating the golems as a whole. Daniel has read in the past, when technology levels were relatively close on both sides, it took 3 times as many soldiers to win a siege against an average defending fortress. While the invaders had no way of knowing, the 3 dragons close to Daniel alone could likely easily outweigh the 20,000 troops they brought, especially on defense. The golems, on the other hand, number in the hundreds of thousands, if what Zyriko has said is true. And Daniel has no reason to doubt her. Daniel's not sure there are enough soldiers in the Imperial Alliance to actually win against the Citadel now that it's up and running again, and he's skeptical that they could defeat the demon army. Viregraze and Thymeria sent word to the Ultal to begin migrating to the Citadel town if they choose, as well as anyone else that would side with her over the rest of the Demon Covenant. It's slow going, and dangerous for them while the siege is taking place. But, if Hecate unleashes on the attackers, it'll be over in mere moments. Daniel wanted them to lose morale and turn back on their own, but if they were prepared for a true siege, even if undermanned, then they could stay on station for months. Daniel enters the cell containing the familiar captain of the Stalvaltan guards that had visited before Muindis. "Captain," says Daniel coldly. Muindis looks up from his seated position in the corner, where he has resigned himself to captivity at least until his mana replenishes. He recognizes Daniel's armor, no doubt, and almost immediately loses interest in talking to him. However, he does a double take. It can't be. He climbs to his feet, and Daniel puts his hand on his pistol's grip, which halts the captain. Muindis continues to stare. "Why you're him, aren't you? It was you all along, and who do you mean by that, Captain?" "Daniel, the one we've been searching for." He shakes his head. "I don't understand. No. Seemed pretty clear to me. Either you're after my weapons, or you're after my life." "No," cries out Muindis. He glances around, whispering, "No, listen, I don't know why are you a captive, Daniel?" "Captive?" Daniel cocks his head. "What gives you that idea?" It's a show, right? I mean, come on. You killed a dragon. If you're still alive, is Hecate keeping you as a trophy?" Daniel sighs. "Empress Hecate, mind you, and, no, I am not a captive. I did what I had to in order to survive. Wasn't particularly easy for me at Fort Peony." Muindis tries to step forward, but again, Daniel tugs on his pistol, reminding Muindis that they aren't friends or allies right now. "We came to retrieve you. I don't know all of the circumstances, but the Grand Duchess herself dispatched us. She was certain you were still alive when we presented your jacket." Daniel finds this surprising. "I figured someone pieced it together, and Arameliana would play it safe. But she figured it out. How did her grace determine that I was still alive? Your jacket was too clean for you to have been brutally murdered and fed to goblins." That makes sense. Unfortunately, I hadn't thought of that." "Very well. I have no desire to return to the Grand Duchy." Muindis is stunned. and he can only gape like a fish, trying to form words but not finding a fluid thought to convert into sound. Daniel can understand. After all, these guys risked their lives for whatever their mission truly was. I am aware of the airship. We brought it down before it could pose a threat to my friends. This causes Mousse to pale and tense. That's right, Captain. It was armed with an apparent anti-dragon weapon. It almost cost me someone very dear to me. But, the dragons, to get you out of here, I told you I have no desire to return. Did you intend to kidnap me if I refused to go? Again, Mousse stares at him blankly. His brain is struggling to process the information. It seems his plan assumed Daniel was a prisoner, and they were rescuing him. They didn't have a contingency for if Daniel refused to be rescued. But Grand Duchess Arameliana, no, Duchess Wenliana, she has asked for your return. I know you're just a soldier following orders. You'd have to be to CME all the way to the depths of the demon wildlands to retrieve a commoner and take such a task seriously. But, Wenliana herself made it very clear where we stood. I was happy enough, but I was just an assistant, nothing more. Here I have a family. People that care about me for nothing more than being me. People that would die for me and welcome me home. I have nothing against Wenliana or even the Grand Duchess. But, I am not a tool to be used and put back into the toolbox when they're done with me. Mousse is quiet for a long time as he hears what Daniel had to say and absorbs his words. If you stay you'll be branded a traitor, Daniel scoffs. I was banished to the frontier for a hell of a lot less. And, I know execution was discussed for that very same thing. Speaking of, is Princess Aramaya doing well? Mousse cocks his head, but he nods.
Yes, she has been in good health, to my knowledge. Good.
I am glad. It was all worth it, in the end. Are you sure you want to do this, Daniel? We're prepared to do anything to return you, I am sure. I actually already swung by the Grand Duchy for personal business. Besides, I made Hecate a promise. A promise? So it's true. You're really her darling? Daniel nods. Yes, and, if she wanted to, she could have her way with me. She's far more powerful than I could ever be, but she's more interested in earning my affection, which I am grateful for. Doesn't that make you the emperor? Daniel hesitates. He's always known the implication was obvious, but he never really gives it thought. He calls the shots when he's confident about the best answer, but generally, he tries to defer to letting Hecate make the decisions. He's perfectly content with being her knight and offering support, encouragement, or advice when needed. But, he certainly has no desire for the title or responsibility of being an emperor. I suppose in a sense, that would be true. But, I am just a commoner, and shall long outlive me. Daniel crosses his arms, explaining in a more businesslike tone, Hecate will keep her word. You'll be given the option to accept a magic contract that will prevent you from ever returning here before being returned to Twilight. If you refuse, you will live out the rest of your days in this cell. I wouldn't expect those days to stretch very far. Mousse scoffs, reminded of his current situation. I almost wish you didn't reveal yourself. Daniel chuckles in a sympathetic way. I feel for you. The Grand Duchess is a serious person. Mousse chuckles in disappointed defeat, hanging his head. Do I have you to thank that the Empress is showing us mercy? Partially, admits Daniel. But, if any of you had heard Czech, I'd have killed you all. Or, if Rainleif was killed by the airship, Daniel clenches his fist as the feelings of anger and fear finally have time to breathe. I have a lot to lose now. You're lucky I didn't lose anyone. Mousse is respectfully silent, and Daniel turns, leaving the room. He walks for some distance alone. He turns when he's certain that he's being followed. True to his suspicions, he can't see anyone, however, he has a few options for that. Daniel pulls two objects from his regular bag. Both look like little more than metal cans, each with a metal clasp and ring on it, but their functions are very different. Daniel pulls the rings, removing the pins from both canisters without releasing the clasps just yet. He ponders for a moment, and he tosses the one in his left hand towards the center, just a few yards ahead of himself. He looks away while closing his eyes at the last possible second, covering his left ear with his newly freed left hand. A burst of bright light and disorienting sound erupts from the deceptively small can, illuminating the whole of the gigantic hallway that he's in for a short moment. The sound itself is too loud to be able to hear the echo, as it washes out even Daniel's covered ear with its volume. What he just threw is a flashbang grenade, a type of grenade that does exactly what its name implies, a bright flash and loud bang to disorient and momentarily stun those in proximity. Even Daniel is momentarily disoriented from the sound, specifically, since he wasn't wearing his helmet, but he has enough sense to toss the other canister from his right hand towards the left wall, where a recess provides cover to someone that might be hiding just in case their stealth spell is no longer functional. This canister immediately begins billowing thick white smoke, and Daniel puts his helmet back on before the cloud reaches him. Two distinct fits of coughing rise out of the smoke. They manage to stay quiet after the flashbang, even if they are likely still mostly blinded by the light. Daniel's hearing is only barely recovering, but he can see swirls in the smoke as the two figures struggle to limp out of the cloud they probably can't clearly see. Daniel fires two more non-lethal bullets, one for each person, toppling them. The combined assault finally drops their focus, desperate as they were, and Agashanin and Human become visible, clutching their respective injuries on the ground. Both Rainleif and Girahole appear soon after, high above them in flight, and they land carefully next to Daniel. He can tell they're both trying to speak, but he can't make out any words. Daniel replies as calmly in normal volume as he can, since he can't currently tell, "I am fine. Sorry about that. I can't hear right now." Girahole crosses her arms and glares at him, and Rainleif holds a hand towards him. It becomes clear when the magic circle appears in front of her hand that she's attempting a spell on Daniel, but even his armor will likely interfere, assuming it could work in the first place. And, unsurprisingly, it doesn't help, to which he says gently, "I appreciate you trying, Reina, but I am still me. I am immune to magic. My hearing will return shortly. If you would, please help me subdue these two." Daniel approaches and withdraws a rope from his magic bag. He begins tying each of their hands behind their backs, then putting sacks over them and cinching down with drawstrings. The sack will help keep them from slipping anything into their reach to cut the ropes, since Daniel hadn't thought to have Zyriko make handcuffs yet. Daniel's hearing starts to feel normal again, and he asks, "Reina? Gara? Are you two okay? Sorry I couldn't warn you." Girahole crosses her arms, huffing. "I'll forgive you this time." "Oh. I feel especially blessed." Rainleif, who is finishing tying up the Agashanin soldier the same way as Daniel, adds softly, "Thank you for what you said in the cell, Mukori." She blushes, keeping her eyes on her task. "I'm all right." She gives him a gentle smile, and then follows his lead as he stands up with the human soldier. The human coughs. Daniel? Is that you? Yeah. Are there any more of you guys?" The soldier tries to ignore him, growling, "We were supposed to retrieve you for the Grand Duchy." Daniel doesn't respond, and Girahole steps close, prodding his injured chest with her finger. "Daniel asked you a question, scum," the soldier cries out in agony. "Speak, or I'll add fire," the soldier shouts, Please." "Mercy." Daniel asks again, "Are there any more of you guys in stealth?" No. Fire flares from Girahoel's hand, swirling around her finger as she hisses. "Liar." The soldier screams, and the Agashanin shrinks back against Rainleif, who stoically observes. Daniel touches Girahoel's arm, and she cuts off the attack. The human soldier catches his breath, grunting and groaning. The young dragon becomes defensive. Daniel, he's lying. I am sure you're right. It's always going to be the first counterintelligence option. I wonder if that torture will work here." Both dragons cock their heads, while the two soldiers tense. If they know who Daniel is, they know he's referring to something from his world, something they likely can't fathom. Rainleif remarks innocently, "Torture is quite widely spread in this world, Mukori. It has varying levels of success, as far as I know. Especially if the soldiers are trained against it." Daniel nods. "Yep. No one method is perfect, but now I am curious. And this one isn't that gruesome. I won't feel so bad using it if they don't want to talk." "Why would they be afraid now, Daniel?" asks Girahole disbelievingly. "You just told them they don't have to fear it," Daniel chuckles. "Oh, I didn't say that. I meant that I can stomach it." He looks at the two soldiers with a smirk. These two won't need the magic contract to never cross the mountains willingly again. The other four glance at each other, in spite of their opposing alliances, unsure of what he means. Of course, the dragons aren't in any danger, and they've likely been party to much worse forms of torture thanks to the former Dragon Lord and his brother, as well as the Green Sage. Daniel leads, guiding the human soldier from behind with the threat, "If you don't want to die, walk." The soldiers are reluctant, but they'll likely bide their time for an opening. Daniel finds an open cell and brings all four of the others in. He withdraws a bench from his magic bag, and then lays the human soldier on his back on it. "Hot irons or rats, huh? I'll die before I talk," Daniel scoffs. "How ancient. Why would I do that to the poor rats?" He ties the soldier firmly to the bench, and then he withdraws a towel from his magic bag. He lays it over the soldier's face, and he is surprisingly still. Of course, he has no idea what he's in for, and if he believes it's hot irons or rats, then not seeing the bucket with the rats would reduce the effectiveness to a degree. Oh, how hell likely be wishing for the rats in a moment. "Can either or both of you use water magic?" asks Daniel. Both Girahole and Rainleaf nod. Girahole admits softly, "Raina is likely better at it, though." "Don't worry, we won't need much. I hope you've got time to wait," retorts the soldier. "Don't you worry about us. Even for us humans, 20 seconds isn't that long." Both soldiers are awkwardly quiet, and Daniel guides Girahole by the shoulders gently to stand beyond the human soldier's head, and he whispers to explain her role. She blushes the whole time, as if she's a young lover being confessed to via sweet nothings whispered in her ear. She becomes surprised, though, once she hears the explanation. "That's it?" Daniel nods. "That's it. Can you handle it?" "I thought you were going to encase his body with water." "Nope. He'd be able to hold his breath for quite a while, I am sure." "This will work better." She nods, still surprised. She glances at Rainleaf, who shrugs. "Ready?" asks Daniel. "Are ready," answers Girahole. She begins casting, and Daniel states, "Don't say I didn't warn you. Now, what I want to know since you lied to us is how to get around your stealth spell." As if I tell. Water begins raining down on him in a steady stream, not much more than a garden hose, but it's a lot of water and relatively quickly, pouring across the towel over his face. He begins coughing and shaking his head, spitting and puffing, gasping and crying out. Within seconds, his facade of composure crumbles as his body dry heaves and gasps, inhaling water, but not sensing enough to force him to hold his breath, coughing to expel water from his mouth and lungs, but not quite to the level of drowning yet. Princess Aramaya survived drowning after being supposedly dead for about 3 minutes. "Are you telling me you can't last 20 seconds? Street AHHC stop? PPGH plead JS. The human soldier cries out in agony, writhing on the bench as he fights the sensation of drowning, helpless as his body genuinely convinces itself it is fluttering between drowning and finding air to take in. Daniel gestures at Girahole, and she stops the falling water. The human soldier pants and cries softly, sobbing as he coughs liquid out of his lungs and tries to catch his breath. Daniel pulls the towel away, while the soldier continues to pant desperately. He looks directly at the Geishanin. How do we counter the spell and find the others? The Geishanin glances at his comrade, and then at Daniel several times. Daniel knows that waterboarding was banned in many of Earth's countries for good reason. It's highly effective at traumatizing the victim, but like any torture, has dubious reliability about fishing the desired information out. Both strong and weak-willed victims can give wrong information simply by virtue of trying to say what they think the torturer wants to hear. Daniel also knows there can be long-term psychological effects from doing it, so he doesn't plan on doing it again. He can tell the human soldier is already disoriented, pleading and panting. Hopefully, the threat of round 2 Daniel begins moving the towel back over the soldier's face, and he cries out. Somewhat surprisingly, it's the Geishanin soldier that screams, "We use a vision spell." The three look at him, and he adds, "There's a spell we use so we can see each other. Please. Have mercy." Daniel makes a show of pondering, and the human soldier pants from his position as he pleads at a near whisper, while the Geishanin watches nervously. Daniel sighs. "Very well, but, if you lie to us, you're next." The Geishanin nods vigorously, and Daniel unties the human soldier. He looks at Rainleaf. She asks, "What is it?" I am wondering if I should summon Zyriko. I'd like to cast an amnesia spell on these two, if possible, after testing his supposed spell, of course. Oh, I expect that you'll tell us the stealth spell as well, right? The Geishanin glances at his comrade, and he nods reluctantly. Good. No harm done. I just want to round up the rest of your allies. Rainleif offers gently, I can do both. I don't mind. Daniel shakes his head. Zyriko can test spells without risk of being cursed. However she does it. What about Yukahote? Asks Girahole. I can't imagine he needs his full focus to fight mere human kin. No offense, she looks away from Daniel in embarrassment. None taken. Let's see. Yukahote? Are you monitoring the prison cells? Rainleif adds via telepathy, ill-inform Hecate via telepathy, Daniel. Daniel nods at her. A moment later, a male voice enters Daniel's helmet. Master Daniel, I am at your service. What can I do for you? Can you safely test spells with potential for curses? I can. Chief Caretaker Zyriko utilizes soldier golems for the test, which I am the immediate next in command of after Zyriko. I'll be there momentarily. The door opens, and Yukahote's golem walks in. It bows, Your Majesty. Daniel looks at the golem, but he can only sigh. You there tell the spells to my companion, Yukahote. The Geishanin nods, and Rainleif releases him, allowing Yukahote to teleport away with the Geishanin soldier. They're gone for a few minutes, and Girahole asks, what if something happened? It's fine, Gara. You should call on Yukahote, and Gara murmurs Daniel warningly. She fidgets, looking away from him. The soldier may be resisting passively, adds Rainleif. If that is the case, then Yukahote will likely return to request further action. Daniel nods in agreement, but it isn't quite satisfactory for the impatient orange dragon. It's taking too long. I want, she blushes, whirling away from them all as she crosses her arms. Nothing. Shut up. We weren't saying anything, teases Daniel. Don't talk to me like we're friends. Her tail sways back and forth in irritation, fluttering her dress lightly. My darling Lo, she glares at Daniel as he starts another teasing phrase, and her eyes nearly shoot lasers at him with how passionately she glowers at him. He puts his hands up in surrender. She straightens and relaxes a little when Yukahote returns with the Geishanin soldier. I have confirmed the effectiveness of both the stealth spell and the vision spell. I will establish a sweeping team and begin searching the Citadel from top to bottom. I'll relay the stealth spell to another of Zyriko's subordinates and my colleague to be deconstructed for a more direct method of disabling it. Daniel nods. Thank you, Yukahote. If you would, please send a pair of soldiers to police and imprison these two until we're ready to send them home. Oh, but if you can, please use amnesia magic on both of them to erase the last couple hours, specifically so they forget my method of fishing for information from them. Yukahote nods. I will reach out to the Spellmaster. I feel bad that I didn't know about you or the Spellmaster until now. Do not fret, Master Neil. We need no accolades nor attention. We exist to serve. I'd like to meet you and treat you like you're still regular people all the same. For now, I'll leave the tasks to you, if that's all right. Of course. And, thank you, Master. I shall begin at once. Golems enter the cell and begin stripping the soldiers of their armor and any hidden weapons, separating them into their own cells as Daniel, Rainleif, and Girahole step out into the hall. Thank you both for the help and watching over me. Both dragons smile softly. Girahole responds first, of course. If someone doesn't look after you, you'll do foolish and dangerous things. He chuckles, adding softly, thanks. I am glad it worked, murmurs Rainleif, smiling at him. I am surprised there was a spell capable of fooling us all. The Stalvalten Guard, if I recall what I heard correctly, are supposed to be among the best of the best. They combine rigorous magic and sword training. I never met the late Grand Duke who apparently started the training, but I'd guess that he had hoped to be able to defend against dragons. The three of them are quiet for a moment. Given what happened with the airship, which was entirely crewed by Stalvalten soldiers, they aren't far off from that goal. In fact, if Rainleif had been alone, it's very possible she wouldn't have survived. Raina, I am sorry. The two women look at him, and Daniel adds softly, the airship and that weapon, they were only possible because of me. Rainleif doesn't hesitate. She hugs him instantly. Mukori, you have nothing to apologize for. If you had not walked the path you walked, we wouldn't be together. And, you wouldn't have saved the world. She looks up into his eyes. Her blue eyes glitter a little, all but entrapping Daniel in a trance. I am alive. We defeated their weapon, and, now we know about it. If they developed it on their own, I might not have been able to survive such an encounter. She finally breaks eye contact, fidgeting with his armor a little. She then lowers her arms, retreating under her droopy dress and mantle. I've been alive a long time, but no one has ever risked themselves to protect me. Thank you, Mukori. Daniel takes his helmet off so he can smile at her. Thank you for telling me so. I meant every word I said to Muindis. I was worried sick, and it was almost worse after the fact. She smiles. Thank you for worrying about me. She flutters her wings gently, lifting herself up a little as she reaches out to grip his collar. She hovers to kiss him, and both of their cheeks fill with color. Girahole adds sheepishly, if you didn't stop it, our children would suffer as well. I'd rather have you make things to protect them than not have you at all. Both Daniel and Rainleaf chuckle, and Daniel says softly, thanks, Gara. That means a lot. She blushes, nodding without looking at him. Now then. Shall we go find out how Hecate is doing? They both nod, and they begin walking. Zyriko has been installing transport circles for Daniel, specifically, since he'll never be able to teleport himself. Similar to the magic bags, he can select a destination on a control crystal and then arrive at the location almost immediately after stepping onto the sending circle. He sets the destination for the control room and steps through, followed by Rainleaf and Girahole. There, they find the gathered group of everyone close to Daniel: Hecate, Ryuogrier, the goddess Ryukana, Viregraze and her sister, Thymeria, Ileana, Treya, Gwenisphia, Aulone the succubus, and the goblins Shek and Sklo. Shek cries out, Master! She runs to Daniel, hugging him instantly as she cries. Thank Master for saving Shek. Shek happy. She whimpers as she looks at him, and Daniel crouches, hugging her. I am glad you're safe, Shek. Are you all right? She rubs her abdomen, replying with a nod. Tummy hurt, but Shek live. Is Master hurt? Daniel smiles. No, I am fine. In truth, I've been ragdolled enough times today, that I could use a nap, and I am gonna be sore tomorrow. Good thing I am not as old as I was. Suddenly, Daniel is reminded of something he has been meaning to ask Ryukana. Lady Ryukana, I just remembered a question I've been meaning to ask. She perks up. Of me? If I can answer, I shall. He nods. Yes. Something that's been odd has been my age. On Earth, I was 33, but I know I got around 10 years younger coming here. Do you know why that is? I'd assume it has to do with magic, but the others chuckle, and Hecate instantly cuts in, it's fate. We were meant to be closer in age. You, Ryukana, make him younger, please. Ryukana smiles at Hecate, but she replies sincerely to Daniel. I am unsure of the cause, as you know Rikuto was my intended transfer. My guess is that, during the transfer when I was modifying him for this world, some of that magic synchronized your ages, but any magic that should have been naturally present in you was drawn to him in exchange, since my focus was on him. Daniel nods as the others look at him. Does it disappoint you, Lord Daniel? Asks Thymeria gently. He chuckles. No, I would be fascinated to be able to use magic, since it only existed in fiction in my world. But, I've still been able to experience things I never would, and humored even things I never dreamed I'd have the resources to tackle in my world. So, I may not be able to chuck fireballs or fly on my own, but I was able to make diamonds and destroy a giant monster with a weapon my world achieved during a high point in our technological development. And, I've met all of you. Hecate immediately rushes in, guarding Daniel. But, he's mine, first and foremost. I'll fight anyone who tries to take him away. The others simply chuckle. It's becoming clear, no matter what Hecate says, she's a kind and sociable person. She just doesn't know how to express both friendship and romance at the same time, since she never had friends before Daniel. I have a question now, remarks Ryuogrier. Where does the family name Lawson come from? Did you find a history of your parents, Hecate? Hecate's grin spreads wide across her face, and Daniel is confused for a moment. What's this about Lawson? He asks. Chapter 53 Imperial Summons. It takes 3 weeks for word to reach Arameliana's ears of the results of the second mission west to find and retrieve Daniel. Rumors started appearing in the last couple of days, which her subordinates reported to her, but she kept her composure until she received an official report. Infuriatingly, that report didn't come from any member of the Stalvaltan Guard. Instead, it came from an imperial messenger, representing the Grand Zenkan Empire, the self-proclaimed most powerful empire in the world. While arguably true for the continent, they fare only slightly better against the demon armies than any other lone kingdom, which is why it's so important that the Eastern Alliance, headed by the Empire, stays intact. As Arameliana reviews the message she received, it speaks of a joint effort launched from Fort Twilight to assault the Citadel and lay siege. While the plan for the Stalvaltan soldiers was to do virtually the same, there was no way the joint forces could have believed they stood a chance. In fact, a larger force would only simply compound their losses. The hope was to sneak in while ranged magic was used to distract the dragons and any other major threats, retrieve Daniel, and retreat before anyone processes the Stalvaltan troops as a threat. Now, it seems the joint force suffered a complete and total defeat. Arameliana had to read it twice to be sure. Usually, there are cowards, messengers, and even supply units that are able to retreat, or a force will retreat when it becomes clear victory is impossible, usually after only a third of the army has been destroyed. Instead, 100 of the joint task force have seemingly vanished, indicating that not even messengers were able to return. Then, a message reached Fort Twilight, which the commander relayed to the Empress, rather than to the Grand Duchess, who had commissioned the mission in the first place. That message came from an alleged Empress Hecate Fel Lawson, ruler of the Citadel and the Fevigal. So, muses Arameliana to no one in particular, Heat has declared herself an Empress now. Perhaps victory is too easily going to her head. The Grand Duchess sighs, setting the message down. No. However it's taking place, she and her allies are far beyond our imagining, it seems. The message is wordy and full of poetic language, but in short, it declares that Hecate captured and imprisoned all of the soldiers that arrived from the east, including the stealth teams, who allegedly tried to harm her friends. From there, Empress Sundanel of the Grand Zenkan Empire has called for a summit to discuss the new threat. Arameliana massages her temples. It's difficult to say if the mission failed because of the additional troops interfering in some way, or if the mission was always going to fail. The real question is, why is the Empress taking an active interest in the kingdom of a newly self-named Empress? As she's preparing to head out for the summit with her daughters in tow, another messenger arrives from Fort Peony. Grand Duchess Arameliana Kos Stalvaltan, this is a formal message in simple code. Your asset has been lost. Your troops are recovering at Fort Peony after we were able to retrieve them. It seems a wingflame made its way east, but I've received no news of any attacks. Additionally, I'd like to warn you against any further action against the Citadel and its ruler. Victory is likely not tenable, and for now, the proclaimed Empress Hecate and her dragon allies are not hostile. Following their recovery, your troops will be released with haste. Very respectfully, Commander Lywells Kos Morglodston, Commanding Officer Fort Peony. Arameliana sighs again. Mother? Asks Wenliana as she observes the Grand Duchess' frustration. Arameliana looks around for a moment before responding softly. The airship went down near Fort Peony. Wenliana fidgets, and Arameliana reassures her. It wasn't a failure of your designs, short of still underestimating a dragon, apparently. Wenliana nods as she thinks. The soldiers? I don't have numbers, but at least some of them survived. It seems the Empress isn't aware. Wenliana remembers the black hair she found. She wanted to make her way to the capital of Morniste and use the magic artifact to see if its glow indicates magic. But, because the Empress summoned the higher lords, ladies, and kings of the allied kingdoms to a war summit, they all will be going. While a humanitarian at heart, the Empress is still a strict ruler, maintaining order during the ongoing war. Ready yourselves for the journey, girls. I have a feeling we have a long road ahead of us. Daniel studies his phone, sketching some designs that he can now make more accurately with his engineering books and various blueprints. He'll have Zyriko look at them later, but for now, he's just killing time with some quiet. He learned recently that Hecate has decided that her name is Hecate Fel Lawson. Fel is a sort of self-proclaimed nobiliary particle signifying her rank as someone important like von of Germanic noble nomenclature, while hinting that she's a Feldrock, and Lawson signifying her status as self-proclaimed wife of Daniel. He chuckles at the thought. He's not sure why, of all people, Hecate ultimately not only allows, but encourages the other women around Daniel to be affectionate with him. She could have put up an actual fight in every scenario, from Ryuogryr asking for the first of the dragon eggs, to Treya and Gwenisphia coming to live in the Citadel simply to be with Daniel, and finally, Shek and Sklo, who are regularly making use of a magic machine that relieves their chests of milk as their own pregnancies progress much faster than the dragon's eggs. Is she afraid he'll secretly run away or disappear? I hope she isn't harming herself because of insecurity. Daniel decides to ask the only person who he suspects might know. Zyriko, can you meet me in my room? The golem appears after a few moments, immediately teasing, Daniel, is it my turn? He snorts lightly. Don't start on that. It's actually what I want to ask about. She cocks her head, and Daniel asks seriously, how has Hecate been doing? Lady Hecate. To my knowledge, she's doing very well. She's highly motivated, a diligent student of magic and rulership. She has a lot of catching up to do, but she's making vast efforts to ensure that she makes wise decisions and can defend the Fevigal. Is that all? Zyriko seems surprised, and Daniel corrects. Sorry, I don't mean to make it sound like I am belittling her. She's doing amazing, in that regard. I probably should be praising her more. But what I meant was, does it seem like she's pushing herself beyond her limits? Does it seem like she's trying too hard because she believes that you won't love her if she doesn't? Daniel nods reluctantly. He couldn't find the right words, but Zyriko cut right to the core of it. Pardon my rudeness, but don't flatter yourself so much, Daniel. He laughs briefly at Zyriko's even more brutal reply. She adds sincerely, Lady Hecate is undoubtedly motivated to be the best empress she can so that you'll be pleased with her and praise her. That is true, but she genuinely seems to be enjoying herself. Feldrocks are naturally drawn to the top of life. They become stronger as they grow older, they become stronger in the presence of death, and they become stronger as they learn. But don't you worry that she's trying to compete with her rivals? Or, even trying to defy the gods? Zyriko walks closer and sits down beside Daniel. Again, it may be a part of it, but I have no reason to believe she's not happy, currently. Her spirits are always high, not feigned high for others' benefit. She revels in being as powerful as she is, but she does it to help the people she cares about. You may be surprised to hear that Lady Ryuogryr is Lady Hecate's closest confidant in matters that do revolve around you. This genuinely surprises Daniel. He cocks his head, and Zyriko chuckles. I know. I wouldn't believe it at face value, either. But, when Lady Hecate does want advice, she goes to Ryuogryr more often than anyone else. They have a very fiery personal rivalry, which is likely where your own fears come from, but as leaders of the Citadel, they both have a vested interest in the future. I worry, though, that she's encouraging the others at detriment to herself. Zyriko laughs this time, and she laughs for an awkwardly long time. She even lays back in her seat. It's definitely the most unprofessional she's been since they met. She finally calms down while Daniel waits patiently for her answer, even if he's a little perturbed that it's so funny to her. You've clearly forgotten, then, Daniel. Forgotten? Asks Daniel uneasily. Zyriko looks directly at him, and he feels like she would be grinning wickedly. It's a shame to tell you, but I would encourage you to continue along her designs. Please tell me. She nods. Lady Hecate does not fear you leaving. She knows how to retrieve you, if she believes you can still be hers, and even if you return to Earth. No, she encourages the others, she allows them their own wishes to be with you and to be intimate with you for a very selfish reason. And that is? She told you herself, my dear, sweet Daniel. 3 times Daniel. Don't forget. Daniel twitches, he recalls it now. It was the day Ryuogryr laid her egg, and Daniel helped her. Hecate explicitly expressed her approval, but demanded triple of anything Daniel does with everyone else. She can't be serious. Zyriko continues to stare at him, and he can feel the amused smirk coming off of her expressionless golem head. Daniel clutches his head. What? Does she want 30 children of her own? Oh. So you intend to sire children with Viregrays and Ryukana as well, yes? Daniel flinches. He looks at Zyriko, who adds, I am sure they're both willing, if you ask. Daniel sighs. Why me, though? Why am I this lucky? Zyriko chuckles. I know, Daniel, that you believe you are no one special in your world. Perhaps that is true. But, you are special here, because you're the one who is here. You are even unique in your quirk of having no magic. You brought wisdom needed to protect the world. Luxuries that surpassed even the greatest technological achievement of this world, the Citadel, and you treat peoples who were not your allies at first as friends after sparing their lives. Daniel shakes his head. Most of that wouldn't be possible without the Citadel. And, half of them all but literally accept me because I conquered them. Zyriko leans against Daniel's shoulder. Her golem is hard, but the gesture is still comfortable. She adds softly, that's true. You conquered. You proved you are the strongest in this world, even if it meant using something this world couldn't stand against. When you aren't physically the strongest, you make yourself strongest another way. Believe it or not, Daniel, many women like conquerors. They like men who guarantee them the future even more. With a sigh, Daniel slouches in his own seat. I used to hate fictional stories like this. I still think they're ridiculous. If you were to choose one at this point, you would break many hearts. They are all happy to have you, because you guaranteed the future by destroying the devourer. They are happy to share you because the bigger your family is, the more reasons you have to stay with us and fight for us. She takes his hand, holding it. My family was and is precious to me, and those that accepted becoming soulbound are still cherished to me. I consider you family, now, Daniel. The devourer would have consumed this place eventually, and I couldn't converse with anyone while the Citadel was inactive. You restored me to life, in a sense, and I am happy to see your family grow. I would kill all the men that come here if it meant you could have all the women to yourself, if that was your desire. Please don't. I am sure I am pressing my karmic luck as it is. Karmic luck. I'll explain later. Daniel takes a breath and sighs. If you believe anyone is under pressure or becoming aggressively jealous, please let me know. I don't know what I'll do, but I guess for now, I'll keep trying to be the person they seem to treasure. Whatever that means. Zyriko nods. I will work tirelessly to make the Lawson royal family the strongest family this world has ever seen. Daniel sighs, and Zyriko chuckles warmly. She pets his head gently, saying tenderly, don't worry, Daniel. You've been chosen in this story. Enjoy the luxuries and keep working to keep them. I'll help you as long as I am able, and I'll be keeping tally for Lady Hecate. He suppresses a light chuckle. That fox-eared little woman will be the death of me. Maybe, but I am sure she'll make you happy up to the very last second. Daniel smiles. Yeah, probably so. All hail Her Imperial Excellency, Empress Sundenel Kos Lindenmorg, calls out the court crier. Ruler of the Grand Zenkan Empire, Commander-in-Chief of the Eastern Alliance, Saintess of the Southern Divine Order, and Lady of the House of Lindenmorg. All in the Imperial Audience Chamber in the Grand Castle of the Empire kneel as the Empress walks in, dressed in her full Imperial garb. Her long royal purple coat all but drags behind her, and her military-esque dress is refined, but beautiful. Sundenel takes a seat in her throne, and she declares, be seated. We have much to discuss. The many nobles, kings, and queens in attendance take a seat. Arameliana is seated next to Rikuto, with Heracles on his other side and King Gradle and the Queen Mother behind them. Rikuto whispers as advisors report to Sundenel on the attendance, this is the first time I've seen the Empress. She's so young. Sundenel appears to be no more than 20, but she commands the respect of kings and queens 3 times her age. Arameliana replies quietly, the former emperor fell ill when she was 16, and the following succession was an event, to say the least. Sundenel came out on top through a series of events, not least of which was her cousin and uncle killing each other in a confrontation between their factions, and her rallying noble and commoner support to unite against the rising demon threat. She gained popularity due to her focus on the empire as her relatives and the empress bickered over the throne. She was able to march on the palace and depose the empress. She deposed her own mother. No, she is the daughter of the emperor's third wife, who serves as her lady-in-waiting. Her own mother, Arameliana nods subtly without looking away from the Empress. As a daughter, Sundenel had a true claim to the throne, where the Empress and Empress consorts have a tenuous claim at best. Lady Bileathea offered to retire to a villa or monastery to not pose a threat to her claim, but Sundenel kept her as a lady-in-waiting instead. Rikuto nods, absorbing the information. Knowing what he knows about the world of Zenkan, though, it should seem odd that a young woman as Empress is not engaged or married already. However, he also considers her mother, who he now suspects as the mature woman seated behind the Empress in a more modest noble lady's dress. That she is lady-in-waiting rather than Dowager Empress implies certain things about Sundenel, but only narrowing down her possible personality. And, he runs out of time to ponder or question. I understand there is someone from another world in this chamber serving as royalty. Stand and present yourself, states the Empress. Rikuto takes a subtle breath to calm his nerves and he rises to his feet. He bows at a professional Japanese 45-degree angle. The court crier announces, presenting King Regent Rikuto Tachibana of Earth, Your Excellency. King Regent Rikuto Tachibana. I have heard of many rapid developments coming from your kingdom and your allied noble territories. It is an immense relief to know the gods have not forsaken us. You humble me, Your Excellency, replies Rikuto. I endeavor to help this world resist the threats to its stability. Raise your head, declares Sundenel. Rikuto looks up, and she studies him for a moment. I am certain I do not know the wisdom of the gods, begins the Empress. But, I was expecting someone older, she smiles warmly, rather than condescendingly. We already have much to thank your kingdom for. Relief supplies have drastically saved our more vulnerable allies from drought, famine, and pestilence. With the ever-present threat of attacks from the demon forces, it's more important than ever to be ready to hold the line. Thank you, Your Excellency. As much as possible, the Kingdom of Morniste is at your service. Sundenel nods, pleased. She asks a little facetiously, I wonder if the Empire would prosper with such wondrous advancements in magical technology were we to become husband and wife. Rikuto sees in his peripherals when Herales twitches, but she keeps her composure. He knows the chain of command and positional authority gets really murky in this very audience room precisely because the kingdoms and empire are all distinctly separate territories, but merely allied to fight against the demons. So, while Sundenel is the commander-in-chief of the alliance formed by those kingdoms and the empire, she only has authority in that respect. He doubts she can force him to become engaged to her, but he also wonders if Morniste would honor such a request demand should the Empress make it either to keep the peace or to become a direct part of the empire. Regardless, he decides it's probably a good idea to clear the air here before a misunderstanding arises. If I may, Your Excellency, I'd like to clear up any misunderstandings relayed information could have created. I am directly responsible for economic and agricultural reform for the Kingdom of Morniste, for which I was summoned and made King Regent, which will allow us to provide a more active role in the war. However, I am not a technology expert. Many of the developments in our kingdom were spearheaded by the Stalvalton household. He gestures to his left, where Arameliana is sitting, followed by her daughters in succession starting with Wenliana. Wenliana fidgets, but remains composed. Sundenel looks at Arameliana, asking, Is this true, Grand Duchess Arameliana? Arameliana stands up when addressed, and she curtsies in a surprisingly feminine manner, considering how cold and hard she can be. Indeed, Your Excellency. The Stalvalton Grand Duchy has proudly pioneered many advancements in magical technology. I see. But, I have rather reliable information that indicates some of these advancements are nothing short of otherworldly. She looks at Rikuto. You're the otherworlder summoned this past year, yes? Rikuto nods. Yes. Or, I am one of two, admits Rikuto. This causes a brief stir in the audience as the other kingdoms, especially those that don't neighbor Morniste and wouldn't have precise information, hear the news for the first time. Sundenel cocks her head. One of two? Yes, Your Excellency. I can't speak for the gods, but I was summoned alongside a man named Daniel, who came from the same world as I did. Is this Daniel present? She glances at the advisor off to her left, who shakes his head subtly, while Rikuto hesitates. He was banished, Your Excellency, states Arameliana mercilessly. Banished? This otherworlder Daniel was a criminal? Arameliana smirks in her cold and calculating way. If the crime of using otherworldly methods to save a princess' life at the cost of her modesty, but no harm to her purity should be considered so. Arameliana is a political fiend when she wants to be, and Rikuto once again is forced to wonder whose side she's on. Sundenel asks coldly, "Is this true?" She looks to Rikuto and Herales, but also Gradled and the Queen. "Yes," replies Rikuto reluctantly. "Daniel used methods from our world that can work even when this world would see no means of survival, but it required the removal of her corset, specifically, which is obviously under her dress. And, second Princess Aramaya was able to survive. She is still resisting, preventing her from attending this summit, but she will make a full recovery." "That's a partial lie." Aramaya vehemently refused to travel with them because of everything that happened. Sundenel confers with her lady-in-waiting, as well as the other advisors, while the other nobles and royals murmur among themselves. Given the tenor, it's not pure outrage. Many of the nobles seem to agree with the logic of banishing him for defiling a princess. Suddenly, Herales, of all people, stands up. "Your Excellency, please pardon my sudden interjection, but my younger sister is alive. I disliked Daniel. I wanted to exploit his wisdom to better our kingdom, but he gave such benefits willingly. Then, he saved my sister's life when all others had given up. He asked for nothing in return, and he made no complaints when the decision was made. Whatever anyone thinks they know about him, Daniel is a valuable ally. He was banished to the battlefront at Fort Peony, but has since disappeared behind enemy lines after defending Fort Peony from a dragon. Single-handedly, our current intel indicates he is a hostage of Empress Hecate Lawson. Something that has bothered Rikuto for some time is the name of the ruler of the Citadel, as it translates. Rikuto is not overtly familiar with Earth's Western cultures, European and American specifically, beyond what crosses the cultural divide in movies and other forms of media. With that being the case, he's fairly confident that Earth-Western names are rare in this world, making Daniel's name unique. Likewise, Hecate is the name of a Greek goddess, and Lawson is a very European-American-sounding name. As an American, Daniel surely has a family name, but he never revealed it to anyone, including Wenliana, who may not even know that most people on modern Earth possess a family name, whereas it is a sign of nobility on Zenkon. If one or the other was in isolation, it could be coincidence, but two distinctly earthly Western-sounding names on one person is ringing alarm bells for Rikuto. But then, that would mean Daniel is not only alive, but for now, Sundenel waves her hand dismissively. This summit does not recognize the self-proclaimed Fevigal as a sovereign nation, nor this Demonkan Hecate as a sovereign ruler. She shall not be referred to as Empress in my presence again. The summit is silent, showing no objections to her declaration. Then, am I to understand the recent mission to lay siege to the Citadel was in fact a mission to retrieve this Daniel of the Otherworld? Asks Sundenel, looking at Rikuto once more. However, Arameliana is the one to answer. That is correct, Your Excellency. Though, at first, it began as a covert operation using Stalvalten Guard battle mages. It seems decisions were made in the field by officers outside of my jurisdiction to join the mission to increase the chances of success, but even with the additional aid, our forces were no match for the dragons. Sundenel replies with her head cocked. I was told that the bulk of the forces repelling the siege were golems, Grand Duchess Arameliana. Rikuto notices the latter flinch. It seems it was expected that dragons would be encountered, but very little additional intel was available about the Citadel prior to launching the mission. And, Rikuto learned of it only through the Empress summons. You have a different report than my most recent, then, Your Excellency. Regardless of the forces of Hecate's army, our joint operation was soundly captured to the last, as I've heard. I am awaiting more detailed information from reconnaissance units sent to corroborate following the defeat. Indeed. I have also sent teams to investigate the Citadel and the disappearance of the troops. After all, 20,000 soldiers disappeared behind enemy lines. Tell me, Grand Duchess, is one man worth the lives of 20,000 men? Arameliana sucks her teeth silently, or at least, quietly enough that only Rikuto hears. She replies as respectfully as she can, Your Excellency, I genuinely believe the socioeconomic value of Daniel to exceed the weight of the 200 men I sent to retrieve him, and I would argue that he is worth the risk of 20,000. I have it on good authority that he is capable of producing weapons capable of slaying dragons. Once more, the summit hall falls into a soft murmur as the other kings and nobles discuss their skepticism or shock at this news. Sundenel simply smiles. Is that so? An otherworlder dragonslayer? In your estimation, Grand Duchess or King Regent Rikuto, how many troops will it take to liberate this Daniel of the otherworld? Rikuto and Arameliana glance at each other subtly. Arameliana has far more experience with troop movements than Rikuto does, but he has the advantage of having studied Earth's history, which has some usable wisdom even for this world's warfare. I don't know that a practical number can be determined, states Rikuto after a moment. There are merits to the small strike force method Grand Duchess Arameliana intended to use, and there are merits to an overwhelming force. While Daniel is arguably invaluable for the technology he is capable of producing and adapting to this world's production means, there are no adequate statistics on what it takes to bring down a dragon, and even less is known about Hecate. If we send a large invasion westward, we also run the risk of drawing the attention of the demons, who could easily use the opportunity to either flank us while our backs are turned or outright ally themselves with Hecate in order to defeat us. In that case, small strike forces may continue to be the best bet, though that is only my opinion on the matter. Sundenel looks at Arameliana. I agree with King Regent Rikuto, Your Excellency. I would personally trade a great deal to retrieve Daniel, if only for his dragon-slaying weapons. However, I am forced to face the reality that is the dragons and Hecate, whose strength we can't accurately quantify. One of the others from across the room finally stands up, and Sundenel addresses him. King Vubenclef? You have something to say? The addressed King bows. Yes, Your Excellency. Grand Duchess Arameliana, is there any possibility that this otherworlder Daniel could have turned coat and allied himself with the Demoncan Hecate? For all the trouble you've gone to retrieve him, it seems there are a lot of unknowns even now. Arameliana's icy gaze remains stoic, but even still, possesses a sharpness like a blade. Dial is a human, and he has slain allies of Hecate in the form of dragons, which is how we know he possesses weapons capable of doing so. He has no magical ability of his own, and yet he was able to do what we consider to be impossible for a single person. To assume Daniel is now on Hecate's side is to assume that she would readily forgive him for slaying her allies. If those are assumptions we're making, then it would be fair to assume everyone here except ourselves are potential traitors. Arameliana's contentious words cause a brief stir, and Sundenel waves her hand, calling for order. That's enough, calls the young empress, she's not wrong. It is more reasonable to operate under the assumption that Daniel is a prisoner than to assume he turned traitor. That said, we should still approach the situation with caution. Sadly, we know from experience that dragons require no fewer than 7,000 highly skilled troops to be defeated, and Hecate apparently is allied with over a dozen. I hereby call forth this mission. We shall band together and begin forming strike teams utilizing the absolute best of every strategy our combined forces can muster. We can't afford to divert large portions of the military away from the front lines, but if we can prepare strike teams with specific missions, we stand some chance of remaining undetected. If this Daniel does possess the technology to make an anti-dragon weapon, it is imperative if we are ever to win this war. The other nobles and kings agree, and Arameliana sighs as she takes her seat. Let the circus begin, Your Grace, murmurs Rikuto as he also takes a seat. She just told the combined heads of over 3 million soldiers that her highest interest is retrieving Daniel. Arameliana looks at Rikuto. An unwed empress of prime marrying age just expressed something that she desires. Rikuto nods reluctantly. He unfortunately understands what she's getting at. They will compete for the completion of the Empress' special mission, come hell or high water, and ultimately, get in each other's way. Ignoring that, Rikuto ponders something else. Like the king who asked, who has even less knowledge than Rikuto about the situation, Rikuto doesn't see the pieces coming together as they've been discussed. Rather, what concerns him isn't so much whether Daniel is prisoner or ally, but what he has been up to since he vanished. Chapter 54. The Emperor of the Citadel. Daniel works on aligning the magic crystals made of diamond that he had Zyriko produce and Hecate charge. She's leaning on his shoulder as he works. Daniel's guessing at the design Wenliana used to make her anti-dragon weapon, but as a shockwave weapon, it has a middling lethality, depending on the shockwave pressure used. With the right calculations and designs, it can be an effective lethal weapon or non-lethal weapon for defending his friends and family. And, among the things he thinks she did, he has a single mana crystal placed in the center with a system to drive wind crystals into the mana crystal, creating a large contact surface between several wind crystals, which then create a massive pressure. That wind pressure is then funneled down via a specially crafted Bernoulli design, which creates a concentrated shockwave that moves quickly through the air, but as a pocket of pressure. In simpler terms, it effectively does in air what a pistol shrimp does in the water. It snaps a concentrated pocket of air forward at high pressure, which is comparable to an explosion, minus the fire and wide area blast. Zyriko's golems, as well as goblin and ogre henchmen, have been diligently recovering the pieces of the airship since the shoot-down, which will allow Daniel and Zyriko to study its design and mimic it, since Wenliana already achieved success. Coupled with having his phone again, Daniel will be able to ensure that everyone he cares about will be safe from whatever happens, now that Viregraze has been excommunicated from the Demon Covenant, and the continuing skirmishes threaten an even greater war, now that the excuse of the Devourer can no longer be used. Essentially, Wenliana took the same concept as the jet engine using magic crystals and amplified it to make a weapon, and it proved effective. As far as Daniel knows, dragons are the most formidable beings in the skies, and he's allied with most, if not all of them. If there are other beings or dragons that aren't allied with his companions, he'd like to ensure they have additional means to defend against them. Of course, Zyriko is also outfitting the Citadel with flak cannons and anti-air machine guns operated by golems, which use the same technology of his own world. No one has attempted to defend against it, since the only ones who have experienced his weapons are now his allies or are dead. If anyone does find a way to adequately defend against even his armor-piercing weapons, he'll need an alternative that hasn't been experienced. Hecate sits with her arms draped over Daniel's shoulder and her cheek against his, skillfully being both in his way and out of his way when needed. She's not actually interfering with his work, so he leaves her be, and she's helpful with her ability to use magic. Daniel, we're staying out of the war, right? As much as possible, yes. Why, do you want to get involved? She shakes her head. No, I was just curious, since this looks like a weapon. Unfortunately, I don't want to chance someone trying to drag us into the war. There's a weapon my world had in early stages that I think I can replicate, and it'll use a similar design to Wenliana's weapon. Hecate pouts a little, laying her ears flat, which causes her right ear to lay against Daniel's head. He pivots his head a little to try to look at her, but she's effectively behind him. What is it? Asks Daniel gently. You still like that woman? Daniel sighs, but Hecate continues. She's pretty, and she's smart, and she treated you nicely. Hecate, who is sitting here next to me helping me now. She flicks her ears. I am right. And, who taught herself magic spells few others can use. I did, yep. And, even when I don't give in to her desires, who continues to express love and affection for me. She pouts. Me. You're talking about me. I get it. She hugs his neck gently, cuddling her face to his. I wish I could be everything to you. I wish the same about myself. I wish I could truly be as great as all of you seem to believe me to be. Or at least, I wish I could be strong enough without relying on things like this to protect you. Hecate kisses his cheek, then holding firmly to him for a moment, and he pets her arm softly. The only change I would make to you, Daniel, is to be immortal, so we can be together forever. Daniel chuckles, and he eases her head closer so he can kiss her cheek in return. I wouldn't change anything about you, Hecate. If you were perfect, I wouldn't be able to be anything to you. Same if I was perfect, right? She nods, and he smiles. However, suddenly, he pulls her in front of himself, sitting her on his lap carefully, ensuring her tail doesn't get pinched. She looks into his eyes in surprise with the suddenness, and he starts softly, Hecate, I know you know. So, I have to ask, are you sure you aren't pushing yourself to accept the others that live here with us? She cocks her head a little, and with a straight face, she replies bluntly. I accept their love for you, Daniel. It's something we share, after all. And, more importantly, you've accrued a mighty debt to me. She bears a wide grin. I want Count Ryuo's, Reina's, and Gera's first eggs, since they're not technically yours, but right now, I count 4. P+. Snuggles. Lots of snuggles. She hugs him. My revenge will be when I monopolize you when it's my turn. Daniel sighs in relief, more than anything. Zyriko said you felt that way, but I am glad you do. She nods, teasing playfully. You seem awfully unafraid of your fate, my darling. She grins wickedly at him. There's still time. You could fall in love with someone else before then. She frowns at him, her ears laying back in mild frustration. He chuckles, returning to his work with Hecate sitting in his lap now. My fate on Earth was far worse than anything you can do to me, Hecate. I was highly likely to die alone after decades of working in the same job. Hecate is respectfully quiet for a moment, but she smiles sympathetically. She then turns her focus on Daniel's project. Anything I can do more directly? Sure. Have you been paying attention to what I've been doing? She nods. Yes. You're forcing a massive discharge of wind magic from the crystal using a bunch of mana crystals all at once, right? Exactly right. Can I build one of the arrays, then? I'd be happy if you would. But don't worry about the elemental crystal yet. Well, make a few of these, and then try a few different things. She nods in understanding. I see, that'll be so cool. Can I have a fire cannon, please? Ooh, or, better yet, I want an ice cannon. Daniel chuckles as he reaches past her to assemble the small-scale prototype components Zyriko made for him, and she works on one as well, still happily sitting on his lap. Fire probably suits you a little better, but cold is the true power of evil. She gasps. Are you saying Reina is evil? He cocks his head. I've watched her breathe fire. I've seen her lance through metal in an instant. Hecate nods, still working with her hands in front of them. Yeah, but she's better at ice magic. She apparently used to be known as the Great Ice Dragon to Viregrace's subordinates. Besides, blowing up a ship is better with fire than ice, right? She grins at him. Daniel smiles and pets her head. I guess I didn't know that. Thank you for telling me. She then immediately turns fiery. And you called her evil? Daniel chuckles again. In my defense, I didn't know. Besides, I am the most evil of all of us with the things I've built in this world. So, ice or fire, I would still care about all of you. She hums in approval, returning to assembling her first of the small rigs. Daniel? Yes, my empress? Hecate giggles, but stays focused. If your world has all of these weapons, how are you so kind? I am kind, am I? I think so. Well, like I mentioned when building the bomb, we lived by mutually assured destruction. Let's say the dragons didn't have the curse before you and I conquered the Citadel. What do you think would have happened if there were dozens of little dragons running around? She thinks for a moment. I guess they would have conquered the world. I suspect so. But, because there was a very real risk of them dying, they held back in safety, only attacking when they believed there was no danger to them. Everyone that weren't allies but had the big bombs on Earth kept each other at bay from attacking and being ruthless through threat of destruction. I grew up under that world. At some point, when the world could be destroyed in an afternoon, you simply become used to taking life as it is. Daniel inspects the part she completes, smiling and nodding. Weapons of all kinds can be used to defend just as they can be used to attack. If you could organize everyone in the world into two categories, I think I'd fall into the defense side. And, attackers are evil. Not necessarily. What I just said is definitely an oversimplification, since, where might a coward fit in? A pacifist. An explorer. A pioneer. I just meant that I believe in trying to protect people, which is why I am content not to be known as Emperor of the Citadel and all that. As long as we're all safe and comfortable, I am content. Hecate nods. I see. She begins assembling another one of the special rigs to control the mana crystals. If this Wenliana's people attack us, what would you do? Same as we have been. Well, repel them. If we need to make a point to curtail further attacks, then we'll probably have to figure something out. Sounds like a good reason to have a freeze cannon, She smiles over her shoulder, and Daniel smirks. If that's what you want, we'll see how it works. After the two assemble a few of the rigs, Daniel asks Hecate to use the charging unit to apply elements, carefully handling the crystals for her after she completes their charge. They're much smaller than standard crystals, since he's making a prototype on a much smaller scale. Daniel takes extra caution with the lightning crystal, and Hecate watches curiously as he moves it to a special case. Hecate inspects the insulated tongs. Why do you have special tongs for the lightning crystal? The power density of magic crystals is extremely high. But, the difference is, water crystals will become wet and slip out of the hand if they trigger. Fire crystals will get hot. Wind crystals will jump. Ice crystals get cold. Light crystals glow. Dark crystals absorb energy. But lightning crystals discharge electricity. As little as 30 milliamps can kill instantly. Daniel flicks Hecate's forearm, and she cocks her head. That's likely all you'd feel, if you have time to process it, before you're dead. Fire, water, ice, none of the others compare. She nods, recoiling a little away from the crystal. I see, but I've heard people survive lightning strikes. Isn't that a lot more? It is, answers Daniel with a single nod. However, it also depends on the path the electricity follows through the body. If that lightning hits the heart, you aren't waking up. Same with the brain. You wouldn't have time to try to save your own life if it hits something important. Hecate nods in understanding. And, you used electricity for weapons? Actually, we used it for just about everything. Lights, vehicles, weapons, beds, food preparation, even golems. Most things magic does here, we used electricity for. I see. And, that's what you've been working with Zyriko on? Yep. But, this one will be a weapon. You hope to shoot a lightning bolt? Sort of. Electricity alone needs a path, and it'd be almost impossible without magic guiding it. Instead, I want to use the electricity crystal as a battery to power a railgun. Hecate cocks her head. A railgun? She knows a few English words, which she does her best to remember. Yes. If designed properly, it can accelerate a bullet even faster than the ones that took down the dragons. I know the principles. Daniel reaches for his phone, operating it with slides and taps of his fingers. Hecate perks up and watches diligently as the device comes to life, and he navigates the various display images. He holds his phone so she can see, and she looks at the image on the screen. It shows a strange-looking, long rectangle that has semi-familiar shapes to match Daniel's rifle, but much bigger. Daniel swipes, and it shows something enveloped in fire blasting through what looks to be solid stone walls. Does faster make the bullets do more damage? Asks Hecate as she looks over her shoulder at him. It does, though it can depend on other factors. It's all about delivery of force. To penetrate dragon scale, I needed either the dragon's own teeth, or mithril as a core for the bullets I used, and they lost a lot of energy quickly, meaning the wounds could have been survivable with only a little difference. If the bullet moves faster, then even steel could deliver enough impact force that it could be lethal even without clean penetration. Also, it reaches a faraway target sooner, so it can be easier to aim at a moving target. If I mimic it with magic, will I be more powerful? Daniel smiles and pets her head. I see no reason why not. But, you know, I can't speak to magic itself. You just need to learn. If you learn magic, you could do anything. Daniel laughs, and Hecate pouts. I am serious, Daniel. I know. I've been trying to remember what I do see and hear, but I'll never be an expert. Not without being able to test my theories myself so I can understand how it works. But you can't make explosions or electricity with your own hands. Daniel rocks his head in a middling gesture. That's fair. But I can't put metal together to make magic. I can never charge a magic crystal myself. If I have the parts, I can build a generator or a rifle. Hecate nods. I guess, but, since you know how to do those, you could help me master magic better than anyone else in the world. Daniel chuckles as he hugs her gently. All right, Hecate. I'll study when I have some time. She narrows her eyes at him skeptically with a dry smirk. You didn't have time last night when you were with Gera and Reyna? And here we go. I guess I've got tonight to study then. Hey, you're supposed to sleep with me tonight. Oh? Well, sorry, you want me to study no fair? She crosses her arms and faces away from him. I hate the Hecate game. Daniel laughs as he fluffs her hair, instigating her to fight back, though she's mindful as always of how strong her magic power makes her. A couple of weeks after the Imperial War Summit, an entire noble entourage arrives at Fort Peony. Lywells rushes out to see what's going on specifically, and when she quickly ascends up the stairs of the eastern wall of the fortress, she is surprised by what she finds. As a noble herself, Lywells is familiar with many of the banners of other major nobles in the Imperial Alliance, even those of other kingdoms from her own. This banner, however, is even more familiar, since it matches the sigil on the jacket of someone Lywell's got to know well enough. It's the banners of the Stalvalton Grand Duchy, but given the number of buckrocks and carriages, it's a visit from a special envoy. Commander Lywells looks at the sergeant on the ground, who nods. She has already checked the documents of the envoy, verifying authenticity, and she nods at Lywells. Lywells nods in turn. Open the gate. Open the gate. The gates rumble open, and the carriage train makes its way into the base, filing out to stage. Lywells calls out as she walks to the stairs to return to the ground. Form up greeting detail and inform the galley to begin prepping for double population. Rigging and construction teams begin staging the camping area for our guests. Smithies, light the furnace for maintenance. On the ground, she heads to the most ornate of the carriages, where Stalvalton guards have formed up to disembark the passengers in a formal procession. Lywells and her mentees, as well as a handful of soldiers, form up to greet the envoy as soon as they present themselves. When they are revealed, Lywells flinches when the envoy steps out of the carriage. It's a middle-aged woman who carries an air of icy efficiency and purpose. She carries herself with grace, but she also commands the respect of the Stalvalton Guard as if she's nearly a deity herself. 5 young women and a couple men are brought out of the carriage behind her, though they hang back as the leading woman approaches Lywells. Lywells has an extremely good idea who she is looking at, but she's surprised all the same. With a salute, she greets the woman. Greetings, Your Grace. I am Commander Lywells Coes Morglodston, commanding officer of Fort Peony. It is my sincere pleasure to host you, Grand Duchess Arameliana Coes Stalvalton. Arameliana curtsies politely, which is a little unusual, but she is known for being skilled in matching etiquette with mercilessness. Please forgive the imposition, Commander. We've traveled from the Imperial Summit in the Imperial Palace, and I hope we can trouble you for a couple of days. Lywells replies, You're welcome here, Your Grace, but this is Fort Peony. We're on the border between the Alliance and the Demon Wildlands. I am well aware. However, I am tired of receiving out-of-date correspondence, and I sensed in your letter that there was more that I need to hear. I see. Then, please, make yourselves comfortable. As this is a military installation, I can provide staterooms for you and your family, but your retainers and guards will likely need to make do with camping or carriages. I hope you understand. Of course. We'll be grateful for your hospitality. Arameliana turns to her entourage, commanding them gently, follow the instructions of the base staff and set up camp. Girls, you may join us. Wenliana, you will join us. Arameliana looks at Lywells. Do you mind, Commander, humoring some questions? I'll clear my schedule, Your Grace. I suspect we have a fair amount to discuss. Wenliana and Yanadir join Arameliana, while the others follow one of the other officers to the dining hall for a meal. Wenliana whispers, Mother, I don't know anything about warfare. The troops accompanying the acid are still here. And, Commander Lywells was one of the last people to see Daniel alive. Lywells steps hitch for a moment, and she glances at Arameliana briefly. She is certain from her expression that Arameliana took notice of the motion, and the commander's blood runs cold. She gave it away when Arameliana was referring to the day he originally disappeared. Arameliana says quietly, Hold off on retrieving any of our rescued soldiers, if you would, Commander. Lywells nods. She then looks to her mentees, who hope to take notes. The Grand Duchess and her daughters are likely famished. Would you please retrieve meals for all 4 of us and meet us in the conference room in 30 minutes? See, Commander? Asks the young lieutenant studying under the commander. Are you too good to retrieve a Grand Duchess meal, Lieutenant? I'll get it myself if that's the case. And no, Commander. As you wish. The 2 younger officers scurry off, and Lywells leads them to the administrative building. Contrary to her words, though, she instead takes them upstairs to her office. She tells her secretary, we're not to be disturbed under any circumstances. Anyone who tries to push past you will face corporal punishment. Surprised. Her secretary nods, staring with wide eyes at the Grand Duchess. Of course, Arameliana gracefully follows Lywells' lead, as does the young Yanadir. It's only Wenliana who seems nervous about what's going on. Once inside, Lywells shuts and locks her door. She sighs. Forgive me, Your Grace. The weight of the truth can be heavy sometimes. Arameliana smirks, especially when it's a secret, I would suppose. Lywells nods, trying to collect her head by doing what she knows. She pulls up 3 chairs for the Grand Duchess and her daughters, taking her own chair across her desk from them. Can I get you anything, Your Grace? Not at this moment. I am wholly curious about what you have to tell me. Lywells nods, massaging her temples. She's not intentionally being discourteous to the Grand Duchess, but it's clear that Arameliana isn't particularly concerned with decorum at the moment. How much have you heard about what there is to find in the Citadel, Your Grace? Up until now? A self-proclaimed Empress Hecate, dragons, and magic golems. Assuming any of our troops return from the mission that made contact with the Citadel a little over a month ago, we would know more. Lywells has to struggle to find the right words. She doesn't want to betray anyone. But she doesn't know Arameliana's motives, especially to warrant coming to the frontier herself. And you're looking for Daniel? Do you know something about him? Asks Wenliana quickly and nervously. Lywells glances at her, and then at Arameliana, who nods. Daniel is extremely important to the Stalvalton household. The commander nods softly. Stalvalton soldiers showed up shortly after his disappearance looking for him. They even followed him west. You won't be able to get him back, states Lywells cautiously. Arameliana cocks her head. You speak with a high level of certainty. Lywells nods. Empress Hecate visited here to begin spreading her own name. There is no one in the East that can do anything to her. We've all been saying that about dragons for as long as time has been recorded. I haven't asked many questions about your asset, but it was defeated by a single dragon, a human knight, and Hecate herself. When she was here, I could barely breathe. Arameliana cocks her head. And, you are so certain that this Hecate will guard her prisoner so readily? Lywells closes her eyes, lowering her head a little. She hesitates for a long moment, murmuring finally, more than you might imagine. What does that mean? Asks Yanadir. Did she speak of Daniel? Asks Wenliana after her sister. Yes. Arameliana cuts in with a sudden sternness. Commander, I know well enough about your God-given ability to discern lies, but of course, it doesn't prevent you from being deceptive. You're being deceptive. Allow me to begin. I want Dial for 3 things in this order of priority from highest to lowest. I want him to marry my daughter, Wenliana. I want him to become the next Grand Duke, and I want his technology and weapons for the Grand Duchy of Stalvalton. If I must sacrifice the third for the first 2, I would gladly do so. Lywells can tell that Arameliana is telling the truth, and it's reinforced when Wenliana flinches and blushes, glancing at her mother in shock as if it was a secret, rather than being forced into an arranged marriage. The rumors that have reached the commander are that Arameliana is highly interested in Daniel's dragon-slaying weapon, and if she knows he's related to the strange phenomenon that day a couple of months prior, it could be terrifying if that item became a tool of any faction. What Arameliana said is definitely true. She wants Daniel for her daughter, Wenliana. But, she also wants the superiority his weapons provide. Still, at the end of the day, Lywells is a soldier of the Eastern Imperial Alliance. Her loyalties first and foremost must come to her homeland and its allies, to which Arameliana belongs. Daniel is not a prisoner. For all intents and purposes, he is the Emperor. The other 3 in the room stare at Lywells silently. Wenliana and Yanadir can do nothing to keep their mouths closed, looking especially undignified compared next to their mother, who manages to hide it, but is stunned as well. Yanadir finally stammers, "WH. How can that be? You said no one can defeat Hecate." "I only know what I saw, my lady. Empress Hecate introduced him first as her darling, and I figured out he was Daniel. He is not a prisoner, and he's very close to Hecate and the dragons. Hecate radiates magical power beyond anything I've ever seen, including those very same dragons, but she's a teenager and naive." Arameliana shakes her head, whispering, "This can't be accurate. Why would Daniel side with demons?" Lywells closes her hand as she struggles with that particular question. She wonders that as well, but having met the group that she did, and nothing dangerous coming of it until a task force invaded westward, she has to wonder if even some of what Daniel said truly will come to pass. Or rather, never end. As I said, Your Grace, I only know what I saw. Daniel is in good health, and Hecate adores him. You won't get him back not because you can't defeat her specifically, but because she and the dragons won't let him go. But Daniel can kill dragons, squeaks Wenliana. That's how he survived the battle here, didn't he? Why would they? He can kill dragons. They confirmed it. But that also means he can easily kill humans. The three go silent again. The point is that an ability to kill someone doesn't automatically make that person an enemy. Daniel is friendly with Hecate and the dragons that visited here, as well as a Demonkin. Those are who I know of. He also claims to be acquainted with the former Demon Queen, Viregrace. Demon Queen? Repeats Arameliana. Lywells nods. She wasn't in attendance, but Daniel revealed that he became acquainted with her. Both Yanadir and Wenliana look to Arameliana for guidance. Lywells adds, since there's a growing silence between them, I have a lot of reasons to believe that your acid attacked one of the dragons, and Daniel was with her and Hecate, and they took down your acid, but spared the lives of your soldiers. Arameliana has a 1,000-yard stare towards the wall as she processes the new information. She truly couldn't even consider that Daniel would have changed sides. We need to apologize then, exclaims Wenliana as she stands up. Well, reward the soldiers for their bravery, but they knew the risk. No, I agree, they did what they were told to do, but if Daniel is friends with them we need to apologize to Daniel and the dragon we hurt. She looks at Lywells, saying passionately, I truly believed Daniel was a prisoner, but he's not a traitor. Not from corruption or cowardice, he has a reason. He treats everyone equally, even when we don't. And, we attacked his friends because we chose to attack instead of offering diplomacy for Daniel's return. She looks at Arameliana next. Mother, I need to go to the Citadel. Yanadir finally speaks up, are you mad, Wenli? You can't cross the border. The demons will kill you, or worse. Daniel survived months. That must mean something. He has no magic of his own, but he befriended the dragons. And, this Empress Hecate, she murmurs softly, maybe they needed his help. Lywells offers before the energy rises further, Empress Hecate did claim that Daniel conquered the Citadel and then gave it to her. I sensed no deception. Conversely, when she claimed that he was her husband Wenliana gasps, and all three of them stare at Lywells, who quickly adds with a disarming raise of her own hands, that was a lie. She is affectionate with Daniel, but he treats her more like a child, from what I saw. The three relax, and Wenliana turns to Arameliana again. Mother, why your grace, please this is the right answer. Let me go to the Citadel to apologize, but Wenli, starts Yanadir. If they take you prisoner then there are 4 other future Grand Duchesses to replace me. Even Mother knows I'll never be Grand Duchess without the right Grand Duke. She focuses her gaze on her mother's eyes. The current Grand Duchess is still deep in thought about Daniel being allied with demonkin and dragons. Arameliana's gaze finally returns to the room, and she looks at Wenliana. Mother, you know I am right. We stand to gain nothing by trying to rescue him if he doesn't want to be rescued. We owe them an apology for the misunderstanding. She fidgets, hugging her own body gently. But, I understand the risks to the Grand Duchy. Please, don't save me if they do take me prisoner. Daniel won't hurt me. I know it. We still know too little, replies Lywells softly, trying to help the disoriented Grand Duchess. They were cordial during their visit here, and they declared an intent only to defend themselves, but there are factors unaccounted for, namely, the power vacuum left by the Demon Queen being deposed. We have no way of knowing what's in the immediate future, or if the demon leadership are allied with Hecate. She says no, but that doesn't mean the others won't use it as a pretense for attack. Possibly, in order to prolong a perpetual war, as Daniel called it. Arameliana looks directly at Lywells this time. Her expression is suddenly more serious, as if she just saw or heard a ghost. It puts Lywells a little on guard with the suddenness, but the Grand Duchess isn't hostile. She all but whispers, he really said that? Lywells nods cautiously. He fears the East and West are secretly working together to control both populations. I could tell he genuinely believes it, but I can't fathom such a conspiracy. There's an awkward silence as everyone waits on Arameliana, who is once more in serious thought. She finally makes direct eye contact with Lywells once more. How far is it to the Citadel? Chapter 55 Mechanic and Princess reunited. Daniel is joined by his entire group of companions outside of the Citadel in an open portion of the field. Hecate, Ryuogrier, Rainleif, Girahol, Aulon, Treya, Gwenisphia, Shek, Sklo, Virgraze, Thymeria, Ileana, Zyriko, and even Ryukana, the goddess. He worked with Zyriko's golems to set up a nice outdoor pavilion to afford them some shelter from the sun, but still provide the fresh air of the outdoors as he sets up the various new weapons he intends to test. Each one has a slightly different design, based on the mechanism of the element that is used. The fire weapon looks like a wide pipe with a rifle grip, while the water weapon has a sort of hourglass shape, but stretched long ways. The ice weapon has a screw-like shape, and the air cannon looks like a trumpet with a strange cap over the end. Daniel and Hecate stage the weapons on a firing bench with a concrete barrier around and behind it. He already had Zyriko's golems test fire the weapons in a sealed environment to make sure the weapons themselves were safe to use, and now is the test to say how they work with a person. That said, the one he keeps in its case for now is the one he calls a rail gun, which uses the lightning crystal. Virgraze hovers a little ways behind Daniel and Hecate as they work, remarking gently, "I am a little surprised, Daniel. I expected you to keep your designs secret. I trust everyone here well enough. You all know my desire is to protect us, and if possible, the world from danger." She nods in agreement. "True. Want to try it out?" asks Daniel as he gestures at the fire weapon. Virgraze is surprised, but Hecate pounces in between them. "Nah. I am first. I am Empress and Daniel's wife. I get to go first." The others chuckle, and Daniel ruffles her hair, which earns him a glare. "Yes, but everyone else can try them if they want after, right?" She huffs. "Of course. Our allies and family should be able to protect themselves." "Then, go ahead. Remember how to hold the rifle." Hecate nods, her big ears perked upright. Daniel doesn't forget to withdraw safety glasses and earmuffs he made to fit Hecate, even as she bounces excitedly to the bench. She takes position, and she begins aiming the fire weapon as Daniel puts her safety gear on her. He then warns, "Everyone, I don't think this will be as loud as the rifle, but please remain behind the barrier during firing." The members of the group nod together. The dragons are seated with their eggs on comfortable lounge chairs, while Gwenisphia and Treya stand at the corners of the concrete barrier. Shek, Sklo, and Aulon serve cookies and milk to everyone, less interested in the weapons other than to be part of the group. Ryukana approaches Daniel, and Hecate watches her suspiciously. "My lady goddess," states Daniel as he bows briefly. She smirks. "That's not necessary, Daniel." She then looks at the various weapons. "You modeled these after the cannon that knocked Rainleif out of the sky." Daniel nods. "It relies on the diamond magic crystals, and it dumps a lot of magic power all at once. But it should prove to be able to stop virtually anything on a relatively small scale. I don't know what else is out there, but if it can grow stronger by hurting Hecate." Ryukana nods, and Hecate remains quiet. They both know the outcome. "I could advance the mass production of weapons of this world instead, but given what the Devourer was, I want to make sure we're prepared." Ryukana nods. "I don't object to the creation of these weapons. Having said that, do be sure not to abuse your position." Daniel bows. "I don't care about power. I only want the people I care about to be safe." She smiles, returning to the group to sit next to Ryuogrier, who bows her head politely. Though she behaves like a normal person if regal and noble, Ryukana is still a goddess, who can alter the very fabric of the world if she needs to. Daniel doesn't really care, but he shows her respect. It's the others, those who know who she is, that show her even more reverence. Daniel peeks around the barrier, saying as he puts his own safety equipment on. "Ready?" Everyone nods, checking the others around them. No one objects. He nods and turns back around, leaning over Hecate and putting his hand on her shoulder. She grins up at him, and he explains loudly to compensate for her earmuffs, "Keep the stock braced sturdy, and don't lift the hooks over the bench edge. Let the weapon do what it wants." She nods. "I remember your pistol," replies Hecate loudly. "Whenever you're ready." Zyriko, who is merely represented by a golem, stands on Hecate's other side. "The third target from the left should provide the best target for fire, Lady Hecate." "Thank you." shouts Hecate, not used to wearing earmuffs. She adjusts her shoulders a little, aiming the weapon, but careful to keep the hooks at the end of the barrel anchored in case the recoil is too much for her. She aims carefully, trying to demonstrate a high level of proficiency with her first shot. Firing. She pulls the trigger, and a puff of fire bursts from the barrel, causing Daniel and Hecate to both flinch. It's definitely more dramatic looking than they expected, but sure enough, it sends a fireball through the air, which glows a purple-blue color, as it's not burning a fuel in the way normal fire does, and is sustained by magic primarily. It hits near the target, bursting a blast of fire like an action movie, and Hecate laughs with giddy guffaws. When some of the fire reaches the target, it bursts in a flare of its own, obviously made to go up quickly. Daniel asks, "How was it?" It was certainly quieter than his rifle, and it seemed like the recoil was a fair bit lower, even though it projected the fireball quite far. Hecate nods, grinning up at him. "It was so easy, did you see? I hit it." Daniel chuckles and pets her head. This time it makes her happy, and her tail sweeps back and forth. "Good work, Hecate." Of course, the fireball exploding helped. "Then this one is perfect for me. I don't have to be a good shot." "Hey hey hey." Daniel smirks at her. He lets Hecate, Gwenosphia, Treya, and Ileana take turns firing the other weapons, which go similarly, but with their specific elements. Because it's firing a ball of magic flavored with an element of nature, it delivers the elemental magic in a sort of explosion once it reaches its max range. The design of the barrel of the weapon mainly helps focus the element into the magic blend. Girahol approaches Daniel when the others are talking excitedly about the weapons they just used with Shek, Sklo, and Aulon as well. "Daniel?" "Yes?" asks Daniel gently. "What if others use these weapons?" He nods softly in understanding. "That's always a risk. But I want us to be strongest if we can to ensure we can defend ourselves. I don't think any of these will be instantly lethal to dragons, with the exception of the one in the case. But I want rest until Zyriko and I find a way to protect against it as well." She takes his hand gently, leaning against him for a moment. "Daniel," she whispers. C-. "Can I make a request?" "Of course." "Th. The contract." She trails off. Daniel gently grips her hand firmly to reassure her, and she looks up at him. "I'll ask Zyriko to undo it for you three. You should be able to defend yourselves." She leans her head against his shoulder, hiding her face. "I want you to trust us and I don't want to hurt you. I know you want, and I do trust you." The contract was quick and dirty, that worked for the time with minimal consequences. "But you want to be able to defend as well, right?" She nods against his arm. "I know you left circumstances for protecting our children, but what if? What if indeed? Well, do it right after this." He leans close to her ear, whispering softly, "But if you have the impulse to do something aggressive, please come to me first if you can." She looks at him and nods, and he kisses her temple, extracting himself gently to test the railgun. Daniel says warmly, "All right, last but not least, this one want fire magic like the others, I hope. It's what my world called a railgun. It's one of the strongest small arms for soldiers that I know how to make, at least in a rough fashion. So, it's imperative that everyone stay behind both the concrete and magic barrier, just in case." "All right." Everyone but Hecate nods. She follows Daniel, and when he turns to object, she glares up at him. He hesitates and then with a sigh, simply continues back to the firing bench. Hecate plops down in his lap. "You're a wise man, darling. I couldn't stop you if I wanted to, but thankfully, you can defend yourself in ways that I can't." She nods proudly in response. They both put their protective gear on, and Hecate gets comfortable in his lap while Daniel pulls the weapon out. He flips two separate safety switches, and then he withdraws the iron slug from the case. He loads it into the weapon, and then locks the weapon closed. He takes aim, and Hecate leans forward to allow him to lean as well. She gives a thumbs up, and Daniel gives her a thumbs up in return. He aims at the giant iron golem backed by a boulder that Zyriko gave him permission to use as a target. Daniel pulls the trigger, and it almost seems like smoke alone bursts from the barrel, but the air distorts as thunder claps, and Hecate jumps in Daniel's lap. The slug was little more than a piece of iron about the size of a pencil eraser. Almost as quickly as Daniel pulled the trigger, a hole the size of a beach ball explodes through the golem, then the rock behind it, and cratering the ground behind it as flares of sparks and molten metal and stone explode outwards after the fact from the sheer force of impact. The iron golem is thrown backwards, but it seems to happen long after the bullet passed through, in the grand scheme of the shot. The stone is still crumbling partially. Daniel puts the safeties back on, which isolate the mana crystals from the mechanism, as well as the electric crystal from the rails. Zyriko, who knows of the goal of making armor, shields, or magic barriers to protect against any of Daniel's weapons, jokes, "I see I have my work cut out for me." "Daniel," shouts Hecate, forgetting about her earmuffs. "Are you sure there were only humans on Earth?" He chuckles. "Humans and the things we invented to destroy each other." She gapes at the destruction from such a small bullet. "You want to try?" asks Daniel. Hecate shakes her head, her big ears hidden by the giant ear muffs. Daniel pats her shoulder with a chuckle. She lets him up, still studying the weapon as Daniel lays it on the bench. He peeks his head around the corner, asking, "Anyone else want to try the railgun?" Treya is the only one to volunteer, though she becomes embarrassed when she realizes it. After the brief excursion to test out the magic weapons, Zyriko's golems serve lunch under the pavilion. Just as Hecate is getting comfortable in Daniel's lap, Zyriko approaches. "Daniel, there's a peculiarity." "A peculiarity? Do you have to wait until Daniel and I are together, Zyriko?" asks Hecate with barely veiled irritation. "Please direct your concerns to our visitors, your greatness," retorts Zyriko with a hint of amused dryness in her voice. "Also, it's a difficult request either way, when you're almost always with him." Hecate shrugs in concession to that point. "Did they say who they are, Zyriko?" "They have asked to remain anonymous and for permission to stay in town if an audience will need to be scheduled." "Their goal?" "The speaker offered to purchase Daniel from her greatness captivity." "Captivity?" asks Daniel, surprised. "Whoever it is knows who he is, but must not have passed through Fort Peony or spoken to the Stalvalten Grand Duchy. The last batch of the failed siege soldiers are being contracted after lunch, and they'll be sent back to Fort Twilight in a day. It's likely not common knowledge that he's the emperor of the Citadel, but it also should be common knowledge that he's even alive." Daniel sighs. Hecate asks gently, "What will you do?" "I am going to tear the bandage off. The truth will always find its way into the light eventually. Maybe letting it spread faster will curtail further attempts to retrieve me." She nods in understanding. "Shall we join you, Mukuri?" asks Ryuogrier with a facetious smirk. "If you want." "The worst you could do is embarrass me," Ryuogrier gasps. "I would never." "So, you want claim to be my prisoners? Or my concubines or wives?" Just as she was about to object, she goes silent, and a faint blush touches her skillfully composed and stoic face. She finally looks away, and Aulon comes to her rescue. "Isn't it true, dearest Daniel?" He looks at her, and she smiles. "I wouldn't know. I never had a girlfriend in my previous life. I often find it hard to believe my situation now." He adds more seriously and sincerely, "You all may define yourselves how you want, since I don't really care about my reputation. Hecate is the empress and ruler. I'll support her and all of you any way I can, but I am no emperor. I don't know the first thing about actually ruling anything." Daniel looks up at Zyriko. "Zyriko, if you don't mind, we'll meet with them after lunch. Please relay it to our guests and allow them to wait in the audience chamber if they want." She bows. "As you wish, my emperor." He smirks at her, and she vanishes before he can retort. For now, the group enjoys lunch together, with Hecate and Ryuogrier leading a discussion on how they should behave in the audience. Daniel can only roll his eyes and enjoy his meal. Afterwards, they file in procession into the audience chamber, with Hecate taking her throne and Daniel standing beside her. The dragons take seats on Hecate's other side, and then Gwenisphia, Treya, Aulon, Shek, and Sklo, while Virgraze and Thymeria sit next to Daniel. Ryukana is observing from the ground floor, but is staying out of sight. It's a little crowded seeming, but it's what they settled on to entertain themselves, so Daniel has no objections. For the moment, he's wearing his helmet, but he'll rather quickly reveal who he is this time. Hecate states boisterously, "I am the great Empress Hecate Fel Lawson of the Fevigal. I have heard from my minister what you want, and I have one condition before we negotiate. I vow to you safe travels back to your kingdom, so long as you are not hostile, and you introduce your envoy. Daniel has a pretty good idea who the envoy is, since he carries himself with the impeccable posture of a knight, and next to him is a much smaller person in a hooded robe. However, it is a young, feminine voice that speaks. Forgive me, Your Grace. I am not here as an official envoy of my kingdom, so I don't want to abuse my rank. The small figure next to the knight Daniel thought was the envoy sits up on her knees, lowering her hood. He is stunned by who it is. She's younger than Hecate, and very cute. And, she's the second princess of the kingdom of Morniste, Princess Eremiah. My name is Eremiah, and I am willing to offer a great sum, of which I am capable of arranging without anyone else's permission, for the return of Daniel, a human that is rumored to have been captured here at the Citadel, Your Grace. The best intel I have is that he is your prisoner, and I beg you to negotiate for his release. And, why should I do that? Asks Hecate haughtily. Do you even know if he's alive? I know that everyone in my kingdom is certain enough that he's still alive to send forces to retrieve him, and I sincerely apologize for that. My voice was ignored as I pleaded for diplomacy. Let's say this Daniel is still alive. Why would you go to such lengths for him? From what I've heard, he is a lecherous being who strips princesses naked. He saved my life. Shrieks the young teen, and her face turns bright red. Just as quickly, she lowers her head. Please forgive my outburst, Your Grace. I have suffered these lies long enough. Daniel saved my life. I owe him everything, not least of which is an apology that I couldn't protect him. I know he has wronged you, Your Grace. I am willing to concede to certain demands if you will but let me have him back, alive. Hecate leans forward with an amused smirk, touching the fingers of both hands together like a little villainess. Interesting. Daniel notices Treya and Gwenisphia glance at Daniel uneasily. They've seen the show themselves, so they know it's all fake, but they still seem to worry about him. Daniel smirks, though it's hidden by his helmet. Hecate has too much fun playing the villain. He's thankful she's actually kind, if a little selfish about the strangest things. How much is an otherworlder human worth? Asks Hecate. Particularly, one who can make weapons to slay my allies. Hecate gestures to her right, where Ryuogryr, Rainleif, and Girahol are sitting, cradling their eggs with contented smiles, and in Girahol's case, her belly is already starting to bulge a second time. Shek, a goblin who is still learning basic etiquette, let alone noble etiquette, states suddenly, Shek no understand. Why Mistress ask? Mistress Sel. Hecate looks at her with a we talked about this expression. She maintains her facade well, though. I am seeing what this young lady thinks Daniel is worth. If I decide to sell him, then that's what happens. There's a silent pause as Ryuogryr glances at Shek through her peripheral vision, and Shek looks directly at the humanized dragon woman. The goblin finally squeaks, whirls forward and sits rigid in her chair. Daniel SIHS. He hopes Ryuogryr didn't say anything harsh. Eremiah doesn't try to capitalize on the confusion or discord, nor pry for information. She simply presents a diamond about the size of a salt shaker, dyed a beautiful blue, and further glowing with a blue light. It's not just a diamond charged with water magic, it's a blue diamond, specially crafted and likely as rare naturally in this world as it would be on Earth, especially given how large it is. I open the negotiation with this diamond charged with water magic, Your Grace. Hecate looks at Ryuogryr, who is staring at it like she just witnessed the birth of a star. She finally pries her gaze away to look at Hecate, nodding once with a shocked expression. Hecate remains proud. I see. Hecate hops off of her throne and descends the stairs to the audience floor with Daniel following close behind, and everyone else watches. The princess and her guards shrink a little, though the knight immediately next to the princess keeps his arm up in front of the princess to try to react quickly enough to protect her. Hecate stops right in front of the princess, putting her fists on her hips. You are very right. Daniel has gravely wronged me, but I can see why he did it. You are very pretty for the girl who stole a kiss that rightfully belongs to me. Eremiah is speechless as she digests the words for a moment, and then she looks up at Hecate in shock. Hecate is smirking. But she suddenly turns to Daniel, who is still wearing his helmet, and she glares at him. Darling, she's even younger than me, you big meanie. Daniel scoffs, but he removes his helmet, since it's been long enough. I doubt you want to drown to catch up to Her Highness. Eremiah stumbles up to her feet, her gaze fixated on Daniel's face. She stammers, Daniel. Princess. Daniel kneels before her, and she clutches her hands in front of her chest, shocked. Why, you're alive. A-. And you're a knight? Daniel chuckles. Nothing that formal, your highness. We're all mostly just friends, lovers. Calls out Ryuogrier from her perch, and Daniel shoots her a smirk, but he finishes his thought. Who came into control of the Citadel? For formality, Hecate is the empress. And, Daniel is my emperor, adds Hecate proudly, leaning against him for a hug. Eremiah glances back and forth between them, speechless. Daniel knows how it looks. The Citadel is probably one of the largest castles in the world, if not the largest, and it's obviously built for dragons to anyone who doesn't know that it was actually built for Feldrox. To happen across such a gigantic castle, repel a modest if insufficient military force with relative ease, and form an alliance with dragons when he himself has no magic sounds like a complete work of fiction. Eremiah's eyes begin to water, and suddenly, she hugs Daniel, sobbing as Hecate backs away a step to allow it. The knight whispers, Princess. Ignoring the armored protector, she whimpers and chokes out, Daniel. I am sorry for everything, I couldn't stop them, I couldn't undo it. I tried, I swear. And Daniel gently hugs her, replying gently, Shush, Princess, it's all right. Everything's all right. I am sorry you were worried all this time. There wasn't any correspondence at all, so I figured I was forgotten, so I walked my own path. No. That's not true. He's still kneeling, which makes him a little shorter than her, and she backs away, still holding his shoulders as she looks into his eyes with tears still trickling down her cheeks as she sniffles. You saved my life, I owe you everything, and they treated you like that, I please forgive me and the kingdom of Morniste. Please don't seek revenge. That was never a thought in my mind, your highness. In fact, there's a saying that was around for a long time in my world. The best revenge is to live your best life. Whether I want revenge or not, I am living a life that makes me happy, here, with all of them. So, there's no need to worry, we won't attack Morniste. We'll only defend. She twitches, realizing that she has heard about the attempts to retrieve him by force. Why, you don't hold a grudge? But, why not tell the soldiers that came for you? I tried to convince them I was dead so they'd stop looking. You have to understand, your highness. I brought weapons into this world that should exist yet. God willing, they never come to existence, but I would be shocked if they never come to be. That said, it's far too early for them, but I needed them to survive. You saved my life at your own expense, and you didn't use these weapons on me or my family, Daniel, you don't have to explain. He didn't just save a little girl from drowning, adds Ryuogrier as she approaches gracefully, followed by the other two dragons, all three carrying their eggs. He defeated the Devourer, a creature that was growing like a plague and devouring this entire continent. Eremiah looks at her, glancing briefly at the horns, tail, and finally, the egg, but she says nothing, likely to avoid offending anyone. The Devourer, you say? I've never. She suddenly glances at the three dragons, then Daniel, and finally at Hecate. She backs away from Daniel, bowing to Hecate, Your Grace. Please forgive me. My emotions got the better of me. Hecate snickers deviously. Hey. Fear not, dear princess. I am far from angry. In fact, I have a different offer for you. As you can see, I am a gracious empress and wife. Not a wife, interjects Daniel, but she ignores him. In order to keep my darling truly invested in protecting this world, this castle, and me and my family, I have permitted him to build a harem. Ryuogrier retorts playfully, I don't recall asking for your permission, your greatness. Hecate points at the dragon woman with a feistiness in her tone. But I've allowed it all the same, and I put up with your insolence. Insolence? I have lived dozens of times longer than you have been alive? She looks up, clearly instigating Hecate when she adds, I often fantasize about what might have been had Daniel conquered the Citadel and we dragons without you. She cups her cheek with a suddenly dreamy expression. Ah, yes. We would be wed already. Hecate pounces, but Daniel catches her, and she lets him be her hold-back guy. Let me at her, Daniel, I am gonna chew her face off, I am gonna file my teeth on her horns. Don't stop me. She swings her arms at Ryuogrier, who doesn't budge, while also kicking her feet while Daniel suspends her partially. Then, Daniel sets her down and releases her, and she stares at him blankly. What are you doing? I am letting you at her. Hecate gapes like a fish for a moment. You're not supposed to listen. Ryuogrier teases, oh? Do you actually mean me no harm, your greatness? She pets her egg, completely unconcerned with the threat Hecate poses. Hecate glances at Daniel, and then at Ryuogrier, and then at Eremiah. She crosses her arms, facing Eremiah. It's impolite to fight in front of guests, Ryuo. Ryuogrier chuckles, while Girahole scoffs and rolls her eyes. Hecate murmurs, where was I? Oh, right. So, my offer to you, Princess Eremiah, second princess of the Kingdom of Morniste, is if you want, you can be one of Daniel's mistresses. The knight huffs, what, you can't be. Hecate glares at him, and he instantly flinches. She radiates magical power, but she can disguise it when she's behaving normally. Just shifting her mood can make her far more intimidating than her small size would normally cause, just as she felt with the feral Feldrock. Hecate resumes smiling, looking at Eremiah again. Your knight's right, of course. You're a big important princess. Daniel is a traitor to your kingdom even though he did everything he could to make them stronger. The young Feldrock Empress shrugs in a somewhat sarcastic fashion. He's a commoner emperor and I'm a former slave empress. I like the approach dragons take. If we're all happy together, then that's the best. Eremiah listens, but she doesn't speak right away. Because of what happened in the investigation that followed, her betrothal was withdrawn. And, she refused to participate in any matchmaking after what they did. Daniel kneels to be closer to her level again. Princess, before Hecate says anything else, let me just clarify. There is no debt. There are no hard feelings. We'll see you home safely today, since I can't imagine you were allowed to come all this way. Am I right? She fidgets, mumbling something as quietly as she can. He chuckles. Let me correct myself. I know you were here without permission or blessings from your parents, let alone Rikuto and Herales. She looks away from him. Princess, I believe Hecate believes what she's saying, and honestly, I'm a believer, too. I am happy. Didn't think this would be my thing, but we have fun together, we eat together, save the world together, adds Ryuogrier. Read together, adds Rainleif softly. Defend our home together, chimes in Girahole. Play together, states Hecate happily. Daniel's thankful no one is directing hostility at Eremiah, but he's trying gently not to sell the lifestyle to a princess who is still important to her family lineage, especially while she's so young. To curtail them from continuing, Daniel redirects. Princess, we all came together because we had very little or nothing to lose, and now we have each other. You still have quite a bit to lose, not least of which is your rank, possibly your family if they were to cut ties, and any friends you have in the East. Don't think too hard. You're going home, and, while I don't feel the need for one, I accept your apology. Thank you for making the trip out here. If you could, please pass these sentiments to everyone else. Hecate adds, the Fevigal has no enemies right now. We're only trying to settle in and defend ourselves. The troops we captured will be returned to the East later this week. Eremiah nods as she listens to Hecate, and then looks at everyone around her. It's beginning to sink in that Daniel really is surrounded by a strange group, but none of whom are hostile. She knew the risk coming this far, and she knows the people in this room alone could destroy a kingdom, if not the entire alliance. She looks up at Daniel with a pleading expression. Daniel, no, Emperor Daniel, please don't be so formal with me. She takes a breath and smiles. Very well, but only if you refer to me by name as well. Daniel hesitates for a moment, but he nods. If that's what you want, Eremiah. She grins, glancing at Hecate to make sure she's not crossing any lines. Hecate is content, simply standing proudly. Eremiah adds brightly as she points at Daniel. Daniel, you promised to take responsibility for what you did. So, you have to stay friends with me, and, if no one else will have me, you have to accept me when I am of marrying age. Daniel chuckles in exasperation, and Hecate cackles in amusement. However, she turns fiery when she points at Eremiah. I'll allow you to be a mistress, but, don't forget, I am his first and favorite wife. Eremiah smiles at Hecate. I will accept you as first, your grace. But, with respect, Daniel will choose his favorite. Eremiah, Have you ever played the Hecate game? Asks Daniel. The rest of his companions, including Hecate, laugh as Eremiah glances around innocently. She blushes, squeaking, What's the Hecate game? Hecate puts her arm around Eremiah's shoulders like a longtime friend. Allow me to explain. My dear Princess Eremiah, Chapter 56. Eastern Princess meets Western Archpriestess. Daniel and Hecate escort Eremiah and her personal knight, a young woman named Primar, as well as the maid that Daniel knows, Chanel, to the prison cells, where the 20,000 soldiers captured during the brief siege are being held. We've applied a magic contract to these soldiers that forbids them from returning to Fevigal territory after we return them to the east. If they do, they'll become immensely weak and perish after 3 days if they remain in our territory. They've all been appraised and chose the contract over death, since we chose not to apply any slave contract terms beyond this. After all, we just want to be left alone. Eremiah asks gently, will you be applying this contract to us as well, Your Grace? No, you came under the flag of diplomacy, and you're a future family member. Chanel clears her throat, causing Eremiah to glance over her shoulder briefly, but Hecate ignores the maid. The intent is to stop soldiers from returning, especially with experience. If I have to contract all of my enemies so they can never attack again, I see no downsides. I can see the value in such an approach, replies Eremiah. And, I thank you once more for your hospitality, of course. It's nice having someone younger than me to talk to for a change. That said, it's a little awkward to be talking about prisoners. Please pay it no mind, Your Grace. I know not the totality of the siege you mentioned, nor am I particularly familiar with warfare, sadly, but if what you say is true, that there were no casualties, then we can only be thankful. I should charge the Eastern Empire or their home kingdoms for feeding them and providing them hotel services. Hecate cups her chin, murmuring more to herself, maybe I'll send them a bill and see who is gracious enough to pay up. Hotel services? Repeats Eremiah. Oh, Hecate glances at Daniel briefly, and then explains. Sorry, it's a word that means services like water, bathing, laundry. That kind of thing. An otherworldly word. Eremiah giggles, and Hecate grins. They reach the first cell they chose. The person we're here to visit is Captain Mousse of the Stalvalten Grand Duchy. She opens the door, leading the way inside. About 50 soldiers are gathered in the cell, seated in rows as they await their return to Fort Twilight. Several of them look up, including Mousse, and they look defeated, but otherwise in perfectly good health. However, Mousse finally recognizes Eremiah, and he scrambles up to a kneel. Princess Eremiah. The other soldiers do a double take as well, and they scramble up to a crisp and noble kneel. Princess. Eremiah quickly says, please be at ease, soldiers. Empress Hecate, Your Greatness, please have mercy on the princess. She doesn't deserve relax, states Hecate bluntly, but with a warm tone. Eri and I are friends, right Eri? She looks at Eremiah, and the latter blushes. Why yes of course, Hecate. Hecate laughs. Yeah, my name isn't easy to shorten. Thanks, darling. Daniel smirks. You can change it any time you like, Your Greatness. She gasps in horror. As if I could do something so horrifying. My beloved husband gave me my name. She returns to being more professional, and Daniel keeps a stoic expression when Chanel glares at him briefly. Anyway, you don't have to worry about Eri. We'll be sending her home with you, but without any add-ons. Unlike some people in this room, she returned to us with diplomatic intentions. Mousse makes eye contact with Daniel, seeing him without his helmet. It would be unthinkable for Eremiah not to realize who he is now, but what is also unthinkable is why the second princess of Morniste would be all the way out here. Princess, how did you come to be here? Eremiah smiles. I came looking for Daniel to purchase him from Hecate, before we became friends. She gestures over her shoulder at Daniel, solidifying that she knows who he is. She adds with a slightly exasperated smirk. I've heard at length why I should reconsider traveling here myself. I've also threatened my loyal guards and servants that if they didn't let me undertake this mission, I would end up here one way or the other, either with trusted guards or with untrustworthy mercenaries. She smirks a little deviously, reminding Daniel that she's a little devil when she wants to be. I won out in the end. Daniel tries to lighten the mood with Chanel and Primar. I understand your pain. Hecate tried to kill me to convince me to help her conquer this place. Well, Hecate tries to object, but she realizes he softened the truth a lot, and she blushes, looking away. Eremiah giggles again, which causes Hecate to let it go. Mousse takes a breath and exhales. Regardless, Your Highness, I am glad you're safe. You seem to be well treated, Captain. I am glad about that. Yes, Your Highness. I have been afforded the opportunity to account for everyone under my command. No casualties or grievous injuries to Raort. You should be grateful for the potations we shared with you, replies Hecate. Just remember that. Of course, Your Greatness. Thank you for healing our injured. You're welcome. I'll send Grand Duchess Arameliana a bill and we'll get it all squared away. She winks at Eremiah, who smiles, but remains respectfully silent for a moment. Mousse nods, unable to object to the notion, since some of the soldiers that threatened Shek were already walking hand in hand with death. Is there anything else you need, Captain? Any requests before we're returned? Mousse looks at Hecate briefly, but she retorts, Don't look at me. I don't look down on respectful requests. I'll just lie to you if I have no intention of giving up something I care about. Mousse looks down. He finally replies softly, Your Highness, I dare not ask you to sacrifice any further, name it, Captain. That's an order, retorts Eremiah sternly with her soft and delicate voice. He hesitates, but he finally says softly, Many of us have family heirloom weapons, as well as ceremonial armor. Hecate instantly answers, Done. I won't give it to you until we reach twilight, but your equipment will all be returned. Don't worry. The golems are very thorough. He bows his head. Thank you, Your Greatness. You did make me a promise, though. Do you remember, Captain? He hesitates, but nods. I'll oppose any further invasions of the Fevigal. Hecate nods in agreement. Thank you. Eremiah smiles and nods. I'll be checking on the other soldiers to reassure them that everything is all right. Endure for a little longer, soldiers. The soldiers all bow their heads. As you wish, Your Highness. Hecate and Eremiah lead the other three out of the room, and Eremiah asks Hecate, Was it you that offered them mercy, Hecate? Hecate nods, though she smiles at Daniel. We had to work harder to keep them alive than to just kill them all, but everyone wins this way. It helped that no one on our side got seriously hurt, replies Daniel. And, you have no intention to invade? Asks Eremiah gently. Nope. Answers Hecate happily. Viregrays made the decision based on shrinking land to live on because of the Devourer, and because the East wouldn't hear diplomacy. Viregrays? Didn't you mention she's one of your companions here? Hecate nods, and Daniel explains as they walk. You probably know her as the Demon Tyrant. Eremiah, Chanel, and Primar all gasp and slow to a stop. Daniel adds, She's not a tyrant. That's just how the East knows her. And, she's been deposed by her own people when the Devourer was defeated. Deposed? Why? Our speculation is that there's an entity in this world orchestrating a perpetual war from both sides. To do so, there always needs to be a threat with which to sell safety to one side and convince them to fight the other, becoming the threat to the other side. Hecate nods in agreement. Hard as it is to believe at first, we've heard from both sides that diplomacy hasn't been pursued at all. Viregrays tried, but was shut down, and now she's here with us. She's a good person. I think you'll like her. Could I meet her? I don't know how much I can do, but I, too, would like to end the war. Especially if it is as you say. Princess murmurs Chanel cautiously. I won't make rash decisions, Chanel. I just want to do as they have to hear both sides and understand the truth, if I can. Chanel sighs. Very well, Your Highness. Thank you for trying to look after me. I know I am troublesome. Not at all, Princess. I am only worried about the company you've been choosing to keep. Viregrays is a woman, replies Daniel with a polite smile. He knows she's making a subtle dig at him, specifically, but he doesn't care. She knows more of the truth of the situation that led to Daniel's banishment than many likely do, and it's possible even worse rumors about Daniel are out there. He can't do much about those rumors, but he can live with integrity and try to control how people see him directly. Failing that, he can probably fake his death more effectively the next time. Hecate says proudly, I am sure V will like to meet you as well. Let's go. We can meet the rest of the soldiers later. The young Feldrock Empress gathers everyone close, and then she casts her spell. Primar instinctively puts her hand on her sword, but Eremiah halts her with a hand gesture, and the five of them disappear and reappear in the library. Daniel is a little surprised, since he assumed Viregraze would be in the town or in the makeshift temple they set up for her. However, she is, in fact, sitting at one of the tables set up for Hecate and anyone else who wants to study, reading a fairly old-looking tome, alongside Thymeria, who is copying a worn-out document. They notice the group and perk up, both rising out of their seats. Your Greatness. Please forgive our intrusion. You're not intruding at all, Viregraze. You're exactly who we came to see, if you've got some time. Viregraze studies the group for a moment, easily recognizing the visitor that she had yet to be introduced to. Me? Asks the former queen. Hecate nods. Yep. Are we interrupting? Oh. No, I was reading a history of the Western Territories from the Feldrock's point of view. They were apparently observing the rest of us long before even I was born. Thymeria bows, adding with her demure voice, and I was merely copying some of the texts we managed to salvage from our temple in our evacuation. Great. Cheers, Hecate. Then, ladies, please allow me to introduce Princess Eremiah, second princess of the Kingdom of Morniste of the East. Eremiah curtsies with a practiced elegance, perfectly demonstrating the results of her training in royal court. Viregraze and Thymeria put their own forearms together in front of themselves and bow slightly at the waist. And, Eri, please allow me to introduce Archpriestess Viregraze, former queen of the Demon Covenant, and her sister, Shrine Acolyte Thymeria. It is my sincere pleasure to meet you, Your Majesty, replies Eremiah gently. Viregraze counters just as politely, the pleasure is mine, Your Highness. Surely, your station is far higher than mine now. At present, I serve only as the caretaker of the mana of the world. Eremiah's eyes brighten, and the Ultal woman chuckles softly. It sounds fancier than it is, Your Highness. Because of my attunement to natural magic, I can sense instabilities that can foretell cataclysms. Really? We have Dawnseers that can do something like that, states Eremiah warmly. Ah, yes. I am familiar with the art of dawn seeing. It is similar, and can range from far in the future to the immediate present. I have heard a sect of Dawnseers were even able to gaze into the past and see the truth of events. Or, so the story goes. What I do is merely search for strains on the mana of the world. Eremiah approaches as they begin passionately discussing the nuanced differences between the magic and history they know, including the summoning ritual, which is a methodology fairly exclusive to Morniste, and it relies on an ancient artifact that no one can yet make sense of. Daniel, Hecate, Chanel, and Primar make themselves comfortable nearby, and Thymeria joins into the conversation, asking about the East, the way they make use of magic, and even begin discussing what royalty means between the East and West, which are vastly different. Viregraze was more or less a queen in name only, where Eremiah is truly a part of a royal family. Though, traveling deep into enemy territory for the sake of an exiled commoner would definitely be the least royal thing Eremiah has done. I don't understand, though, murmurs Eremiah after a while. My father and mother would never want to prolong a war. If they knew of your attempts at diplomacy at the time, I have regrettably forgotten which factions or individuals I have had envoys meet with, replies Viregraze softly. Chanel offers a suggestion a little coldly. Could it be possible your envoys failed to express your diplomatic intentions, Archpriestess? Eremiah looks at Chanel with a little disappointment, but Viregraze doesn't take offense. It is not impossible that such could have been the case in some instances. However, unless every one of my envoys, as well as those I met with personally from the East, failed their duties, Thymeria clarifies, elder sister has been trying many times for years since the Devourer appeared. She even offered to meet with rulers of the East to try to negotiate, but was rejected time and time again. I don't understand, murmurs Eremiah. You've probably never considered a war economy, then, replies Daniel quietly. Or population control. My world subtly, but actively, announced what they were doing all too often. Eremiah stares at him, and Hecate nods in agreement. I believe Daniel. Someone has decided they have something to gain from the war not ending when the supposed cause was removed. Primar finally chimes in. Forgive me for asking as the lowest person here, but can you prove this devourer even existed? It seems like a convenient excuse, when the Demonkin have been pressing eastward continuously since my grandfather's generation. Viregraze is quiet for a moment, but Daniel is the one that explains. Viregraze is the only reason the demons and dragons didn't conquer the entire continent inside of a couple of years. I understand the skepticism. So, let me ask you, are you three willing to take a flight? They glance at him, and then Primar and Chanel look to Eremiah, who is smiling. Yes. I would like to see proof of the Devourer's existence. It's clear with the way she said it that there's another motivation likely, the desire to fly. Daniel asks, Zyriko? Are you nearby? Zyriko appears as if walking from behind a bookshelf. I am whatever you need of me, Your Grace. Thank you. How is the shuttle faring? I am still running tests. I would recommend against using it at this time, but that does not mean it can't fly. You don't want to fly on one of our dragon companions, Daniel? Asks Hecate. I didn't want to impose if the shuttle was ready. Daniel notices Eremiah fidget, and when he looks, so does Hecate and Zyriko. What is it? Asks Daniel gently. With a blush, the princess replies sheepishly, I know I briefly got to see them at the audience, but I was wondering if I could see the dragon's eye in their true forms? Daniel looks at Hecate, who grins. Well, ask them, but they're people just like us. I won't force or coerce them. Eremiah nods vigorously. I understand completely. Thank you so much. The group travels to the very peak of the castle, where the highest turret is, and where a shaded area was made for the dragons to retreat from the sun when they're done basking, but still want to be outside. There, they find just the three that are friendly with Daniel, as well as their eggs, resting in the shade in lounge chairs. Ah, darling. You came all this way to visit us? Muses Ryuogrier warmly. Oh, and you're here. Hecate glares at the dragon woman, who is in human form with the other two. Ladies, interjects Daniel. Enjoying the sun? What's it to you? Retorts Girahol with a little feistiness, but with far less than she used to. Daniel simply smiles, and Ryuogrier replies warmly, indeed we were, Mukuri. But we were discussing how rather plain the area around the Citadel is. The Feldrox seem to have had rather quaint tastes when they chose the location. Or, begins Zyriko. The land has changed many times in the time since the Citadel was built, a testament to the ever-shifting nature of time itself. Ryuogrier nods in agreement, and Eremiah squeaks, F. Feldrox? Daniel smiles at her and nods. Yep. Feldrox built the Citadel. Only a lone Feldrock, feral from his lack of upbringing, remained at the time Hecate and I arrived. Ladies, I'd like to introduce you. This is Princess Eremiah, second princess of the Kingdom of Mornastay in the east. Princess, these three are dragons that have joined our inner circle, and are among my closest companions. This is Ryuogrier, Rainleif, and Girahol, in order of seniority. Ryuogrier remains lounging proudly, while Rainleif stands up and bows slightly. Girahol nods, though she seems a little sheepish more than curt. Eremiah curtsies again. It is my pleasure to make your acquaintance, dear ladies Ryuogrier, Rainleif, and Girahol. I hope we can get along. So long as you treat us well, we have no quarrel with you, sweet child, replies Ryuogrier, and Rainleif and Girahol nod in agreement with her. Now then, Her Highness and her two companions, Primar and Chanel, would like to see proof of the Devourer to corroborate our claims. The shuttle isn't yet ready, and Princess Eremiah made a request. I see. You wish for one of us to fly you to the site? Asks Ryuogrier. Eremiah speaks for herself quickly to ensure there are no misunderstandings. I would be grateful, but my request, in truth, if the flight is unacceptable, was to bear witness to your greatness. I've heard stories of dragons all my life, and ever since I was a little girl, I could only imagine your beauty from the drawings in books. Ryuogrier smiles. I see. Ryuogrier stands up, shooting Daniel a devilish smirk. He realizes he's in for it now, but he simply observes. He could stop her, since the contract is still in effect until Zyriko can modify the contract circle to undo a contract, which is trickier than Daniel hoped. Given that safety is higher priority, he's not rushing her. Ryuogrier begins her explanation with a sultry, but somewhat amused and devious tone as she gestures with elegant movements. You have a wonderful way with words, second Princess Aramaya. Since dearest Reina and dearest Gera are currently with second eggs, Daniel resists the metaphorical knives of Ryuogryer's intentional glance at him. Before the first have even hatched, and given our relationship with Daniel, I suppose I am the only one who will humor you. Ryuogryer walks out into an open part of the roof, her elegant dress glimmering in the sun. She then casts the simple spell as the others watch. Her form rapidly grows in size, and Aramaya gasps as she instinctively falls into and hugs Daniel, while both Chanel and Primar fearfully try to take hold of her to guard her, but also are unable to peel their eyes away. Ryuogryer is massive compared to any of them. Her smallest teeth are as big as their forearms, and her elegant horns dwarf the humans. Daniel would compare her to a private jet in size, as she's definitely larger than either Girahole or Rainleaf. Ryuogryer's voice now reaches all of them, except Daniel, as she uses telepathy. What do you think, child? Am I still beautiful? Aramaya stumbles forward, taking in the breathtaking size and beauty of the being before her. Why yes. It's difficult to find words, Great Dragon Ryuogryer. Everything why your scales why your eyes. Aramaya holds her hands in front of her, sighing as she tries to steady herself. A metallic clang draws everyone's attention. Primar is holding her hand out, shaking like a leaf, as her sword rests on the ground where she dropped it, trying to draw in her terror. Her face is pale and expression horrified. She has probably served as a royal guard most of her limited career, and only stories of the dragons reach the capital of the kingdom of Mornastay. Ryuogryer's draconic face shifts in a smile, though it reveals her humongous teeth. You are truly adept at flattery, sweet child. Yes, I will fly you to the resting place of the dreadful devourer. Since we're not utilizing a god killer this time, begins Zyriko. I'll provide safety and support with wing golems. I will accompany you as well. Daniel nods. Hecate asks, Ryuo, can you carry all of us? Can darling Mukori tame a dragon? Both of them chuckle together, causing the other three humans to look at him in shock. Let's get started. It's a decent flight to the site. Daniel approaches Ryuogryer, and she lays as low as her humongous body allows, though she nudges him with her tail as she grins at him deviously.
Daniel sighs. Yep, she's not going to let me live it down.
See what you two did? He looks at Girahole and Rainleaf, who both seem to be ignoring him intentionally. Yeah. She demons. Please excuse me, Ryuo. Daniel climbs onto the back of her tail, helping Aramaya up and towards the middle of Ryuogryer's back. Hecate huffs, and Ryuogryer snickers as the young empress climbs up on her own, followed by a hesitant Chanel and finally Primar after she recovers. Zyriko simply steps onto Ryuogryer's giant palm, and she elevates the golem caretaker to her back. Ryuogryer spans her massive wings, reminding Daniel briefly of a passenger airliner thanks to her size and platinum color. And, rather than broad sweeps of her wings, she does the initial liftoff with magic as she steps into a rising glide, cruising easily into the sky as the three guests scream. Hecate remarks dryly, What? We're just flying. Aramaya peeks, glancing at the ground that's already far below them and growing more distant. Her eyes snap open as she clings to Daniel's arm. We're flying. We're actually flying, princess. Don't lean so far, cries out Chanel as the princess tries to get the clearest look she can from Ryuogryer's broad back. Daniel keeps his hand gripping the ribbon on the back of the princess dress, just in case. But, as promised, there are 20 flying golems that have already fallen into formation around Ryuogryer, all carrying belt-fed machine guns bolted to their arms. Not that the three guests would recognize the weapons for what they are. Aramaya tries to crawl to the other side to look, confirming that they are in fact high in the sky. As they did during the mission to defeat the Devourer, Ryuogryer is actually shielding herself and consequently everyone with a wind barrier to keep the air around her body still, as well as increase her overall aerodynamics. Aramaya cries out again, Chanel, look, we're truly flying. Daniel realizes his own belt is being clutched tightly, and it's Chanel, who is unable to form words of response. Primar is keeping her head and body pressed to Ryuogryer's back, desperately afraid of falling off. Zyriko remarks, If I didn't know better, Daniel, I'd be surprised that you didn't have a similar reaction to flying. Daniel chuckles. I did it enough times to lose the magic. Though, believe it or not, I can't do what Eremiah is doing. She's currently being held taut by Daniel's grip on her dress waist ribbon as she gawks at the glistening lake they're cruising over. Lady Dragon Ryuogrier. I envy you so much. This is incredible. You flatter me, sweet child. The skies have always been our domain. They'll be mine before long, declares Hecate proudly. Ha 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 ha. Eremiah finally returns to center, and she lays back against Daniel as she puts a hand on her forehead. Goodness, this is so wonderful. I never dreamed I would get to fly. She looks at Hecate, who is only barely containing her envy. Your greatness, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Hecate flinches and blushes. And me? Oh, of course. I understand you're a kind and compassionate person. I believe we're allies, so it's only natural. Ryuogrier chuckles, and Hecate huffs, but Eremiah adds, Lady Ryuogrier, thank you so much for this. This is truly breathtaking. You are welcome, sweet child. Perhaps next time, you would like to see your home from the sky, Eremiah gasps. See, can I really? Ryuogrier nods. So long as we remain allies, of course. Eremiah nods vigorously in agreement. Let's save the world together. As they fly, the dark stain on the world of Zenkon becomes visible, with a glistening pit in the center. Eremiah asks as she tries to inspect the darkness, that blackness is that from the devourer? Hecate replies bluntly, that was the devourer. It's dead, now, but much of its body was out of the range of the weapon we used to kill it. You made a weapon to kill that? She points at the humongous black remains of a Titanic being spreading like a fungal infection. It's the size of a country, with black tendrils reaching even further. Hecate nods, but adds, it's a national secret, obviously. Eremiah looks nervously at Daniel again, and he reassures her, Eri, I promise I have no vengeful feelings towards Morniste or the Alliance. We just want to be left alone. To do that, we had to stop the devourer. It was set on consuming the whole world. Ryuogrier flies lower, allowing them to more closely see the texture and structure of the devourer's strange, infectious form. It smells horrible, as it is a living being slowly decaying, and scavengers and other beings are even feeding on pieces of the fallen colossus. The dragon flies them to the center, where the crater is. They land, and it becomes clear that the devourer is not just a being that spreads like fungus, but was massive as well, towering around them like they're standing in a bowl-shaped valley of terrifying black mountains. Hecate kneels next to a small cross, which Daniel helped her set up after they confirmed it was safe. Believe it or not, we're pretty sure it was one of my ancestors, though I never got to know him. She prays for a moment, and Eremiah approaches, kneeling next to Hecate to pray for a moment as well. She doesn't say anything specific, since she doesn't know what to say. After Hecate relaxes, Eremiah asks softly, your ancestor? Hecate nods. He was a Feldrock before the rest of my race was exterminated in a swift betrayal, and his anger led him to lose control of his immense power. He became a monster just like the feral Feldrock, who ruled the Citadel before Daniel and I arrived. Eremiah is quiet for a moment. She murmurs, you're a Feldrock? Hecate nods seriously. I am the last of my kind. We're considering reviving the one who became the devourer, but we don't know enough about him. Hecate pets the cross gently, but maybe it's better to let go. Our time came and went. No one can live forever, even the Feldrocks. There's a respectful silence for a moment between them. Hecate, murmurs Eremiah. Yes, Eremiah. What does your ideal future look like? Hecate smiles gently, and she looks directly at Daniel, who is standing with Ryuogrier, who is in her human form again. My ideal future is a big family to replace the one I didn't get to enjoy as a child, and for Daniel to never leave my side. I want the world to become peaceful and focus on making everyone prosperous so they can enjoy that, too. I know it's not fully possible, but that's what I want. You don't want to conquer the world? Of course not. If we need to boil it down to one sentence, all I want in the world is Daniel. And for him to want me, she shouts at the end. Daniel smirks at them, rolling his eyes. You seem older than me, Hecate, are you not to his tastes? No, he treats me like a child. You are a child, Hecate, retorts Daniel. Shut up. I am older than Eremiah, and I wouldn't marry her or touch her in that way either. Hecate huffs, gesturing to illustrate her point to Eremiah, who laughs softly. The princess takes Hecate's hands and faces her. Hecate, you've never grown up with etiquette training, am I correct? Hecate cocks her head, retorting cautiously, correct. Eremiah pulls her close, making Hecate a little nervous. Very well, then, if you'll allow me, I'll teach you everything I know to make you the perfect woman, and Daniel won't be able to resist you. Hecate's eyes sparkle instantly as a smile spreads across her face, and she more firmly grips Eremiah's hands in camaraderie. Really, yes. I've been raised with the intention of being a wife from when I could first talk. Hecate bounces in a circle, and they laugh together. Ryuogrier jokes softly to Daniel. I am surprised she really doesn't know why Daniel scoffs. She knows why. She doesn't want to give up one to have the other, but she knows she has time to enjoy the one she loses when she chooses the other. I am surprised she believes Eremiah can help her, whispers Zyriko. You just told her Eremiah is in the same boat. Daniel smirks at Zyriko. Please don't ruin it. As you wish, my beloved master. Chapter 57. The mechanic plays nice. Fort Twilight comes into view as the large marching force moves at a steady, but slow pace. Many of those in the ranks are weary soldiers, kept healthy during captivity, but also driven as much as possible to keep them exhausted so they don't try to rebel. 20,000 soldiers are difficult to keep fed, hydrated, and rested without there being resentment, even though Daniel and Hecate didn't have to spare them. Thankfully, Princess Eremiah is with them as they progress. Her carriage and escorts fit into the middle of the formation in case there's a surprise attack. Zyriko's golems are forming the perimeter, but they are not all powerful, and protecting Eremiah is the highest priority. Of course, she and Hecate are playing a game of chess, which Daniel taught them, in order to help pass the time. Daniel is riding on the rear bench of the coach with one of the male knights, though Hecate is easily the most dangerous person present. Regardless, it's simply an escort mission to see the soldiers and Eremiah safely home. Ryuogrier, watching the game while sitting next to Eremiah, remarks, I do not understand this game. Why is the queen so powerful, but a king so weak? Hecate, playing the black pieces, proudly takes her queen, which looks like a miniature version of herself, because, Ryuo, look. See? I am powerful, the queen is powerful, that's why. I believe Daniel could defeat you. Ryuo inspects one of the pawns that have already been captured, which are modeled after the golem soldiers. I agree, but Daniel chuckles, having listened through the rear window, which they have opened to talk to him. The game's rules have been around far longer than me. The king is the most important piece, because the game ends when he is trapped. The queen, probably based somewhat on feudal politics, can generally move somewhat freely around courtrooms in comparison behind the curtains, making her able to reach anyone and, were it feasible, assassinate someone. After all, the wrong moves with the queen can endanger the king. Wars aren't won entirely on the battlefield. Eremiah adds astutely, and, as Daniel said, a queen's battlefields are the court and the ballroom. She blushes, murmuring, my mother always says that to me and my sister. I see, now, I see, says Hecate warmly. Ryuogrier lounges against the corner of the carriage, sighing. Seems like it still doesn't mirror real battle. Again, Daniel chuckles. It is just a game, Ryuo. She sighs, and, it's missing the most powerful piece of all dragons. Dragons don't exist on Earth, retorts Hecate cheekily. Isn't this you, Lady Ryuo? Eremiah holds up her queen, which Ryuogrier takes for a moment. She gasps. Oh, I stand corrected. She hands the piece back, saying proudly, yes, this is obviously the most powerful piece. Ha! Scoffs Hecate. Second most powerful, at best. Perhaps we should settle this once and for all, yes? Hecate grins as she cracks her knuckles, and Daniel says only one word, Zyriko. Zyriko bonks Hecate on the head with a softened blow, and Hecate instantly nurses her head. Ow! Daniel, what was that for? She started it. Ryuogrier snickers until she's similarly bonked on the head, and she instantly glares at Zyriko, who reclaims her seat next to Eremiah. Hecate calms down with a simple huff, and Ryuogrier pouts. Daniel, I thought I was your favorite. Justice knows no favorites, Ryuo. No duels on the road. Save it for the Citadel. Eremiah giggles as she finally makes a move on the chessboard, while Hecate watches, still nursing her head with her ears pointing outwards. Suddenly, they perk up. Daniel. He looks at her, as do the rest, since her tone shifted from her playful or immature whining voices to serious. What is it? There are monsters approaching. Ryuogrier cocks her head as she focuses. Yes. I paid them no mind, but I suppose they could be troublesome. There are a lot of human kin present. I am a human kin, retorts Daniel dryly. Ryuogrier blushes, but avoids looking at him. Eremiah asks nervously, what are they? Sounds like gulpoxen, replies Hecate as she listens intently. Gulpoxen? Ryuogrier scoffs. They're little more than livestock that we feed to. She again looks at Eremiah, who is a small, frail human. Drake's Eremiah looks back at Daniel, who sighs. Let me guess, they're humongous, and no trouble at all for dragons to keep as livestock. Ryuogrier looks away, but nods. Hecate nods as well. They can be really mean to anything smaller than they are, which we all are. Got it. Daniel immediately pulls his rifle out of his bag, asking, which way are they coming from? North, north, answer Hecate and Ryuogrier in a race to answer him first. Got it. Ryuo, Hecate, protect Eremiah. Zyriko, have the golems begin directing the eastern soldiers south and away from the creatures and form firing lines. Daniel stands up on the bench. Company, incoming hostiles north. All soldiers should move south, clear the area. Daniel. Snaps Hecate. Where are you going? Daniel checks his helmet, and he replies warmly, to help make sure the lines hold. Not alone you're not, Hecate, we need to protect Eremiah at all costs. I am more useful striking first and fast and then running away. You have magic. And, that's precisely why one of us should come with you, Mukori, adds Ryuogrier. You are the emperor of the Fevigal, he sighs, clowns. You two decide quickly and catch up. Zyriko, keep them honest. Daniel hops off of the moving carriage, jogging through the southeast-bound troops trying to keep moving forward, but also get south. As he's weaving through the soldiers, Muindis briefly snags his shoulder. Lord Daniel. Keep moving south. Daniel replies without knowing at first who he's talking to, having to shout over the noise. What's going on? Do you need help? Keep the troops orderly as much as you can if you can. We're fending off local wildlife. Muindis is surprised, but Daniel doesn't have time. He pulls free and keeps filing through the soldiers of all races and sizes of the east. Once he clears the crowd, he runs towards the gathering golems as the monsters appear, bellowing fearsomely like a line of monstrous buffalo threatening the golems. Just as he's slowing down, a white dress patterned with metallic red, gold, and platinum flutters down next to him as Ryuogrier lands at his right side. Mukori. Ryuo. Daniel studies the gulpoxen for a moment, and he thought their names would come from a big mouth or stomach, but it's nothing so obvious. They also don't share much in common with oxes of earth, other than being mammalian. They are bulky creatures, but more akin to elephants without the trunks, and with low, lizard-like postures and a bony plate that extends a little past their bull-like nose up to the forehead, likely for headbutting. The biggest one's plate is dented and cracked, likely from years of shows of strength. The beasts tower over Daniel and the golems, as well as Ryuogrier in her humanoid form, bellowing to chase them all away. Ryuogrier says informatively, I am told that, in the absence of beings stronger than themselves, these lowly beasts are quite territorial. What about ones that are someone's stock? Asks Daniel as he points at a particular one. It has what looks like a plow harness on it, but made of metal. That's a weight used to slow them down, so they become lazy and fat, rather than muscular. Daniel, who was staring at her as she replied, doesn't have to say anything. She thinks about it for only a moment, adding, it seems the acolytes were unable to contain the livestock at Shiulvalgaro's horde once we all had been defeated at the Citadel. You don't say, retorts Daniel a little dryly. The lead gulpox bellows, and it pads its humongous foot one last time before barreling towards the firing line. Ryuogrier, please stop them peacefully, she crosses her arms. You must address me correctly, first. Pardon? She huffs, looking away. Oh for F. Fine. My beloved Mukori, would you please deal with these gulpoxen as peacefully as possible? She grins. It would be my pleasure, Mukori. She giggles gleefully as she transforms into a dragon, and Daniel can hear the rather quiet and faraway din of the soldiers retreating away from the attack line suddenly spark into a chorus of screams and yells. A full-size, mature dragon just appeared, and she spreads her wings to amplify her apparent size. She roars, but the Gulpoxen don't stop. Ryuogrier leaps into a short glide to intercept the lead Gulpox with her presence, but it only braces its neck and barrels as fast as it can at her. This seems to surprise the dragon, and she catches it with her massive claws, coughing and roaring as she is pushed back, tearing through the ground as the large beast only slightly smaller than the dragon tries to knock her over like a linebacker. The other Gulpoxen, only a few paces behind the lead bull, are passing them. Daniel shouts, "Golems, fire on the knees of the front. Fire at will." He and the golems fire a volley of rifle shots aimed for the knees of the colossal monsters. There's only about 2 body lengths of a mature Gulpox between them and the front line, but those in front fall instantly, plowing into the ground with a massive spray of dirt. Daniel shields his neck with his shoulder plate by shrugging briefly, observing as he lines up his next shot quickly. The first row stops an average of 1 body length away from Daniel, which is about 40 feet or so, bellowing in pain as the rows of monsters behind either trip over their comrades, buck back in fear from the gunshots, or topple from over-penetrated rounds that hit them as well. Ryuogrier, having managed to halt the lead bull, lifts it off of the ground with a mighty draconic roar, and she slams it down to the ground, cratering the ground in front of her. Many of the Gulpoxen that can still run turn and flee, while a few shake their heads and stamp their feet, trying to intimidate either the dragon or the soldiers. Ryuogrier takes a deep breath, and she exhales a broad, showy jet of fire into the air. Several more Gulpoxen turn and flee, including some of those that only tripped or were lightly hit and are able to scramble up and away. However, the herd does turn back around once they're a relatively short distance away from the dragon, bellowing and pawing the ground. Ryuogrier continues to roar at them, trying to peacefully drive them away, but it's possible they don't want to abandon their comrades, or the leading bull at least. The dragon matriarch pins her foot to the bull's neck, and it bellows in pain, which causes the rest of the herd to roar and even feign to charge. They bellow and shake their heads violently and angrily. Zyriko's voice asks through Daniel's helmet, "Daniel, they seem to have lost respect or fear for the dragons. Shall we open fire and finish them off? No, Ryuo, can you hear me?" The dragon ignores him, breathing fire in an arc in front of her, leaving the ground singed in front of her. Still, though, the herd doesn't back down, and they even seem to be preparing to charge again. Ryuo. Her head cocks, but she doesn't look. In fact, she's more obviously pretending to not hear him. Daniel sighs. "Mukori." "Yes, my darling Mukori," replies the dragon's voice instantly as she looks over her shoulder, a smug smirk apparent even on her reptilian face. Daniel rolls his eyes. It's not the time for it, but he'll lecture her later. "Mukori, can you let the bull up? And, if you can, use healing magic on the wounded. If they want retreat and give us a wide berth, well, finish them off." She nods, stepping back off of the bull. It immediately scrambles to its feet, backing away as it bellows, snorts, and shakes its head. Fortunately, it doesn't try to threaten the avian titan, and she casually casts a wide-area healing spell, which undoes the physical damage of the gunshots on the wounded Gulpoxen that couldn't flee. They, too, scramble to their feet and back away, not showing their backs to the dragon or the strange tiny beings that brought them down. They still try to intimidate the group, but Daniel has already put his rifle away in favor of something else. He says calmly, "Ryuo Mukori, cover your ears." She nods, covering her ears with her clawed dragon hands and amplifying the effect with magic. Daniel lights the fuse on and tosses a bundle of dynamite, which doesn't go very far, but it should be far enough away from everyone. Kaboom! The dynamite explodes, causing even the platinum dragon to flinch, even with her ears covered, likely because she felt the pressure wave even outside of its lethal range. This finally does it, and the Gulpoxen herd bellows one last cry, but this time of obvious fear, as they turn tail and retreat at a full gallop. Ryuogrier flaps her wings once to launch herself backwards, casting the spell to transform back into her human form as she shrinks, arriving at Daniel already back to her new normal. However, he has to react quickly as she seems to fall, and he catches her in a princess carry. She sighs in contentedness, relaxing in his arms. Thank you, Mukori. I should be thanking you for stopping the bull in its tracks, as well as healing them. She nods, putting her forearm on her forehead. Yes, but I exhausted so much mana. Mukori, would you be a darling? She bats her eyes at him, and he smirks. Sure. Zyriko, any other enemies around? Negative, though. Hecate is upset. What? How can she see us? Oh, not that you're being intimate with Lady Ryuo. I meant the dynamite. It startled her. Daniel, snaps Hecate's voice through his helmet. You're being intimate with Ryuo now of all times? The dragon in question giggles warmly, and Daniel teases dryly, I'll drop you, Ryuo. She gasps. You wouldn't dare. He feigns dropping her, and she instantly wraps her arms around his neck, gasping in shock. When she realizes he just tricked her, she glares up at him, while Hecate yells, Don't ignore me, Daniel. I'll bite your face off so no one else wants you. We're returning. If you want to keep moving, by all means. I can actually see twilight from here. No. You have to cuddle with me the rest of the way now. Fine. Give us a few minutes. Make that woman fly you back here. That woman? Repeats Ryuo. That seems mean-spirited. Daniel rolls his eyes, though he is a little amused by them. Hecate, I could do that, but then that would be less time you get to cuddle. Huh? How do you figure? Well, I have to give you everything 3 times over, right? So that's right. Exclaims the young Feldrock Empress excitedly. She turns serious. Daniel, take your time. Hey. Ryuo smiles. Very sneaky, Mukori, replies the dragon. We've made good time and won't have to camp again. Plus, the soldiers will likely make a break for it once they realize how close we are. Might as well march them in properly so they can go home. You're too nice to your enemies, Mukori, though, I suppose I am rather thankful. She pets his cheek with her hand. I expect you know what I will ask for upon our return as my reward. Yes. A new pillow, right? She stares at him, cocking her head a little, baffled by his response. Before she can retort, Daniel asks, That does remind me, though. If none of the dragons have returned to your original horde, do you not have anything sentimental there? Ryuo is a little unhappy that he's avoiding her reward, but she replies, It's not that, exactly. We've been afraid to return, for fear of becoming cursed again, in case the curse spread to something in the horde. I see. Do you have things you miss? She fidgets with her platinum-colored hair. There are a few things, mementos of my parents, a bloodline heirloom that has passed down in my mother's family for as long as dragons have had tradition. I had hoped. Why haven't you said something sooner? Asks Daniel. Well, go find them for you. If they're cursed, Zyriko can lift the curse. If not, we can at least retrieve them and preserve them in the Citadel until they can be uncursed. I had no idea. I wish you had told me. She smiles. She pulls herself up by his neck, kissing him briefly. Thank you, Mukori. There is no rush, but I would be truly grateful. She adds softly, and I would happily add you to our heirloom. Daniel pretends he didn't hear that last part, since he's not quite sure how to respond otherwise. Eremiah and Hecate are waiting for Daniel and Ryuo just outside of the parked coach as the soldiers rest and drink from their canteens. Hecate has the chessboard on her head as she follows Eremiah, learning for the first time in her life how to hold proper noble posture. Subtly, her large, fox-like ear tips up, and Eremiah instantly warns. Hecate flinches and blushes, and she panics as the chessboard starts to fall. Gah! No, Ayah! The chessboard and the 4 pieces Eremiah placed topple to the ground, and Hecate falls to her knees at the same time, trying in futility to stop the board's fall. No. Eremiah approaches and stands in front of Hecate, maintaining her own impeccable posture. She can't help but giggle, and Hecate pouts cutely. Humans don't have ears to cheat with, Hecate. You have to learn to do it right, because it's not about the board, it's about how you look to everyone else. The young fox-eared girl sighs as she flops onto her back on the ground in defeat. I don't think I am suited for this. It's your second day, Hecate. As long as we continue to visit each other, I'll teach you. Hecate sighs. Thanks, Eremiah. Thank you, corrects Eremiah with a playful smile. Thanks is a commoner way of speaking. Thank you, my esteemed dearest Princess Highness Eremiah. Eremiah stifles a laugh, and she teases once more. Sarcasm is definitely not very ladylike. I know I agreed to it, but can I ask you a serious question, Eremiah? Asks Hecate. Of course. What is it? Hecate sits up on her elbows, looking up at Eremiah. Do you enjoy being noble? Hecate looks away, trying to figure out better words. I mean, it's more than I realized, and there's so much that goes into even little things. I thought it would be easy. Eremiah approaches Hecate even more, crouching down to be closer to her level without sitting on the ground. There are times when it stifles fun. It would be a lie for me to deny my envy for you and your freedom. But I think that's my childishness speaking. Mother would certainly say as much. She smiles reverently at the thought. But when I see how people revere my mother, or even Grand Duchess Arameliana, even if they aren't necessarily the same as a man who rules, they still command the attention of the room when they walk in. I admire that. And, when I see it, the lessons in how Mother and her Grace walk and speak and even hand gestures, it makes so much sense. I am not as strong as my sister. She's brave and outgoing. She's not afraid to pursue what she wants without shirking her duties to the kingdom. I ran away to chase a personal desire. Hecate sits up more, putting her hand on Eremiah's lap. Eremiah matches Hecate's gaze, and the young Feldrock Empress replies gently and sincerely, you came here to undo damage you felt your kingdom had done. You crossed into enemy lines to do it. As ill-conceived as some would call it. Eremiah smiles at Hecate's complex wording. She's trying. But, more importantly, it still feels like Eremiah was only really acting for her own benefit. That's easy for you to say. No one gets angry at you if you indulge yourself. No one stops you from doing whatever you want on any given day. Hecate whispers deviously, join us, Eremiah, join us. The princess scoffs and chuckles softly. In all seriousness, I received tons of anger and hate growing up, admits Hecate. I was told I was ugly, and I should never have been born. But now I have people who don't hurt me. If they get angry or frustrated with me, they play the Hecate game. She grins with rosy cheeks. If I cross a line, I am swiftly admonished by someone who does it because he cares about me. If I am being foolish, I get ruthlessly teased by my rival. She whispers directly to Eremiah. I'll never admit this to any of them, but I am constantly learning from them every day. I will surpass them all and be the best empress I can be. She smiles. I might not be the best in a noble courtroom, but I get what you meant. Hecate looks up at the sky, and Eremiah looks as well. It's difficult to want to give up childhood, especially when you barely had one. But it's also nice to master things. Eremiah nods, agreed. Children can't rule the world, and I am far from a master. So, we can learn together. Hecate nods. Her ears perk up, and she looks in the direction the monsters were coming from. She climbs to her feet, helping Eremiah up. She then picks up the chess pieces, which Eremiah takes, and Hecate carries the chessboard. Took you long enough, calls out Hecate when Daniel approaches, carrying a thoroughly pleased and relaxed and definitely not exhausted Ryuogrier like a maiden. Ryuogrier lifts her head from her bliss long enough to look directly at Hecate, and then she very obviously feigns weariness as she slumps sloppily in Daniel's arms, hanging her head like she's on death's door. Ooh, your greatness, I expended so much of my strength protecting your wards. I did it all for you, your greatness. I haven't even the strength to take a single step. Hecate crosses her arms, and Eremiah asks softly, do you make her call you that? I should, but no, she's being sarcastic. Ryuogrier's lips twist into a smirk, even as she continues to feign a total loss of her strength. Hecate adds seriously, Ryuo is my rival, though. As a good competitor, I can afford her trivialities. You're so mature, teases the elder dragon. Even I, a greater dragon of many years, can learn from you. Hecate huffs, but she retorts with all the mercy of an executioner. You're not too mature to play a game to see who went with Daniel and then fake weakness to be carried like a maiden. The blonde matron blushes, looking away from Hecate. Eremiah laughs softly, trying to hide it, and Ryuogrier looks at her. Hecate instantly points at the dragon sternly. Don't you dare bully my friend, Ryuo. Don't even think about it. The dragon looks at Hecate, finally climbing down from Daniel's arms as he helps her stand up. She says proudly, I wouldn't dare. This sweet child is a true master of flattery. Ryuogrier cups her own cheek in a doting expression. I dare say I would adopt her if she asked me to. Eremiah blushes. Thank you, Lady Great Dragon Ryuogrier. Please, sweet child, do not feel a need for such formality with me. Mother Ryuo, or just Ryuo are acceptable. Eremiah chuckles bashfully, and Daniel finally comes to her rescue. We've got a bunch of soldiers out here baking in the sun. Let's get them back to Twilight. The three agree, and they all climb back into the carriage to continue their journey. During the last leg of the trip, Eremiah teaches Hecate simple etiquette things, such as how to sit to emphasize her posture and look beautiful and refined, as well as situations where she can relax, which are rare for a princess. For now, it's just simple bonding as new friends, as Hecate has a long way to go before she's seen as a refined lady. But that doesn't prevent her from being the Empress of the Citadel. General. We have an emergency. General Barguile, a Shenwolf wolf-like humanoids with more canine features than human features to their faces specifically, rolls out of his bed. He was just getting to sleep after a long day, and he grunts, What is it? Are we under attack? Not yet, General, but it's at the gates. Out with it, boy. If we're not under attack, it's Empress Hecate, the ruler of the Citadel. Barguile's blood runs cold as a chill ripples violently up his spine. The last he heard of Hecate was the 20,000 troops that departed Fort Twilight, which General Barguile commands, have yet to return, and a letter was delivered from the self-proclaimed Empress declaring that she has them prisoner. She's at the gate? Lieutenant Tillich, a young human officer, nods quickly. It's she has the soldiers? You mean? The ones in the siege force? Tillich nods again. Barguile hurriedly throws his cuirass on and grabs his sword, tying off as much of his armor straps as he can on his own as they jog out of the main garrison fortress to the outer wall. The outer wall is conveniently lower than the main fortress grounds, making it easy to see over and still hold a strong defensible position. However, what it also does is reveal the sight to be seen well before they reach the wall. Barguile slows to a stop, seeing the 20,000 troops at his walls. Of course, at a glance, they appear to potentially be the siege forces that were sent west several weeks ago, but it could be a trick. As they reach the outer wall and ascend the stairs to look down from the top of the wall, Barguile can make out a voice shouting up at his soldiers with his excellent hearing. Marched all the way here with these guys, and my darling and rival put themselves in harm's way to protect them. I am not even here to threaten you. Open up and take these inferior soldiers off my hands. Barguile looks over the wall, and he almost has to double take. He knows dragons are sentient and can speak, though they're said to only utter taunts and threats in the Eastern languages. Regardless, the one speaking is far from a dragon. She stands no taller than a teenage girl, with big black triangular ears and a puffy black tail. Otherwise, she would look like a cute little human girl. Even if that were the case, Barguile is trained in magic swordsmanship. He never had the luxury of training to be a battle mage like the Stalvalten Guard, but he can sense and use magic quite well. And he nearly vomits from the overwhelming pressure rolling off of the tiny girl like a heavy, invisible fog or stifling heat wave. You look important, she points towards Barguile, and then gestures at the people behind her. These are yours. Tell your people to open up so I can return them. If you want, I'll start launching them over the wall. Some of the guards stir nervously, and the archers have their bows knocked, while crossbows are aimed at the little girl. Barguile is a general, though. He has a responsibility to be skeptical and defend his fortress from traps. Excuse me, but can you prove you are who you say you are? The alleged Hecate crosses her arms and sighs in disgust. You want proof, do you? Fine. I am coming in. The girl marches forward, and Barguile warns, we will release a barrage. Back away from the gate. A mere soldier does not command me, retorts the fox-eared girl. Warning shots. Loose. While he has to defend the fortress, he's not sure if this little girl is delusional, and he doesn't really want to order the death of a young girl. Crossbow bolts, arrows, and magic spells fly. Rather than impacting the ground around the young girl, they are captured in mid-air, seemingly freezing in place briefly thanks only to a small gesture of her hand. She then flicks her hand forward, and the entire volley of attacks slams the wall, shaking them as it explodes violently from the magic, and arrows and bolts splinter against the wall. Hecate shouts, "Clear the doorway or you're going to die." She draws a strangely shaped, broad staff, almost like a strangely shaped oar, but made of metal, from a magic bag. A white mist rolls out of the thin end of the strange object, which she points towards the gate. "Last chance, flee the gate or die. Stop her, full attack," calls out Barguile. In spite of their efforts, none of the attacks reach the small girl, and she grins up at him. "Have you heard knock-knock jokes? Knock knock. Now, you say, who's there?" Her strange oar-shaped device spits a ball of white magical energy, and Barguile leans over to look at the gate. A swirl of energy hits the gate, and then it explodes violently in a burst of instantaneous freezing wind that causes the gate to turn into a massive block of ice. Hecate then lowers the weapon, holding up her palm, even as magic and arrows continue to magically steer away from her without any effort on her part. A gigantic ball of fire, even larger than Hecate herself, appears above her palm, and she proudly smiles. She throws it like she's throwing a simple ball, and the fireball hits the ice block, exploding the gate open with a large billow of mist and steam. Soldiers cry out in shock and surprise, and they continue trying to attack her, since she's the only one in range. Just as Barguile is running to the inner face of the wall to look, he halts immediately after a mere blink. Standing on the battlement, he was just about to look over as the girl herself, having seemingly instantaneously appeared before him, even though she spent the effort to destroy the gate. She is standing taller than him only thanks to the battlement, and her presence startles the soldiers nearby, who drop any ranged weapons and draw swords. Barguile grips his own sword, and Hecate snaps her fingers. Barguile yanks his sword hilt, but it won't budge. He panics, glancing at his sword, then Hecate, and then more desperately tries to fight his sword out of its scabbard. "Ice," states the little girl, confusing Barguile for a moment. He looks at his scabbard, but she adds mockingly, "Ice, who? I seem to have let myself in. Hey 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 hey." The Shenwolf general can only stumble back a few steps, and Hecate takes the new gap to step down onto the same level as him. She puts her hands on her hips as she looks around fearlessly at the large soldiers of fearsome Eastern races wielding swords, but hesitant to charge her for good reason. "Now then, gentlemen. Ladies, I see you there, too." She faces Barguile, smirking wickedly. "Since you obviously couldn't hear me down there, let's talk about returning those foolish soldiers home." Chapter 58. The skirmish at Fort Twilight. An explosion rumbles out, reaching Daniel, Ryuogrier, Zyriko, and Eremiah in the carriage. Primar and Chanel cry out, "Princess!" Eremiah looks to Daniel. Daniel?" He can only sigh. Looks like negotiations turned south. "It was unlikely they would trust that these are their own soldiers after this long," replies Ryuogrier. "I am willing to bet it had more to do with Empress Hecate Fell Lawson suddenly showing up in person at their gates." Daniel puts his helmet on as he says this, snugging the fasteners for his armor and picking up his sword. "I am sorry for all the trouble," murmurs Eremiah. "It's not your fault, Eremiah. Hecate wanted to make a show so that as many people as possible know not to mess with her. What you're hearing is the fort resisting, but she won't hurt anyone." She nods, looking up at him with concern. He already has his helmet on, so smiling would do no good. So, Daniel reassures her by petting her head the same way he does with Hecate. Eremiah blushes, and Chanel growls softly, "Sit tight. Zyriko, if we need to evacuate, transport Eremiah and her attaché to safety before anything else." "As you wish, Your Grace." Ryuogrier follows as Daniel steps out of the carriage, and the soldiers are nervously watching the small battle taking place at the gates. Hecate has already blown the gate open with her ice rifle and fire magic, which looks bigger and more devastating than it actually was. She's now on the upper wall, disarming soldiers in swaths using her magic and agility as they try everything they can to pin her down. She seems to be having fun as far as Daniel can tell. "We've got a long way to go with our Empress, don't we, Mukori?" asks Ryuogrier dryly. "Just remember, Ryuogrier, that our little Empress helped me conquer the Citadel. I brought the firepower, but I couldn't have navigated without her." Ryuogrier is quiet for a moment. I wonder if the old lord could process the irony he brought her back to the Horde as little more than a whelp. I am sure she's told you dragons find her true form ugly. The two walk towards the gate as Hecate embarrasses the soldiers guarding the fortress. She's thankfully being careful not to hurt any of them too badly, and her small size and agility make her untouchable to them. She's also laughing, which will do nothing positive for the soldiers and their morale. The Lord certainly did. He knew what she was. We all did. I can't say I ever foresaw this future, but she was a child. I didn't find her attractive, but I can't count how many times I've felt guilt over her treatment when we mighty dragons couldn't produce a single viable child that lived more than a year. She looks at Daniel with shimmering eyes. She's not crying yet, but she's feeling something deep with her thoughts. I hope it resonates with all who deem themselves almighty. That which you look down on has a line of sight on your throat. She looks up at the wall and Hecate as they draw closer. I have given it much thought, and she is still a child. Do you know Hecate's actual age? Yes, she's 15, just as you've likely assumed all this time. I don't know where the Lord found her, as the only remaining Feldroks should have been the feral Feldrok and the Devourer, who were both hundreds of years old. Ryuogrier raises her hand, creating a barrier that deflects a barrage of arrows, bolts, and magic spells from the defenders that saw them approaching. She looks younger. But, we'll talk more later. Let's help Hecate break their disagreeableness. Daniel withdraws a flashbang, pulling the pin. He keeps the spoon down for a moment. Rai Mukuri, please deliver this to our guests on that turret up there. You have 3 seconds from when I let go, and do not be looking at it after second 2. She smiles and nods. Ready. Daniel throws the flashbang grenade underhand, and she uses wind magic to intercept and carry it up to the turret of the fortress wall, firing on them from the left. He calls out the count, 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. As he counts the third second, he is already looking away, and Ryuo mimics him, 3 Miss BWAM. The soldiers on the turret cry out, many of whom are blinded or disoriented by the flashbang grenade. Since it's still new to them, many of them couldn't help but look to see what it was, which was just enough time for it to detonate and blind them temporarily. As they pass through the gate, Hecate shrieks over the inner wall, Daniel. You butt. That hurt my ears. Ryuogrier chuckles, and Daniel apologizes, sorry. He notices she's wearing her helmet, and she's listening to him intently. He resumes normal volume, have decided that my favorite is Ryuogrier. What? Screams Hecate. She gasps, what? I can't hear you. My ears hurt. Daniel fires his revolver loaded with non-lethal beanbag rounds, which easily knock down the armored soldiers as Ryuogrier casts a spell to turn the ground between them and the defenders into waist-deep and extremely sticky mud. Ryuogrier teases as she works, Mukuri, perhaps a punishment is in order for worrying you. Each offense could mean surrendering one of her bonding times with you. You shut up, shouts Hecate from above, cartwheeling out of the way. She points and shouts, this isn't over, Daniel, don't listen to her. She's evil. Yeep. She smacks a spear that almost reaches her, and then she pounces the soldier before kicking off of him into an acrobatic backflip. She still has the spear, and she scolds the soldier, hey. That thing's sharp, and I am going to need to fight a dragon after this. She snaps the spear in half, tossing the parts over the wall. Just surrender. I don't even want this crummy base. I am Empress Hecate. I have a way cooler fortress. I am just trying to return your soldiers. Meanwhile, on the ground, Daniel and Ryuogrier have incapacitated most of the soldiers with a combination of Ryuogrier's magic and Daniel's tear gas grenades. Twilight isn't laid out the same way as Peony, with a much more substantial fortress blocking the way ahead. However, they're inside the outer wall, and the ranged defenses have been drastically reduced. Or at least, the people manning them. Daniel, I think I've got the leader guy. They keep trying to protect this old man. She drags a man down the stairs by the leg, in spite of his attempts to kick free. She tosses him in front of Daniel and Ryuogrier, immediately squaring up to Ryuogrier. As my reward, I want Ryuogrier. Who are you? Asks Daniel, directed at the man as he ignores Hecate. Hey, don't ignore me. The man tries to spit, and Daniel fires into his chest armor, causing the middle-aged man to cough and yell in pain. There's no cause to be disrespectful. After all, You don't want my dear companion to spit on you in turn. As if on cue, Ryuogrier puffs a small breath through her lips, spitting a puff of blue fire. She smirks coldly, and Hecate crosses her arms, puffing herself up proudly like a frog trying to look big next to the well-endowed appearing dragon in humanoid form. And, I can do far worse. Ryuogrier doesn't poke at Hecate this time, simply allowing her to be prideful. The man, having seen the fire, becomes nervous. Daniel states, 3 people have all but walked through your defensive perimeter. If you'd like the charade to continue, well, level the fortress. But we're not here to fight. Just take your soldiers back, send them on their merry way, and never let them return. They're cursed to die if they enter into Fevigal territory again ever in their lives. The Mont's eyes widen, and he glances at Hecate. You think my darling would lie to you? I know you're important. But, Daniel has even more terrible ways of extracting Daniel? Asks the man. Yep. The one and only, it seems. Daniel removes his helmet, revealing his unremarkable and very human face. I survived the assassination attempt and we captured all of the soldiers. And, in the process of attempting to assassinate me, the Emperor of the Citadel, adds Hecate pointedly. And, the Conqueror of Dragons and the Feldrock Sorcerer, adds Ryuogrier warmly. And, the Harbinger of Calamity, finishes Hecate a little competitively. Ryuogrier simply smiles. Daniel takes a breath and exhales, staying composed. Your soldiers attempted to harm Empress Hecate Fel Lawson, Queen Dragon Ryuogrier, Queen Dragon Rainleif, and Queen Dragon Girahol. In the world I come from, we call that an international incident in the best-case scenario. In the worst-case scenario, he looks at Ryuogrier and Hecate as if the word has escaped him. Hecate holds up a finger, answering intelligently, I think we have a term for that in this world, Daniel. Declaration of war. Ah, yes, that's the one. Declaration of war. Daniel looks at the man again. So, I ask again, who are you, and who is in charge of Fort Twilight, who deployed assassins? Well, be including their names in the formal declaration of war with the East. Why, you're their demons. We're already at war. Suddenly, a humongous spear stops less than an inch from Daniel's cheek, halted by the magic barrier bubble Ryuogrier is keeping around the 3 of them. The spear, or rather, the scorpion bolt, floats in midair, captured in magic. Daniel exhales deeply. It actually startled him quite a bit, and if Ryuogrier wasn't present, he'd be dead. Hecate puffs her tail up, glaring at the castle. Ryuogrier declares coldly, Hecate, I am with you in obliterating this entire fortress. I hear this valley was quite scenic long ago. Hecate nods. Agreed. Let's turn this entire ow. She's cut off by Daniel bonking her helmet lightly with his fist, and he flicks Ryuogrier's forehead, and she whines, Mukori. Why? Daniel looks at the man once more, who is horrified that Daniel is still alive, it seems. Well, overlook this latest attempt on our lives, since we did kinda break in. But, that was the last attack, well, overlook. Hecate, Mukori, now if we're attacked, you may clear this valley of synthetic constructions. They both cheer up instantly, and they face the castle, cackling together. The man waves his hands desperately, shouting, hold attack. Dear gods, hold the attack. The soldiers around them that were moving into position call out, General. He sighs, and Daniel smirks. General, is it? Well, then that makes it highly likely for 2 things to be facts. You're the commanding officer of this base, and you're a member of the Grand Zenkon Empire specifically. Daniel pulls the general up to his feet, aiming his revolver at the Mon's chest. Hecate pouts. They're actually not attacking. Seems these human kin are wiser than they often behave. Hecate looks up at Ryuogrier skeptically. You realize, if you and Daniel make a child, it would be a human kin, too, right? Ryuogrier blushes, glancing nervously at Daniel. He rolls his eyes and shakes his head, focusing on the general. Now, General, I don't much care who and what you tell after all of this. You will be opening up the gates, and you will be letting the 20,000 troops you sent west return to the east. And, I can't force you, but I am going to strongly advise you to beg, plead, grovel, and bargain for the Empire to never send troops to Fevigal territory again. We're not allies with the Demon Covenant, and we just want to be left alone. Do that much, and your children and grandchildren will retire without worrying about us. He points the pistol under the general's chin, and the general tenses. Don't do that much, and there won't be an empire for your grandchildren to grow up in. Don't know how much more sincere and clear I can be than that. After a nervous and tense moment, the general nods. I understand well, let the soldiers return home, but what? Hecate steps closer, growling, yeah, but what? Daniel's patience is the only reason any of you are alive, and you want to counter him? The general glances at Hecate and then Ryuogrier. You would trade your own kind for these demons? Daniel takes a deep breath and sighs. He aims the pistol directly into the general's throat and fires, which caves in his esophagus, and the general collapses, coughing up blood. Ryuo, heal him please. Don't let him die, but don't worry about hurrying. She nods. As you wish, Mukori. But please, Mukori. Of course, that's all I wanted. Ryuogrier smiles as she begins the healing spell. Hecate huffs as she observes, crossing her arms. She does bat Daniel gently with her tail, saying softly, thank you, people who hate other people for superficial reasons are no kind of mine. As soon as the healing spell takes enough effect, the general gasps in a deep breath, coughing as the healing is finished. Daniel reloads his pistol with lethal rounds, and he says coldly, I was obviously being naive. I thought the Empire was civilized, but it's clearly inhabited by barbarians. The next time you see this weapon, you will die. Daniel fires at a spare set of armor nearby, and the bullet pierces cleanly through both sides and the wooden frame behind it, chipping the stone of the outer wall. And, the next time you insult the Empress, you will not die. You will suffer. Daniel puts his helmet back on, and he says to Hecate and Ryuogrier, let's go. I am tired of this place. Of course, Mukori, right behind you. Hecate skips into step with Daniel, wrapping her arms around his left arm to walk with him. Daniel pauses and states, oh, and General. Congratulate yourself on attacking an envoy including the second princess of Morniste. We managed to protect her from your violent attack, and well ensure she's returned home safely for you. They exit the fortress and signal for the troops to begin filing in. Zyriko's golems begin herding the captured soldiers through the destroyed gate. The point was made, and now the soldiers are the Eastern Alliance's problem once more. Zyriko is waiting for them without the carriage, and Daniel asks, is Eremiah safe? Of course, master. As soon as I heard the revolver, I retreated with the princess and the attaché. I recommend delivering her to Fort Peony, since you have a good relationship with the commanding officer there, and allow her to receive credit for providing a safe haven, where an imperial general recklessly attacked. Daniel notices one of the Stalvaltan soldiers, Captain Muindis specifically, standing nearby. He asks, what? Is the princess not going through twilight? That's right. We're sending her somewhere safer, since General whatever his name is attacks envoys without provocation. If it's not too much trouble, please allow my unit to continue escorting her once she is east of the mountains. We're going to the same kingdom after all, and we have similar information less even than the princess. It is too much trouble. Your unit contained 200 men, did it not? Eremiah and her attaché can be transported to Peony quickly. Transporting 200 soldiers it won't be that much of a burden, Daniel, corrects Zyriko's voice only in his helmet. In fact, cooperating may create enough division in the Eastern forces to hinder further action against us. If he informs them of our abilities, in addition to Eremiah's testimony, it can add a different perspective to events if he views us in a positive light. Lord Daniel? Asks Muindis when Daniel goes quiet for several seconds. I've changed my mind, Captain. Gather your unit together. If you escort Eremiah to Morniste, we won't have to do it ourselves. Daniel looks at Zyriko, and her voice comes through his helmet once more. I will of course keep golems guarding her until she is home, Daniel. He nods to acknowledge her, and Muindis signals his own men. He gathers them together in neat ranks, and they cooperate in spite of their burning questions. Once the last of the soldiers marches into twilight, passing through ranks of soldiers that still try to be on defense in spite of the one-sided embarrassment Hecate and Ryuogrier put them through, with Daniel adding even more chaos with his weapons, Zyriko teleports Daniel, Hecate, and Ryuogrier to the carriage first, and then the soldiers in ranks of 10. They're now all at the Citadel, and Zyriko speaks telepathically to Daniel through his helmet, Hecate, and Ryuogrier. Your Greatness, I would like to ask these soldiers to donate mana to replenish me for this additional effort before they are returned. Hecate nods, puffing up. Listen up, soldiers of the Stalvalten Grand Duchy. Since we are doing a favor for you, you must pay with the one thing that you have that we want, your mana. There, at that relic, you will donate your mana to the Citadel as tribute for my good graces, and then we'll take you to Fort Peony. Muindus hesitates, glancing at his soldiers. They're all unharmed. Let me clarify, this isn't optional. Otherwise, we'll send you back to Twilight. Your choice. Muindus nods, and he approaches the relic, followed by his soldiers. Zyriko instructs them, and they are able to donate 8 people at a time, allowing the process to move through slowly but surely. After about an hour, all of the soldiers have donated most of their mana, which is enough to deter them from fighting without endangering their lives. They form up in ranks once more, and Zyriko teleports the group in batches to the forest just beyond Fort Peony's clearing on the western side of the fortress. Daniel, Hecate, and Ryuogrier ride with Eremiah once more. Daniel, will you declare war on the east after what happened at Twilight? Asks the princess nervously. No, not unless they provoke us further. That's why we're bringing you to Peony instead. They won't be able to try to cover it up if a princess and a military envoy who witnessed everything are completely beyond their grasp. Chanel correctly points out a little angrily, everything that you've done today could jeopardize the alliance. Chanel, complains the princess. You're probably right, replies Daniel, not minding the maid's cold attitude towards him. But Hecate approached peacefully, herself, no less, and they attacked without provocation. One could argue that a self-proclaimed empress taunting the fortress herself could be considered provocation. One could also argue that a haughty maid giving attitude to an envoy could also be considered provocation. The fact is, we came in good faith and were attacked. You don't have to like it, but deep down, even you know that to be the case. You can do and say whatever you want once you're past this outer wall, but we're not your enemies. Chanel sighs, yes, well, it seems you are capable of keeping your word, at least. Hecate remarks, you're pretty rude for a maid. Forgive me, your greatness. I have looked after her highness since she was a babe. After what Daniel did, I find it difficult to show him respect. Eremiah finally interjects, Chanel, I've told you countless times, Daniel saved my life, and I'll forever be in his debt. Gods be good, my future will afford me the chance to repay him. She smiles warmly at Hecate, and the Feldrock Empress straightens her posture proudly. Yes, well, we'll certainly be in touch. We're friends now, after all. Eremiah smiles and nods gratefully. The coachman brings the carriage to a halt outside of the gate as Muindi's soldiers form up in ranks. Shall we try this again? Jokes Hecate. I'll walk with you this time, replies Eremiah. If I am with you, they'll be less likely to attack, princess. Starts Primar. That's not your place. Chanel adds next, yes, princess. The border fortresses are manned by soldiers from all territories in the alliance. There's a very low chance of anyone present being able to recognize you. I agree with Miss Chanel, replies Daniel. Hecate, Ryuo, or even I can withstand a sudden attack thanks to either our magic or armor. And, we only need their commander to see one of us 3. I'll go. I am going, too, declares Hecate. She shoots Ryuogrier a fairly friendly glare, saying with a smug smirk, since Ryuo got to go with you last time. Ryuogrier simply smirks in return. Daniel and Hecate disembark, and Ryuogrier follows them. What are you doing? Asks the Feldrock girl. Following my darling Mukori, retorts the regal dragon woman. But you're supposed to stay. Why would I do so? Zyriko can defend the princess and her attaché, as well as such a small contingent. Commander Lywells is familiar with myself. She steps alongside Daniel, saying warmly, shall we, Mukori? Hecate pounces at Daniel, and he manages to catch her, cradling her when she intentionally lands in his arms that way. She bats her tail at Ryuogrier, saying, fine, you can walk with us. But Daniel is carrying me. Always a tactful person, jokes Daniel dryly. He begins walking, and Ryuogrier simply wraps her arm delicately around Daniel's bicep, walking with him. Once they reach the gate, the guards seem to recognize them, but they still challenge them in the usual way. Halt! Who goes there? Hecate points from her cradled position in Daniel's arms. I am Hecate Fel Lawson, Empress and ruler of the Fevigal, Lady of the Citadel, and acquaintance of Commander Lywell's Coes Morglodston. Please inform her of our arrival. I shall apologize for arriving unannounced. We are escorting a high-value envoy, and it's imperative she be returned to her kingdom. Stand by, Your Majesty. We must confirm. Take your time. I am plenty comfortable. Hey hey hey. Hecate swishes her tail back and forth, stretching in Daniel's arms while he holds her, showing no signs of dropping her. The soldiers retreat from the edge of the wall, undoubtedly to discuss and summon the commander. Commander Lywells walks briskly to the west gate. She's not quite as nervous as last time, but she still has to play it safe. She climbs the wall's stairs and peers out over the simple battlements of the wall. Sure enough, as her soldiers guessed, she easily recognizes Hecate, Daniel in his armor, and the lady dragon Ryuogryr, though she's the only dragon present at the moment. She does study the carriage behind them, though. It bears the sigil of the Fevigal, but it's abnormal. The design of the carriage is definitely from the East, especially since Lywells has never heard of demons and demon kin using carriages the way nobility do in the East. However, she more easily recognizes the uniforms of Stalvalton guards, given that the Grand Duchess herself was just present at the fort. It's a peculiar sight, but one she knows will only be answered when she speaks to her guests. Open the gate, orders Lywells. Open the gate, open the gate. Come back the replies. Prepare to accept dignitaries and royalty. Form up greeting detail and inform the galley to begin prepping for double population. Rigging and construction teams begin restoring the camping area for our guests. I shall meet with the dignitaries. Lywells descends back to the ground as Ryuogryr and Daniel walk in, with Daniel still carrying Hecate like a maiden. Hecate finally climbs down out of Daniel's arms, standing tall and proud for her small size with her hands on her hips, and she says proudly, "Greetings, Commander Lywells. I have come again. We have brought someone very important, and we need you to ensure she gets home." "Oh, is it the Grand Duchess Arameliana?" asks Lywells, surprised at the quick turnaround. This surprises the three of them, though. "Grand Duchess?" asks Hecate, looking to Daniel. Daniel replies, "Number. Should it be the Grand Duchess? Oh, I suppose it seemed only natural, since she left here westward not a week ago. Is she residing at the Citadel?" Daniel looks at Ryuogryr and Hecate. "We haven't seen the Grand Duchess. It's likely she was still en route to the Citadel, and we missed each other," offers Ryuo, avoiding revealing their method of travel. "That must be," remarks Daniel. Hecate adds, "We'll search for them on our way back." Ryuogryr nods in agreement. "Zyriko, have you been monitoring the conversation?" whispers Daniel in his helmet. "Of course, Daniel. Unless you order me not to, I will always be listening to your helmet." "Thanks. Any sign of Grand Duchess Arameliana Coes Stalvalton or her escort?" "I'll check with Yukahote. Shall I have him annihilate them on sight? Or, would you take them as Warber?" "Don't finish that sentence, please. You know what I want by now." The voice in his helmet chuckles. "Very well, Your Grace. I'll have Yukahote invite them in and watch out for them until we return." "Thank you, Zyriko. Please pass my thanks to Yukahote as well." "As you wish." During that time, Hecate and Ryuogryr were discussing the envoy to be Aramaya, explaining how she came to the Citadel. The second princess of Mornestate traveled all the way to the Citadel on her own. She looks at Daniel, saying more quietly, "The same princess that?" Daniel nods without saying a word, and she straightens. "I see. Then, it seems, you successfully lied to me. Come, we'll prepare a stateroom for the princess and meet with you all in private." Hecate nods. "Thank you. Can we have a snack, too? We've been going back and forth, and I think Aramaya is hungry, too." "Of course. I can't promise quality, but I can gladly have something prepared." "Shall we?" "We shall, thank you, Commander." They meet with Aramaya, who thanks the commander for her hospitality before they head to the conference room. "Princess, if you're all right with overnighting here, you are welcome to stay. I'd feel more comfortable, of course, if you left early in the morning for Castle Northwall. As the border fortress, there's always a risk of demon attack. She smiles at Daniel, Hecate, and Ryuogrier. I expect we'll be safe enough tonight. Hecate replies proudly, as long as you want, Commander, Your Highness. While we'll be returning tonight, I have given Princess Eremiah my blessing. She will arrive home safely. Lywells cocks her head, while Eremiah replies, Thank you, Your Greatness. She and Hecate smile warmly at each other. Daniel explains, Eremiah will have the Citadel's protection, Commander. Please don't ask further questions. She nods reluctantly. Very well. And, the Stalvaltan soldiers? They're cursed to die if they return to our territory, replies Hecate seriously. Otherwise, they're free to go. Shame they won't be able to escort their matron lady, but that's how it goes. Will you send them home with Princess Eremiah? Lywells nods. Of course. We'd only ask them to stay if we were under immediate threat of attack. We aren't, are we? Hecate scoffs and chuckles, not from me. We haven't heard a peep out of the Demon Covenant, though. I see. But do I understand correctly that dragons are off the menu? Asks Lywells, stealing a glance at Ryuogrier. Ryuogrier replies with a smile, of course. We are no longer under threat of the Devourer. The former Dragon Lord is deceased, and the new Dragon Lord is restoring our population for the first time in centuries. We have nothing to gain by starting conflict now. She puts her chin on her hand with her elbow on the table, smiling at Daniel. Why you weren't already reproducing? No, we were cursed. But our new Lord lifted the curse. We'll return our race to a place of glory and inspiration for others to look up to. As we always should have been. She smiles at Lywells, knowing fully well that Lywells can discern lies with her God-given magic ability. I see. Then, as long as you don't invade, I have no quarrel. Though, I must confess, since we're being so honest, the thought of more dragons in the world does give me some cause for alarm. If humans were to breed endlessly, I would feel cause for alarm as well. Is it not fair for my people to know the joy of children, Commander? I didn't say that. I hope your children grow up well, and that you truly do keep your promise. Mine too, right, interjects Hecate. When I have them. Lywells scoffs. Yes, Your Grace. I hope your children grow up wise and kind, and most of all healthy. Hecate grins, and Eremiah giggles warmly. After the meeting, the group say their farewells, and Hecate, Daniel, and Ryuogrier take flight on Ryuogrier's back to the Citadel and ensure Eremeliana's caravan is safe. Zyriko teleported back to the Citadel, as her remote golem model can't fly. As it turns out, Eremeliana's caravan arrives at the Citadel only shortly before the three reach the same location, and Hecate makes the decision to play the same game as all the other times, at least to begin with. Chapter 59 The Mechanic's Castle. When Liana marvels at the size of the titanic ancient castle rumored of in stories, standing seemingly as tall as a mountain and with doorways fit for dragons. She murmurs, what size who could build something like this? Her sisters are crowded around the window as well, and Yormalit murmurs, dragons, it has to have been dragons, right? Are we sure we should be coming here? Asks Yanadir nervously. What if the rumors about the dragons conquering this place are true? Won't they eat us? I asked if you wanted to return, replies Eremeliana calmly. I trust the words of Commander Lywells. If Daniel is the ruler here, we owe him an apology for the misunderstanding. And, we only stand to gain if we can also ally ourselves with the dragons, as opposed to being their enemies. They pass the threshold of the outer wall surrounding the mountain-like castle, and they all retreat away from the windows of the carriage. The town surrounding the castle is full of demon kin of all walks of life and many sizes. There are dozens of goblins, ranging from adults to children, and even female goblins carrying infants. There are ogres, oni, feline Datakorians, and even greater demons. Beasts of burden are humongous and threatening looking, including drakes, burwalks, and species that none of them can even guess at. It's a lively little town full of demon kin, and while they observe the carriage, they make no aggressive moves towards them. Additionally, every few yards, there is a pair of metallic-looking soldiers holding strange staves as they stand like statues, guarding the way from either side. I guess it's too late now, isn't it? Asks Yanadir a little dryly. No one replies as they silently ride into the courtyard of the inner perimeter of the Citadel. One of the metallic soldiers not carrying a staff approaches the carriage, and the knights escorting them ask, "Can we help you?" "Welcome to the Citadel," speaks the being with a somewhat hollow-sounding male voice. "I am known as Yukahote, General of the Fivigals National Guard. I regret to admit that my lord and lady, as well as our Prime Minister, have yet to return, but I was told to expect your arrival, Grand Duchess Arameliana. I have already taken the liberty of preparing personal quarters for you and your family, as well as a bath. Dinner will be served in 2 hours, and there are comestibles in your quarters if you are unbearably famished. Please, allow me to greet the Grand Duchess and escort you all inside." The Stalvalten guard looks at Arameliana, still inside the carriage, and she nods. He opens the door, allowing the Grand Duchess to step down, and her daughters follow. The metallic being bows, "Grand Duchess Arameliana, it is my pleasure to meet you. As I have said, I am Yukahote, General of the National Guard. Please do not be alarmed by your surroundings. Empress Hecate has forbidden the harming of humans and human kin except in self-defense. All races are welcome here, and all are forbidden from violence. Come. I'll give you a brief tour," Mother murmurs Wenliana. "It's a golem. I know, darling. We shall treat Lord Yukahote with respect regardless." She curtsies. "We apologize for arriving unannounced. However, we were unsure how to make an official request for audience, and our business is urgent. May we speak with Empress Hecate and Emperor Daniel as soon as possible?" Yukahote cocks his head. "Emperor Daniel?" Arameliana nods. "Grave mistakes and miscommunications were made that I bear responsibility for. But, I have it on good authority now that Daniel is the Emperor of the Fivigal." Yukahote is silent for a long time. Suddenly, in a flash of light, another golem appears. This one possesses a feminine, matronly voice. "Grand Duchess, it is good to meet you. I am Zyriko, Prime Minister to His and Her Greatness, Daniel and Hecate. You are right. Daniel is alive and well, and he is our gracious ruler. Minister Zyriko, thank you for confirming. May we speak with them now?" "Not yet. Their Majesties have not returned yet. I came ahead to greet you and help you settle in." Wenliana asks softly, "Is Daniel really the ruler?" Zyriko nods once. "Of course. He conquered the Citadel with my lady Hecate's help. I happily serve at his leisure. You must be Duchess Wenliana." Duchesses Yanadir, Yormolit, Lady Bunraimi, and last but certainly not least, Lady Haldestania. "A pleasure to meet you all. As you surely heard, I am Zyriko. Please ask myself or any of my golems for anything. Are you the witch controlling the golems? You could say that, but what you are speaking to is my physical representation. As far as you are concerned, I am the golem to whom you are currently speaking." "I see. Such magic. And, this technology Wenliana," cautions Arameliana, and Wenliana straightens up. "Apologies. Please, let Daniel His Grace Emperor Daniel know that we are here." "I shall do that. Please, come inside and rest." The Stalvalten family is escorted inside the massive castle, and again, they are left to marvel at the sheer scope. Inside is just as titanic and expansive as the outside, and the broad hallways indicate that this castle was built for the mightiest of known beings, the dragons. Excuse me," squeaks Bunraimi. Zyriko looks at her. "Yes, your ladyship? This castle, the Citadel, was it built for dragons?" "Ah, a common question. No, my original masters were not dragons. They were the mighty Feldroks, wiser and grander than any race in this world." All of the Stalvalten women gasp, as do many of the knights. Zyriko, in answer to the surprise, teases warmly, "Your house sigil is the Feldrok, yes?" She stops to look at them, studying the women for a moment as Arameliana finally nods, "Why yes. That's correct. It has been ever since the Stalvalten house was founded. I, myself, am not of Stalvalten blood, but my husband, like his eldest daughter, was a master of all of the elements of magic." I wonder. You believe there are 6, do you not?" Wenliana replies, "Yes, that's correct. Ground, fire, water, wind, light, and dark. Omni-affinity is a teaching tool the old masters used to teach your kinds. It was not meant to be a pinnacle, but a stepping stone." Zyriko holds her hand out, palm up. "Tell me what element this spell is." She casts a spell, and a seeming liquid appears, crackling a little with electrical energy. Wenliana, the only one who doesn't recoil, studies the spell closely. Without my testing equipment, it appears to be a combination of earth and water for the liquid, but the electricity is simple lightning magic, which are combinations of light, wind, and fire. Incorrect. While you could emulate this substance with those combinations, this is dimensional magic. It is the same element that allows teleportation and mass storage in extra-dimensional pockets. Wenliana stares at her blankly for a long time. You must be friends with Daniel, murmurs the magic artisan after a moment. Zyriko chuckles. There are theories of magic that the Feldrox refined far beyond what can be currently taught with modern technology in either the East or the West. Even the dragons struggle to grasp all of what the Feldrox had learned. That said, where my old masters were truly adept at magic, my new lord and master is adept at physical science far beyond what even my masters knew. Right? Exclaims Wenliana excitedly, barely containing her urge to press closer to Zyriko, a kindred spirit, from the tone in the golem's voice. And, even this castle alone is far beyond what I could imagine. Can I ask something? Asks Yanadir. Of course, replies the golem prime minister. You said Omni Affinity is just a stepping stone, but our kingdoms have held it in high regard for centuries. Yes. While I don't know every disciple my masters ever had, I know that many of the so-called Feldrox sorcerers of the past went on to found kingdoms, noble families, and schools of magic. If you'd like, we can check your mana for your likely ancestors to see if any of them were disciples of the Feldrox. Wenliana nearly blurts out yes on her own, but she halts herself long enough to look at Arameliana. The Grand Duchess nods. If it is not harmful, I do not mind. However, do you not have any disciples from the House of Stalvalten in your records? I am afraid not. I would wager that either your ancestral name changed prior to the founding of your house, or was decided upon the founding of your house. Yanadir points out, it could also be that no one in our ancestry studied under the Feldrox. Arameliana is quiet for a moment. True. But, of course, it would be peculiar that our sigil is the Feldrock if there's no relation to them. Wenliana bows respectfully to Zyriko. Please examine me. As I have Omni Affinity, it may be easier to determine which of our ancestors the Feldrox knew. Zyriko nods. Please follow me, then. Zyriko leads to a room where a magic circle is drawn on the floor, as well as the walls and ceiling. She explains, the spell circles present here will pass the spell through you and produce a sort of copy of your soul, with which I can compare it to known traits of the past. Wenliana nods, studying the circle for a moment. She crouches to touch one of the symbols on the floor, making up a small part of the glyph. You cast magic with symbols like these? Yes, of course. Not all spells are elemental in nature. Demons have their own subset of magic, as do the dragons. The Feldrox believed the divergence came as the races became more and more isolated from each other, seeking ambitious rises to power over mastery of art forms. Zyriko guides Wenliana to her position, where Hecate stood to have her own ancestry read to determine that she is related to the Feldrock who became the Devourer. She then casts the spell, and an impressive display of magical swirls of glowing energy dance around Wenliana for a time. Haldestania squeaks, "Elder sister, does it hurt?" Wenliana shakes her head as she watches the magic circles operate. No, not at all, dearest Desti. I can feel the magic passing around me, but it doesn't hurt. If anything, it kinda tickles. Haldestania and Bunraimi giggle together, and Arameliana asks, how long does it take, Minister Zyriko? Only a moment longer. I can tell there are some close matches. It seems one of the Stalvalten ancestors did know the Feldrox. After another minute or so, the magic dies down, and Zyriko declares, the analysis is complete. She creates a hologram of a pair of people, both wearing outfits that seem almost alien to the modern style of dress worn by anyone of any rank. It's not quite as alien as Daniel's clothes when he arrived, but there are definitely style changes that have taken place, not least of which is the robe-like dress the woman is wearing, with a mantle covering her shoulders and a high collar. The man, likewise, is wearing something similar to a robe, but with a more decorative design and made out of thick, rich-looking materials. That's peculiar, remarks Zyriko. What is? Asks Wenliana as she studies her ancestors. One moment Zyriko vanishes from the room in a small flash of light. During her absence, the girls study the two people. Yanadir asks, "Mother, do you know either of these people?" The man definitely shares traits with your father, including his amber-colored eyes. I believe there may be a painting of him in the Great Hall. The woman, however, I don't recognize. She looks to be a demon kin. The light appears once more, but this time, Zyriko is joined by what appears to be the same woman in the hologram, though she seems to have discovered reverse aging. She's no older than Wenliana, possibly the same age as Yanadir, and other than a softer expression. Everything from her blue and purple tail and jade green horns, to her soft blue hair and eyes matches the image. She also seems to be surprised when she realizes where they are and what she's looking at. And, unlike the unencumbered woman in the hologram, this young woman appears to be pregnant, as well as carrying an egg that's almost as big as her torso. "Do you know this woman?" asks Zyriko, though not directed to anyone in the room. The newcomer stumbles forward, murmuring softly, "This she's my half-sister, half-sister?" asks Zyriko. The young woman nods, looking at the women around them. "I see we share a common relative." She faces Wenliana, dipping her head since she's carrying the egg and her belly is larger than normal. "I am Rainleif. I didn't know my sister's mother, but she always spoke very highly of her." Wenliana approaches Rainleif, asking Zyriko, "Lady Zyriko, what can you tell us about them?" "They were disciples of the Feldrox in the true ways of magic. What you might call Feldrox sorcerers. It is true, Lady Gualanastrium was a half-human, half-dragon. Lord Smerneagle later married Gualanastrium's daughter, and he was Gualanastrium's junior in their magic training. Sadly, she passed away," murmurs Rainleif. Murdered Zyriko looks at Rainleif, and then looks away. The young dragon woman takes notice, and her eyes water a little. "You don't have to say it, Zyriko. She was killed during the coup, wasn't she?" Zyriko remains silent, but she nods. Rainleif faces the image of Gualanastrium for a moment. Her voice becomes even softer and almost inaudible. "I always knew the red dragons and their cohorts hated non-dragons. I always believed she was killed by the Feldrox," murmurs Zyriko. Rainleif nods quietly. Gualanastrium's children and Smerneagle survived, and they headed deep into the eastern territories. I could wager guesses as to the origin of the name Stalvalten Stalvif as the root of the Feldrock word Stalviferlegriat, which loosely means student of the soul, and Altener means either memory or legacy in the context of family and wisdom. That would be my strongest guess to the meaning of your family name. She looks at Rainleif next, adding, "Strium, as the suffix to you and your sister's true names is draconic for soul as well, so it's possible Lord Smerneagle honored his senior. After all, he was a simple coachman when he found his way into the tutelage of the Feldrox." Wenliana and Rainleif share a glance. Yormolid approaches the dragon woman, asking softly, "Lady Rainleif? Is it all right if we call you Great Aunt Rainleif?" Rainleif blushes, hiding her cheeks behind her high collar on her mantle. She nods sheepishly. "I was almost certainly going to outlive sister, since she was half-human. But I am glad her family is still doing well." Yanadir remarks softly, "You look just like her, or her hologram at least." Rainleif nods gently. "I am not sure how it works entirely, but my human form wasn't chosen by me. I only know that it has something to do with the spellcaster's soul. The outfit I chose from memories of sister, since I was nervous about being nude in front of Daniel when we met." The sisters all chuckle together. "I understand," replies Wenliana warmly. "Wait," cries out Bunraimi. "Doesn't it mean she looks at Arameliana? We have a dragon ancestor?" The sisters look at Bunraimi, and then Arameliana. Finally, they all look at Rainleif, who blushes. Father was a dragon. They stare at her, and suddenly Wenliana makes a realization. "Wait, are you?" Rainleif cocks her head. Her eyes widen as she makes the realization, and she nods with rosy cheeks. "Why, yes. I am a greater dragon or true dragon, depending on who you ask." They continue to stare at her, and Zyriko asks, "Did I not tell you?" Daniel is allied with the dragons now. Lady Rainleif is one of the 3 dragon empresses. This time, they look at Zyriko briefly, and then back at Rainleif. Rainleif sheepishly states, I mostly just read all day. To call me an empress is a little unfair, I know your pain. The voice that just spoke is male this time, and everyone turns to look. Wenliana's breath hitches as she gasps quietly inwards. Standing as tall as ever is a human that would presumably never belong in a castle that was home to the epitomes of magic, the Feldrox, nor would one assume he is the Lord of Dragons. Of course, he also wouldn't appear to be a warrior, nor a magic artificer. Daniel? Asks Bunraimi innocently. Daniel smiles, greeting them one by one. Hello, Bunraimi. Haldestania, Yormolid, Yanadir, Your Grace, my Lady Wenliana. Wenliana stumbles forward, her hands gripping at Daniel's armor, which bears the same look he had when they last saw each other. Even though it's armor, he has the dark red color and the emblem of the Stalvalten Grand Duchy, though he also has another emblem that is somewhat reminiscent of a Feldrock, but looks like a little girl with big, triangular ears like a Feldrock's horns, and the broad black spiky tail. It's then that Wenliana notices the girl standing next to Daniel, glaring up at Wenliana with her arms crossed. But she focuses on Daniel first. Daniel? Is this a dream? The little girl answers first. It's going to be your nightmare if you try to hurt him. Wenliana looks at the girl, who has giant triangular ears like a fox and a big black bushy tail. She points at Wenliana's face, saying with a spicy tone, "You're extremely pretty, aren't you?" Excuse me? Ignore her, replies Daniel. This is Hecate, I see you've met Rainleaf. Please meet Lady Ryuogrier as well. Ryuogrier, standing a little behind them, smiles warmly. I am Ryuogrier, First Dragon Empress, Daniel sighs. You know, there's supposed to be a process for formal titles and the like. Anyway, Hecate, Ryuogrier, please meet Her Grace, Grand Duchess Arameliana, and her daughters in order of seniority, Duchesses Wenliana, Yanadir, Yormolid, and Ladies Bunraimi and Haldestania. All 5 daughters curtsy meekly, and Arameliana studies them for a moment, before curtsying as well. Your Imperial Majesty Hecate, it is an honor to meet you. Hecate waves her hand dismissively. Please, you don't think I am an empress? I can tell by the number of soldiers you sent. The Stalvalten women flinch. Hecate bursts into laughter. I am kidding. We won, so no hard feelings. She puts her hands on her hips. So, what brings a Grand Duchess of the Kingdom of Morneste in the Eastern Imperial Alliance all the way out here? Assassination? Kidnapping? Kidnassassination? This time, everyone, including Daniel and Ryuogrier, look at her, confused. She glances at Daniel, becoming self-conscious. What? It's a word. Shut up. I made it up. It's a word now. Shut up. Daniel chuckles and pets her head. Kidnassassination aside, it's a word now. Accept it. It's dangerous for any of you to have come here, let alone all of you, Your Grace. Arameliana is baffled by the display before her, but she regains her composure. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. But, we learned of my mistakes and came to rectify them. Additionally, my eldest daughter has personal business with you. Daniel looks at both of them briefly, and Arameliana bows. Your Majesty, I am extremely sorry for not understanding and for attacking your home and companions. I am prepared to atone, but I ask that you spare my daughters your wrath. Daniel, finally sure of what she's saying, replies quickly, Your Grace, please, none of that's necessary. I am still just Daniel, and, as you said, there was a misunderstanding, and we won. No one was seriously harmed. You are gracious and kind. She smiles, relaxing a little. I am happy you're still alive, Daniel. He smiles and nods. He then looks at Wenliana, who wipes tears off of her cheeks. Me too, Daniel. I am happy to see you again. So what? Have you been working on anything? A few things. Ryuogrier stifles a laugh, and Rainleaf smiles, swaying a little with her egg. Wenliana quickly says, Daniel, why your phone? I sorry. That was me. I needed it for a specific mission, I see. But, no, I need to apologize. I heard I designed the airship. Rainleaf flinches a little, and Hecate crosses her arms. Daniel thinks for a moment, and he replies. Wenliana, I destroyed it because it knocked Rainleaf out of the sky, and I panicked. I am sorry you felt you had to go to such lengths for me, but I care very much about everyone here. She turns pale, looking at Rainleaf. Gee. Aunt Rainleaf, Empress Rainleaf's expression softens as she replies gently, I am alright. I was afraid, but it was admittedly an impressive vessel. I also helped destroy your work. It was self-defense. Wenliana drops to her knees, saying quickly, you have nothing to apologize for. I have dishonored you, and our great-grandmother. Hecate whispers to Daniel, what's she mean? Zyriko answers softly, Rainleaf is half-sister to Lady Wenliana's ancestor. Ah, makes sense. Hecate twists her face after saying that, trying to wrap her head around it fully, but she doesn't want to look uninformed. Rainleaf looks to Daniel for a moment, and he makes an extremely subtle gesture with his hands. She blushes and nods, sinking low to a kneel so she can set her egg down, keeping it steady with her tail. She then hugs Wenliana. Wenliana freezes, and Rainleaf murmurs, we had no idea of each other, Wenliana. If you had known the truth, I am certain you wouldn't have intended any of us harm. Wenliana nods, hugging Rainleaf as well. Daniel faces Arameliana with a smile. Grand Duchess, you and your family are welcome here any time and for as long as you want. We'll also send an escort to ensure you make it home safely. She smiles and nods gratefully. Thank you, Daniel. We'll gratefully accept your offer. She then looks to Wenliana, who is still sitting in Rainleaf's embrace. There is one small item of business I do have with you, Daniel. I have a daughter who remains unwed, and she is extremely picky with her suitors. Mother! Exclaims Wenliana. Hush, Wenli. This is my duty as Grand Duchess. She straightens and faces Daniel proudly. Daniel, I know not your current marital status. Hecate's ears perk up, and her tail puffs up to its full volume. Wait a minute. Regardless, as Emperor, if you would do the Grand Duchy of Stalvalton the honor of taking our eldest daughter as one of your wives, you will have the allegiance of the Stalvalton household until time comes to an end. Wenliana squeaks, turning bright shades of color. Ryuogrier teases warmly, very bold of you, Grand Duchess, when 3 of his wives are currently present. Arameliana sizes up the others in the room. Hecate has now placed herself between the Grand Duchess and Daniel, though her diminutive size deceptively enlarged by her ears and tail does little to make her a noteworthy presence. Still, she adds in agreement with the Platinum Dragon, yeah. You should be asking me for permission first and foremost. Arameliana studies the young Feldrock girl for a moment. She smiles. Empress Hecate, I humbly make the same request of you. I understand the complex nature of Daniel's position, and I'd like my daughter to have someone she cares about and respects. She looks at Wenliana, adding to Daniel, since I doubt I can convince you to return to the Grand Duchy and become Grand Duke. Daniel chuckles softly. I don't even want to be an emperor. Everyone just keeps calling me that. What kind of man doesn't want power? Asks Yormolit. The kind who, at the end of the day, wants to relax and read a good book, not trace troop movements and sign laws. But, what about royal banquets and ballrooms? Asks Bunraimi innocently. And, the imperial fair? Squeaks Haldestania excitedly. Bunraimi gasps and nods vigorously in agreement. Daniel chuckles, and Ryuogrier approaches Bunraimi, lowering herself in a crouch to closer to Bunraimi's level. Sweet child, that is the trade-off Daniel has made. His time is consumed with the most important thing in the world, taking care of those he loves, since he has so many of us to love. Hecate cackles warmly in agreement. Yes, I couldn't agree more. Hecate proudly faces Arameliana, replying, Daniel has lots of people to care about, and we care about him as well. As long as Lady Wenliana can accept that I am the first and most important wife, I will accept her as one of Daniel's mistresses. How do I never get a say in these things? Asks Daniel. Do you object? Asks Hecate haughtily. I thought you did. PSSH, Daniel, you naive soul, you. That was just me establishing dominance with Ryuogrier. Dastardly temptress. Ryuogrier chuckles and rolls her eyes. Shall I attempt to seduce you, your greatness? Asks Ryuogrier facetiously, and Hecate gasps. She instantly clings to Daniel, saying, No, Daniel is all I need. Finally, Daniel addresses Wenliana and Arameliana. We're not allies of the Zenkon Empire, nor Morniste. We'd like to remain friendly, but neutral, if we can. That said, it would be risky for you to openly ally yourselves with us. We're still not sure how the major alliances feel about us. Arameliana ponders this point for a long time. She pondered the very same thing on the trip to the Citadel, having learned that Daniel is now an important figure on the political stage more than just a creator or replicator of otherworldly technology. She finally sighs. I see. Well, that sounds like little more than a small hurdle. After all, my daughter's happiness is on the line. She cups Wenliana's cheek, now that she and Rainleaf are standing again. Mother speak, Wenliana. If I can make it possible, would you become one of several to the man you don't have to put her on the spot, please, Your Grace, interrupts Daniel gently. Wenliana was very clear what our relationship was when I was in the Grand Duchy. And, to my understanding, she's got more time than a typical woman to find a suitable husband. If you just want an alliance with us, then we can establish communication routes and work out an agreement. Rainleaf and Ryuogrier both sigh as Hecate puts a palm on her face. What? Asks Daniel as he looks at them. Rainleaf replies a little sarcastically. Daniel's feelings change. Wenliana perks up to say something, but Zyriko cuts in. Apologies everyone. Daniel Girahol is calling for you. It's urgent. Daniel nods once. Excuse me, everyone. Zyriko, please help them feel at home. Daniel jogs out, followed by Hecate as she whines. Daniel. Wait up. I'll go, too. Wenliana is left speechless for a moment, and Rainleaf says softly, do you wish to be together with us? The magic artisan blushes, glancing around. There's so much it's been I will find out what his thoughts would be more directly, states Ryuogrier confidently. Do not fret, child, Your Grace. I believe Daniel's heart is big enough for one more. She smiles, which only flusters Wenliana even more. The dragon then faces Arameliana. Are you certain that you would send your daughter off to this far-off land? Even if the obstacles can be removed, we are far away from your homeland. Arameliana smiles as she looks at Wenliana. If the person she desires is a reputable person whom I can trust, then I care not where he resides. And Daniel has more than earned her hand in marriage in my eyes, even if the privilege is to be hers in this case. Ryuogrier nods. Then, if you'll excuse me, I'll go begin my work on Daniel. I believe, if left unattended, Girahol may do something drastic. Ryuogrier bows her head politely, before leaving the room as well.